Chapter 1, Father. The consensus within the realm of soul masters posits that the higher one's innate soul power, the swifter one's cultivation progresses. This theory has long been upheld as a guiding principle by numerous soul masters, and I, too, am inclined to support it. In the lecture hall, the only sound that could be heard was the gentle rustling of pen on paper. The man with golden hair strolled leisurely between the desks, his hands tucked into his pockets, impeccably dressed and graced with a pair of monocles perched upon his right eye, beneath which lay a countenance that exuded warmth and refinement. If I were to merely reiterate this, it would not differ much from what you have learned at the Intermediate Academy. Thus, the curriculum has expanded upon this theory. It must be noted that the level of innate soul power is directly proportional to the quality of one's martial soul. Therefore, the quality of the martial soul is a crucial determinant of a soul master's cultivation speed. After reciting the content from the textbook, the golden-haired gentleman transitioned to providing a plethora of examples. Martial souls can be broadly classified into three categories: divine martial souls, top-tier martial souls, and ordinary martial souls. A prime example of a top-tier martial soul is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, which still roams the continent, a name that should be familiar to you all, the world's foremost beast martial soul. As he mentioned this, the golden-haired man appeared rather nonchalant, raising an eyebrow as he continued. However, if you have perused the dragon taxonomy published by the Spirit Hall, you would understand that, from a bloodline perspective, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon does not rank particularly high. It is entirely possible that one day, some diminutive dragon could exert bloodline suppression upon it. There are numerous other top-tier martial souls you ought to familiarize yourselves with. I shall introduce them one by one. The golden-haired man continued his lecture, while the students below, though diligently taking notes, were still engaged in hushed conversations. Teacher Yuan is so handsome. I only enrolled in this course because of Teacher Yuan's looks. So if I were less attractive, you wouldn't pay attention in class? The sudden interjection startled two girls, who looked up to find the golden-haired man still lecturing. Yet at that moment, he cast a glance in their direction, nodding with a smile. Refrain from discussing matters unrelated to the class and focus on your studies. The two girls, startled like rabbits, nodded vigorously, then buried their heads in their notes, though internally, their astonishment surged like a tidal wave. To convey a message directly through mental prowess at such a level is something even a typical soul master could scarcely attain. The golden-haired man did not continue to regard the two girls. Of course, under certain exceptional circumstances, a high-quality martial soul may not necessarily confer rapid cultivation benefits upon a soul master. This is not covered in the textbook, nor will it appear on the exam, but I feel compelled to mention it. What is it, teacher? A curious student raised his hand. This was the teaching style of the golden-haired man, distinct from other instructors who would merely lecture while students took notes in his class. Students could raise their hand with questions, provided they were relevant to the lesson. The golden-haired man nodded, acknowledging him, and said, "As I mentioned, this issue is not exam material, simply listen." The martial soul in question is termed an ultimate martial soul, characterized by possessing extreme attributes among its category. As for the cultivation speed of ultimate martial soul masters between levels 30 and 70, I can only describe it with one word: turtle paste. That's two words the student muttered softly from below. The golden-haired man shot a glance at the whispering student before continuing to explain. There are many types of ultimate martial souls. The classroom was once again filled with the sound of scribbling as students jotted down notes. Thus, I reiterate, under certain exceptional circumstances, a high-quality martial soul may not necessarily confer rapid cultivation benefits upon a soul master. This is merely an anomaly. Dang, 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 dang. No sooner had he finished speaking than the dismissal bell rang. All right, class is over. The reason for the golden-haired man's popularity among students, aside from his vast knowledge and handsome appearance, was primarily that he never prolonged class. On campus, the sun shone brightly, and flowers bloomed vibrantly. The capital of the Bala Kingdom is situated in a temperate zone compared to the humid and sweltering summers of the southern Star Dou Empire. Summers here are comfortably pleasant. The Balic Intermediate Soul Master Academy is no impoverished institution located in a village. Financial support from the royal family has endowed this intermediate soul master academy with exceptional teaching facilities and a splendid campus environment, featuring century-old architecture, towering trees bursting with foliage, and youthful students brimming with vitality. Forever the most striking scenery of this academy. In this idyllic setting, the golden-haired man expressed a youthful sentiment. Ah, summer is truly beautiful. Teacher Yuan, what are you saying? Huh? Yuan Shuanlu, the golden-haired man, also known as Teacher Yuan, smiled awkwardly. Damn, I didn't even notice this woman. Teacher Yuan, I would like to speak with you. The woman, not waiting for Yuan Shuanlu to refuse, entwined her arm with his. Is there something you need? Yuan Shuanlu discreetly withdrew his hand, mindful of his influence should students witness this. Who knows how the gossip would spread. The woman, surnamed Bai, was also an exceptionally gifted soul master, having achieved level 58 at merely 30 years of age. Aside from her formidable strength, Teacher Bai's appearance was equally remarkable. Her fair skin, rosy cheeks, and a pair of standard almond-shaped eyes glimmered with a hazy allure reminiscent of autumn waters. Teacher Yuan's teaching quality is truly impressive, Teacher Bai remarked, her eyes sparkling. Yuan Shuanlu chuckled nervously. It's merely a matter of reciting the textbook. Perhaps I've had the opportunity to experience more than these students, which allows me to embellish the lessons a bit. Not at all, Teacher Yuan. Your discussion on ultimate martial souls today was quite enlightening, and I benefited greatly from it. Haha, is that so? Teacher Bai parted her lips. I intend to request that you join my class, thus creating a formidable alliance. Future students would have a better chance of being admitted to the Advanced Soul Master Academy, or even the Tindo Royal Academy. Isn't this something you could discuss with the principal? Yuan Shuanlu inquired, perplexed. Teacher Bai gently bit her lip, her almond eyes gazing at Yuan Shuanlu. I wanted to hear your thoughts, Teacher Yuan. Yuan Shuanlu did not particularly mind where he taught, but there was an air of intrigue about the situation. He could only respond vaguely. As long as the salary remains unchanged, the rest is flexible. Teacher Bai nodded with a smile. Just as she was about to leave the campus, she seized the opportunity to invite Yuan Shuanlu, saying, It's evening now, shall we go out for a drink? The way Teacher Bai said this was quite enticing. Yuan Shuanlu, even if he were dim-witted, understood Teacher Bai's intentions at this moment. Father, a bright voice rang out from outside, and a little one was waving at Yuan Shuanlu from the entrance. Apologies, Yuan Shuanlu smiled apologetically at Teacher Bai. I must return home to prepare dinner for my daughter. With that, Yuan Shuanlu jogged toward the little one, waving as he ran. Meanwhile, Teacher Bai stood frozen, the little one's voice echoing in her ears. Dad, Daddy? Chapter 2, My Unofficial Daughter. I am Yuan Shuanlu, a transmigrator. Upon discovering that I had arrived in the world of Douluo continent, I was filled with delight, yet despair washed over me when I realized the timeline I had entered. I am significantly older than Tang San. To put it plainly, he could easily call me father, for I am of the same generation as his father, Tang Hao. In truth, I'm not that old, merely in my early 30s. Regarding my past and family, I do not wish to dwell extensively. A brief introduction would suffice. I refer to Bibi Dong as sister-in-law. Though upon hearing such a title, Bibi Dong would undoubtedly seek to eliminate me. This very reason compelled me to flee from the spirit hall overnight upon hearing of my unofficial brother being gravely injured by Tang Hao. After all, who knows how that woman would deal with me, the younger brother of a titled Douluo? Subsequently, I arrived in the capital of the Banquet Kingdom and became a proud people's teacher, initially believing my life would conclude in such an unremarkable manner, merely replaying the narrative. However, I did not anticipate that fate would play a cruel joke on me. At that moment, I was gazing up at the starry sky from an elevated position, when suddenly, a baby fell from the heavens. I felt both my intelligence and strength had been insulted. Who would dare to drop a baby directly in front of a titled Douluo without being detected? I realized that this infant might harbor an enormous secret, and thus, I acquire my unofficial daughter. Father, I am going to awaken my martial soul tomorrow. The little one exclaimed excitedly, barefoot and bouncing on the bed. Yuan Shuanlu sighed in exasperation, nodding his head in agreement. and raised his hand with a smile, saying, "All right then, my little Linger is the best in the world." Little Dot listened carefully, pondering for a moment before asking, "Daddy, you must clarify what it means to be the best in the world." Shuanlu let out a helpless sigh. In his previous life, he was part of the single kneeling tribe, and although he was no longer part of that group in this life, he still bore the title of single. He had no experience in raising children, and attempting to decipher a child's thoughts seemed as daunting as a death sentence. Linger's beauty is unparalleled in the world. After some thought, Shuanlu concluded that although Yuan Ling'er was still quite small, the signs of a budding beauty were already apparent, so praising her appearance was undoubtedly correct. Wrong. Linger's talents are unparalleled in the world. Shuanlu felt somewhat relieved after all. This was a fantastical realm where strength was revered, and a girl preferring martial prowess over frilly garments was also acceptable. Wrong. Shuanlu found himself at a complete loss? I don't know. Linger's daddy is the best in the world. Little leaned in, planted a kiss on Sunlu's cheek, then giggled as she buried her head under the blanket, revealing a pair of large, sparkling eyes. Sunlu's face broke into a radiant smile. After tucking Yuan Ling'er in snugly, he continued to smile broadly and gently said, "Good night." "Good night, Daddy." Linger's beautiful eyes followed Shuanlu as he left, and just as he was about to step out of the door, she called out, "Does that lady from today want to be my mother?" Sunlu's expression froze. He was at a loss for how to explain matters of the heart to Little Dot. "That lady is not a good person. She is a vixen." Yuan Ling'er exposed teacher Bei's sordid past to Shuanlu. Shuanlu, however, was fixated on the term vixen. Though he was single and unable to clarify the intricacies of relationships, he had always been mindful of the upbringing of his child. He had never once used such derogatory terms in front of Little Dot. "Who did you hear the term vixen from?" "Brother Wong from next door said it." "Figured you must not use that term again." "Okay." Little Dot blinked her large eyes. "Daddy, you still haven't answered me. Does that lady want to be my mother?" "No." Shuanlu felt it necessary to reevaluate his neighbors. He needed to have a chat with old Wong tonight. "If you're looking for a mother, you must let Ling'er see her first. Ling'er is the smartest and can tell if someone is good or bad at a glance." Little Dot added, Shuanlu turned back, smiled, and nodded good night. After closing the door, Shuanlu sighed and directly stepped out, knocking on the door of old Wong's house next door. "Who is it? So late?" "It's me, Shuanlu." A groggy old Wong opened the door, initially filled with a hint of annoyance at being disturbed, but upon seeing the 2 bottles of wine in Sunlu's hands, his demeanor changed. Old Wong chuckled. "What's up? Got time to drink today? Aren't you supposed to be with your girl for her martial soul awakening tomorrow?" "It's no bother. I came to discuss your son Wong's matter today." "Is there a result?" Old Wong was pleasantly surprised. Shuanlu nodded. The 2 of them draped their arms over each other's shoulders and made their way to the dining table, where old Wong returned to the kitchen to fry up a couple of small dishes before they began to drink. "I can use my connections to get your son into the Intermediate Soul Master Academy." Shuanlu took a sip of wine. He had previously assisted old Wong in this matter, and everything had been arranged. However, upon hearing that little Wong had taught Little Dot the term vixen, he reconsidered. After all, if one could teach Little Dot the term vixen today, tomorrow they could teach her something even worse. The wisdom of Meng Mu's 3 relocations still held true. That's good. Old Wong took a sip of wine, smacked his lips, and smiled. "Thank you, brother." "Ah, you're being too formal." Shuanlu waved his hand dismissively. "However, it's not the Balik Intermediate Soul Master Academy, but the Intermediate Soul Master Academy in the Fastnu province." Old Wong picked up a couple of bites of the small dishes, falling silent. Fastnu province is a directly governed province of the Tindo Empire, while old Wong's family resides in the Balik Kingdom. Strictly speaking, this would be considered going abroad. Then old Wong broke the silence, grasped Sunlu's hand, nodded, and said with a smile, "That works too. Thank you, brother. That little rascal of mine has poor talent. Just getting him into an Intermediate Soul Master Academy is already a blessing. When it comes to asking others for favors, it's just the way it is." Though he started in business, his cultivation level was not high, and he had no voice in the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. And given that his little rascal had such poor talent that no Intermediate Soul Master Academy wanted him, he had to stuff a few red envelopes into Yuan Sunless hands to get things done. As a result, he unexpectedly ended up getting into the Intermediate Soul Master Academy in Fastner Province. Aren't you Yuan Ling'er, a teacher at the Balak Intermediate Soul Master Academy? How did you manage to get a connection at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy in Fastner Province? It's nothing. Yuan Shuanlu waved his hand. Yuan Shuanlu and Old Wang continued to drink and boast until the deep of night. Before Yuan Shuanlu finally left Old Wang's house. Stepping outside, after a few paces, Yuan Shuanlu returned to his own home. Upon entering his study, Yuan Shuanlu used his soul power to disperse the smell of alcohol from his body, then plopped down into a genuine leather chair. He first inscribed a letter of introduction for the Fastnuo Intermediate Soul Master Academy on a mahogany table, then retrieved another letter for the Balak Intermediate Soul Master Academy from his soul guide device, and proceeded to ignite it, reducing it to ashes. Thus, the young Wang, who could have studied in the Balak Kingdom, was destined to attend the Fastnuo province of the Tindo Empire instead. In truth, the Fastnuo province was not far from the Balak Kingdom, and the old Wang family could afford the expenses of sending their child to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy there. After all, Yuan Shuanlu wouldn't seek residence in a slum, would he? To be neighbors with Yuan Shuanlu implied not merely wealth, but also a certain level of capital. Attending the Intermediate Soul Master Academy in the Fastnuo province was merely a trial for the child. Yuan Shuanlu sighed, a hint of a roguish smile gracing his features. Alas, I am but a kind-hearted person. Chapter 3. Awakening of the Martial Soul. I have a little donkey, and I never ride it. Yuan Shuanlu and his daughter Yuan Ling'er sang merrily, skipping along towards the Martial Soul Hall in Balak City. Today marked the day of Yuan Ling'er's martial soul awakening. Daddy, what do you think my martial soul will be? This was the 31st time Yuan Ling'er had posed this question since rising that morning. As a human in the Douluo continent, it is true that one's martial soul can indeed reveal much about their future. The powerful martial soul might lead to a name etched in history, while a mediocre one could still ensure a life of wealth and comfort. However, those with exceedingly poor martial souls, devoid of soul power, well, they would be akin to cattle and horses. I believe it will be splendid. Even if Ling'er lacks soul power, I will protect you, Yuan Shuanlu boldly asserted. Even if Yuan Ling'er possessed no soul power, given his status as a titled Douluo, safeguarding her for a lifetime would pose no challenge. Ling'er wants to know, were you nervous when you awakened your martial soul, Daddy? Yuan Ling'er halted her steps. Upon hearing this inquiry, Yuan Shuanlu realized they had unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the Martial Soul Hall in Balak City. Many parents were there, accompanying their little ones to awaken their martial souls and waiting in line. Meanwhile, their little one clutched his hand tightly, perspiring with anxiety. Noticing the dampness in his palm, Yuan Shuanlu smiled gently, crouched down, and earnestly gazed into the beautiful eyes of his child. When I awakened my martial soul, I thought nothing of it, believing myself to be the strongest in the world, and then I awakened my martial soul. What about Daddy's martial soul? The little one's eyes widened, ears perked up in anticipation. Alas, it is not particularly strong, merely second in the world, Yuan Shuanlu teased, playfully pinching the little one's nose. Thus, your martial soul is bound to be exceptional. Just then, the grand doors of the Martial Soul Hall swung open, and a beautiful young lady clad in white attire emerged, the word soul emblazoned on her chest in a fist-sized emblem, signifying her status as a direct member of the Martial Soul Hall. The lovely lady respectfully bowed to the parents. Children, please follow me. Today marks the day of your martial soul awakening. One by one, the little ones followed the beautiful lady into the hall, while the parents remained outside, waiting. Daddy, my martial soul must be the best in the world. I want you to stand behind me, Yuan Ling'er exclaimed, shaking off her previous nervousness, her little fist clenched with determination. Yuan Shuanlu laughed heartily, ruffling Yuan Ling'er's hair. All right, you will surely surpass your father. Yuan Ling'er joined the other children as they ventured inside, full of spirit and vigor. Do not fear. I am not a child. You need only awaken your martial soul. The 6-year-old Yuan Shuanlu boldly regarded the elderly soul master assisting him with a glance. Let's see what you can awaken. This taunting voice issued from a striking young man beside a composed middle-aged gentleman, whose tranquil demeanor inspired a sense of reverence. Rest assured, we are not of the same caliber, Yuan Shuanlu retorted, his head held high as he calmly declared, "Let us begin." The elderly soul master swiftly clapped his hands. 6 beams of green light infused into the stone beneath, and a golden light enveloped Yuan Shuanlu. He stretched out his right hand, that a dragon's roar reverberated throughout the hall, and a colossal dragon materialized behind Yuan Shuanlu. Then merged into his being. The golden brilliance was blinding. Layers of pure white dragon scales sprouted forth, and even Yuan Shuanlu's eyes transformed into slitted pupils. "This is the Holy Light Dragon." The composed middle-aged man expressed astonishment. "A white-armored dragon, with a sacred attribute. So this is a mutated martial soul. Ha. This is splendid. We are indeed not of the same ilk." The previously mocking young man chuckled, as if he had finally found solace in the absence of competition for inheritance. "Let us test your soul power." The elderly soul master handed a crystal ball to Yuan Shuanlu. As Yuan Shuanlu's hand neared the crystal, his soul power was drawn in, and within moments, the entire crystal ball glowed brightly. "Innate full soul power. Quite impressive." The composed middle-aged man nodded. "You may enter the lineage of my angel family." "Why is this happening?" What are you saying?" the previously mocking young man inquired upon overhearing Yuan Shuanlu's muttering. "Why is it not a twin martial soul? Where's the Pangu axe? The Xianyuan sword? Just a holy light dragon martial soul is utterly inadequate. It will be severely countered by the little dragon in the future." Yuan Shuanlu lamented, tears streaming down his face. He felt he had let down his predecessors among the traversers and brought shame upon everyone, his mindset crumbling. "It's your turn, little sister." The beautiful lady smiled warmly at Yuan Ling. "Go for it." "Hey." Yuan Ling'er puffed out her cheeks and stepped onto the platform. The beautiful lady swiftly clapped her hands. 6 beams of green light infused into the stone beneath, and a golden light enveloped Yuan Ling'er, who then extended her right hand. That a surge of energy rushed to Yuan Ling'er's eyes, and her deep blue irises instantly became crystalline, with a subtle halo shimmering within. Primary martial soul, spirit eye. What is this? A martial soul that is part of oneself? The beautiful lady, merely a worker at the martial soul hall, had limited exposure. In an era where primary martial souls were not yet renowned, encountering one was exceedingly rare. "This is my martial soul, spirit eye." Yuan Ling'er relished the sensation, standing proudly with her head held high, extending her hands. "Let us test my soul power." "Oh, certainly." The beautiful lady handed Yuan Ling'er a crystal ball. As Yuan Ling'er's hand approached the crystal, her soul power was drawn in, and within moments, the entire crystal ball gleamed vibrantly. Remarkably, it is innate, full soul power. The beautiful lady's eyes widened, filled with envy, jealousy, and disbelief. It is worth noting that her own innate soul power was only at level 4 when she was younger, and now, at 21, she had merely attained the rank of a 26th level Great Soul Master. The beautiful lady concealed her emotions, her voice trembling as she asked, "Little sister, would you like to join the martial soul hall?" "Not interested." Yuan Ling'er decisively rejected the beautiful lady's offer and turned to flee. "Why?" "The martial soul hall is wonderful," the beautiful lady called out, hoping to retain her. "My daddy says the martial soul hall is good, but he does not like it, so I won't join," Yuan Ling'er replied, vanishing in a flash, leaving only her words hanging in the air. "The primary martial soul is still like Huogua. Ahaha. My daughter Linger has the grace of a deity." Yuan Shuanlu held Yuan Ling'er's little hand, strolling down the street, laughing exuberantly, comparable to Fan Jin's joyous celebration after passing the imperial examination. "Daddy, Yuan Ling'er is unhappy," she pouted. Ever since she revealed her results to Yuan Shuanlu, her father had transformed into this jubilant state. He kept chanting Huogua, Huogua, and becoming a deity, leading passers-by to think he was a lunatic playing at being a child snatcher. It was quite embarrassing. "Daddy, carry me," Yuan Ling'er playfully demanded. Of course, Yuan Shuanlu crouched down, allowing her to climb onto his back. "I am truly elated. When I awakened my martial soul, I never felt this happy, truly." Yuan Shuanlu walked with a cheerful demeanor, carrying his little one on his back, feeling invigorated with each step. In truth, Yuan Ling'er leaned closer to Yuan Shuanlu's ear and whispered softly, "Actually, Daddy, I have another martial soul." Chapter 4. The Goddess of Light Butterfly. My second martial soul is called the Goddess of Light Butterfly. Upon returning from outside, Yuan Shuanlu's mind was still echoing with his little one's words that he glanced at Yuan Ling'er, who was obediently eating at the table, disbelief evident in his eyes. "Hui Yu Hao, Tang Dou. Could they be your parents? Therefore, this world might not just be called Douluo Continent, but Douluo Continent 6. That being said, Linger doesn't resemble them at all, does she? I haven't seen Tang Wudong's signature pink-blue hair or eyes. Daddy, Yuan Ling'er noticed her father gazing at her with a dazed expression, so she waved her hand. Eat. You go ahead. I will prepare another dish. Shuanlu's mind was a chaotic mess. He could not possibly become Tang Ziren. Raising children for the Tang family? No. Hui Yuhao and Tang Wudong's child seems to be dying. And indeed, that person possesses only the goddess of light butterfly martial soul. Linger is my daughter, if Tang San comes. Linger is still my daughter. Having resolved this conundrum, Shuanlu breathed a sigh of relief. As for the spirit, I'm martial soul and goddess of light butterfly martial soul. Let us consider it a coincidence. With so many talents in Douluo Continent, is it only the Tang surname that can have these two martial souls? He sat down to eat, never intending to ponder over future matters, deeming it meaningless and fruitless. Contemplating it only brought him distress. Transforming his worries into appetite, Shuanlu devoured 3 large bowls of rice today. After finishing the meal and digesting, Shuanlu called Yuan Ling'er to the study. Linger, you are a twin martial soul. So you must first choose one martial soul to attach a soul ring. This matter is quite serious. As it pertains to your future, I want to cultivate the goddess of light butterfly martial soul first. Before Shuanlu could finish his sentence, Yuan Ling'er had already made her choice. Shuanlu was taken aback. What is unfolding here? Don't you want to think it over? He did not wish to squander his little one's talent. Yuan Ling'er shook her head, her gaze unwavering as she looked at her father. I want to cultivate the goddess of light butterfly martial soul and attach its soul ring first. Shuanlu fell silent. Originally, how his little one chose to cultivate was her own affair, but as a father, he felt it necessary to guide her along the path of cultivation that he had intended for Yuan Ling'er to attach a soul ring to the spirit I'm martial soul first. Firstly, regarding the soul ring for the spirit I'm martial soul, he had Hui Yuhao as a reference, ensuring that Yuan Ling'er would not encounter any issues in terms of soul skills. Secondly, in Shuanlu's memory, the goddess of light butterfly martial soul seemed to be of a higher grade than the spirit I'm martial soul. After all, the original martial soul was not inferior to Hui Yuhao's. However, apart from Tang Wudong, it seemed that no one else had been seen possessing it for the past 30,000 years. If he were to attach a soul ring to the spirit I first, whether it was 100-year or 1,000-year soul ring would not matter. His little 1S goddess of light butterfly martial soul could potentially achieve a full red configuration. Even if Shuanlu were to be pursued to his demise by ferocious beasts like Emperor Tian, he would still ensure the most formidable soul ring configuration in the history of the continent for his little one. Yet, the current situation was that his little one insisted on cultivating the goddess of light butterfly martial soul first. Shuanlu fell into deep contemplation, diligently weighing the advantages and disadvantages of the spirit I martial soul against the goddess of light butterfly martial soul, akin to picking flaws in an egg. This was essentially Shuanlu's current state. Could you articulate your reasoning? Shuanlu interlaced his fingers, his gaze flickering uncertainly as he inquired, why must you cultivate the goddess of light butterfly martial soul first? The goddess of light butterfly is powerful and undoubtedly possesses greater offensive capability than the spirit I. Yuan Ling'er replied. Is it a case of preferring strength over beauty? It's certainly advantageous for my little one to be assertive, preventing her from being taken advantage of by others in the future. The goddess of light butterfly is also very beautiful. I desire a martial soul that is more aesthetically pleasing. Yuan Ling'er unleashed her goddess of light butterfly martial soul, and the resplendent wings suddenly appeared, leaving Shuanlu utterly astonished, momentarily lost in reverie, for even he was witnessing the most exquisite butterfly martial soul in the continent for the very first time, the goddess of light butterfly. The purple-blue wings shimmered like starlight, as if constellations were embedded within them. The term spectacular could indeed be employed to describe these wings. It was truly astonishing. Well, girls naturally wish to appear lovely, which is quite normal. Shuanlu mused. However, he chuckled and shook his head, dismissing it as a child's dream. Though her reasoning held merit, he still preferred that she cultivate the spirit I'm martial soul first. But, bring forth the knowledge you have acquired over these years to refute me. Shuanlu gestured towards the towering bookshelf laden with documents and materials up to the wall. I wish to hear substantial arguments. Yuan Ling'er gazed at the vast expanse of books that I in the past. Her greatest joy had been to read with her father in this very space, sunlight streaming through the window onto the climbing ivy on the windowsill, the scent of ink saturating the air as books were piled high around them. Her father would be organizing his materials on a mahogany table while she sat amidst the tomes, akin to a little princess engrossed in a book for an entire afternoon. I cannot refute you. Daddy. Before her father, the learned Yuan Shuanlu, how could she possibly compete in knowledge? It must be noted that she had merely skimmed through those books once, while Yuan Shuanlu had digested, absorbed, and refined all that knowledge. The information on the goddess of light butterfly is scant, whereas the spirit Immortal soul can only persuade you through its second awakening. Yuan Ling'er gradually stated, the original martial soul is a unique existence among martial souls. Those possessing an original martial soul can undergo a second awakening. I believe that after the second awakening of the spirit Immortal soul, it may not necessarily be inferior in quality to the goddess of light butterfly. Furthermore, post-second awakening, my physical capabilities and mental prowess would vastly differ from the norm, thereby allowing for the absorption of 9 soul rings of 100,000 years without issue. As she concluded. A glimmer of ambition seemed to blossom in Yuan Ling'er's eyes. Yuan Shuanlu pondered, where could one possibly find 9 soul beasts of 100,000 years with spiritual attributes in this continent? However, since his little one was resolute in cultivating the goddess of light butterfly martial soul, then let it be so. Her talent would not be squandered. Yuan Shuanlu nodded. Very well, I respect your choice. Hee. Yuan Ling'er giggled, shaking her father's arm with delight. I knew you would agree. Yuan Shuanlu suddenly felt as though he was entirely at the mercy of his little one, and he could only sigh. Cautioning, remember, absolutely do not attach a soul ring to your spirit Immortal soul. I'm not foolish. Yuan Ling'er playfully punched Yuan Shuanlu, then looked up at her father. Daddy, what about your martial soul? Here it is. Yuan Shuanlu released his martial soul, the sacred light dragon. White, divine scales enveloped Yuan Shuanlu entirely, yet the formidable aura remained concealed, lest his soul power exert pressure that could severely injure Yuan Ling'er. Yuan Shuanlu inquired, what's the matter? Well, both our martial souls are of the light attribute. Yuan Ling'er stated, I wish to have a martial soul similar to yours, so that when we go out, as soon as I unleash my martial soul, others will know you are my father. Chapter 5. Soto City. Since Yuan Ling'er awakened her martial soul, Yuan Shuanlu immediately sent a leave request to Balak Intermediate Soul Master Academy, stating he needed to hasten to procure a soul ring for his little one. So, Ling'er possesses innate full soul power, correct? The teacher at the Academic Affairs Office, approving the leave request, wore an incredulous expression. It should be noted that Yuan Shuanlu often brought Yuan Ling'er to the school for visits since he became a teacher there, so the faculty was quite familiar with her. Everyone adored this adorable and beautiful little girl. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Yuan Shuanlu gazed at his teacher's astonished expression, thinking to himself how convincingly he was putting on a show at that moment. He felt an overwhelming pride, eager to unleash his martial soul and raise his dragon tail high into the sky. This achievement was truly more commendable than having innate full soul power himself. After all, as a proud transmigrator, what did innate full soul power signify? Next door, there was even someone with innate level 90 soul power. However, having a child with innate full soul power and dual martial souls was an entirely different matter. It represented the maximum potential within a reasonable range. Congratulations, congratulations, the teacher exclaimed, offering his best wishes to Yuan Shuanlu. Thank you, Yuan Shuanlu replied, beaming with delight. Before taking his leave from the school, outside the school, a carriage was already prepared for their departure. A small figure leaned against the window, and upon seeing Yuan Shuanlu emerge, immediately waved excitedly. Daddy, you've come. Let us go. Off to find the first soul ring. The Star Dou forest is one of the continent's most renowned habitats for soul beasts, its vast expanse nearly equivalent to that of the Barak Kingdom. Straddling the borders of the Heaven Dou Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Of its area, 2/5 belongs to the Heaven Dou Empire, while the remaining 3/5 lies within the Star Luo Empire, forming an immense primeval forest. The terrain within the forest is complex, featuring wetlands, swamps, and more. The soul beasts residing there are terrifying, growing increasingly powerful the closer one ventures to the forest center. Yuan Ling'er recalled the knowledge she had gleaned from books in the past, and began to review her understanding of the Star Dou forest with Yuan Shuanlu. It's rare that you still remember, Yuan Shuanlu remarked with a hint of joy. This reminded him of his previous world, where his own child quietly absorbed stories of historical figures, regardless of whether such knowledge would be tested. At least others would perceive his child as an exemplary student, bringing pride to him as a parent. How splendid it was! However, he cautioned, you must remember that the waters of the Star Dou forest run deep. There are some ferocious beasts dwelling within. Therefore, until your strength is sufficiently formidable, you must never enter the core of the lake of life. Yuan Shuanlu thought of Emperor Tian and his companions. Knowing they were currently consuming the essence of the heavenly dream-eye silkworm and would not emerge for the time being, ferocious beasts, soul beasts over 200,000 years old. Yuan Ling'er recalled that her father had books detailing these ancient soul beasts. Indeed, she nodded, her starry eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at her father. But how do those ferocious beasts compare to you, Daddy? For instance, that fellow called Emperor Tian. Yuan Shuanlu was at a loss for words. Comparing Emperor Tian to a ferocious beast was quite the stretch. One possessed the bloodline of the Black Dragon King, while the other embodied the lineage of the radiant Holy Dragon, barely reaching a state of equal footing. Nevertheless, Emperor Tian, with his cultivation level of 880,000 years, would certainly overpower him. Coupled with divine skills like the Dragon God Claw, even an ordinary Tindo Dou would struggle to withstand a single strike from Emperor Tian. I haven't fought him. Yuan Shuanlu chuckled awkwardly at that moment. Although he wished to impress his little one with the might of a Tindo Dou, he feared that Yuan Ling'er might genuinely believe that Tindo Dou's were invincible and provoke Emperor Tian and his companions. Perhaps he is merely slightly superior to a few ferocious beasts, Yuan Shuanlu added. Yuan Ling'er discerned the underlying implication in her father's words. He was unable to contend with them. Well, that's just the way it is. Tindo Dou's aren't the strongest. I truly cannot match a ferocious beast like Emperor Tian. Yuan Shuanlu felt somewhat embarrassed. Not necessarily. Hearing this, Yuan Shuanlu was taken aback. Dou, are you that confident? Yuan Ling'er smiled, her gaze unwavering. As the day swiftly passed, despite Yuan Shuanlu's prowess as a Tindo Dou, he knew he could not simply fly Yuan Ling'er directly to the Star Dou forest, as it would significantly deplete his soul power. Thus, they could only travel by carriage, which naturally slowed their pace. Look, we've arrived at Soto City, Yuan Ling'er exclaimed excitedly. Pointing at the imposing city walls, the Barak kingdom is not particularly large, roughly 3/4 the size of the Fasnuo province. Within this modest kingdom, two significant locations stand out. One is Yuan Shuanlu's current home, Barak City, the capital and political and economic center of the entire kingdom. The other is Soto City, located in the heart of the bountiful Lima Plain. Renowned as the granary of Barak.as for why Yuan Shuanlu and Yuan Ling'er traveled to Soto City. The answer is simple. Due to its geographical position, the Star Dou forest lies to the southeast of the Barak kingdom, with a small portion bordering it, while Soto City itself is also situated in the southeast, less than 500 kilometers away from the Star Dou forest. Therefore, using Soto City as a transfer point is entirely reasonable. I'll book a hotel first, then we can stroll around the streets, have a meal, and finally return to the hotel for a bath. Tomorrow, I'll take you straight to the Star Dou forest. Yuan Shuanlu outlined their itinerary to his little one. As they entered Soto City through the west gate, night had already fallen. After settling the carriage driver, Yuan Shuanlu began to stroll through the streets of Soto City with his child. Unlike the ancient curfews of Yuan Shuanlu's past life, the commercial sector in Douluo continent thrived even at night, vibrant with lights and bustling with life. Provided one overlooked the impoverished areas, this is truly different from Barak City. Yuan Ling'er observed, perched on her father's shoulders, her large eyes reflecting the lively atmosphere. Indeed, and in the realm of the emperor, there aren't too many pretentious nobles. Living here would be quite comfortable. Yuan Shuanlu had visited Soto City multiple times and naturally began to introduce it to his little one. Yuan Ling'er looked at her father's head and pondered, if Soto City is suitable for living, then why doesn't Daddy reside here? There are many complications, Yuan Shuanlu replied, unsure how to explain that a certain individual named Tang San would soon arrive. After all, he had interfered with the timeline numerous times before Tang San's arrival, only to have all his efforts thwarted by the overwhelming force of temporal correction. Thus, he now sought distance from the main character, yearning for a peaceful life. Complications indeed. There are many, Yuan Ling'er murmured, her eyes misting over momentarily before returning to normal. What's wrong? Yuan Shuanlu asked, puzzled. Yuan Ling'er embraced her father's head and said helplessly, So what if there are many complications? I'm not afraid of troubles. Shuanlu sensed a hint of unusual emotion from his little one but could not pinpoint it, so he responded, no matter how great the trouble, your father will support you. Yuan Ling'er giggled and replied, I believe in Daddy, because I had a dream where you were always backing me up. Chapter 6. Entering the Star Dou forest. After waking from their hotel stay and having breakfast, it was already noon. Shuanlu directly took Yuan Ling'er into the sky, soaring towards the Star Dou forest, his 95-level tidal Doa strength on full display. Eye in the sky, Yuan Ling'er beheld the vast, dense forest that obscured the sun for the first time. A sweeping panorama of green. The exact age of the Star Dou forest on the Douluo continent is uncertain, but just look at Emperor Tian, Bear Lord, and Bai Ji, and one can appreciate the forest's ancient history. In the distance, Yuan Ling'er faintly sensed a refreshing aura blowing towards them, imbued with the fragrance of plants, which was utterly invigorating and indescribably pleasant. Before long, they were enveloped by that verdant expanse. Arriving at the Star Dou forest, Shuanlu began to descend on the outskirts of the Star Dou forest, feeling a slight fatigue even after flying 500 kilometers at high speed. Daddy, are you all right? Yuan Ling'er inquired, concerned for her father. I'm fine, just need a moment to rest, he assured her. After a few breaths, he regained his peak condition and began searching for a suitable soul ring with Yuan Ling'er. Remember to stay within 5 meters of me at all times. Shuanlu emphasized that his little one, still at the mere 10th level, possessed no self-defense capabilities in the perilous expanse of the Star Dou forest. Even a tidal Douluo would harbor concerns for their safety. After some contemplation, Shuanlu grasped his little one's hand, providing a sense of reassurance. Father, what kind of soul ring do we need? She inquired playfully. Shuanlu wished to assess his little one's understanding. Yuan Ling'er lowered her head, pondering. Although the bright goddess butterfly is a butterfly-type martial soul, if I were to pursue a strong attack soul master path in the future, what I truly require is a light attribute soul ring. Thus, I should seek a soul beast of the light attribute. Precisely, Shuanlu replied as he retrieved a map from his soul guide device. Handing it to her, this map depicts the distribution of soul beast species along the outskirts of the Star Dou forest from 3 years ago. Use it to find the soul beast you need. And what about you, father? Shuanlu turned his back, stating, I am solely responsible for your safety. After all, soul masters must undergo trials. He could not raise his little one to be inept. The path ahead was one Yuan Ling'er must tread herself. It would be unreasonable to expect Shuanlu to feed her along the way. Well then, let us proceed. Yuan Ling'er made no further comments, glancing at the map before quickly identifying her destination. She pointed it out to Shuanlu, who nodded in approval. Thus, the two figures weaved through the forest, startling a multitude of birds and beasts. However, just a few minutes later, the smaller figure came to a halt. I can't continue. Mastering soul power control is an essential knowledge for soul masters. As you demonstrated earlier with your rapid movement. While speed was achieved, the consumption of soul power was substantial. Soul power is the fundamental force for a soul master. For a 10th level soul master like you, every fragment of soul power must be meticulously accounted for. It is better to be frugal than to squander resources. Shuanlu paused to await Yuan Ling'er's recovery of soul power. Is this the study of soul power allocation? Yuan Ling'er recalled having seen a similar thesis somewhere. Shuanlu smiled and nodded, pleased with his little one's scholarly inclination. The allocation of soul power is an exceedingly crucial field of study. Regrettably, most soul masters focus solely on increasing their total soul power, entirely oblivious to this fact. Observing Yuan Ling'er recuperating her soul power, Shuanlu adopted a teaching demeanor. For instance, consider a light-based attack soul skill. Take the White Tiger martial soul of the Star Luo Empire as an example. After nearly a millennium of research, the first 3 soul skills of the White Tiger family are nearly fixed. I shall emphasize their second soul skill, the White Tiger's Radiant Light Wave. All White Tiger martial soul masters I have encountered, upon unleashing their second soul skill, behave as if they are daft, directing a massive beam of light straight at their opponents, entirely disregarding soul power expenditure. In reality, any soul skill can have its soul power input regulated. When facing formidable foes, you may channel a substantial amount of soul power to amplify the White Tiger's Radiant Light Wave. Against distant adversaries, you might input additional soul power to extend its range. When confronted by numerous opponents, you must minimize soul power expenditure, opting for multiple low-cost releases of the White Tiger's Radiant Light Wave to conserve energy. Engaging in battle as a soul master of the same rank resembles solving mathematical problems. Each attack, whether from the opponent or oneself, requires swift calculation and prompt response. The study of soul power allocation is indeed a remarkable discipline. I recall that during the Soul Master Research Conference, the scholar who proposed this viewpoint gained widespread recognition. I understand, Yuan Ling'er declared, biting her lip as she rose to her feet. Father, let us continue. Shuanlu, puzzled, asked, are you not going to recover your soul power further? Yuan Ling'er offered a sweet smile, her eyes resolute. No worries, I will be prudent this time. My soul power is sufficient to reach our destination. Very well. Shuanlu was untroubled by the prospect of Yuan Ling'er encountering danger. In his view, she had yet to approach her limits. The two continued their journey. This time Yuan Ling'er demonstrated greater acumen, utilizing her soul power only at critical junctures while simultaneously walking briskly to recover her energy. If only I could be as powerful as father. Yuan Ling'er cast a glance at Shuanlu. In contrast to her meticulous management, Shuanlu's control over his soul power was far more sophisticated. A layer of soul power enveloped his feet, allowing him to glide 3 inches above the ground. Reminiscent of a certain ethereal Douluo. After all, I possess a twin martial soul. I shall undoubtedly surpass father in strength in the future. Yuan Ling'er remained undeterred, continuing to learn about soul power allocation under these circumstances. Should Shuanlu have known of Yuan Ling'er's aspirations, he would likely have been elated. He feared not her ambition, but rather the notion of raising a hopeless child. Have we arrived? Before Yuan Ling'er lay a vast expanse of vibrant, natural flora, resplendent in hues of purple and red, with flowers vying for attention. Preserving such a beautiful garden within the Star Dou forest is no simple feat. One must remember that most soul beasts are brutish creatures devoid of any aesthetic sense. Their thoughts dominated by survival and reproduction. Expect a throng of such creatures to protect a garden is folly. Thus, the scenery here can only imply one conclusion. This is the territory of a relatively powerful soul beast. According to the map, the soul beast residing here is the bright blue butterfly, a subspecies of the bright goddess butterfly, an exceedingly suitable soul ring for Yuan Ling'er. With a swoosh, a large blue butterfly darted towards the intruders in its domain, only to be subdued by overwhelming soul power. What do you take me for, heir? Shuanlu shrugged. Despite not having even activated his martial soul, this must be a 400-year-old bright blue butterfly, Yuan Ling'er observed for a moment. Connecting the dots with her bookish knowledge, there are 2 white spots on its wings. Following the pattern that a bright blue butterfly acquires a spot every 200 years, it must be correct. Then let us eliminate it and absorb its soul ring. Unlike a certain hypocritical deity, Shuanlu never sought moral high ground when wishing to slay a soul beast or human. For instance, a certain god might state, this person has harmed Xiaowu. I shall eradicate you in the name of justice, while Shuanlu would simply declare, this soul beast suits my needs. Perish. Yuan Ling'er gazed at the butterfly for a long while before shaking her head. I refuse. Chapter 7. The First Soul Ring. 1,000 years. The beautiful butterfly was pressed into the mud by the powerful soul pressure. It was not that it lacked the desire to resist, but rather that its opponent was simply too formidable. A title Douluo, the highest level of strength in the human realm. Shuanlu, accompanied by Yuan Ling'er, approached to scrutinize the soul beast. This bright blue butterfly had only just reached 400 years of cultivation. From a genetic standpoint, the bright blue butterfly shares a kinship with the bright goddess butterfly, both possessing light attributes by any measure. This should be Yuan Ling'er's prime choice. Nevertheless, Yuan Ling'er adamantly refused to absorb this soul ring. I refuse. Why? Shuanlu queried, surprised. This is perfectly aligned with your martial soul. The age is too low. Just barely acceptable. The most crucial aspect of a soul ring is its compatibility with the soul master's martial soul. Otherwise, even a higher age would be futile. But 400 years is truly too low. Shuanlu was taken aback. His little one indeed had lofty standards. Yet, he could hardly procure a 100,000-year-old soul beast. And even if he did manage to capture one, would she be able to absorb it? 400 years. I refuse to accept a soul ring of such low age. Yuan Ling'er pouted. Father, did you not say that only those who can absorb a 1,000-year soul ring are considered prodigies? I want to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. Shuanlu is somewhat regretful for having shared those absurd tales with Yuan Ling'er. Stories about soul ring configurations such as 3 purple and 3 black. And the notion that from the 7th soul ring onwards, All are of 100,000 years, not to mention the first soul ring being 1,000,000 years old, followed by a mythical beast soul ring. Such exaggerations are quite detrimental. I firmly believe I can absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. Yet, Yuan Ling'er remains steadfast in her convictions, asserting that at each stage, a soul master has restrictions on the age of the soul rings they can absorb. Exceeding these limits poses immense strain on their bodies due to the overwhelming soul power contained within. However, dear Father, you have laid a solid foundation for me over the past 6 years, and my physical capabilities far surpass those of my peers. Do you not have faith in yourself? Yuan Ling'er spoke with conviction, yet Yuan Shuanlu was not easily swayed and resolutely refused. I will not allow you to gamble with your life. Yuan Ling'er retorted defiantly. And what about your first soul ring? Mine is but 800 years. Yuan Shuanlu unleashed his martial spirit, the radiant holy dragon, manifesting 1 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 2 red soul rings. 9 in total, encircling the majestic entity. His formidable soul power, at level 95, surged like a tempest. In the past, I too had contemplated absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring for my first, but upon truly experiencing the power within, I had to settle for less. Yuan Shuanlu shared his personal experience. Once you absorb a 100-year soul ring, I can assure you that your future soul ring configuration will mirror mine. But your current physical prowess is still too frail. Yuan Ling'er stubbornly shook her head, her gaze brimming with confidence. I can ensure my safety. Yuan Shuanlu. Trust me, Father. For some reason, Yuan Shuanlu suddenly recalled having heard Yuan Ling'er utter these words before, an unwavering and resolute declaration. As if it transcended time itself. I believe in you. Yuan Shuanlu intended to dissuade her, yet the words transformed into encouragement. Yuan Ling'er beamed, pointing towards the depths of the garden. Surely, there are more than just one butterfly in such a place. Let us venture forth and undoubtedly find the 1,000-year butterfly. I had just released my martial spirit. Those soul beasts are not foolish. Perhaps they have already fled. Yuan Shuanlu resolved to take precautionary measures. A radiant white light emanating from him, casting a circle that encompassed the entire garden. He became acutely aware of every movement within this luminous sphere, as all creatures instinctively sensed the looming threat of death. Remaining eerily still amidst the palpable danger. Domain. Holy Dragon. Yuan Ling'er gazed at her father with a bright smile. I will see if there are suitable soul rings. Very well. Within the confines of the Holy Dragon domain. Yuan Shuanlu felt no concern for any soul beast retaliating, especially since those present were all under 10,000 years, making them no threat at all. However, Yuan Ling'er has been rather peculiar these past few days. Yuan Shuanlu reminisced about that night in Soto City, sensing that Yuan Ling'er seemed to harbor many unspoken thoughts. Never mind. What could a little one possibly conceal? Father, I found it. Yuan Ling'er exclaimed. As Yuan Shuanlu approached, he discovered that Yuan Ling'er had chosen a colossal guillotine butterfly. This soul beast was not particularly beautiful. Compared to the earlier radiant blue butterfly, it was akin to a refined gentleman standing beside a monkey. Yet, this butterfly was immensely powerful. Despite its similar anatomy to an ordinary butterfly, the guillotine butterfly possessed a pair of forelimbs resembling guillotines, long and formidable, when a 1,000-year guillotine butterfly struck with its scythe-like forelimbs. The force generated could shatter the body of a first-ring soul master. Assessing the age of the guillotine butterfly was simple. One merely needed to observe the length of its side-like forelimbs, which on this specimen extended 3 meters, indicative of its 1,000-year cultivation. The Holy Dragon domain had subdued the guillotine butterfly. Otherwise, Yuan Ling'er might not have withstood even a single strike. Thus, should Yuan Ling'er absorb this soul ring, how powerful she would become. Yuan Shuanlu began to envision the future of Yuan Ling'er's first soul skill, picturing his little one delivering a swift strike, sending a large pig-headed dog flying. Wonderful. I'm taking action. Yuan Ling'er decisively ended the life of the guillotine butterfly, her technique so commendable that even Yuan Shuanlu had to admit. Quite efficient. Where did you learn this? From you. Yuan Shuanlu fell into contemplation, pondering whether he had ever taught Yuan Ling'er the weaknesses of the guillotine butterfly. Noticing her father lost in thought, Yuan Ling'er responded with a hint of exasperation. You taught me, after all. Wasn't it you who made me read so many books? Ah, so you learned from books. Remarkably, from theory to practice, Yuan Ling'er achieved success almost effortlessly. A purple soul ring emerged from the body of the guillotine butterfly. And just as Yuan Ling'er was about to absorb the soul ring into her radiant goddess butterfly martial spirit, Shuanlu intervened. Are you truly ready to absorb 1,000-year soul ring? Upon seeing the purple soul ring materialize, Shuanlu furrowed his brow, still harboring some reservations. I suspect you are not ready, Yuan Ling'er teased playfully. Shuanlu, observing her father's awkward demeanor. Yuan Ling'er chuckled softly. But when she lifted her gaze again, the playfulness vanished, replaced by a solemn and grave expression. Trust me, father. Trust me, father. The armored Valkyrie extended her hands, the left bearing the radiant goddess butterfly martial spirit, and the right the spirit I martial spirit. I shall forge my own divine rank. When I return, Tang San shall surely perish. The purple soul ring nested atop Yuan Ling's radiant goddess butterfly martial spirit, which began the process of absorption, and no one could halt it. Shuanlu could only watch helplessly, having prepared ample life-preserving herbs, fearing the worst. Meanwhile, Yuan Ling'er naturally commenced the absorption of the soul ring, even having the presence of mind to glance at her anxious father. Closing her eyes, "Father, do not worry. This time, I shall outpace Tang San from the very starting line." Chapter 8. A bold approach to confrontation. Enrollment Day, Balak Junior Soul Master Academy. New students here, new students here. The teacher waved his hand, calling out loudly. Consequently, the crowd parted, with some returning students heading towards the northern gate while the new students remained at the southern gate, awaiting the teacher's arrangements. New students enrolled. Registering names, classes, and soul power levels, a cacophony of youthful voices echoed, prompting the teacher to raise his voice. Form an orderly line. Form an orderly line. Mama, I don't want to go to school. Woe is me. Today marks yet another day when countless parents escort their little ones to school, and Shuanlu even noticed a few children crying and throwing tantrums. Sigh, sigh. Shuanlu and Yuan Ling'er sighed in unison, exclaiming, "Infants." After Yuan Ling'er completed her soul ring absorption, Shuanlu took his little one home, having also registered her rank at the Martial Soul Hall, receiving a monthly subsidy of 1 gold soul coin. As Shuanlu would put it, since it's all benefits from the Martial Soul Hall, why not take advantage of it? Shuanlu patted his head and turned to his little one beside him. Have you gathered everything? Yuan Ling'er shook the soul guide device in her hand, grinning widely. All here. This soul guide device is a gift from Shuanlu to Yuan Ling'er in contrast to Tang San's 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night Belt. This soul guide device takes the form of a ring, resembling a serpent devouring its own tail, thus forming a circular shape akin to the Ouroboros at a tea school. It is enough to simply enjoy oneself. After all, you have already perused the knowledge of the Junior Soul Master Academy, and your soul power has reached the graduation requirements. Just follow the procedure, stay safe, and make friends with your classmates. Shuanlu rambled on like an old man for quite a while, causing Yuan Ling'er to let out an involuntary sigh. She could have advanced a grade, as the graduation criteria for the Junior Soul Master Academy require only 1 soul ring to become a soul master, a requirement she had long since fulfilled. The reason she remained at the Junior Soul Master Academy was that her father wished for her to experience a normal childhood as a soul master. As he put it, "You are only 6 years old. Skipping grades would be akin to pulling up seedlings to help them grow, which is quite detrimental." Thus, Yuan Ling'er had to play with her peers. Eventually, unable to resist Yuan Ling'er's pleas, Shuanlu agreed that once she reached level 20, they would proceed directly to the Senior Soul Master Academy, bypassing the Intermediate Soul Master Academy altogether. "Father, I'm off now, all right." Shuanlu watched Yuan Ling'er register on her own, squatting on the roadside. His heart a tumult of emotions. In the blink of an eye, his little one was off to school. He wondered what plans she might have for the future if she were to skip directly to the Senior Soul Master Academy. He would need to leverage connections to secure her a place in a prestigious institution. There was indeed a reason for bypassing the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. At just 6 years old, Yuan Ling'er would be surrounded by students aged 12 and above, and the height difference would be glaring. She would undoubtedly be bullied, for she was merely a pitiful 13th level soul master at present. And safety was a constant concern. "Brother, are you sending your child to school too?" A man approached Shuanlu, squatting beside him in a similar fashion. "Yes, and you?" "Of course." The man offered a cigarette as a gesture of camaraderie. Shuanlu did not refuse. He accepted it, inhaled the scent, and then tucked it behind his ear. Wuhu and Temple's yellow crane tower. Shuanlu was not a smoker, but he was familiar with it. Impressive, brother. Quite the connoisseur. The man laughed, and Yuan Shuanlu returned the smile. In truth, Yuan Shuanlu had played a significant role in the development of the tobacco industry on Douluo continent. Upon his arrival, aside from seeking to enhance his strength, he was focused on amassing wealth. What was the most lucrative venture? Arms and tobacco. To earn money, Yuan Shuanlu exerted considerable effort to locate the native tobacco soul beast of Douluo continent, cultivated them, and produced cigarettes for sale. Of course, Yuan Shuanlu was conscientious, emblazoning each cigarette box with the glaring warning that smoking is harmful to health. Yet the soul masters and common folk of Douluo continent disregarded it. Much like Yuan Shuanlu had once ignored risks in his previous life, they continued to buy and smoke as they pleased. After years of development, the Wuhuan Temple had monopolized 99% of the tobacco market on the continent. There were offerings suitable for powerful and prestigious soul masters, such as the Zhongnanshan and Jiujizuan, as well as options for ordinary soul masters like the Yellow Crane Tower, Furong Wang, and high-grade Baisha. For the common folk, there was the standard Baisha. From entry-level to the grave, there was always a fitting choice available. However, all the profits garnered from this enterprise were no longer his. Previously, he had shared a 70-30 split with his cheap brother. But now, after that woman took over the Wuhuan Temple, he was left with none of it. He longed to experience the taste of the Jiujizuan. The man lit his cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. The quality of tobacco is quite similar, Yuan Shuanlu stated candidly, but the added value of the products varies. That's an intriguing perspective. The two sat there, conversing idly. Yuan Shuanlu had formed a judgment about this man. He was a level 50 soul king, likely from a well-off family, possibly a noble. The reason he approached Yuan Shuanlu was likely that Yuan Shuanlu was the only parent among the crowd whose strength he could not discern. After a while, a tremendous commotion erupted at the new student registration area. We actually have a one-ring soul master in our class. And it's a century-old soul ring. This child must come from a well-off family. While observing the chaos, the man took a puff of his cigarette, rubbed his hands together, and grinned, pointing in that direction. Not bad. That's my son, Lu Wei. Full innate soul power level 9. Upon awakening his martial soul, I made sure he trained diligently, and in 3 days, he reached level 10. That's truly impressive. His talent is remarkable. Once he hits level 10, I'll take him to the soul beast forest in the kingdom to hunt for souls. Fortune smiled upon him, as he directly encountered a suitable 400-year-old soul beast. My little one is quite impressive. He effortlessly absorbed the soul ring. At 6 years old. He's already an 11th level soul master. Oh, Yuan Shuanlu responded nonchalantly. Was being an 11th-level soul master at 6 years old something to boast about? The man froze, gazing at Yuan Shuanlu's impassive expression. Aren't you supposed to be astonished? Aren't you meant to be envious? Why can you remain so indifferent? What gives you the right to be so dismissive? Yuan Shuanlu, observing the man's expression, surmised what thoughts occupied his mind. This was quite similar to the parents from his previous life, who would boast, my child passed the 8th grade in piano, or my child scored a perfect score on the TEFL, or my child ranks first in the grade. You must be jealous. You should feel proud. You must take pride in my child. Insanity. He was not the father of that child. Why should he feel proud? It's a 1,000-year soul ring. 13th level. 13th level. A 6-year-old 13th level. The new student registration area erupted in screams once more. And this time, the uproar was louder, more pronounced, and filled with astonishment. The air was thick with pretentiousness. A 6-year-old 13th level soul master, with a first soul ring that was 1,000 years old. Why would such a prodigy attend the humble Balak Junior Soul Master Academy? The man joined the fray, eager to discover who this extraordinary child was. Only to be left in a daze, he sat rigidly on the roadside, casting a glance at Yuan Shuanlu, who still wore the same expression. Muttering, aren't you amazed? That child is simply unbelievable. Their future will undoubtedly lead to becoming a titled Douluo. Not surprised, Yuan Shuanlu replied with an air of indifference. That child is my daughter. Chapter 9. The true face of Yuan Ling. I am Yuan Ling, a reincarnated soul. In my previous life, under my father's protection, I lived quite well. By the time I turned 23, I had already reached the rank of a 70th level soul sage. I thought this life would continue unabated until my father disclosed to me that he was a member of the Wuhuan Temple. At that time, the Wuhuan Temple had already established the Wuhuan Empire and was engaged in warfare against the allied forces of 2 great empires. My father stated that he had to return to contribute to the Wuhuan Temple. I wished to accompany him, But he firmly refused, asserting that the Wuhuan temple would surely be defeated and that my joining him would be a death sentence. I inquired if the Wuhuan temple was destined to lose. Then wouldn't his going be tantamount to seeking death as well? He confided in me that it was his destiny, from which he could not escape. He ventured to the battlefield as fate would have it. The spirit hall was ultimately defeated, and that wretched creature known as the sea god proclaimed that he would treat the surrenderers of the spirit hall with kindness. Yet, he brutally beheaded my father and displayed his head atop the city walls. For my father had injured someone named Xiaowu. I began to train relentlessly, day and night, determined to reach the pinnacle of 100 levels to avenge my father. During my travels across the continent, I witnessed numerous tragedies. The Heaven Dou Empire and the Star Dou Empire divided the territory of the Spirit Hall, leaving devastation in their wake. The Golden Crocodile family vanished from history, their lineage entirely severed. All adult males of the 4 lower sects were executed, leaving only children with innate soul power not exceeding level 5, which nearly extinguished the future of the 4 lower sects. And the once holy maiden of the Spirit Empire had her soul power sealed. And after enduring the humiliation of several generals one fateful night, she tragically took her own life to cover up this scandal. The 2 great empires fabricated a clumsy excuse, claiming the maiden was loyal and intended to follow the Pope. As for the highest leader of the Spirit Hall after its defeat, the former angel god, while publicly untouchable, secretly, I was aware of these matters, and I believe Tang San was aware of them too. Yet he did nothing, nor did he intervene. Later, I understood that it was Tang San's directive. Otherwise, how would the emperors of the 2 great empires dare to settle accounts with the remnants of the Spirit Hall? It was solely because the sea god was a deity. His hands could not be sullied. Many years later, I reached level 99, and upon discovering that the divine positions on the continent had been monopolized by Tang San and his companions, I embarked on a perilous path to create my own divine position. However, I failed in the final moments of my life. I pondered that if I could return to the past, I would ensure to stay one step ahead of Tang San, to walk the path he trod, rendering him without escape. When I inadvertently regained memories of my previous life, I found myself back at the age of 6. Initially, I wished to share all these events with my resurrected father. But there seemed to be an inexplicable rule preventing me from doing so. The words simply would not escape my lips. Not only could I not speak of it, but I also could not overtly display my status as a reincarnator in front of my father, lest I meet my demise. This was an instinct from a once semi-divine powerhouse. Yet, even so, I had already plotted my future course that in this lifetime, I would make Tang San pay for his blood debts. In Class 1 of the 1st grade, as the elite class of the Junior Soul Master Academy, the students were primarily the cream of the crop among the newcomers, such as Lu Wei, who had just caused a stir at the school gate. However, at this moment, Class 1 was not solely the stage of Lu Wei. "What is your name?" Lu Wei arrogantly addressed a chubby boy wearing glasses. Afterward, he glanced at Yuan Ling'er behind him, and upon noticing her indifference, Lu Wei decided to act even more fiercely to capture her attention. "Hey, I'm talking to you, chubby." After speaking, he shot another look at Yuan Ling. He had registered with her earlier and, upon seeing her Millennium Soul Ring, had resolutely decided to become her underling, a lesson taught by his father. My name is Jia, if you don't like that. Just call me Brother Jia, I'm fine with it. The bespectacled chubby boy was evidently not intimidated and retorted directly. "Humph, you're really weak," Lu Wei sneered, poking at Jia. Jia raised an eyebrow, adjusted his glasses, and smirked disdainfully. "So, you think you're brave, huh? Please, I'm super brave," Lu Wei replied, his nose nearly reaching the sky. Bam! Jia punched Lu Wei to the ground, mounting him to continue the assault, shouting, "This is for being brave. For being brave. For being brave." "Ah, stop. You all stop. Don't hit anymore," several girls screamed in alarm. The commotion attracted Yuan Ling'er's attention at that moment. Yuan Ling'er was contemplating how to thwart Tang San to her. Tang San and his companions, the Shrek 7 monsters, posed a significant threat to the Yuan family's future and needed to be eradicated at the earliest opportunity, and to eliminate a power. The best method was to possess a similar force oneself. Since Tang San had the Shrek 7 monsters, could Yuan Ling'er not have the Yuan family 7 monsters? With this thought, Yuan Ling'er turned her gaze toward the rolling Jia and Lu Wei. "Martial soul, possess," Lu Wei shouted, breaking free from Jia's grasp. A blade of grass sprouted from his hand, green and fuzzy, with a prominent yellow 100-year soul ring. Lu Wei, martial soul, read, Level 11 Soul Master. Lu Wei formally introduced himself, and several girls around him gazed at him with starry eyes. Martial Soul, Possess. Jia shouted as well. His short hair instantly lengthened, cascading down his back, his nose transformed into a pig's snout. His eyes elongated like crescents, and fangs protruded from his lower lip. Jia, Martial Soul. Boar, Level 10 Soul Warrior. Jia lacked a soul ring, yet his aura surpassed Lu Wei's, rendering Lu Wei as defenseless as a little rabbit before him. Continuously retreating, Yuan Ling'er scrutinized Jia's attire. The material was subpar. Although he was not a work-study student, it was evident that his family was not as affluent as Lu Wei's. This explained why Jia, despite his formidable strength, had no soul ring. His family simply could not afford the costs associated with acquiring one for their child. The Soul Beast Forest was state-controlled, and to enter, one required a token from the Spirit Hall and the guarantee of 3 nobles. Commoner soul masters lacked such conditions. They could only venture into the wild Soul Beast Forest, where the absence of powerful protection meant peril. As a result, most commoner soul masters obtained their first soul ring by carelessly hunting any soul beast. A 10-year soul ring was the norm. However, Jia was likely not one to settle for such mediocrity. He harbored his own ambitions and desires for a 100-year soul ring, which is why he had been training diligently rather than seeking out a soul ring. Having come to this conclusion, Yuan Ling'er smiled knowingly and intervened between the two. You both are impressive. Would you be interested in joining my team? Who are you? I'm willing. Lu Wei immediately responded. Having seen Yuan Ling'er's Millennium Soul Ring, he held no reservations about becoming her subordinate. However, Jia presented a more complicated case. I refuse. I will not be a sycophant for the nobility. Who are you calling a sycophant? Lu Wei retorted angrily. Wasn't that a roundabout way of insulting him? I am not a noble. I am merely inviting you to join a team. It does not impose significant limitations on your future. Yuan Ling'er clarified. Jia remained silent, but his eyes clearly expressed disbelief. I can assist you in obtaining your first soul ring, a 100-year soul ring. Yuan Ling'er revealed her trump card. In this class, the only ones who caught her eye were the 2 of them, and she genuinely hoped for their inclusion. How can you guarantee that? Jia inquired, intrigued. Just as Yuan Ling'er had surmised, Jia's family simply could not bear the cost of a 100-year soul ring. I will not go back on my word. Yuan Ling'er unleashed her divine butterfly martial soul, and her 1,000-year purple soul ring floated into view. With her dazzling martial soul, she proudly declared, a 1,000-year first soul ring. I will join. Upon witnessing the 1,000-year soul ring, Jia felt reassured that in this continent, strength reigned supreme. A guarantee from a future title Douluo was worth believing. What will our team be called? Lu Wei, ever the lively one, eagerly inquired. We will be known as the Annihilation 3 Group. Yuan Ling'er replied nonchalantly, yet her teeth clenched in frustration. Annihilate 3. Chapter 10. I have finished speaking. Who is in favor? Who is against? With a clatter, Shuanlu first tossed the bowls from their post-meal into the dishwashing sink, then filled it with water and added a dash of dish soap before commencing the arduous task of washing. Upon completing the task, apart from rinsing with clean water, Shuanlu meticulously employed spiritual energy to ensure every inch was scrubbed clean. Dad, a voice inquired, how do you conduct meetings? Yuan Ling'er, reclining on the sofa, gazed at the ceiling. Shuanlu, momentarily bewildered, pondered the question. He had always dozed off during meetings, as the leaders tended to ramble endlessly, with the sole meaningful outcome being the declaration of the meeting is adjourned. However, such thoughts were not suitable to share with his little one. A good example must be set. After a moment's contemplation in the kitchen, he replied, well, I suppose everyone discusses a matter. Then they present issues candidly and aim to resolve them. What if people split into 2 factions with differing opinions? The little one probed further. In that case, persuade others to agree with your viewpoint. I see. Yuan Ling'er chuckled lightly, realizing her father had not elucidated how to properly conduct a meeting. Yet, did her little one wish to hold a meeting now? Was it for a school activity? The inaugural student assembly of the Balak Junior Soul Master Academy was officially convened, announced in bold crimson letters. A banner hung prominently outside a classroom, ensuring students would not lose their way. What is going on here? A teacher erupted, pointing at the banner in indignation. Someone invited the class leaders from all grades to the meeting. Replied a senior student. Are students responsible for such affairs? Who organized this? Step forward. Yuan Ling'er, sensing the tension, declared, I'll take my leave then. The teacher, upon hearing her name, was left speechless, not solely due to Yuan Ling'er being the academy's top prodigy. Her actions were met with considerable leniency, but more so because her father was a formidable figure. Seated at the head of the table in the classroom adorned with the banner, Yuan Ling'er was flanked by two formidable guardians, while the remaining seats were occupied by the strongest individuals from each class, effectively making this gathering a glimpse of the future elite of the Balak Kingdom 30 years hence. Enough waiting, let us commence. Those who arrive late shall forfeit their participation. Yuan Ling'er surveyed the room and noted a few individuals who had not honored her presence by attending. However, she dismissed them from her thoughts, smiling gracefully as she extended her hand. Who shall brew the tea today? No one dared to respond, perplexed by Yuan Ling'er's intentions to eye in the Junior Soul Master Academy. A first-ring Soul Master was already considered powerful, yet among the students present, only 3 seniors were first-ring Soul Masters, one at level 11, one at level 12, and one at level 13, none of whom could rival Yuan Ling. The students exchanged glances, arriving at a silent consensus. Since they could not decipher Yuan Ling'er's intentions, they opted for silence. The atmosphere grew somewhat stifled. Do share your thoughts. Do not all gaze upon me. I am merely the convener today, not necessarily the leader, Yuan Ling'er said with an innocent smile. Given your words, what more can we say? With a soft thump, a student entered the classroom, casting a nonchalant glance at Yuan Ling'er and stating, "Apologies for my tardiness. Were you caught in traffic?" The latecomer wore a bewildered expression. Upon witnessing the student's reaction, Yuan Ling'er scoffed softly, inwardly affirming her father's advice regarding late arrivals. Should someone be delayed, simply ask, "Were you caught in traffic?" and follow up with, "How did you arrive?" "I walked here," the student replied. So you walked here, and no wonder you are late. You have no right to attend this meeting. On what grounds? The student retorted, anger flaring. Are you, Yuan Ling'er, deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? Although this meeting had been initiated by the younger Yuan Ling'er, nearly all the senior students had granted it their respect. Regarding the invitation as a mark of honor, after all, not just anyone could partake in such a gathering, only those with strength and background were permitted. Now, Yuan Ling'er's assertion of his lack of qualification to attend was tantamount to a veiled denial of his worth. I am no less capable than others. Why should I be treated this way? Your 11-minute tardiness signifies a lack of respect for this assembly. It demonstrates disdain towards us. How dare you expect us to regard you as the top of the 3rd grade? Depart at once. You shall be informed of the outcome. With each word Yuan Ling'er spoke, the pressure mounted, and by the final exclamation, the 13th level soul power nearly rendered the 3rd grade top student unable to lift his head. His hands at a loss as to where to rest. After all, the so-called top student of the 3rd grade possessed merely 9th level soul power. The student glanced around, thoroughly flustered, without Yuan Ling'er needing to intervene. The others adopted a disinterested demeanor. The student, feeling pitiful, opened his mouth, only to flee in tears. Yuan Ling'er, unperturbed, proceeded to brew tea, distributing it to everyone before stating, regarding the leadership of the Junior Soul Master Academy, I wish to assume that role in the future. Naturally, I abhor the term leader. Those unaware might assume we are a gang of ruffians that I would prefer to be addressed as the president of the student council. All eyes turned toward the senior students. Although Yuan Ling'er had just asserted, if you walked here, you have no right to attend this meeting, it was understood that this was a clear warning. If 9th level soul masters were considered unqualified, then only a few 10th level soul masters could negotiate terms. The 3 senior students exchanged glances, each hesitating, none daring to speak. The student council aims to assist the student body, not just presently, but in the future as well. Ye Nantion, you require a pass to enter the Soul Beast Forest, do you not? Wu-E, your family is facing financial issues and requires substantial funding. Correct. Kuan-Chi, you aspire to surpass your prince brother in political influence, do you not? By joining this student council, we become a family, and family helps one another in times of need. Yuan Ling'er took a delicate sip of tea, a smile gracing her lips. How can you guarantee that your words will bear fruit? The most powerful student, Kuan-Chi, inquired. Yuan hails from a common background, perpetually stuck at level 10, unwilling to absorb a 10-year soul ring. He indeed requires a pass to enter the Soul Beast Forest. Wu's family is indeed in need of financial support. As for myself, I wish to advance further, yet how can you assure us that within this promised community of interests, you can deliver sufficient benefits? Yuan Ling'er smiled without responding. You are remarkable. Your father is a strong figure, your family well off, and your first soul ring is a millennium old. Becoming a title Douluo in the future is not out of reach. But that is merely a prospect. Can you present something tangible as a guarantee of our interests? Do not say, I guarantee it in the name of a future title Douluo. I do not believe that. Finished? Yuan Ling'er raised an eyebrow and produced a hand pass, placing it on the table. It bore 3 symbols, a sword, a ghost, and a chrysanthemum, the third tier pass from the spirit hall, with a flick of her hand. She revealed a black card, laying it on the table, which contained 30,000 gold soul coins. And Wu Yi appeared to be on the verge of rebellion, ready to cast aside their armor and surrender with grace, seemingly awaiting only a command from Yuan Ling'er. Indeed, Yunantian was a commoner, his situation akin to that of a Jia, both trapped at the 10th level and unwilling to absorb a decade's worth of soul rings. Wu Yi, hailing from a wealthy merchant family with several elder brothers, found that while 30,000 gold soul coins could not resolve his immediate crisis, they nonetheless attested to his capabilities, affording him an advantage in future inheritance disputes. As for Kuan Chi, he was advised to adopt a broader perspective. At merely 12 years of age, could he not wait 2 decades? Kuan Chi calmed himself, glancing at Yuan Ling'er and then at her 2 younger companions. Achieving the 10th level at the tender age of 6, they were all innate soul masters nearing that threshold. In 20 years, they would likely reach at least the 60th level, their potential as title Douluo beginning to manifest. It seemed there was a glimmer of hope for competition. What must we contribute? Kuan Chi inquired. You need only perform 1 task, Yuan Ling'er replied, her gaze shrouded in solemnity. In the next decade, harness your energy to keep watch over a girl named Shuanlu. As soon as she enters the Balak Kingdom, inform me immediately. This was a plan to intercept Shuanlu following the continent-wide Soul Master competition that I aspire to become the president of this student council. She concluded. Who is in favor? Who opposes? The assembly exchanged glances and collectively proclaimed, Long live the president. Chapter 11. An old acquaintance from the spirit hall, the first soul ring of a millennium. In the Pope's chamber, the Pope, adorned with a 9-curved golden crown, set aside the intelligence report in his hands, massaging his temples. Indeed, such talent is truly unprecedented in 3,000 years, a woman clad in black remarked. Upon awakening her martial soul, she registered as possessing the spirit I martial soul, yet her first soul ring is recorded as the bright goddess butterfly martial soul. Dual martial souls that 6 years old. She is already a 13th level soul master, correct? There is no trace of any sect or influential force. She is indeed a commoner. Indeed, Dong slightly raised her gaze to regard the woman in black, softly inquiring, what do you believe is the best approach to recruit this prodigy? Should we make her the saintess of the spirit hall? The black-clad woman paused, considering the exorbitant cost of such a proposition. Becoming the spirit hall saintess was not a matter to be taken lightly. Dong smiled gently. If all goes according to plan, this little one will surely surpass me in the future. At 6 years of age, possessed neither such talent nor strength. How could this be? Summon Elder Jew to bring this child back, Dong decreed. Understood. The woman in black retreated, seated upon the Pope's throne. Dong's thoughts drifted into the distance. The surname Yuan, are you truly of the Yuan lineage, or the Qian lineage? Since Yuan Ling'er's first soul ring of a millennium was revealed at the Balak Primary Academy, various factions have flocked to ascertain the identity of this young genius and whether she could be of service to their sect or family. While an ordinary individual might regret their previous arrogance, Yuan Ling'er was no ordinary person, nor was Yuan Sunlu in Yuan Shuanlu's eyes. Allowing his little one to display a touch of audacity was entirely acceptable. As a legally recognized title Douluo, he was not destined to live like a stray dog. Unlike some other title Douluo, naturally, the cost of such audacity meant that Yuan Shuanlu had to ensure Yuan Ling'er's safety. As numerous spies and ill-intentioned individuals trailed her every move, his duty was to incapacitate them all. Alas, I have concealed myself too well over these past years. Otherwise, these curs would not dare approach even if given 100 chances. Perhaps I should reveal my identity after all. What is this? The return of the Dragon King. After incapacitating 2 dubious figures who had been tailing Yuan Ling'er, Yuan Shuanlu intended to depart when he stumbled upon an old acquaintance. It was a flamboyant man, his skin as delicate as that of a newborn, and had he not caught sight of the slight prominence of his Adam's apple, he might have mistaken him for a woman. Ju Dua, Yuguan. What was this fellow up to? Yuan Shuanlu mused. Though he had anticipated that the Spirit Hall would send someone to engage Yuan Ling'er, he had not expected a Title Douluo to approach personally. Let us observe what Zhu Guan is scheming. Yuan Shuanlu deftly concealed himself. The so-called Zhu Guan, Zhu Douluo, appeared oblivious to Yuan Shuanlu's presence, even though they shared the same 95th level that Zhu De entered the Balak Primary Soul Master Academy. Disregarding the gatekeeper and searching for Yuan Ling'er, soon, he spotted her on the playground, and with a bright smile, he approached her, greeting her warmly. "Hello, little sister." Yuan Ling'er looked up, seeing this striking sister, even though she had also been a Title Douluo in her past life. She did not recognize Zhu Douluo. After all, he had passed away before she reached that level. Thus, Yuan Ling'er asked, "Who are you? Allow me to introduce myself. I am an elder of the Spirit Hall." Title: Zhu Douluo was undertaking this secret mission without donning the grand red robe that signified his status. Otherwise, given his ostentatious nature, he might have created quite a stir. Title Douluo, a Jie and Lu Wei, who were quite familiar with Yuan Ling'er, had been nearby and overheard Zhu De's introduction. Indeed, Zhu Guan's face was filled with pride. "There are many people around. Follow me." After saying this, Zhu Guan attempted to lead Yuan Ling'er to a more secluded spot. But after a few steps, he noticed Yuan Ling'er remained stationary. "I am not foolish." Yuan Ling'er was not deceived by Zhu Guan's pretense. Entering a secluded grove with him could very well lead to her demise without anyone knowing. Zhu Guan, realizing he had no choice, furrowed his brow and instructed a Jie and Lu Wei, "You two, step aside." Exchanging glances, Lu Wei and a Jie chuckled. No one paid heed to the beautiful elder sister. "Sister, while you are quite lovely, we are under the president's protection," Lu Wei boasted with pride. For reasons unknown, Zhu Guan found himself reminded of his own past when he heard the child speak those words. "I am the first hound under His Holiness the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Yu Guan." Feeling deeply insulted, Zhu Guan let out a cold laugh. I do not have time to play with you." Sensing the soul power emanating from Zhu Guan, which rivaled that of her own father, Yuan Ling'er's expression shifted. "By the heavens, this elder sister is truly a Title Douluo. Do not worry, let the others withdraw. Zhu Guan will not harm you." Suddenly, Yuan Ling'er heard a voice in her mind, her father's voice. With her father backing her, Yuan Ling'er felt considerably more at ease, waving to a Jie and Lu Wei. "You may step back." Understood. Once Lu Wei and a Jie had withdrawn, Yuan Ling'er spoke. "Sister, I am a boy." Zhu Guan's expression turned to one of disbelief. "But you look just like a girl, truly quite beautiful." "Thank you." Receiving Yuan Ling'er's compliment, Zhu Guan maintained a facade of composure, though his voice had already risen in excitement. Father was indeed correct. This child has a penchant for cross-dressing. Yuan Ling'er harbored impolite thoughts, but elegantly addressed Zhu Douluo. "I understand the purpose of Elder Zhu's visit, but please allow me to decline the invitation to join the Spirit Hall." Zhu Guan's smile faltered, his demeanor cooling slightly. "Do you realize what the Spirit Hall represents? Are you truly considering rejecting its invitation?" The implication being that it could lead to her destruction at the hands of Tang San. Yuan Ling'er mentally added this, though she kept such thoughts to herself in Zhu Douluo's presence. Instead, she merely reiterated, "I do not intend to join the Spirit Hall." Zhu Douluo scrutinized Yuan Ling'er and half-jokingly, half-threateningly remarked, "The Spirit Hall is not comprised of benevolent individuals, you know. I am aware. In fact, no organization or force is devoid of malice. Those who stand out in the woods are bound to be uprooted. I have become a thorn in everyone's side. It is good that you understand. But Elder Zhu, do you know why I have been so audacious for so long without facing any repercussions? Because I am a Title Douluo." Yuan Ling'er's smile exuded elegance and confidence. And coupled with her former life as a limit Douluo, she managed to momentarily charm Zhu Huaguan. However, Zhu Huaguan, now filled with indignation, resolved not to show Yuan Ling'er any kindness. The emperor had issued orders. Should Yuan Ling'er refuse to join the Spirit Hall, she was to be eliminated. A toast refused would be met with a punitive drink. The more enraged Zhu Douluo became, the more composed Yuan Ling'er appeared. "Zhu Elder, are you certain you wish to stand against a Title Douluo?" she inquired with a hint of amusement. Zhu Huaguan, with a sinister smile, retorted, "Are you jesting? You are merely 6 years old. How could a 6-year-old be a Title Douluo? In all my years, I have never witnessed such a phenomenon." But today you shall," Yuan Ling'er replied, as 6 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 2 red, circled around her, emanating a powerful aura that nearly suffocated Zhu Huaguan. With an elegant smile, Yuan Ling'er declared, I am known as the Title Douluo, Spirit Butterfly. Zhu Huaguan, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I feel as if I have been made a fool of. How can there be a 6-year-old Title Douluo in this world? I have toiled my entire life to attain the Title Douluo rank, while you, Yuan Ling'er, achieve it at merely 6 years old. This is not how luck works." Having finally located him, Zhu Huaguan shouted, "Come out!" Concealing his aura while releasing his martial spirit was an impossible feat for Yuan Shuanlu, and after a brief moment of distraction, Zhu Huaguan discerned his position. Yuan Shuanlu materialized from behind Yuan Ling'er. His gaze steady as he regarded Zhu Huaguan, saying, "Long time no see, Yuguan." Zhu Huaguan, upon seeing Yuan Shuanlu's face, let out a soft gasp, a wave of emotion washing over him as tears welled in his eyes. "You are still alive." Yuan Shuanlu, aware of his friend's emotional turmoil, quickly wiped his tears away. "I apologize. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement. I never imagined you were still in this world." Yuan Shuanlu, with a wry smile, replied, "What have the tales of my departure become in everyone's minds?" Zhu Douluo sniffled, "When the former pope suddenly passed, and you vanished without a trace, we thought you had killed the former pope and were eliminated from within." A rather absurd situation unfolded. "Then, who is she?" Zhu Douluo inquired, noting the unusual connection between Yuan Shuanlu and Yuan Ling'er. Yuan Shuanlu puffed out his chest, placing a hand on Yuan Ling'er's shoulder, proudly declaring, "My daughter, Yuan Ling'er." "So she is your daughter," Zhu Huaguan realized, understanding now why Yuan Shuanlu had released his martial spirit in conjunction with the title of Spirit Butterfly Duel. Naturally, one would dote on their own daughter. With hands clasped behind his back, Yuan Shuanlu began to float away, leaving a lingering remark, "Come with me. Let us resolve matters concerning my daughter." "Very well," Zhu Huaguan responded, taking flight to pursue Yuan Shuanlu. However, Yuan Ling'er, sensing the oddity of the situation as the two figures departed, akin to long-lost lovers meeting in secret, could no longer contain herself and shouted, "Father, I do not want that mother," in a certain tavern. Not a hotel, Yuan Shuanlu and Yu Guan ordered a jug of wine and a couple of side dishes, reminiscent of old friends reuniting after many years. Zhu Huaguan, in high spirits, refrained from using his soul power to dispel the effects of alcohol, and after a few drinks, began to regale stories of Yuan Shuanlu's past misadventures. "Ha! I still remember when you were in your 20s, the former pope sought a bride for you, yet you adamantly refused to marry. That very night, you went off with Lao Gui to indulge in the pleasures of the world, and you did nothing at all. Meanwhile, Lao Gui, after a few jugs of wine, ended up in a room with a girl. And the next day, he could hardly walk. Rumors circulated at that time, suggesting that he favored men." Yuan Shuanlu's expression darkened. The incident had caused quite a stir in the spirit city, and the source of those rumors was none other than the man before him. Thus, Yuan Shuanlu retorted coldly, "So, in the end, you were the one who dressed as a bride to fool my brother, weren't you? How vexing!" Zhu Huaguan exclaimed, his face paling. "The Pope turned ashen, pointing at me, unable to utter a word, which terrified me into thinking he might take my life." A blush crept onto Zhu Huaguan's cheeks, leaving Yuan Shuanlu uneasy, realizing that his friend's skills in cross-dressing had only improved. Resisting the impulse to punch Zhu Huaguan, Yuan Shuanlu sighed and lamented, "You truly are insufferable." Zhu Huaguan, sensing the moment was ripe, took a few bites of the dishes and vaguely stated, "We ought to discuss serious matters now. The Emperor has personally tasked me with bringing Yuan Ling'er back. Following Bai Dong is indeed a positive turn of events." Yuan Shuanlu replied, "Of course." "Of course," Zhu Huaguan chuckled, steering the conversation back. "Yuan Ling'er possesses exceptional talent. The Emperor hopes she will join the Spirit Hall. If she consents, she will immediately become the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall." "Qian Sunji is my brother," Yuan Shuanlu stated plainly. "Huh?" Zhu Huaguan was puzzled. Thus, even if Linger chooses not to join the Spirit Hall, she can never truly be considered an enemy of it. "How can you not understand this?" Zhu Huaguan grew agitated. If the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School discover that Lingo possesses twin martial souls and cannot recruit her, would they not resort to eliminating her? I have the means to protect Linger, and I do not wish for her future to be constrained, just as I have been branded with the label Angel Family until my dying day. Even though I am not an angel martial soul, relay this to the Emperor." But Zhu Huaguan hesitated. Yuan Shuanlu took another sip of wine, directly addressing the Emperor by name. "If Bai Dong believes this to be unacceptable, let her come personally, and I will speak with her." "Very well, I shall report this upon my return, Zhu Huaguan conceded, not pressing further. He then produced a sapphire necklace from his soul guide and presented it to Yuan Shuanlu. What is this for? Yuan Shuanlu frowned. There is no need for such formality between us. You need not gift me a necklace. Are you out of your mind? Zhu Huaguan scoffed. This is a gift from me as an uncle to Ling. It is grandfather Zhu? Uncle, unless you wish to be a generation behind me. All right then. Yuan Shuanlu accepted the luxurious necklace without further ado, saying, Then I shall thank Uncle Zhu on behalf of Ling. Chapter 13. You were destined to be my wife. Thus it is. Zhu Huaguan stood beneath the altar of the Pope's hall, respectfully reporting to Bibi Dong the events surrounding his invitation to Yuan Ling. However, our esteemed Pope's attention had already shifted from Yuan Ling'er to Yuan Shuanlu. He indeed chose to live in seclusion there. Bibi Dong's expression was complex. Her relationship with Yuan Shuanlu was intricate, defying simple categorizations of good and evil, and entangled in interests, such as Yuan Shuanlu having once seized her soul bone, and that tobacco company now wholly belonging to her. Moreover, the position of Pope should rightfully belong to Yuan Shuanlu. In summary, it seems I ought to pay him a visit. Barak City, the capital of the Barak Kingdom, bears a striking resemblance in layout to Heaven Dou City, hence it is often referred to as Little Heaven Dou City, in this bustling metropolis. The former Yuan Shuanlu relished attending soirees among the upper crust, enjoyed imparting wisdom at the Soul Master Academy, and favored soaring to the pinnacle of Barak Tower to indulge in libations. Yet now, Yuan Shuanlu finds the greatest pleasure in casually wandering through the grand marketplace, embracing the simplicity of life. Aunt Li, these loofahs look splendid today. I'll take two. Please. Yes, I plan to make loofah and egg soup. Yuan Shuanlu ambled along, clutching a small cloth bag, resembling a leisurely old man perusing a vegetable market, greeting everyone with a cheerful grin. After a few more steps, deep within the market, this carnivorous Yuan Shuanlu's gaze fell upon today's main dish. Oh ho ho, Uncle Zhang, this beef looks excellent. He licked his lips and poked at the meat before him. Uncle Zhang, a simple soul, struggled to articulate much despite their 6-year acquaintance, merely scratching his head in a good-natured manner. His wife, however, was quite loquacious and promptly addressed Yuan Shuanlu with a smile. Hey there, Yuan Gu, buy a few gene for your daughter to improve her diet. Yuan Shuanlu chuckled sheepishly. He had never used a soul-guiding device while shopping here. Nor did he put on airs. From 6 years ago until now, everyone regarded him as an ordinary person, not a soul master. Yet for an ordinary person, indulging in beef was indeed a luxury. All right, Yuan Shuanlu selected the finest cut, and as Uncle Zhang packaged it, he generously added a few smaller pieces for Yuan Shuanlu. Give your child something good to eat. Uncle Zhang grinned warmly. Thank you. Yuan Shuanlu replied, equally amiable, stuffing the packaged beef into his cloth bag. He then ambled over to the watermelon stand. Intent on purchasing a few to satisfy his cravings, he gently tapped left and right, tilting his ear to listen to the sound as he selected a watermelon. This was his habit, one he had maintained since his time at the Spirit Hall, later spreading to others. Zhu Huaguan. Indeed. It was I, leading everyone to admire this peculiar, unprecedented method of choosing watermelons, which could be deemed a cultural invasion of the Douluo continent. A hand rested on a watermelon. Is this the life you lead now? A woman in a black robe mimicked Yuan Shuanlu's actions, crouching down and tapping a watermelon, her stunning visage directly facing him, momentarily leaving Yuan Shuanlu in awe. This woman was regal, beautiful, and powerful, yet she was Bibi Dong. The current pope, and the esteemed pope, was tapping a watermelon. What brings you here? Yuan Shuanlu queried. Bibi Dong did not respond, but continued to listen to the fruit. I often wondered why you choose watermelons this way. Yet never asked. Is it to ensure you select the best ones? No, it is to appear more professional in my selection. Bibi Dong replied. Yuan Shuanlu picked a watermelon that felt particularly thin-skinned, paid, and turned to Bibi Dong, saying, Is this about Linger? Follow me. The two then strolled back to Yuan Shuanlu's abode. As Bibi Dong observed Yuan Shuanlu opening the door and inviting her in, it resembled a casual visit among friends. She stepped inside. The house was modest, located on the topmost floor, the third. Upon entering, Bibi Dong was greeted by a fragrant floral aroma. Turning her gaze, she discovered several potted plants on the balcony's security window. My daughter planted those. She has loved gardening since she was little. Yuan Shuanlu chuckled, retrieving a pair of slippers for Bibi Dong. Come in and sit. I'll fetch you a glass of water. Bibi Dong donned the slippers but chose to admire the flowers on the balcony instead of sitting on the sofa. You truly embody the essence of self-cultivation now, she remarked, hearing the footsteps behind her. Yuan Shuanlu approached, carrying 2 glasses of water. He handed one to Bibi Dong. I used to be quite the self-cultivator myself. Haha, more like arrogant and overbearing, Bibi Dong retorted with a smile, sipping her tea delicately. Have you truly adapted to this life? Would you consider returning to the spirit hall? I could directly appoint you as a judgment elder. Wouldn't it be better for you to relinquish the position of pope? Yuan Shuanlu could not resist the urge to retort. The pope has always been of the Qian surname, after Qian Xuanji's untimely demise. Should I reclaim my original name, I would garner the support of all the worshippers and most elders to ascend as pope. What need have I for your offer of a judgment elder position? Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's smile was one of irony. Yuan Shuanlu gazed out at the bustling street and replied, I believe this current state is quite satisfactory. We are not fools. If I were to return, would you not fear a schism within the spirit hall? There is indeed a trend of division. Your father, that old fool, has been opposing me at every turn. The only title de law I can command now are Juhua and Guigui. Yuan Shuanlu sighed. Is it truly wise to speak ill of my father in my presence? Bibi Dong chuckled coldly. And how dutiful have you been? When Qian Xuanji unexpectedly passed, it should have been your turn to ascend. Yet you fled. Do we not know how Qian Xuanji met his end? Yuan Shuanlu shot her a deadpan stare, continuing, I have never viewed ascending to the position of pope as a necessity. I owe a debt of gratitude to the Qian family. I cannot change the fact that I belong to the angel clan, but I am not obligated to inherit the title of pope. It is akin to Yuan Ling'er's situation. Bibi Dong chuckled. The truth reveals itself, does it not? I understand your meaning. That is well that my visit today was not to decide whether Yuan Ling'er should join a particular faction. I merely wish to see you. To witness your current happiness brings me great joy. Although Ling'er is my daughter, we share no blood relation, Yuan Shuanlu explained. Sigh, how I wish I could return to those days. Bibi Dong wept. Had I accepted your confession back then, perhaps Ling'er could have called me mother. Yuan Shuanlu gently wiped away her tears, reminiscent of many years ago, comforting her. No, you ought to think this way. Had I been more adept at pursuing women than that useless Yu Xiaojing, you would indeed have been Ling'er's mother. The fault lies with me. How does that sit with you? Does it ease your heart a bit? Bibi Dong fell silent. You were meant to be my wife. Yuan Shuanlu cried out fervently in his heart. Chapter 14. Memories, Part 1. You were meant to be my wife. Yuan Shuanlu gazed at Bibi Dong with an intensity reminiscent of that afternoon many years prior. The youth, brimming with arrogance, stood before the poised and graceful woman. Many years ago, in the spirit hall, gentle sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the library, illuminating the grand reliefs adorning this kingdom of books. Many individuals traversed the space, most elegantly attired and exhibiting courteous manners. Qian Shuanlu, Yuan Shuanlu, held a book in hand, regarding another young man with a bemused smile. Yu Xiaojing, do you desire this book? Please return it to me. Yu Xiaojing clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. How can you say such things? Did I steal your book? Hey, you haven't even borrowed this book from the administrator yet, and I got it first, so what? Do the possessions of the spirit hall now belong to you? Why do you have such a large face? Qian Shuanlu laughed as she waved the book in front of Yu Xiaojing's face. But her expression darkened in an instant. Don't think I am unaware of your ambiguous relationship with Bibi Dong. Take my advice and get lost quickly. Yu Xiaojing trembled with rage, unsteadily pointing at Qian Shuanlu. Insisting, Donger and I share true love. Qian Shuanlu licked her lips, glanced around, and upon seeing no one, suddenly smirked arrogantly. I am a kind-hearted person who enjoys helping others. With a burst of 68 levels of soul power, she unleashed an impact directly onto Yu Xiaojing, sending him flying in a parabolic arc. One must have self-awareness. You, a mere 29-level soul master, why must you pursue our spirit hall saintess? Can't you seek someone more suitable? Is it so difficult? Must you bring misfortune to our saintess? Do you know what people like you are called? Despicable, a wretched creature infested with maggots. Yu Xiaojing lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Trembling as he declared, my strength is not my only asset. Theory also demonstrates one's worth. Are you referring to the plagiarized materials? Or the revised papers? Ha! You still have the audacity to speak of the top 10 core competencies of the spirit hall? Qian Shuanlu stepped on Yu Xiaojing's face and slowly bent down, both angered and amused. First, the size of innate soul power is directly proportional to the quality of the martial soul. This is common knowledge. Do you need to teach me? Second, Plant-type martial souls are not necessarily restricted to absorbing the soul rings of plant-type soul beasts. Beast martial souls can also absorb plant soul rings under various preconditions. Can you clarify those preconditions? Of course not, because you merely copied a hypothesis proposed by a scholar who perished in the war against evil soul masters before he could validate it. Third, the bottleneck of soul rings does not prevent a soul master from enhancing their soul power. It merely signifies an inability to progress to the next level without guidance from soul rings. This is what you plagiarized. The original source is in the second chapter, fourth section of Master Charles Roberts' work on the relationship between soul masters and soul rings. Fourth, Shuanlu, what are you doing? Let him go. A tall, beautiful girl rushed in, forcefully pushing Shuanlu aside. Then, Bibi Dong carefully helped the fallen Yu Xiaojiang to his feet, gently wiping the shoe prints from his face while glaring at Shuanlu. What are you doing? How can you hit someone? I find your arrogant demeanor disgusting. Shuanlu began to cough violently, clutching his chest and stepping back a few paces. Bibi Dong, we have shared nearly a decade of friendship. Yet you would insult me for the sake of an outsider? Get lost. Is this how childhood sweethearts can never compete with fortuitous encounters? Since ancient times, childhood sweethearts often end up as failures. Shuanlu turned away in despair, but suddenly changed his expression, smiling at Bibi Dong. You'd best pray that Yu Xiaojiang behaves himself. Otherwise, if I find him displeasing, I might just kill him without a second thought. Shuanlu, what kind of ability is it to bully him? If you have the guts, come at me. Bibi Dong stood up, glaring at Shuanlu like a protective mother tiger. Come at you. Do you think I'm afraid? I simply can't bring myself to do it. Shuanlu scoffed disdainfully. Ha. In the end, you still lack the courage. Bibi Dong sneered. Shuanlu sighed, realizing that the Bibi Dong he had imagined before his reincarnation was that of a grand visionary with great ambition, only to discover that she was merely love-struck in her youth. I truly detest such cliché plots. Shuanlu, a carefree individual, regarded Bibi Dong merely as a friend to enjoy time with. He had once had feelings for her due to her beauty, but pursuing her was something he would neither do nor care to do. Bibi Dong, to put it plainly, you are the sanus of the spirit hall. Your future must be intertwined with mine. Shuanlu was unwilling to waste breath on Yu Xiaojiang, but there were certain matters he needed to clarify with Bibi Dong. I know you will be reluctant. This indeed limits your romantic freedom, and to put it more bluntly, it resembles a feudal arranged marriage. However, it is unavoidable. You are the sanus of the spirit hall, and it is impossible for you to marry someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, especially when he is still a useless individual. Shuanlu spoke calmly. I have never been in love and cannot comprehend what those in passionate relationships think, but Bibi Dong, you must be aware of your position. If you were an ordinary person, there would be no issue in pursuing Yu Xiaojiang, but as the sanus of the Spirit Hall, it is unthinkable for you to be with him. The Spirit Hall is not a charitable organization. Qianjiji will use every means to keep you, a dual martial soul genius, here, even if it means destroying you to prevent potential enemies. You are merely a creature of interest. Do you understand what true love is? Bibi Dong, too, wished to express her emotions like before, but she did not raise her voice, merely sneering coldly at Shuanlu that I do not understand. Shuanlu readily admitted, his expression returning to that of arrogance. I am not your caretaker. Nor did I plead for your assistance. I have grown weary of this discussion. Oh, you call me a creature of interest, do you? Then let me tell you, that fellow Qianjiji is also a creature of interest. If you truly wish to be with Yu Xiaojiang, you can, but first, you must cripple a martial soul in front of Qianjiji, return 2 soul bones provided by the Spirit Hall, and work for the Spirit Hall for a decade for free. Only then can you obtain your freedom. No, I am a creature of interest, and I should say, thus, you will have repaid the Spirit Hall for the cost of your cultivation. So, in your eyes, I am merely a commodity, am I? Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, almost on the verge of tears as she spoke these words. She had never seen Shuanlu treat her this way. He was a proud and domineering person, capable of openly declaring before the Pope that Qianjiji was a useless individual. The Pope would always be furious, yet there was nothing he could do about Shuanlu. In truth, had Shuanlu's martial soul not been an angel, he might have garnered even more support within the Spirit Hall than the Pope, for he was a prodigy. 20 years old. Holding 68 levels of power in an era before Tang San's birth, he was among the fastest cultivating geniuses. Even compared to other exceptional talents, Shuanlu's prowess was unparalleled. Yet, such a person, with ample capital, still afforded Bibi Dong the respect she deserved. And today was the first time Shuanlu spoke to her with such cold indifference. Shuanlu turned his face away, snorting, "Huh," as a creature of interest. "I merely spoke the truth, Oh, you know why I can be so arrogant, daring to insult Qianjiji in his presence, and he must endure. It is not solely because I am his brother, but because I bring sufficient benefits to the spirit hall that warrant their investment, tolerance, and goodwill. I am destined to become a title Douluo, and I shall always pledge my loyalty to the spirit hall. Thus they can tolerate my insults toward the Pope, provide me with soul bones for free, assist me in hunting soul rings, and allow me to be a bit more arrogant and overbearing. Because ultimately, I can secure the interests of the spirit hall. And you, Bibi Dong? If you were with Yu Shaojiang, could you guarantee the spirit hall's interests during conflicts with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan?" Bibi Dong retracted the tears from her eyes, gritting her teeth. "I will handle my relationship with Shaojiang myself, but I will report your injury to him. Stop using Qianjiji to pressure me. Once I become a title Douluo, I will make him step down." Shuanlu's expression shifted. "Do not think that if I injure this useless person, even if I harm the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, they would not still smile at me. You are so audacious." Bibi Dong had long heard of Shuanlu publicly insulting Qianjiji, but he had never displayed such behavior in front of her. So she had always thought it was merely a rumor. "Stay away from Yu Shaojiang. He will bring you misfortune." Shuanlu is not a sycophant to Bibi Dong. He is disinclined to engage with such love-stricken fools. However, just before departing, Shuanlu suddenly turned around and said, "Do not be alone in a room with Shuanlu. Be cautious, for he will go to any lengths to keep you in the spirit hall." Chapter 15. Past Events Part 2. As time passes, perhaps we all experienced a passionate romance in our youth, but most individuals ultimately do not end up together, for this only signifies the purest emotions of adolescence. Yet this world is anything but pure. In the spirit hall, the papal chamber, Shuanlu sat upon the papal throne, placing down the documents in his hands, wearing a smile that did not reach his eyes as he gazed upon Shuanlu below. Questioning, "What brings you here? Get down." "What did you say?" "I said, get down." 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 4 purple, and 1 black, floated around Shuanlu as he sprouted scales all over his body, with enormous dragon claws pointing menacingly at Shuanlu. "You bastard, do you truly believe I cannot harm you?" From Shuanlu, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings rose, representing the authority of the Spirit Hall's Soul Master, the 6-winged angel spirit, and his soul power at a formidable level of 95 surged towards Shuanlu. Yet, in the next moment, Shuanlu effortlessly absorbed this wave of soul power. "Waste, do you truly think I am one of those ordinary soul saints?" Shuanlu, furious, laughed mockingly. "You scoundrel, today I shall teach you what an elder brother is like a father truly means." If an elder brother covets his own siblings, can he still be called a brother? Shuanlu's 7th soul ring illuminated, as the golden dragon radiated a sacred aura that enveloped the grand hall. Within the true form of his spirit, the dragon's slit pupils glinted with a hint of coldness. "Shuanlu, you know me well. I have never been one to endure grievances. If there is anger, it must be expressed on the spot. If there is enmity, it must be avenged on the spot. Are you aware of this?" A flicker of panic crossed Shuanlu's eyes, but it swiftly transformed into arrogance and even pride. "Heh. Then let me ask you, do you like it? You cur, do you think I share your peculiar inclinations?" The radiant holy dragon surged forward, the first soul ring glimmering, as Shuanlu unleashed a punch towards Shuanlu, who was effortlessly able to block it. "You have failed to comprehend one crucial fact. Even if your talent surpasses mine, what does it matter? My soul power level exceeds yours, my spirit quality is superior. And in the realm of attributes, I completely dominate you. How could you possibly triumph over me?" Shuanlu smiled silently. After his punch was caught by Shuanlu, he closed his eyes, compressing his soul power into his fist. Then exploded with force, radiant dragon fist. The explosive force momentarily dazzled Shuanlu's vision, and during that brief blindness, he felt a hand resting upon his head, sword of the holy court. A profound sense of danger surged from Shuanlu's tailbone to his skull, and he realized that Shuanlu indeed intended to kill him. True form of the angel. Pain jolted Shuanlu back to his senses. His 7th soul ring lit up, terrifying enhancements enveloped him, and his soul power instantly sent Shuanlu flying. Yet, the light sword composed of holy soul power nearly severed half of Shuanlu's cheekbone. "You little bastard, I will kill you." Angel Domain. Angel Holy Sword. Within the Angel Domain, the user's own soul power is amplified by 30% while weakening the enemy by 10%. And the area is suffused with sacred power that erodes the enemy's soul power. With such a domain, you still manage to be overwhelmed. Shuanlu gazed at Sunji with a smile that was not quite a smile. He truly lived up to the title of waste. In the Angel Domain, what use is your boastful tongue? The Angel Spirit is unlike the Haotian Hammer or the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. It is a symbol of the continent's soul masters because every generation of the Angel family has defended the ordinary people against evil soul masters. It represents the guardians of millions. While you only bring shame to your spirit, a brilliant white light expanded from Shuanlu, colliding fiercely with the Angel Domain as the dragon roared. Radiant Dragon Roar. This soul skill can attack groups or be directed at a single adversary. And it is a purely mental assault. With a sword in hand, Sunji, appearing foolish, was overwhelmed by the immense mental force, his vision blurring, and he found himself unable to maintain the Angel Domain. I now understand how you were defeated. Ha ha ha, truly. Shuanlu was forced to revert to his human form, blood gushing from his nose as he collapsed to the ground with a thud. If you were a title Douluo. No, as long as you were a soul Douluo, my combat power would be severely diminished, but alas, you are merely a soul saint. Though the Angel Domain could no longer be sustained, a recovering Sunji still found amusement in mocking Shuanlu. What a pity. Tell me, how is it that your spirit resembles your mother's? Truly a disgrace to the Qian family bloodline. Puffed. A sword pierced Sunji's body before he could react. 7,000-year saber-toothed tiger's right arm bone skill, Tiger Sword. Blood flowed from Shuanlu's mouth, nose, and eyes, yet he still smiled at Sunji. Hey, Sunji. I told you long ago, villains perish due to excessive chatter. Later, I learned that you truly dared to strike at Sunji. Dong elegantly sipped her tea, gazing at the unperturbed Yuan Shuanlu before her. Did you think I acted on your behalf? Yuan Shuanlu stated. For some reason, Dong suddenly sensed a hint of Yuan Shuanlu exhibiting traits of a typical male chauvinist. Yuan Shuanlu chuckled. You are not mistaken. It is precisely so. Dong sighed in relief, fearing that Yuan Shuanlu might indeed become a source of frustration for her. Yet it was not entirely for you. It was also to prove my own talent. As it happened, Sunji was beaten by me and even sought out a 100,000-year soul beast on my behalf. Ha ha ha. Yuan Shuanlu beamed with pride, utterly oblivious to the fact that Dong's expression had already stiffened. Return my gratitude to me, you scoundrel. Is this what they call the inevitable arrival of male chauvinism? Dong, however, was no ordinary individual. She composed herself and remarked, there is no need to discuss Sunji's matter. He is dead. But as his brother, I hope you will return to the spirit hall. To stabilize people's hearts. That is part of it. But more importantly, to prevent the spirit hall from fracturing. Only by consolidating our strength can we accomplish great things. I have a significant plan to execute in the future. Yuan Shuanlu reclined on the sofa, thoughtfully considering Dong's words. That a significant plan for the future essentially referred to the soul hunting operation, which aimed to eliminate the leaders of the three major sections. But why must he return to stabilize hearts himself? Yuan Shuanlu was no ordinary person. He was a transmigrator who had read the original work. Yuan Shuanlu did not believe that Dong was a delicate flower in need of a Qian family heir to calm the masses. Although she might have been a bit love-struck in her youth, she had now become a figure of ruthless means. Wait a moment. The Qian family heir? Yuan Shuanlu suddenly experienced a surge of inspiration. He comprehended the reason why Dong insisted on making a personal visit to the spirit hall. On the Douluo continent, there exist soul masters, soul beasts, and soul guidance devices, yet regardless of these advancements, the reality of a feudal society remains unchanged. The patriarchal system and the primogeniture inheritance system unequivocally reveal that this is a male-dominated society. This is profoundly unjust for women. A worthless, foolish, and dim-witted prince possesses the inherent right to the throne solely because of his lineage, while a wise, valiant, and benevolent princess, even if she is the legitimate heir, is barred from inheriting the throne. As a transmigrator, Yuan Shuanlu is acutely aware of the adage that women can hold up half the sky. Yet on this continent, instances of empresses are exceedingly rare. If they do exist, such women are invariably extraordinarily powerful and have achieved remarkable political accomplishments. Historical records indicate that approximately 400 individuals have been bestowed the title of empress. including certain titled Douluo. But only 3 have been recognized by law throughout the continent's history. The first to attain the honor of Empress was a female pope of the Spirit Hall from 2,000 years ago. Known as the Holy Spirit Pope, it is said that she was the biological daughter of the God of Angels, and under her leadership, the Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall launched a large-scale war against evil Soul Masters, utterly shattering their millennial-old backbone and preventing their resurgence. The second Empress was the War Empress of the Tindo Empire 500 years ago. During a time of internal strife, the War Empress single-handedly traveled to the Principality to rally support for the royal cause. Over the course of the 14-year conflict, she commanded more than 200 battles without ever facing defeat, earning the respect of all within the Tindo royal army, from the highest generals to the ordinary soldiers. Following the suppression of the rebellion, due to the absence of adult males in the Tindo royal family, and under military pressure, the War Empress officially ascended to power. The third Empress was another pope of the Spirit Hall. Known as the Shimi Empress, she possessed an angelic martial spirit and innate soul power at the 19th level, being the grandmother of the current high priest, Douluo. Under her leadership, numerous evil soul masters were driven into a specially designed prison known as the City of Slaughter. And the welfare benefits of the Spirit Hall, purportedly issued by the Empire for low-ranking soul masters, were also forced upon the 2 major empires during her time. Dong stands as the 4th legally recognized legitimate empress in history. Although she holds the title, her situation is more complex than that of her predecessors, as she lacks a legitimate bloodline. The Holy Spirit Pope and Shimi Empress, with their striking angelic martial spirits, are indisputable in their legitimacy. The War Empress, likewise, was a legitimate princess of the Shuer family. Otherwise, how could just anyone rally a royal army in the Principality? Yet Dong is not of the Qian family. If one were to transpose this into the feudal society of Yuan Shuanlu's previous world, it might unfold as follows. The emperor, Qian Xuanji, was struck down. The crown prince, Qian Renxue, was too young. The retired emperor, Qian Douluo, was alive but too old to govern. Thus the Empress Dowager, Dong, assumed regency until the crown prince, Qian Renxue, matured and could reclaim authority. There was initially no issue. Douluo continent is not a land of strict etiquette, and even if an Empress Dowager declared herself an empress and changed the national title, it would have been accepted. However, there remains a direct descendant of the Qian family, Qian Shuanlu, who is still alive. Thus, Dong's claim to the throne cannot be justified. Therefore, even with Qian Douluo supporting Dong, there will always be those who seek to leverage their own interests by pitting Qian Shuanlu against Dong. This situation parallels the case of the third Prince Zhu San in Yuan Shuanlu's past life. Did those who rallied for Zhu San truly remain loyal to the Zhu Ming dynasty? They merely sought to secure their own positions. What one vocalizes and what one harbors in their heart can be vastly different. Yuan Shuanlu contemplated this, but stated with resolve, "I will not involve myself in matters following the Spirit Hall. This is a principle I established for myself upon leaving. In other words, I shall not return." Dong. Chapter 16. This is you, Aunt Dong. Click. The brass key turned gently in the lock, and a small head peeked out. "Daddy, I'm home." Yuan Ling'er returned after a day of classes. In recent days, she had not engaged in much. She was preoccupied with her own cultivation, knowing that Tang San, that detestable individual, cultivated at an astonishing pace, especially after arriving at the so-called Sea God Island, which seemed solely dedicated to leveling up. Additionally, she was busy organizing her student council, recruiting students of status or remarkable talent in the Balik Kingdom to prepare for future confrontations with Tang San. Upon entering, Yuan Ling'er immediately sensed that the atmosphere and environment of the household were peculiar. First and foremost was Yuan Shuanlu. Typically, he held no particular standards regarding attire, often dressing in a manner so unremarkable that he could easily blend into the common populace. Unlike those aristocrats who paraded their opulence, the common folk would feign respect while secretly wishing to devour them whole. Yet today, Yuan Shuanlu had deliberately donned a new outfit and tidied his hairstyle, enhancing his appearance at least twofold. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant revelation was the presence of an additional woman in the house. Yuan Ling'er directed her gaze towards the woman who was greeting her. Clad in inconspicuous black attire, she did not appear to be of high quality, yet the air of nobility surrounding her was not something that could be cultivated in an ordinary household. Such demeanor often reflects myriad aspects of an individual: level of education, personal refinement, family background. For instance, her father, who usually exuded no airs of superiority, would, when the situation called for it, display an imposing presence and impeccable manners that could rival those of the nobility. But a noble? No, she was not a noble. Had she been one, her father would not have treated her with such warmth. Rather, she was, of equal standing to her father, a titled Douluo. Come, Linger, this is your Aunt Dong. Hello, Aunt Dong. Yuan Ling'er, like an innocent child, embraced Bai Dong, giggling with delight. Ha ha, so adorable. Bai Dong affectionately ruffled Yuan Ling'er's hair, then, with a subtle motion, presented her a jade talisman for peace, saying, "This is a gift from Aunt Dong for our first meeting." Yuan Ling'er glanced at Yuan Shuanlu, who nodded in approval before accepting the gift, continuing to cling to Bai Dong's leg. "Thank you, Aunt Dong. I shall prepare a meal for you both," Yuan Shuanlu announced as he returned to the kitchen. In the living room, only the two women exchanged glances. Bai Dong pondered. So this is his daughter. Although I agreed to Yuan Shuanlu's request, I shall test whether I can persuade her to become my disciple. Even if that fails, garnering some goodwill would not be in vain. Yuan Ling'er mused. So this must be the reigning empress. No wonder my father insisted on supporting the spirit hall before my rebirth. It all makes sense now. Heroes often falter before the allure of beauty. No, she must become my mother. I must evaluate her. Ling not only possesses innate full soul power, but also dual martial spirits. Bai Dong inquired with a smile, stroking Yuan Ling'er's head. Yuan Ling'er nodded her small head. Yuan Ling'er thought to herself, it feels like this woman is about to make her move. Bai Dong, feigning surprise, continued, then Ling'er's talent is indeed remarkable. You must be the top student in your school. Yuan Ling'er nodded again. Has Linger studied the knowledge of dual martial spirits? Dual martial spirits, while a unique gift on the continent, are also a source of distress for these prodigies. Bai Dong thought, why does she respond with just to every question I ask? Yuan Ling'er chuckled inwardly. Recalling that this tactic was learned from her father. It was said that whenever her father encountered parents inquiring about their children's cultivation progress, life plans, or marriage prospects, he would respond with, "Ah, yes, yes." Such a response felt too dismissive, so she opted to respond with merely maintaining an air of elegance amidst the awkwardness. Aunt Dong must be referring to the challenges of dual martial spirits, Yuan Ling'er remarked upon noticing Bai Dong's exasperation. Father has long had a solution. He specifically instructed me to disregard anyone who claims they can help me overcome the challenges of dual martial spirits, and to never agree to join any factions they propose. Dong, the audacious Yuan Shuanlu, I am the second individual in the history of the mainland to possess twin martial souls, and the sole one who has cultivated both to the 90th level while endowing each with soul rings. Is this not a direct affront to me? Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Yuan Shuanlu sneezed. Achoo. Aunt Dong wouldn't merely claim to know someone who possesses the solution to the dilemma of twin martial souls, but would require me to become their disciple in order to impart their knowledge. Yuan Ling'er smiled innocently, resembling a naive child. Internally, Yuan Ling'er thought, you think you can outsmart me? Ha ha ha. As if, Dong offered an awkward smile. Internally, Dong mused, young people are not so easily deceived anymore. The first owner of twin martial souls perished due to an explosive demise. Yuan Ling'er mimicked her father's expressions and gestures during her lecture. Waving her small hand, father has meticulously analyzed his soul ring configuration. His first martial soul is a blade, featuring 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings, with no existence of a 100,000-year soul ring. Nor has he absorbed any soul bones. His second martial soul is a sword, with the first soul ring being 50,000 years and the second 70,000. However, when he attempted to attach the third soul ring, complications arose. Typically, a martial soul master possesses only 9 soul rings, yet he exceeds this by 2, signifying that his body accumulates an immense amount of energy, all granted by the soul rings of his second martial soul. The issue lies in his body's inability to bear such vast energy, resulting in the tragic end of the first twin martial soul owner. Thus, the problem does not originate from the martial souls themselves, but rather from the physical endurance of the soul master, or in other words, their bodily constitution. Dou possess a solution? Dong inquired with a smile. This child, while earnestly lecturing, truly embodied some essence of Yuan Shuanlu. Simply enhancing the physical constitution of the Soul Master would suffice. Of course, it cannot be achieved solely through running. Father has mentioned that while running may suffice for lower-tier Soul Masters, those who believe it can significantly enhance a Soul Master's physique are generally fools. Bibi Dong asked, "What methods exist?" Yuan Ling'er eyed Bibi Dong warily, remembering her father's admonition about keeping his research confidential. Bibi Dong chuckled softly. "You underestimate your Aunt Dong too much. I studied alongside your father and understand just as well. It pertains to soul bones, does it not? They are the only means to greatly enhance a Soul Master's physical constitution." Completely incorrect. Yuan Ling'er crossed her arms defiantly. "What is it?" Bibi Dong inquired. Intrigued, "What are we discussing?" "Dinner's ready." Yuan Shuanlu emerged from the kitchen, calling out, "Yay!" Yuan Ling'er hurriedly dashed over, refraining from revealing what could significantly enhance a Soul Master's physique. Bibi Dong glanced at Yuan Shuanlu, who smiled back at her as he approached for dinner. Was this intentional? Bibi Dong smiled in return. Chapter 17. Is your hometown in Notting? Balak Primary Soul Master Academy. Class 1, Year 1 at the familiar scene replays. The same familiar beginning, the same two lively characters. Away, today I'll let you experience Dang Duel. Dang Duel, a chubby boy, wearing glasses and sporting a beaming smile, placed a hand on Lu Wei's shoulder and then exerted force. Dang Duel. Lu Wei felt a whirlwind, as if floating on clouds, before he let out a scream and crashed heavily to the ground at my self-created soul skill. Dang Duel, what do you think? Jiegu chuckled, helping the fallen Lu Wei up. Incredible, a soul skill without any soul rings. Lu Wei marveled, as if he had discovered a new world, a shimmering realm awaiting his exploration. Jiegu, can you teach me Dang Duel? Jiegu scratched his head in perplexity. I want to teach you, but it seems impossible, as I don't even know how I learned it myself. Huh? It feels like an instinct of the martial soul, akin to how you breathe from birth. If you want me to teach you how to breathe, how would I even know how to do that? Inhale, exhale. Lu Wei completed a breath, and then looked at Jiegu. Realizing it wasn't impossible to teach, Jiegu, face-palming, remarked, "It seems my analogy was flawed. Let me demonstrate Dang Duel a few more times. Hopefully, you can gain true understanding." Lu Wei's eyes widened, quickly waving his hands. "Wait. I know, Dang Duel. I'm going to Dang Duel. I'm going to Dang Duel. Away, what is wrong with you? Don't die." These two lively characters, can they truly be compared to Tang San's Shrek 7 monsters in the future? Yuan Ling'er cast a side eye at the two fools outside the window. It is worth noting that the future Shrek 7 monsters will all be divine-level powerhouses. What kind of gods can these two possibly become? The Dueling god? Forget it. For now, only these two have talents that could be deemed exceptional. Yuan Ling'er flipped through the book in her hands, then closed it with a snap and began to meditate. She intended to break through to the 15th level within the next half-month. Martial soul manifestation. Unable to endure Jiegu's torment, Lu Wei embarked on his path of rebellion. First soul skill. Bind. A reed rose from Lu Wei's hand, 100-year soul ring shimmering, as the long reed swiftly entangled Jiegu's body with a whoosh. Martial soul manifestation. Jiegu's visage transformed into that of a smiling pig, his eyes glaring at Lu Wei with a challenging gaze. "If you have the ability, come closer." Dang Dueling requires a certain proximity to activate. It must be close enough. "Come on, I'm a control-type soul master." Lu Wei chuckled at the bound Jiegu. Control-type soul masters are among the most troublesome, whether in one-on-one duels or 7-on-7 battles. In soul master duels, assault-type soul masters typically handle the main output. Defense-type soul masters act as tanks, absorbing aggro. Support-type soul masters serve as healers, while control-type soul masters embody the strategist spirit. Of course, this is not absolute. For instance, Yuan Shuanlu has defeated several control-type soul masters. The secret lies in never allowing control-type soul masters to execute their strategies, dictating the pace according to one's own rhythm, irrespective of the control-type soul master's tactics. Come at me from any direction. I shall forge my own path. Clearly, the chubby Jiegu had yet to comprehend this concept. It's my turn. Jiegu. Lu Wei, seeing Jiegu bound, clenched his small fist. That day, Jiegu felt the terror of being dominated by Lu Wei. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Yuan Ling'er's meditation. Lu Wei knocked on the door, calling out, "Big sister, what is it?" Yuan Ling'er emerged from the activity room, glaring disapprovingly at the two rascals. Jiegu wants a soul ring. Lua sheepishly pointed to the weeping Jiegu, who sat on the ground, hugging his head. His tears flowed like rain. Did you bully him? Yuan Ling'er inquired. Lu Wei chuckled awkwardly. He had struck too hard, inadvertently causing Jiegu to cry. Jiegu thought to himself that if he had a soul ring, how could he be so easily bested by a Wei? With this thought, his tears flowed uncontrollably. Ultimately, they were still 6-year-old children. What are you crying for? Do you think your future opponents won't be stronger than you? You're merely one soul ring weaker than Lu Wei and you dare to cry. What about later? Others might possess one more soul ring than you. They could even have an additional soul bone, or even surpass the limits of soul masters. What will you do then? Cry. Yuan Ling'er's sudden scolding startled Jiegu, prompting him to cling to a Wei, hiding behind him. Just wait a moment. After the break, I'll have my father take you to obtain a soul ring. Yuan Ling'er was acutely aware of the adage that one must strike first before offering sweet rewards. She wore a radiant smile, as if the fierce persona she had just displayed was merely an illusion perceived by those around her. Are you acquainted with the relationship between a soul master and their spirit rings? Master Charles Robert? Yuan Ling'er inquired once more. The two utterly unlearned jesters shook their heads in response. You should investigate it for yourself. Within, there exists a theory stating that the bottleneck of spirit rings does not hinder the enhancement of a soul master's spirit power. It merely indicates that without the guidance of spirit rings, one cannot ascend to the next level. This originates from the 4th clause of the 4th section of the 2nd chapter regarding the relationship between soul masters and spirit rings. In other words, if you diligently cultivate now, when the time comes for you to acquire a spirit ring, you might well transform directly into a level 12 or even a level 13 soul master. Incredible, Lu Wei exclaimed, astonished. Had I known this, I would have refrained from absorbing spirit rings altogether. Tio leaped from level 10 directly to level 13. What a delight. However, Yuan Ling'er had her own plans. I must return to Nodding City during the break. A GM murmured softly. Then you shall hunt for spirits first. What are you saying? Yuan Ling'er fixed her gaze on Ajia, prompting him to shrink back toward Lu Wei. That I really need to return to Nodding City. Ajia reiterated. But, isn't Nodding City part of the Heaven Dou Empire? Yuan Ling'er suddenly pondered numerous possibilities, such as whether Ajia was a spy sent by Tang San, given that Tang San had also studied at the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City. Lu Wei, always the one to react with surprise and belated realization, slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Indeed, Nodding City lies within the Heaven Dou Empire. How could you possibly come to the Balak Kingdom for your studies? My uncle is a minor official in Balak City, and my parents asked him to allow me to study here. Ajia lowered his head, appearing somewhat out of place. Yuan Ling'er had now comprehended Ajia's motives for attending the Balak Junior Soul Master Academy. In terms of educational quality, the royal-affiliated Junior Soul Master Academy of Balak was indeed superior to the impoverished institutions found in Nodding City. Perfect, I happen to be going to Nodding City as well. So there's no need to return there after the break. Let us go tomorrow, Yuan Ling'er declared with a smile, making a decision. According to her memories from her previous life, Tang San was still studying in Nodding City, and she was eager to see him, akin to observing a monkey. Ajia's eyes widened in astonishment. I believe my father would also relish a trip to Nodding City. Yuan Ling'er recalled that besides Tang San, there was also a coward named Yu Xiaojing residing in Nodding City. She wondered what expression her father would wear upon encountering Yu Xiaojing. He should be quite thankful to her, she mused. Chuckling to herself. Chapter 18. The useless Yu Xiaojing in Nodding City. 3 figures walked through the streets. The tall one was Yuan Shuanlu, while the 2 smaller ones were Yuan Ling'er and Ajia. Ajia, why don't you go find your parents first? Once I'm finished with my tasks, I will take you to search for spirit rings, Yuan Ling'er suggested to Ajia. Ajia nodded, bowed to Yuan Shuanlu, and then departed, leaving the father and daughter together. So, what is it that you must keep him occupied with? Yuan Shuanlu questioned, puzzled by Yuan Ling'er's actions. I wish to meet someone at Nodding Academy. She replied, Who? Yuan Shuanlu suddenly became alert. Yuan Ling'er stuck out her tongue. She could not disclose that she intended to see Tang San, so she simply laughed it off. She had already learned that she must avoid mentioning anything related to her past life. Thus, during this period when she had yet to meet Tang San and the Master, what justification could she provide for seeking him out? If she could not reveal that she was a reincarnator yet knew Tang San was there, how would she explain it to her father? You cannot leave. Yuan Shuanlu's expression turned cold. If you cannot clarify who you wish to meet, then remain here. Yet, truly realizing that his precious daughter was on the verge of being courted by someone. Shuanlu's heart was filled with dread. "It is the master. The master. I have several questions to pose to him," she insisted. Upon hearing the name of the master, Shuanlu exhaled sharply, suppressing his ire, and asked, "Do you understand that your father is a teacher in the field of martial soul research?" "I do," she affirmed. "Then why do you still wish to seek out the master?" Shuanlu's tone became oddly strained, a testament to his effort to contain his frustration. Shuanlu, a traverser, the youngest title Douluo in history, and one of only 2 individuals to possess a 100,000-year spirit ring, a scholar with achievements in martial soul research. How could my own daughter consider consulting that good-for-nothing Yu Xiaojing? This felt like an utter failure on his part. "I understand the conflict between my father and Yu Xiaojing, and thus I wish to invite him to Notting City for a debate," Yuan Ling'er explained, sensing her father's growing anger. Shuanlu sighed, ruffling Yuan Ling'er's hair, and said, "Do you know why I have refrained from debating Yu Xiaojing all these years? Not just me, but many others feel the same." "Why?" Yuan Ling'er cooperatively asked. Shuanlu scoffed, "Because it is futile. Those in the Soul Master community with any sense know that Yu Xiaojing's theories are cobbled together from various sources. They will not believe him, but even less will they bother to refute him. This is why the title of Master has been bestowed upon Yu Xiaojing. It is a name devoid of merit, and my debating him would only sully my own reputation." Yuan Ling'er found his focus rather peculiar and inquired, "Why wouldn't they accuse Yu Xiaojing of assembling a haphazard theory?" Shuanlu chuckled coldly. "Because it doesn't concern them." Yuan Ling'er shook her head. She had already grasped the situation, but felt compelled to maintain the demeanor of a 6-year-old who did not understand. Shuanlu once more patted Yuan Ling'er's head and said, "This is merely my conjecture. Listen as you will. Once, people labeled me a profit-driven individual, but I believe that most matters in this world can be understood through the lens of self-interest. I ask you, what benefit would you gain from debating Yu Xiaojing?" Yuan Ling'er shook her head again, realizing that aside from potentially ruining Yu Xiaojing's reputation, there seemed to be no advantage. Indeed, not only would there be no benefit, but you would also attract trouble. If you expose Yu Xiaojing, he will view you as an enemy. Though his abilities are somewhat lacking, his obsession with his theories is extraordinary. To put it positively, one might call it dedication, but negatively, it is sheer obstinacy. He treasures his theories as if they were jewels. Of course, this can be overlooked, for he is merely a great soul master who cannot surpass level 30. Furthermore, no matter what, he is the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's leader. While mockery may be permissible, should someone with ulterior motives exploit the situation, it could easily escalate into a conflict between the Martial Soul Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Claiming that the Martial Soul Hall has defeated the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and declaring them worthless. Why Yu Xiaojing may be shameless, but can the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect afford to lose face? This is a serious issue of conflict between 2 sections. Yuan Ling'er was taken aback and asked, "Is there truly anyone bold enough to instigate a rivalry between the Martial Soul Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect? What else would you expect? Do you think the top 3 sects are a monolithic entity?" Shuanlu scoffed. When the Pope was slain by the Haotian Douluo, the one who laughed the hardest was the 7-treasure Glazed Tile sect. Ultimately, Yuan Ling'er did proceed to the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy to seek out the master. Shuanlu conceded. He felt it would be beneficial for his child to meet different people, sparing her from being deceived in matters of the heart, as had occurred with a certain young and love-struck pope in the past. It was akin to Shuanlu's daily experience of grocery shopping. Whenever he stood in line to weigh the vegetables, a throng of elderly folk would cut in front of him. Despite being second in line, he often ended up being the last to have his produce weighed. Speaking politely yielded no results, for his scholarly demeanor was too pronounced. He might as well have had the words Navi etched on his forehead. Yet, the moment he unleashed a few well-placed curses, no one dared to cut in line again. Having encountered the dregs of society, one truly comprehends their essence, thus equipping oneself to deal with them in the future. Otherwise, those who are solely engrossed in relentless study or cultivation may ultimately find themselves ensnared in emotional deception or face unfortunate consequences. Therefore, for the sake of Yuan Ling'er's future, it is of paramount importance that she becomes aware of the types of unsavory individuals that exist in the world. Shuanlu, feeling quite proud of his educational methods, cheerfully squatted on the curb, awaiting Yuan Ling'er's emergence. However, Upon entering the academy, Yuan Ling'er showed no inclination to seek out Master Yu Xiaojing. As Yuan Shuanlu had asserted, she never regarded Master Yu Xiaojing as anything of significance. He was merely a waste. His theories and famous quotes had been utterly shattered by his own disciples. For instance, his claim that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Was Tang San's martial soul worthless? Certainly not, which is precisely why he ascended to godhood. As for you, Yu Xiaojing, is your martial soul worthless? Indeed, it is, which explains why you have failed to surpass the 30th level for much of your life. Thus, it could be said that Tang San truly betrayed his master and ancestors. Yuan Ling'er could not help but let out a silly laugh. If Tang San were to join a sect, he would likely embody that very betrayal, perhaps sneaking off to learn the core cultivation techniques of the sect. With this thought, Yuan Ling'er felt a spring in her step. She was finally on her way to confront the young Tang San. Oh, how I wish to take this opportunity to eliminate you. Chapter 19. You have chosen the path to your demise. The Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, a modest institution located in the Nuo province of the Heaven Dou Empire, is dedicated to educating young soul masters from the surrounding regions. Most of its students hail from nearby villages, although many local families still choose to send their children to more prestigious schools elsewhere, such as studying abroad. Like Yuan Ling'er stepped into the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. She wrinkled her brow in dismay. The campus was a far cry from the Barak Junior Soul Master Academy. The environment was chaotic, the quality of students was inconsistent, and there were even individuals frolicking in the woods during the day. Who could have imagined that from such a humble academy, two exceptional talents like the sea god Tang San and his wife Shuer would emerge 20 years hence? Nevertheless, that was of little consequence to her. What truly mattered was that I shall personally bury Tang San's future. Where is Tang San? Yuan Ling'er inquired as she approached a group of older students. Generally, these upperclassmen are well informed about the school's gossip, making them reliable sources for locating someone. Tang San? Who's that? One of them asked. Oh, the one who hangs out with Sister Xiao. Oh, a tall student stood up, arrogantly raising his eyebrows. Why should I tell you? He then leered at Yuan Ling'er with an unsettling gaze, as if she were merely prey. Though young, Yuan Ling'er was strikingly beautiful, making her an object of desire for certain unsavory types. You filthy beast! Yuan Ling'er's expression turned icy. While she feigned innocence in front of Yuan Shuanlu, her haughty nature emerged in front of others. The surge of soul power struck the tall student's eye, causing it to bleed profusely. Clutching his eye in pain, he pointed towards the back of the teaching building. Tang San is over there. That way. With a cold smirk, Yuan Ling'er retorted, You wretched creature, from now on, stay out of my way, or I shall render your other eye useless. After delivering her warning, she resumed her search for Tang San. At that moment, Tang San was blissfully unaware that someone was seeking him. He was quietly seated on the ground, practicing the Shantian Gong. While Tang San himself may not have been remarkable, his unwavering dedication to his training over the past decade was commendable. Brother, I don't want to train anymore. Xiaowu sprawled on the grass, playfully kicking her foot against Tang San's chest, nearly knocking the breath out of him. Not too hard now, Tang San remarked, gently pushing her foot aside to continue his cultivation. Brother, let us spar, Xiaowu exclaimed, leaping onto Tang San. Tang San groaned. This Xiaowu is truly a bundle of energy. I'll spar with you. A voice interrupted. Yuan Ling'er stood there, casting a disdainful glance at the frolicking duo. Yea, without a second thought, Xiaowu rushed at Yuan Ling'er with a fierce battle cry. I'm Xiaowu, as in dancing. I am Yuan Ling'er. At present, both parties appeared to be individuals of martial virtue. Suddenly, Xiaowu whipped her head around, her braided hair transforming into a shadowy serpent aiming for Yuan Ling'er's neck. As the braid swung toward her, Yuan Ling'er swiftly retreated a step, raising her left hand to ensnare Xiaowu's hair. Once the braid was under control, Xiaowu would be rendered defenseless as a woman. She understood the significant impact hair pulling could have on another woman. Unexpectedly, Xiaowu's braid veered off course, and in accordance with her expectations, it seemed sufficient to subdue Yuan Ling'er. Yet, Yuan Ling'er deftly redirected her movement, seizing Xiaowu's hair instead. With a resounding thud, Xiaowu was forcefully brought down to the ground, and Yuan Ling'er placed her foot upon Xiaowu's face. Relishing the sensation, how dare you harm Xiaowu? Tang San's expression darkened, realizing that Yuan Ling'er had chosen a perilous path. Brother, Xiaowu trembled beneath Yuan Ling'er's foot, reaching out towards Tang San, tears streaming down her face. Instantaneously, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility welling up within him. He was Xiao Wu's brother. After all, seeing Xiao Wu being bullied, the first thought that sprang to his mind was his role as her protector. He felt enraptured, proud, and resolute as he declared, "Xiao Wu, I have said that if anyone wishes to harm you, they must first step over my corpse that I promise you. Brother, can't you save me a little faster? It hurts." Xiao Wu finally broke down, crying out, "Yuan Ling'er, what is this nonsense?" Tang San exclaimed, his patience wearing thin as he witnessed the spectacle of sibling affection. Growing impatient, Yuan Ling'er unleashed her martial soul, kicking Xiao Wu aside, and beckoned to Tang San. "Come here." Seeing Xiao Wu treated like a mere object by Yuan Ling'er ignited a fierce anger within Tang San. Xiao Wu was not someone to be bullied. He must seek justice for her. With a commanding voice, Tang San announced, "I am Tang San, with the martial soul blue silver grass, a 14th level soul master. I seek your guidance." A slender blue blade of grass sprouted from his palm, accompanied by a golden soul ring. Yuan Ling'er, martial soul, goddess of light butterfly, 14th level soul master. Yuan Ling'er's heart raced with excitement. She had long dreamt of this day, that in her previous life, she had never dared to confront Tang San because he was a deity. But today, having been reborn, she would finally face him, her lifelong rival. Yuan Ling'er's purple soul ring shimmered into existence. Tang San gasped, for as a diligent student, he was acutely aware of the age limits of the first soul ring. Master had even calculated the maximum age down to the exact number, 423 years. But how could this striking young girl possess a 1,000-year soul ring? Could it be that Master's theory was flawed? First soul skill, Wing Blade. A massive wing of light sliced towards Tang San. As purple mist enveloped his vision, he awkwardly realized that no matter where he attempted to evade, the colossal wing had locked onto his essence. First soul skill, Bind. The blue-silver grass coiled around the enormous wing, but was swiftly severed by the sharpness above. If Shuanlu were present, he might liken it to a modern-day lawn mower, mercilessly cutting down a patch of wild grass. Tang San executed the ghost shadow perplexing step, weaving and dodging with serpentine grace, before raising his hand to unleash a silent dart. Such a young man, lacking martial virtue, resorting to a sneak attack. Just as Tang San aimed at Yuan Ling'er, he was startled to find her had vanished from his sight. Impossible. Tang San's mind raced. Master's theories could be wrong. Xiao Wu could be struck down. But how could his Tang sect's secret techniques be evaded? How could the purple extreme demon eye lose track of its target? A hand emerged in the upper right corner of Tang San's vision, prompting him to retreat hastily. He comprehended the reason behind his failure to keep track of his target. This adversary was not just another minor nuisance. Yuan Ling'er was a soul master endowed with a flying martial spirit, one capable of flight even before reaching the 70th level. As Yuan Ling'er closed in on Tang San, she unleashed her first soul skill once more. With her current soul power, she could only employ her Millennium soul skill at most twice. Hey, goodbye. After her rebirth, Yuan Ling'er had contemplated what she would say should she one day triumph over Tang San, aiming for a phrase that would resonate with the essence of a fated rival. Now, she had arrived at the perfect words. Hey, goodbye. A simple conclusion, after which, the world would no longer know of the sea god Tang San. The scythe-like wings enveloping Yuan Ling'er's hands sliced toward Tang San with deadly precision. This was yet another manifestation of her first soul skill. The blade fell, yet the man did not perish. How could Tang San die? Those hailing from the Tang sect were known for their exceptional dueling reflexes. Although Yuan Ling'er's winged scythe was formidable, its effectiveness hinged on making contact. He evaded deftly, drifting like a specter, employing the Tang sect's renowned ghost shadow misty steps. Chapter 20. My lactose intolerance, significant revision. Both new and old readers should take note. The blade descended, carving a perfect semicircle in mid-aired an impeccable strike, a lethal blow. Yet, it was marred by the fact that a certain Tang San had narrowly evaded this attack. With a resounding thud, blood erupted from Tang San's shoulder. He utilized his soul power to staunch the wound, preventing the blood from flowing outward. He turned to Yuan Ling'er and inquired, "Is that all?" Yuan Ling'er. He had not anticipated Tang San's remarkable evasive skills, which were on par with those of his father. Observing Yuan Ling'er's silence, Tang San felt like a master strategist orchestrating victory from afar. He declared, "My teacher taught me that while a Millennium soul skill possesses immense power, a 3-ring soul master soul power can only be utilized a limited number of times. So, I must ask, as a 1-ring soul master, how many more times can you wield it?" Tang San's smile was sinister. His words held truth. Although the Millennium Soul skill was potent, Yuan Ling'er could hardly use it more than a few times with her current soul power, and indeed, she could not unleash any soul skills at that moment. Does your teacher possess a Millennium Soul Ring? Yuan Ling'er retorted sharply. Your teacher, at 40 or 50, still hasn't broken through to the 30th level. What is there to boast about? Tang San, the inability of the master to surpass level 30 would forever be his enduring plight. Tang San glanced at Shuanlu, then struck a pose of pretentious bravado before her, saying, "Enough chatter, let us battle." Yuan Ling'er chuckled softly, spreading her hands. You don't truly believe that just because I lack the soul power to unleash soul skills, I cannot defeat you, do you? Tang San, with cutting words, recited, "Of course, my teacher said that soul power is like wood, and soul skills are like flames. Without wood to fuel the flames, your fire cannot ignite." Yuan Ling'er now understood why most people dismiss the master's theories. The saying goes, what one sees is not always what it is. Some concepts cannot be grasped without reaching that level. Mere reliance on others' words leads to misunderstanding. Yuan Ling'er retracted her martial spirit, drawing in her soul power to snap a nearby branch, which she then absorbed into her hand. Soul skills are merely tools for releasing soul power, while soul power is the true source of a soul master's strength. I shall use this to defeat you. Tang San's gaze sharpened. He had seen masters capable of inflicting harm with the simplest of actions, yet could he truly believe that a 6-year-old child possessed such prowess? Absurd. Moreover, not using her martial spirit worked to his advantage. You intend to defeat me with a mere twig. Tang San also retracted his blue silver grass, stating, I shall not take advantage of you. I too will refrain from using my martial spirit, and will defeat you solely with my Tang sect hidden weapons. How fair? Yuan Ling'er remained calm, awaiting Tang San's move, pondering. Had the idea of establishing the Tang sect already begun to form at this juncture? Whoosh! 20 small flying daggers darted from Tang San's hands, drifting toward Yuan Ling'er in a seemingly careless manner. Hidden weapons rely on surprise. They have never been straightforward. Yuan Ling'er swung the branch to deflect the daggers. But in mere moments, the branch splintered. She sneered. What a fine display of duplicity. While I wield a twig, you employ iron blades, and you dare to claim fairness that I find it fair, Tang San replied impassively. You suffered no loss, so of course, you deem it fair. Yuan Ling'er seized another branch, enveloping it in soul power to enhance its defensive capabilities, and then engaged Tang San in combat, observing the exchange between his daughter and Tang San. Yuan Shuanlu fell into silence. That it seemed that an ordinary individual could not contend for this long with the protagonist, Tang San. Therefore, my daughter Yuan Ling'er must be the true protagonist? No wonder I survived. It turns out my daughter is my lifeline. How infuriating that I had not considered this earlier. Suddenly, Yuan Shuanlu felt as though he had stumbled upon a glimmer of hope. If one were to judge by many protagonists in various tales of transmigration to Douluo, Yuan Shuanlu's experience as a transmigrator was nothing short of disgraceful. Could a single martial spirit truly compare to a dual martial spirit? What did innate full soul power amount to when others possessed innate 20 levels? Having lingered within the spirit hall for many years, why had he not attained the position of Pope? What had he been doing all this time, holding the title of the youngest titled Douluo on the continent? Yet lacking any divine inheritance, had he grown up in filth? Where were the ice and fire yongyin pots? What of the celestial herbs? Wouldn't they have been destroyed if he had not consumed them? Why had he not eliminated Tang San before his arrival? Clearly, he was a useless transmigrator. Yuan Sunlu To put it succinctly. The days of transmigration were lived by oneself, and the nuances of those experiences were known only to Yuan Shuanlu. He reflected that if others deemed him a failure, they could certainly choose to transmigrate themselves and experience it firsthand, or consult others' guides to transmigration. There was no need for insults. Who had not experienced their first transmigration? Why must one obsess over who the protagonist was now? Yuan Ling'er appeared more like the protagonist, with dual martial spirits, a millennium-first soul ring, living quite comfortably, having battled Tang San, and likely destined for divinity in the future. Haha, it turned out I was merely a supporting character. Yuan Shuanlu felt no anger. He had long since accepted his fate. Upon his initial transmigration, he had believed himself to be the best in the world. Dismissing Qian Daolu as inconsequential to in the future, he would become a god. However, as he awakened his martial spirit, he began to confront reality, diligently training, aspiring to one day defeat Qian Xuanji and rescue Bibi Dong. Gradually, things took a turn for the worse, prompting Yuan Shuanlu to introspect. That night, he berated himself harshly. I, Yuan Shuanlu, consider myself a transmigrator, proud of my origins from another world, looking down upon this one and that. Other transmigrators disdain Douluo because they arrogantly believe they can ascend to divinity. But what am I, Yuan Shuanlu? Douluo is, after all, a limit Douluo. Without his support, I should absorb a 10-year soul ring for my first one. Useless wretch, lifting chopsticks to eat while cursing. Other transmigrators disdain Shuanji because he is a formidable woman who has committed offenses. What gives you the right to look down upon him? Ha ha. Shuanji's political acumen far surpasses yours. A cadre of elders is loyal to him. During his lifetime, did anyone ever support you? Yuan Shuanlu? In the past, he subdued Dong. So what? Those elders might have been overjoyed. Even if they retained their talents through such disreputable means, it was still better than empowering the enemy. The Spirit Hall is not a charity, nurturing talents for others that I asked for you. Yuan Shuanlu? Back then, when you were given the chance, you failed to seize it to at least we did not kill Dong. You can take solace in that. Of course, you, Yuan Shuanlu, could never manipulate the ice and fire yonging eyes of Dugu Bo. He has lived decades longer than you, possesses greater cultivation, and why would Dugu Bo trust your detoxification methods? Moreover, the Spirit Hall has always been at odds with him. Would he turn to you for his legacy? Even if Dugu Bo dared to test your detoxification methods, would you, Yuan Shuanlu, risk consuming his poison pill as a guarantee of your ability to detoxify? You are not a medical professional. What if someone dies? What if Dugu Bo reneges on his promise? Do you intend to judge the reality of Dugu Bo through the lens of the character from the novel? Human hearts remain inscrutable, and you are separated by dimensions. When cunning fails, one can only resort to force. But do you, Yuan Shuanlu, dare report the ice and fire yin-yang I to the Spirit Hall? If you share the intelligence of the ice and fire yin-yang I with Shuanji, it will be recognized as Shuanji's discovery, acknowledged by the Spirit Hall. Everyone who has consumed the celestial herb will owe their gratitude to Shuanji and the Spirit Hall. Will anyone remember you as the discoverer? What can you, Yuan Shuanlu, gain from this? A certificate that states, "We thank Mr. Yuan Shuanlu for his outstanding contributions to the Spirit Hall's talent cultivation program." Do you truly believe that the Spirit Hall promotes harmony and mutual progress? Even brothers keep accounts clear, how much less so for half-brothers? Would you, Yuan Shuanlu, willingly provide a wedding garment for a powerful woman? While the Traversers may look down on Tang Hao, at least he dared to confront the Pope in his time. Would you dare to do the same? If you truly provoke Shuanji and sever ties, Douluo will make you regurgitate everything you've consumed over the years. The Traversers may scorn Tang San, but can you afford the same disdain? Regardless of his hypocritical facade, he has secured the benefits, status, and wealth, becoming the exalted sea god. You may curse him 1,000 times, but does the sea god care? He is simply indulging in life. You are a Traverser, yet before your arrival, you were merely an ordinary student. Even in this realm, you remain an ordinary individual, engaging in politics, manipulating schemes, crafting plots, playing with fortunes. What can you, Yuan Shuanlu, truly achieve had you not awakened the bright holy dragon martial spirit and possessed innate full soul power? Do you think Shuanji would hesitate to find an excuse to eliminate you? Douluo cares little for offspring. His obsession lies with the angelic deity. If you were not the bright holy dragon martial spirit, lacking innate full soul power, and without the potential to become a title Douluo, you would have long since changed your surname to Yuan, for he would not recognize you at all. A Traverser? Huh? Do you regard the living souls of this continent as fools? Do you believe you can dictate terms to them? They merely find amusement in your antics, for as long as you do not genuinely threaten their interests, you are but a spectacle to them. The above encapsulates Yuan Shuanlu's reflections. The greatest fear for a person is to resign themselves to fate. Just like in the previous life, Yuan Shuanlu was an ordinary person, lacking in ability, unable to become wealthy. What does it matter if others call you useless? The wealthy have no time to converse with a lowly individual like Yuan Shuanlu. We are all ordinary people. Who among us is superior? Thus, when Yuan Shuanlu came to this realization, he tacitly accepted that he was not the protagonist. The continent is vast, with but one protagonist. The hundreds of others are mere supporting characters, and the rest are mere background. The protagonist is not me, Yuan Shuanlu. I am simply an ordinary person scraping by in life. This is also why Yuan Shuanlu later favored visiting the vegetable market in Balak City. As it felt grounded, Yuan Shuanlu could remind himself daily, Having lived in the city for a few days, do you truly believe you are a noble? Do not forget your roots. You are merely an ordinary person. No different from the farmers tilling the land or the blacksmiths forging iron. You may think of yourself as a soul master, looking down upon them, yet they regard you, a non-laboring soul master, with even greater disdain. What difference is there among us? We are all ordinary people striving to make a living under the protagonists. The hidden weapons are no more. Yuan Ling'er flicked away the last few iron needles. She turned out to be a master of swordsmanship. Tang San, observing Yuan Ling'er's swordplay, perceived a hint of mastery. Proud as he was, Tang San did not believe that his superior skills and hidden weapons could be countered by an ordinary person. I do not know what it means to be a swordsmanship master. It is something my father taught me. He claimed to have spent half his life studying peculiar matters and learning many things. May I inquire about your esteemed father? Why should I disclose that to you? A hint of scorn graced Yuan Ling'er's sweet visage, echoing her father's cryptic words. Hidden weapons ultimately do not hold significance. Tang San's gaze turned cold, the respect he held for the swordsmanship master transforming into murderous intent. The Tang sect must not be insulted. I am lactose intolerant. Yuan Ling'er raised a branch. And then, it erupted. The swiftest of martial arts cannot be broken. When Yuan Shuanlu studied this self-created soul skill, a colloquial term, he found it profoundly resonant. The branch seemed to possess a spirit, rendering it invisible. It is said that the continent's foremost swordsman, Jian Daoqianshin, does not employ soul skills. Through the simplest swings of his sword, he can conceal the sword's light, leaving opponents to feel only a sharpness before they are severed, while onlookers witness only the rain of crimson. Yuan Ling'er's swordsmanship may not rival Jian Daoqianshin, yet it proves more than sufficient against Tang San. Swish, a sharp edge grazed Tang San's neck. He recalled past lives, having witnessed Tang sect disciples slay their foes, the blade slicing through flesh, blood gushing forth like a fountain from the earth, an experience akin to the present. Tang San collapsed, clutching his neck, embodying a state of desperate survival. Yuan Ling'er, what a farce! The branch had long since snapped. It was merely a gust of sword energy. However, observing Tang San writhing on the ground, Yuan Ling'er felt her consciousness expanding. Bang! In that moment of clarity, something within Yuan Ling'er exploded, yet it brought not pain but rather comfort. She quickly turned inward, discovering a golden object within her resembling a heart. She recognized it well. It was the half-finished divine core she had nearly formed before her rebirth. Before her reincarnation, Yuan Ling'er was an ultimate Douluo, possessing vast knowledge of the 100-level divine ascension. After all, in her era, deities were not mere legends, but facts. Since the angelic maiden of the Spirit Hall Empire, to the ascent of the Shrek's 7 monsters into the divine realm, 9 deities have emerged in Douluo continent. Therefore, she had attempted to self-create a divine position, with the condensation of a divine core as the key to her endeavor. However, after her rebirth, she presumed her cultivation had vanished, and her divine core should have long been lost. Yet today, after defeating Tang San, her divine core unexpectedly manifested. This spared her a century of arduous labor to reconstruct it, providing the foundation for her self-created divine position. Thus, I can become a deity. Chapter 21. The title Douluo at 33. Tang San cried out in agony, clutching his neck and gazing towards Shuanlu. I am sorry, Shuanlu. I can no longer protect you. I apologize, Tang sect. I cannot restore your glory in this world. With that, he closed his eyes, lying still. Yet, Tang San did not sense the approach of death. He opened his eyes, wishing for just a few more glimpses of Shuanlu. Let me take one last look at Shuanlu, he thought, moving his neck to face her. It seemed nothing was amiss. Then, Tang San turned over, lying on the ground comfortably, gazing at Shuanlu. It appeared there was no issue. So he inched closer. Tang San crawled beside Shuanlu like a broken dog. Shuanlu, I feel as if I am dying, but to be with you before I go, I am content. Tang San's heartfelt call. Fool, Yuan Ling'er scorned. I did not kill you. Who are you trying to impress? Tang San sensed Yuan Ling'er's contempt as he lay on the ground, seething. Next time, I will defeat you. Whatever, Yuan Ling'er retorted, smiling at Tang San. With your blue-silver grass martial spirit, you might stand a chance in your next life. Yuan Ling'er effortlessly plucked the blue-silver grass from the ground. Even if a soul master could cultivate, their future would be limited, useless. With that, Yuan Ling'er strode away, leaving a disgruntled Tang San behind. 30 years in the east. I cannot wait 30 years. A gentleman's revenge is not too late after 10 years. Yuan Ling'er, From the moment you injured Xiaowu, you have sealed your fate. In the bustling Noting Junior Soul Master Academy, a disheveled middle-aged man clad in a gray robe squatted in a small grove. Leering at Tang San's movements with a lewd demeanor, this man was none other than Tang Hao. Hey, who are you? Are you not aware that one cannot relieve oneself indiscriminately within the academy? A sharp-eyed teacher passing by detected the presence of the gray-robed man. Assuming Tang Hao was merely using the bushes as a lavatory, the teacher mistook his posture for that of someone engaging in a more serious act. Tang Hao, are you not a child trafficker? The teacher, perceiving Tang Hao's odd behavior and lewd expression, immediately summoned his martial soul and reached out to apprehend him. However, as a title Douluo, Tang Hao swiftly evaded. Leaving the bewildered teacher in disarray amidst the winds, this cannot stand. I must report this to the principal and advocate for stricter regulations to keep unsavory individuals out. Once the teacher hurried away, Tang Hao exhaled a sigh of relief from his hiding place. He clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. The illustrious Tang Hao, having once struck fear into the hearts of even the Pope, am now reduced to such a pitiful state, nearly mistaken for a trafficker. Alas, it is the spirit hall that has wrought this transformation upon me. My disdain for them grows daily. He recalled the little girl with the first purple soul ring. Certain she would inevitably join the spirit hall. Spirit hall, I shall collect my dues. Tang Hao's reasoning might be described as simplistic, yet he felt compelled to find a justification for eliminating Yuan Ling'er, who undeniably surpassed Tang San in talent, while feigning the role of a savior. Is that not Tang Hao? A hand rested upon Tang Hao's shoulder, prompting him to turn and behold a young man with golden hair, grinning at him. What a shame you're still alive. That a flicker of brilliance ignited in Tang Hao's murky eyes. The individual who stealthily approached him was undoubtedly a title Douluo, given the callousness of his words. It was highly probable he was an adversary, one notably younger, with golden locks. You are Shuanlu then? Tang Hao inquired in a low tone. Quite the astute one, I see. Yuan Shuanlu lowered his hand from Tang Hao's shoulder, pulled out a tissue from his soul guide to wipe his hands, and then ignited the tissue with soul power. How filthy. Yuan Shuanlu smiled amiably at Tang Hao, suggesting, let us take a stroll. Matters concerning the younger generation should be resolved by them. Hearing this, Tang Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared Yuan Shuanlu would act without honor and directly confront Tang San, which had restrained his own impulses. It appeared that Yuan Shuanlu, too, was wary of Tang Hao's potential actions against Yuan Ling'er, hence his proposal. Very well. The two figures soared into the sky before changing direction toward the outskirts of Noting City. Before even landing, Tang Hao unleashed his martial soul, manifesting his seventh soul skill, the true form of the Haotian hammer, and with a mighty swing, he aimed a devastating blow at Yuan Shuanlu. No honor in this, a surprise attack. The formidable power of a title Douluo's martial soul was terrifying, especially for one like Tang Hao, who excelled in strength. Thus, when the hammer struck Yuan Shuanlu, Tang Hao instinctively recalled Qian Xuanji, who had met a similar fate. Trash is eternally trash, incapable of learning the art of honorable combat. Much like a rat dwelling in the sewers, Yuan Shuanlu also summoned his martial soul's true form, effortlessly absorbing the blow, demonstrating considerable remaining strength. The dragon eyes of the radiant holy dragon gazed coldly at Tang Hao. It is astonishing that anyone once dared to compare you to me. Reflecting on it now, that person must have been either foolish or malicious. Tang Hao met Yuan Shuanlu's gaze with resolve, his mind drifting back to the nightmares of yesteryears. For every genius of Yuan Shuanlu's generation, he was a harbinger of dread. In his youth, Tang Hao was the most distinguished disciple of the Haotian clan, regarded alongside his brother Tang Xiao as the Haotian twin stars. At 20, he was hailed as the foremost of the younger generation within the Haotian clan. By 28, he had attained the realm of the god of death, and at 30, he broke through the 70th level, being recognized as the next leader of the Haotian clan. At 35, his soul power reached 84. And he shattered the leg of a title Douluo from the Spirit Hall. By 44, he had become a title Douluo himself. This illustrious record was indeed magnificent, yet it paled in comparison when juxtaposed with Yuan Shuanlu's achievements. At 20, Tang Hao learned of a prodigy from the Spirit Hall who was nearing the 30th level at the tender age of 9. By 28, he discovered that this same individual had long since attained the god of death realm. At 30, he heard rumors of a scandal involving a title Douluo who had injured the Pope, reportedly while still only in the 70s. At 35, He realized this individual had already acquired an 8th soul ring with a century-long lifespan. By 44, Tang Hao felt fortunate that this individual had not confronted him. Otherwise, he would have faced the pressure of battling 4 titled Douluos. The individual from the spirit hall in question was none other than Yuan Shuanlu, who was 11 years his junior. Yuan Shuanlu had surpassed the title Douluo threshold at 33, earning the title of Dragon Emperor. This year, he was merely 39. Have you also reached the 96th level? Tang Hao inquired. His earlier strike was a full-force attack from a title Douluo wielding the Haotian hammer at 95. He had been confident that this blow could severely injure any title Douluo of equal rank. However, Yuan Shuanlu had caught it with ease, indicating that he had likely surpassed Tang Hao's level. The difference between 96 and 95 was no mere increment. Yuan Shuanlu grinned mischievously, his dragon visage adopting a playful smirk. Apologies. Witnessing my daughter besting your son has put me in high spirits, prompting my breakthrough. Tang Hao was taken aback. This statement was half-truth, half-fabrication. If attaining 96 could be as simple as a stroke of good fortune, title Douluos might as well abandon their training and simply smile their way to greatness. For ordinary individuals, all breakthroughs stem from a foundation of diligent effort. Yuan Shuanlu had taken 2 years to ascend from 95 to 96. Yuan Shuanlu understood that while later generations, in Douluo 2, may refer to title Douluos from 95 to 98 as super Douluos, it wasn't until he reached this level that he realized the true chasm between 95 and 96, a divide that could ensnare countless individuals. This was precisely why all offerings to the Spirit Hall were bestowed upon those who had surpassed 96. A title Douluo at 95 was unworthy of the respect and status of an offering. Among the forces currently active on the continent, aside from the Spirit Hall, only the 7 treasured glazed tile sect's Sword Master Chenshin could be considered a 96-level super Douluo, and he had achieved this milestone well into his advanced years. At 39, a 96 level, Tang Hao's eyes glinted with envy as he laughed maniacally at the heavens. Is it truly fate's design to sever my thoughts of revenge? Yuan Shuanlu found Tang Hao's madness amusing. What significance does a 39-year-old 96 level hold? Your son ascended to godhood at 25. I had no intention of targeting you and your son, Yuan Shuanlu remarked, retracting his martial soul and choosing not to expend further soul power. As I mentioned earlier, I merely wish to have a candid conversation. You, having a candid conversation? Tang Hao retorted, his eyes still ablaze. I have heard tales of your arrogant and domineering nature during my time at the Haotian clan. The phrase having a candid conversation exists in your lexicon. Yuan Shuanlu chuckled. These past few years, I have focused on teaching, cultivating my character. Yet, there are always individuals who compel me to take action. Tang Hao detected the underlying implication. Yuan Shuanlu was still disinclined to engage in a genuine dialogue. Yuan Shuanlu nodded slightly. In truth, Yuan Shuanlu had no particular plans for his life, especially after realizing that his attempts to disrupt Tang San were futile. Many years ago, when Yuan Shuanlu learned that Tang Hao and Yin were traversing the continent together, he informed the Spirit Hall that Yin was a soul beast of 100,000 years, but no one believed him. That he suggested, why not send a title Douluo to verify this? The Spirit Hall responded dismissively, get lost. Do you have any idea the offense you've caused to the Pope? Who would dare to investigate on your behalf? Besides, do you think title Douluos have nothing better to do? Later, in a fit of urgency, Yuan Shuanlu insisted on going himself that he wished to resolve the Tang San issue before his birth. Eventually, the Spirit Hall, unable to bear the pressure from the Pope's brother, dispatched a title Douluo for verification. Astonishingly, it turned out that Yin was indeed a soul beast of 100,000 years. Thus began a game of cat and mouse, while Tang Hao evaded detection. The Spirit Hall dug relentlessly. Yuan Shuanlu participated in numerous searches, yet either they failed to locate them or things went awry during the encirclements. The most absurd incident occurred when a title Douluo was struck by a sudden stomachache, allowing Tang Hao to escape through the chaos. Can one truly believe that a title Douluo would suffer from such an ailment at a critical moment? Yuan Shuanlu felt numb. Although he was a transmigrator, he lacked the fortune of Tang San and could not eliminate him. It was during this time that Yuan Shuanlu came to a realization. Tang San truly possessed the fate of a protagonist. He resigned himself to this fate until Yuan Ling'er came into his life. Yuan Shuanlu. As long as Yuan Ling'er grew up safely, everything would be fine, provided Tang San remained unaware of her true identity. If necessary, he could merely follow the plot, showcasing his strength on the battlefield at the end, slaying a few titled Douluos, and ultimately sacrificing himself, thereby repaying the kindness of the Qian family that had supported him for so many years. As long as Yuan Ling'er was unharmed, who would have thought that Yuan Ling'er would actively ignite enmity with Tang San? Who could tell him how Yuan Ling'er knew about Tang San's presence in Notting City? Why did she seek out Tang San immediately upon entering the academy? Alas, his daughter was unwilling to disclose, and he felt it inappropriate to inquire further. However, as a father, he had to take responsibility for his daughter's future. Yuan Ling'er's humiliation of Tang San today, not to mention striking Shuanlu, would undoubtedly lead to future retribution from Tang San. He could endure being passive, lying low, and wallowing in despair, but he would not stand idly by as Yuan Ling'er was bullied by that wretched Tang San. Since he had already offended, he thought it best to go all in and pave the way for Yuan Ling'er's future. If he could not defeat Tang San, could he not deal with Tang Hao? Feeling the recovery of his soul power, Yuan Shuanlu smiled elegantly at Tang Hao. Now that you are a father, surely you can empathize with the desire to eliminate unstable factors for your child's sake. Hao Tian's true body. Tang Hao unleashed the Haotian hammer, an immense black sun crashing down upon Yuan Shuanlu like a tidal wave. Yuan Shuanlu clearly saw Tang Hao's ninth soul ring flash. What of 100,000-year soul skill? I possess them as well, and I have two more than you. Yuan Shuanlu's seventh soul ring shone brightly as he unleashed his martial soul's true form. Unlike Tang Hao's weaponized martial soul, Yuan Shuanlu transformed into a colossal dragon, its white scales shimmering in the sunlight, exuding a divine aura. The luminous holy dragon spoke. The sun descends. The red ninth soul ring flickered. And the dragon began to roar, with enchanting red patterns spiraling across its surface, its body temperature rising steadily. Eventually, at a certain point, the white dragon completely transformed into a blazing red sunat that moment. The residents of Notting City could even feel the temperature rising several degrees. When they looked up, they were astonished to see two suns in the sky. Two suns in the same sky. Tang Hao's ninth soul skill was unleashed, the black light of the Haotian hammer striking the dragon's body with a sound akin to that of iron horses galloping amidst clashing swords. Sending sparks flying, the dragon's form trembled momentarily, and then Yuan Shuanlu's ninth soul ring glimmered once more. Judgment of light. Within the red-hot sun, the dragon roared, golden patterns emerging on its surface, creating a tremendous pull that sought to draw Tang Hao into its fiery embrace. A deadlock. This force was not something an ordinary super Dou could escape. Even Douluo would have to pay a price to break free. For an ordinary title Douluo, entering the sun meant certain annihilation. In this critical moment, Tang Hao, true to his title as the Haotian Douluo, activated his ninth soul skill once more. Aware that entering the sun would spell his doom, he unleashed his ninth soul skill in midair. The 100,000-year blue-silver Emperor soul ring granting him a brief reprieve from all negative states. At that moment, Tang Hao was at his peak, embodying the true power of a title Douluo of the Haotian hammer. Come forth. While others would shy away from the sun, Tang Hao boldly approached it. He planted his left foot in the air and swung his hammer down upon the sun, then propelled himself away with the recoil. Maintaining a safe distance. Once again, Tang Hao's right arm, wielding the Haotian hammer, tightened as he activated his soul bone skill, channeling strength through his legs, pivoting, and harnessing his entire body's power to strike the sun once more. The Haotian sect's ultimate technique, chaotic wind hammer method. This successive hammering technique was a buildup of power. Should Tang Hao unleash his 81 strikes, Yuan Shuanlu was certain he would not withstand it. The inheritor of the Haotian hammer, Yuan Shuanlu endured Tang Hao's relentless assault, while secretly admiring him. One could despise Tang San. Indeed, he was a hypocritical, insidious, and deceitful wretch. Yet, one could not denigrate his father in the same breath. At the very least, Tang Hao had fought valiantly against the Pope for the sake of his wife, fulfilling his duties as a husband. In Yuan Shuanlu's eyes, why daring to confront Yuan Shuanlu's ninth soul skill head-on? He proved himself worthy of the Haotian Dou's esteemed reputation. But I do not possess the angel martial soul. Chapter 23. San'er feels empowered again. Yuan Shuanlu's martial soul's true dragon roared once more. The sun rising to meet Tang Hao's hammer. Yet within the sun, the dragon extended its claws. Eighth soul skill. Dragon Emperor's domain kill. Like Yuan Shuanlu's ninth soul ring, This 8th soul ring was also 100,000 years old. A pure-blooded giant dragon of 100,000 years. To find the soul beast, the Spirit Hall had mobilized vast resources, specifically searching the core regions of various soul beast forests, ultimately in the Star Dou forest. 5 titled Douluos, including the Pope, and Daolu himself subdued this pure-blooded giant dragon. Shuanlu was unaware of this dragon's connection to Tian, but in terms of dragon lineage, its bloodline was likely not inferior to Tian's. The Dragon Emperor's domain kill was Shuanlu's strongest single-target attack soul skill, the Shuanlu's heyday. This soul skill was his most adept technique. Displeased with you, Dragon Emperor's domain kill. Accuse me of arrogance, Dragon Emperor's domain kill. Upon ceasing the release of his 9th soul skill, as he activated his 8th, a white dragon manifested in Shuanlu's grasp. The perception of time thickened. Compared to the spectacular effects of the 9th soul skill, Shuanlu's 8th soul skill almost appeared devoid of effects, simple, yet profound. Tang Hao noticed that a small dragon seemed to cling to Shuanlu's claw. Rapidly reaching out to strike him, it was about to land. The Haotian hammer must meet it. Wait, where's my Haotian hammer? While the Haotian hammer had been fiercely striking the sun, it had melted away. Likely due to the high temperatures affecting Tang Hao's judgment, causing him to realize only now. Fortunately, it was the Haotian hammer enveloped in soul power. Otherwise, he would have faced the shattering of his martial soul. Tang Hao summoned the Haotian hammer once more, but this time it lacked the accumulated power from the previous chaotic wind hammer method. Subsequently, Shuanlu's dragon claw collided with the Haotian hammer. There were no explosive sounds, no earth-shattering impacts, just a simple, unadorned strike. Shuanlu sighed with melancholy. This is why I favored this technique, yet refrained from using it after acquiring the 9th soul skill. It is simple. Though effective, it lacks the flair. Tang Hao stood resolutely before the Haotian hammer, and as the two made contact, cracks manifested upon the surface of the hammer. Subsequently, Tang Hao withdrew his martial soul. Bracing himself against the impending force with his own body, the dragon's claw collided with Tang Hao's right arm, resulting in a sickening crack as his arm shattered. Soon after, the dragon's claw struck his chest, threatening to bring an end to the illustrious life of the Haotian Dou. However, Tang Hao had a contingency plan. The effects of the 100,000-year blue-silver Emperor Soul Ring had yet to expire. In a frenzy, he channeled his soul power to resist, buying time and creating distance. Qinshuan wrote, "If I perish today, prepare for war between the Haotian sect and your Spirit Hall," he proclaimed, laughter echoing from Shuanlu. He had initially believed Tang Hao exuded the might of the Haotian Dou, only to discover he was merely a coward who called for his parents upon losing a fight. Shuanlu nodded dismissively. "Whatever, my only responsibility is to clear obstacles for my daughter." With his eyes aflame, Tang Hao summoned the Haotian hammer once more, shattering 9 soul rings that fused into the hammered. He swung it fiercely towards Shuanlu's dragon claw. The explosion of the rings startled Shuanlu. Though he had heard of the Haotian sect's ultimate technique, he knew that the explosive rings could not be used without limit. For someone like Tang Hao, already bearing old injuries, employing such a technique was tantamount to wagering his life. It might not kill him, but it would severely compromise his health, leaving him effectively crippled in the long run. With a decisive maneuver, Shuanlu evaded the attack, recognizing that there was no need for mutual destruction at this moment. The ground between them was left in ruin. A massive crater formed as dust and debris obscured the view. Shuanlu activated his spiritual perception to locate Tang Hao, but found him absent. It was no wonder he had escaped back then. He was remarkably swift. Shuanlu was certain that Tang Hao had not yet fled beyond the range of his spiritual scan. He simply possessed some artifact that cloaked him from detection. However, after some contemplation, Shuanlu chose to abandon the pursuit of Tang Hao and made his way towards Yuan Ling'er, fearing that Tang Hao might attempt to ambush her upon realizing his imminent demise. After a considerable time, a shadow stealthily returned to the battlefield, digging into the earth in a furtive manner, searching fruitlessly. In frustration, he howled to the heavens, "Where is my soul bone? Soul bone. The ancestral soul bone of the Haotian sect." Soul bones are treasures of the spirit master world, possessing a potential for growth far surpassing that of soul rings. Tang San set down his book with a sigh, lamenting, "If only I had a soul bone. It would surely enhance the power of my blue-silver grass. Or, should I first cultivate the Haotian hammer martial soul?" The master, engrossed in his reading, was startled by Tang San's musings and rushed over. Seizing him by the shoulders, "You must not cultivate the Haotian hammer martial soul. You would be squandering your innate talent." But Tang San recounted to the master how he had been soundly beaten by a girl that very day. The master chuckled knowingly. "I thought it was something serious. So that was it. Master, what is the significance of that girl's 1,000-year first soul ring?" Seeing the master's expression, Tang San realized he had already uncovered the answer and eagerly sought clarification. The master laughed heartily before affectionately ruffling Tang San's hair. "That girl, like you, possesses dual martial souls." Tang San gasped in astonishment. "She also has dual martial souls." The master fell into deep contemplation, as if recalling something, and said, "There are indeed some exceptionally talented individuals with dual martial souls, but that is not the crux of the matter." "What is it then?" The master, adopting a sage-like demeanor, inquired. "What is the maximum age limit for a fourth soul ring?" Tang San, albeit confused, dutifully replied, "The upper limit for a fourth soul ring is around 5,000 years, and the fifth soul ring," the master pressed further, "the fifth soul ring is approximately 12,000 years. Tang San answered. The master's expression turned enigmatic, as if he were about to unveil a ghost story. "What if you were to cultivate the blue-silver grass to level 50, and then add a soul ring to your Haotian hammer martial soul?" "My Haotian hammer martial soul would then possess 9 completely black soul rings," Tang San exclaimed, momentarily lost in disbelief. Such formidable power was beyond his wildest dreams. The master sighed with a hint of melancholy, lamenting the capriciousness of fate. That girl's teacher must be a fool to allow her second martial soul to only absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, thus wasting such a remarkable talent. If she were in my care, Tang San understood now. Though he was weak at present, he would grow stronger in the future, while Yuan Ling'er, despite her current prowess, was squandering her potential and would ultimately fall behind. "Master, I comprehend," he declared. "That is good to hear. I will surely be stronger than her." With renewed confidence, Tang San felt invigorated. After a heartfelt exchange with the master, he returned to his dormitory, intending to share a bed with Shuanlu. However, he was intercepted by a teacher, sneaking about, returning so late. "Do you not realize how unsafe it is?" The teacher recounted the earlier incident involving the human traffickers, continuing until Tang San's face contorted in discomfort. "Teacher, I understand. May I return now?" "Very well," the teacher replied nonchalantly. Upon reaching the student dormitory, Tang San muttered angrily, "Curse that detestable trafficker. How could they cause me such trouble? I've always returned at this hour." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. That scoundrel should suffer the wrath of their entire family. Chapter 24. Martial Soul. After her bath, Yuan Ling'er sat on the hotel bed. Upon seeing her weary father, Shuanlu, return, she quickly rose to greet him. "Father, where have you been?" Shuanlu, observing his daughter's eager demeanor, refrained from voicing his concern about her wanting to confront Tang San. He feigned ignorance and vaguely stated, "I've brought you a soul bone. A soul bone. Yes, we cannot absorb it ourselves. I will see if I can find someone to accept it." When Shuanlu acquired Tang Hao's right arm bone, he felt a wave of joy, akin to rediscovering a forgotten sum of money in an old coat pocket. To have battled Tang Hao and received a quality soul bone was a fortunate outcome. However, upon realizing it was the inheritance soul bone of the Haotian sect, he fell silent. Inheritance soul bones, having been absorbed and fused over generations, bore the unmistakable mark of the Haotian sect. Even if someone forcibly absorbed it, the soul bone would be incapable of exerting its true strength. Furthermore, the Haotian sect's inheritance soul bones were primarily power type, unsuitable for Yuan Ling'er, and thus would have to be sold. "Father," Yuan Ling'er lowered her head. She suspected her father's actions stemmed from her own confrontation with Tang Hao. Shuanlu, unaware of the enmity between Yuan Ling'er and Tang San, gently patted her head. "If you do not wish to speak, you need not. I initially only wanted you to grow up peacefully, but now, we cannot allow others to bully us. I will not let anyone bully me," Yuan Ling'er declared, clenching her small fist, "and I will not allow anyone to bully my father." Shuanlu found comfort in his daughter's words. The following day, as dawn broke, Shuanlu pulled his still sleeping daughter from her covers. "What is it?" Yuan Ling'er mumbled, bleary-eyed. Shuanlu handed her a cup and toothbrush. "Today we are taking a jie to the Imperial Forest for cultivating soul beasts. We must rise early to arrive by noon." "And where is a jie?" "He arrived from home at 4 o'clock. We had an agreement." "I forgot." Yuan Ling'er completed her morning routine with remarkable efficiency, And soon the father and daughter stepped out of the hotel, boarding the reserved carriage. As Yuan Ling'er opened the carriage door, she was greeted by the sight of Jie, who was soundly asleep inside. Yuan Ling'er's eyes widened in astonishment. Did he really rise at 4 o'clock? He must be utterly exhausted. Shuanlu called out to the carriage driver, handing him 4 silver coins and requesting him to procure 4 breakfasts. Yuan Ling'er happened to witness this exchange, and, after the carriage driver departed, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Breakfast in Notting City is so expensive. For 4 servings, I'll treat the driver to breakfast, and the excess can be considered as tip." Shuanlu stifled a yawn. "Father, are you not concerned that the driver might buy us the cheapest breakfast and pocket the remainder as his tip?" Shuanlu chuckled, thinking how young and naive his daughter still was. Unaware of the rules of the continent. If he dared to do such a thing, I would not hesitate to break his legs. He isn't foolish enough to offend a soul master. Shuanlu closed his eyes to rest, aiming to fully immerse himself in the realm of the 96th level, especially after having stabilized his own level with the help of Tang Hao the previous day, reflecting on his past. After realizing that all attempts to interfere with Tang San's birth were futile, he had simply given up, ultimately hiding in Balak City for 6 years. Now, however, he intended to unleash the vigor he once had during his college entrance examinations, striving to break through to the limit of a title Douluo, so that when next they met, he could turn that old fellow Tang San into an orphan, eating, cultivating, catching up on sleep, traveling, and restroom breaks. Thus passed the morning. The training of a soul master is, in truth, quite unadorned. Many ordinary people assume that soul masters are lofty and untouchable, yet those of lower rank without connections rely on adventures or labor to earn resources for their cultivation, living lives similar to common folk. Of course, even the most unfortunate soul master would not resemble the impoverished state of ordinary people who possess nothing. Jie, are you awake? Jie felt slightly awkward. He had long heard tales of Yuan Ling'er's father being a formidable figure, and he had assumed he was merely a soul Douluo. But to his surprise, Yuan Ling'er's father turned out to be a title Douluo. "Do you have any thoughts about this soul-hunting trip? I believe my martial spirit is more suited for a power-type soul ring." After Jie spoke, he turned his gaze toward Shuanlu, hoping for his guidance. Sensing Jie's look, Shuanlu nodded. "Show me your martial spirit." Jie obediently released his martial spirit. Upon manifestation, a pig with a cheeky grin appeared before Shuanlu. Shuanlu stared at the grinning pig for a moment, confirming that it was not a jest at his expense, and then frowned, asking in a serious tone, "Has anyone ever told you that this expression resembles ridiculous quite closely?" Jie panicked, quickly distancing himself from the implications. "I don't know, and no one has ever called it ridiculous. They all refer to me as the grinning pig." One simple statement revealed so much sorrow. Martial spirits on the continent are varied and extraordinary. If one possesses an angelic martial spirit, their appearance is sure to be remarkable. If one has a light goddess butterfly martial spirit, they are undoubtedly the most beautiful on the continent. However, possessing a chrysanthemum martial spirit, combined with a somewhat effeminate demeanor, might lead to misunderstandings about one's orientation. And this Jie's grinning pig martial spirit, although Jie wished others would call it G. It was evident that people continued to mock it as the grinning pig. For a 6-year-old child, such ridicule could be immensely damaging. "Very well. Aside from its peculiar appearance, I believe your martial spirit is quite good." Shuanlu reassured him. As for the soul rings you plan to acquire, you intend to pursue a strength-based path, correct? Jie nodded. Shuanlu contemplated. "Generally speaking, pig martial spirits tend to follow a strength-based trajectory, and yours seems no different. Absorbing a power-type soul ring would certainly be a sound choice." As he continued speaking, Shuanlu fell into his old habit, unable to stop himself as if he were lecturing students. "I wish for a school bell to ring, so that I wouldn't drag on indefinitely." Yuan Ling'er yawned, fully understanding and weary of the discourse. Yet Jie was different. He listened intently, taking notes, embodying the image of a diligent student. Jie now understood why Yuan Ling'er often arrived late, or even skipped classes, with such a scholarly father, who would still wish to attend lessons. Everything would be learned as the conversation unfolded. The carriage arrived at a small town bordering the imperial soul beast forest. Let us disembark and prepare to set off. The 3 of them stretched and were about to walk, when suddenly an old man and a young boy rushed towards them. "Soul Master! Soul Master!" The old man ran swiftly, while the boy trailed behind, appearing rather lethargic, nearly being dragged along by the elder. "Who are you? Yuan Shuanlu confirmed that he did not recognize the old man or the boy. Pondering whether his fine attire and Yuan Ling'er's familiar countenance had led the old man to attempt a scam, just as he was contemplating this, with a loud thud, the old man knelt before him. Yuan Shuanlu. Chapter 25. The grateful Oscar, please, I beg you, have mercy. Tears welled in the old man's eyes, his parched lips cracked. Yuan Shuanlu, unafraid of being scammed, helped the old man to his feet and offered him a bottle of water from his soul guide. Let me make this clear. I will not give you money. Though Yuan Shuanlu would not allow the old man to remain kneeling indefinitely, he was no saint. If the old man sought to swindle him, he could go to hell. Please, take this child to the soul beast forest to hunt for a soul ring. The old man trembled, speaking fervently. He possesses great talent. Great talent. What martial spirit does he have? What is his innate soul power level? Yuan Shuanlu inquired. Such a common elderly man, upon seeing his child with soul power, naturally believed his child to be exceptionally gifted, much like a former farmer toiling under the sun, who, upon seeing his grandchild enter university, would declare him to be a prodigy, even if the university was of lesser prestige. The boy, though young, displayed maturity. Noticing Yuan Shuanlu's skepticism, he spoke softly. My name is Oscar, and my martial spirit is the sausage that I possess innate full soul power at level 10. Yuan Shuanlu, so this is one of the future members of the Shrek 7 monsters? Should I eliminate him? That way, Tang San would have no chance of revival. Yuan Ling, so this is one of the future members of the Shrek 7 monsters? Should I eliminate him? That way, Tang San would lack a formidable ally. In that fleeting moment, both father and daughter arrived at the same conclusion. However, Yuan Shuanlu was not so ruthless. Seeing that Oscar appeared no older than 8, Yuan Shuanlu felt he could nurture him. In the original story, Oscar was one of the few characters of decent character. Firstly, he had mingled with Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun for several years without ever seeking the company of women from the Smoke Willow clan. Though he spoke flirtatiously, he remained relatively innocent. Secondly, he ventured out to seek his fortune to be with Ning Rongrong, displaying commendable ambition. Yuan Shuanlu deemed these two qualities sufficient to warrant nurturing, that if cultivated well, a title Douluo of the food type could stand beside them in the future. But if Oscar turned out to be an ingrate, regardless, even if Oscar were to become a title Douluo, he would merely be of the food type, making him relatively easy to deal with. Yuan Shuanlu nodded. Very well. I will take you inside. Father, Yuan Ling'er felt 1,000 protests rising within her. It's all right. We must give the youth a chance, Yuan Shuanlu reassured, patting the old man's shoulder. Rest assured, I will take young Oscar to hunt for souls. He gently ruffled the head of Yuan Ling'er, who wore a reluctant expression. Let us go. The four of them entered the Soul Beast Forest together. At the entrance, Imperial guards were stationed, and Yuan Shuanlu casually presented a hand from the Spirit Hall, allowing them all to pass through. Thank you, sir. May I take some time to consider before joining your faction? Oscar suddenly addressed Yuan Shuanlu mid-journey. Consider, you can leave right now, wanting benefits without paying the price. What were you thinking when you came here, shamelessly? Yuan Ling'er immediately lashed out, having long harbored disdain for Oscar. Yuan Shuanlu couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. You should have claimed your first soul ring before uttering such words. Oscar, however, maintained his composure, responding nonchalantly. Though my innate talent for cultivation is formidable, I find myself disinclined to engage in it, that I perceive no significance in the endless cycle of training, that there truly no allure in becoming a title Douluo? If that is your stance, you might as well resign yourself to death, for in 100 years, we shall all return to dust. Yuan Ling'er continued her derision. I mean, my attitude towards cultivation is not worthy of your investment. You would be training me in vain. If possible, I could pay you to assist me in hunting for this soul ring. Yuan Ling'er grasped the underlying implication. It was merely a transaction. He had no intention of joining our ranks, but rather sought to employ my father for the acquisition of the soul ring. Oscar nodded. Precisely. Once I obtain my first soul ring and become a soul master, I will be eligible for subsidies from the Spirit Hall, and I shall return the money to you. A clever scheme, Yuan Ling'er scoffed. Even the typically inconspicuous age yet chimed in unexpectedly. You won't be able to repay it. I will, Oscar retorted, undeterred. After a brief pause, Yuan Shuanlu suddenly inquired. Can you explain why you only acquired your first soul ring at the age of 8? Yuan Shuanlu was already aware of Oscar's skeletal age. Oscar, without any pretense, replied. Initially, the Spirit Hall discovered my innate full soul power and sought to recruit me, but I declined. Later, upon arriving in the city to study, A local family also sought to enlist me, which I again refused. Thus, no one was willing to hunt souls for me. I initially intended to absorb a random 10-year soul ring, but my grandfather vehemently opposed it, insisting that such a talent should not be squandered. Yuan Ling'er prepared to mock him again, but Oscar continued, I understand that others wish me well out of envy for my talent, but my grandfather is genuinely concerned for my well-being. Hence, I do not wish to become a lackey for others. I simply desire a peaceful life with my grandfather. Yuan Ling'er fell into rare silence. Before her rebirth, her father had never coveted her talent, nor viewed her as a pawn against Tang San. He merely hoped for her safe growth. Do you not have any aspirations for your future? Yuan Shuanlu asked. Oscar's thoughts were quite simple. He scratched his head. I just want to return to the village, live steadily on the subsidies from the spirit hall, and spend time with my grandfather. But eventually, everyone grows old. Yuan Shuanlu remarked, I hope your grandfather enjoys a good life, but I will be receiving subsidies from the spirit hall. Oscar replied, scratching the back of his head. Yuan Shuanlu greatly admired Oscar's intention to live a laid-back life as a public servant, yet he could not openly express this sentiment. The subsidies from the spirit hall are insufficient. 1 gold soul coin is just enough for our monthly expenses. Yuan Shuanlu pointed down the road. If you follow me, I assure you that your grandfather will enjoy a long and prosperous life. Oscar fell silent. Forget it. I want to force it. Yuan Shuanlu also ceased to press the matter, not wanting to appear as though he were begging. What kind of life do you lead? Oscar inquired. He had observed the affluent and arrogant youths at school, each boasting of their wealthy fathers, noble titles, and gourmet meals. Such things Oscar could imagine, yet had never seen, rendering them utterly beyond his grasp. Yuan Shuanlu pondered for a moment and began to explain. I can ensure that I eat meat daily. You should also be able to provide your grandfather with meat, perhaps an egg and a glass of milk each day. The elderly need nutritious food, though they might not be accustomed to such delicacies. So perhaps a simple congee with a bit of sugar. Oh, does your grandfather prefer sweet or savory? Savory, Oscar replied, looking at Yuan Shuanlu as if trying to ascertain whether he was being deceived. He lowered his head, contemplated, and finally looked back at Yuan Shuanlu, saying, I believe I can give it a try. I want my grandfather to live this kind of life. Didn't you just say you didn't want to join a sect? Yuan Ling'er chuckled. Have you changed your mind? Oscar shook his head. You have treated me exceptionally well. Throughout these days, you are the first to support my grandfather and assist me in hunting souls. Yuan Ling'er, as if igniting a firework, retorted, and what of it? I can still distinguish between genuine kindness and feigned compassion. Oscar extended his calloused hands, stating, Others have promised me riches and glory. Yet I find their words to be hollow. We farmers trust only in the land that can yield real grain. Chapter 26. A corrupted heart. 100 meters ahead, there stood a massive bone pig. It has spotted us. It is charging toward us. Yuan Ling'er soared into the trees, locking onto the ferocious bone pig. How old is it? Yuan Shuanlu asked. About 200 years. Then let us not bother with it. It is not suitable, but it's coming this way. The bone pig barreled forward, and among those present were several 6-year-old children. Yuan Ling'er remained unperturbed. Ajia felt capable of withstanding it. Oscar, a food-type soul master known for fragility, was understandably anxious. It was just as well. Yuan Shuanlu did not release his martial soul, nor had he ever encountered a bone pig. He merely flicked his fingers, sending a wave of soul power that struck the bone pig's head, rendering it unconscious. The sudden collapse caused the bone pig to slide a considerable distance, coming to rest beside Yuan Shuanlu. Oscar approached, rummaging through the pig's body, ultimately concluding, it just gave birth. We can find its den. So, are we having roasted suckling pig tonight? Yuan Ling'er scoffed. You wish. Though Oscar had already indicated his intention to join Yuan Shuanlu's faction, Yuan Ling'er felt discomfort at his mere presence. Perhaps this was a remnant of their past lives. Enough talk. I'm already salivating. Yuan Shuanlu wiped the drool from his mouth, glancing at the sky, noting that evening was approaching, signaling mealtime. I want to eat too. Ajia, who had been largely ignored, piped up. Let us go. I found it. For a super Douluo, scanning the surroundings with mental energy is a trivial task. Yuan Shuanlu located the bone pig's den, where indeed 3 piglets lay. Not enough to satiate my hunger. Yuan Shuanlu contemplated, finally fixing his gaze on the unconscious bone pig. A family should be whole. Linger, start the fire and set up the pot. Yuan Shuanlu produced a full array of seasonings, applying them with a brush to the skinned and gutted suckling pig. Then using his soul power to accelerate the cooking process, Soon, the pig was perfectly roasted, golden and crispy, but the presence of 3 watchful onlookers nearby was a slight disappointment for ordinary individuals. Perhaps the desire for food is the easiest to suppress. But for Yuan Shuanlu, it was the most intolerable. You 3 can enjoy the pig. Yet, Yuan Shuanlu was not shameless enough to compete with the 3 children for food. He divided the roasted suckling pig among them. Yuan Ling'er ate with the utmost grace, clearly a product of refined, noble upbringing. Ajia initially attempted to mimic Yuan Ling'er's etiquette, but ultimately resorted to simply grabbing and gnawing. Oscar displayed no pretensions, diving in with gusto, devouring the food the fastest. Uncle Yuan, I need to use the restroom. Oscar wiped his greasy fingers and stood up, preparing to leave the dining area. Stay far away. We are still eating. Yuan Ling'er maintained her usual tone with Oscar to go ahead. I'm watching you. Yuan Shuanlu replied kindly that Jia also stood up. I want to go too. Yuan Ling'er furrowed her brow and exclaimed. You all better scram. Honestly, we are in the midst of a meal. Go on. The 2 companions, both with delicate stomachs, hastily made their way to the restroom, leaving only Yuan Ling'er and Yuan Shuanlu at the table to dine. Father, I still find that Oscar fellow untrustworthy, Yuan Ling'er suddenly remarked, halfway through her meal. Yuan Shuanlu swallowed a sizable piece of pork and couldn't help but smack his lips. It still carries a hint of the gamey taste. I believe Oscar certainly has ulterior motives. Have you ever encountered someone who, at first, adamantly refused to join a faction, yet agreed to serve loyally after just a small incentive? What do you propose we do? Yuan Shuanlu inquired, casting a glance in Oscar's direction. Eliminate him, once and for all, Yuan Ling'er declared, a glint of ruthlessness flickering across her face. Yuan Shuanlu pondered, wondering how his daughter had transformed into such a person. He took out a piece of paper to wipe his hands, tossing the crumpled paper into the fire. Have you ever witnessed a knight pledge allegiance to a noble? Those knights who make the young maidens of Balak swoon. Yuan Ling'er, though somewhat perplexed, nodded in acknowledgement. Do you envy their loyalty? Yuan Shuanlu sipped some water and wiped the corner of his mouth, explaining, a knight kneels before a noble and utters a flowery yet entirely meaningless oath. To those young girls, it appears to be a splendid affair, a knight, half kneeling in vow, much like how one might wish their own partner to do. But do you know how low a knight's loyalty rate truly is? Yuan Ling'er shook her head. Yuan Shuanlu continued, a noble must possess wealth. They must be able to provide a knight with a salary, support the knight's children, and care for the knight's parents. Only then will a knight remain relatively loyal. There have been numerous historical betrayals of lords by knights in recent years in the kingdom of Balak, often due to insufficient remuneration from their lords. Yuan Ling'er understood, nodding her head. Father means that as long as we provide Oscar with sufficient funds, he will pledge loyalty to us, but wouldn't that just be inviting a potential disaster? Yuan Shuanlu sighed. What I mean to convey is that true, selfless loyalty does not exist in this world. Even if it is proclaimed with grandiloquence, the reality is that interests always take precedence. Our responsibility is merely to bind him to our chariot. Yuan Ling'er nodded, somewhat comprehending. Though she had once been a formidable spirit Douluo, she often found such matters elusive. For the first 20 years, she had been well protected by her father, and after reaching the 70s and levels, she secluded herself in the deep mountains to practice diligently. When she finally emerged as a title Douluo, the world she encountered was merely a superficial layer, and no one dared to deceive a title Douluo. Thus, Yuan Ling'er truly did not grasp these intricacies. Noticing his daughter's continued confusion, Yuan Shuanlu elaborated. For instance, if we were to build a new house for Oscar's grandfather in the village and generously provide him with a cow, first, our spirit hall could promote our benevolence towards the common folk, earning their trust. Second, the entire village would know that Oscar's grandfather has a good grandson who has joined the spirit hall. Word would spread, and even if Oscar dared to betray us and seek refuge elsewhere, who would dare accept him? During wartime, would anyone risk employing someone with a history of betrayal? Everyone would be aware that Oscar has benefited from the spirit hall. If he could betray the spirit hall today, would he not be capable of betrayal again tomorrow? And if he truly did betray us, could the old man withstand the shame of being backstabbed? Oscar would earn a reputation for being unfaithful and unfilial, making it impossible for him to navigate the continent. The father's heart is truly cunning, Yuan Ling'er mused, reflecting on the unscrupulousness inherent in political machinations, when suddenly a realization struck her. Wait, father, did you not refuse to join the spirit hall? It is you who have chosen not to join, Yuan Shuanlu clarified. I do not wish to impose limitations upon you. Yet I must leverage the power of the Spirit Hall. This implied that Yuan Ling'er maintained an ally relationship with the Spirit Hall. While Yuan Shuanlu ensured this alliance remained steadfast, Yuan Ling'er nodded in tacit agreement. She harbored no ill feelings towards the Spirit Hall, recalling only a beautiful older sister and a noblewoman, both strikingly lovely and somewhat ambiguous in relation to her father. Suddenly, a frantic cry echoed from the woods, "Help!" The cacophony of chaos soon followed, as a stout and a slender figure burst forth from the underbrush, tears streaming down their faces, shouting, "A pig! A pig! A tremendously large pig!" Chapter 27. 6 Divine, Sausage. The great bone pig, 400 years old, Yuan Shuanlu waved his hand, beckoning the little piglet over. "Not so fierce. Why are you all so frightened?" "We were simply quite tense at that moment." One of them replied. Oscar, upon seeing Yuan Ling'er's murderous intent, refrained from detailing their restroom escapade. "With me here, there's no need to panic," Yuan Shuanlu reassured them. "Oscar, you said the same thing when we went earlier. Yet if we had hastily pulled up our pants and fled, we might have met a dire fate. The great bone pig was likely the patriarch of this family. Now, they were all gathered together." Yuan Shuanlu handed Oscar a knife, stating, "The great bone pig possesses high nutritional value and a gentle disposition, a staple food for the common people. It should be ideal for your sausage spirit. Right? Oh, all right." Oscar had anticipated that after a meal and a brief restroom visit, he would acquire his first spirit ring. AJ, standing to the side, shed tears of envy. Yuan Shuanlu, noticing AJ's envy, explained, "You and little Oscar are not the same. He is a food-type spirit master while you are an assault-type spirit master. The great bone pig suits him, but not you. Oscar glanced at Yuan Shuanlu and, guided by him, ended the great bone pig's life with a single stroke, subsequently absorbing its spirit ring. Having a formidable faction is truly splendid. Problems unresolved for 2 years were resolved in one evening. Uncle Yuan, I've discovered something else." AJ raised his hands, reporting to Yuan Shuanlu. "This great bone pig bears scars, likely from a soul beast's attack." Yuan Shuanlu glanced over and confirmed the observation. "Can you recount how you provoked this pig?" Time rewound a few minutes, as Oscar and AJ coincidentally squatted in a small grove, maintaining a slight distance, yet not far apart. AJ, from now on, I shall call you Brother Jia. Oscar casually initiated conversation with AJ, who was somewhat taken aback by Oscar's enthusiasm. "But you're 8 years old. And I'm only 6, AJ replied, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Oscar, having heard tales of heroes, clasped his hands together, declaring, "A hero does not inquire about origins. A valiant warrior does not adhere to etiquette," with his charming peach blossom eyes. He indeed exuded a semblance of ancient nobility. "Brother Jia, may I ask, why does Yuan Ling'er ignore me? You must have offended her." "How did I offend her? I wouldn't know." AJ, oblivious to the complexities, merely suggested, "Perhaps she simply finds you displeasing. A few kind words might suffice." Oscar contemplated. "So that's how it is." "Oscar," Brother Jia suddenly called out, "I think I see a fluctuation of soul power ahead." "Huh?" Oscar felt a jolt of anxiety at Brother Jia's exclamation. Although fluctuations of soul power were not unusual in such desolate areas, he was inherently timid. Coming closer. "What is it?" "A soul beast." "Pull up your pants. Pull up your pants." After recounting the entire incident's cause and effect, Yuan Shuanlu instinctively overlooked their restroom escapade, urging AJ to wash his hands promptly. "I'll go investigate what soul beast it is." Yuan Shuanlu thoughtfully instructed AJ. Before soaring into the sky to search for the creature, AJ watched as Yuan Shuanlu ascended, only to soon see him return. "What happened?" Yuan Ling'er inquired. "If there are soul beasts, Yuan Shuanlu should be able to capture them directly without the need to descend." Yuan Shuanlu, however, appeared disinterested. "A wolf-type soul beast, specializing in agility attacks, is not suitable for this little chubby one." AJ felt disheartened once more. "It's all right. Hunting soul beasts is just like this. Perfectly normal. Hunting souls is a time-consuming and laborious endeavor. Take Yuan Shuanlu's 8th soul ring as an example. At that time, the Wuhuan Hall dispatched a contingent to search various forests, and after more than half a year, many perished before they finally pinpointed the pure-blood giant dragon in the Star Dou forest. Following that, a Tindo Douluo escorted Yuan Shuanlu into the heart of the Star Dou forest. They spent 3 days locating the pure-blood dragon's lair. Upon its return, they took 2 days. Injuring and pursuing the pure-blood dragon consumed 7 days. And by the time they ultimately killed it, More than 10 days had elapsed. It is indeed abnormal for someone like Tang San, who can summon any soul beast he desires at will. Yuan Shuanlu yawned. I will keep watch tonight. You may rest. Yuan Ling'er and Agia set up their tents, each taking one, while Yuan Shuanlu made the sky his blanket and the earth his bed. Oscar estimated that it would take him just a few hours to absorb it completely. The night passed without incident, save for the presence of mosquitoes. When the morning sunlight illuminated Oscar, he couldn't help but let out a loud exclamation. How refreshing! Yuan Ling'er emerged from her tent, her expression unfriendly as she asked, What are you shouting about? I have obtained a soul ring, Oscar proclaimed, releasing his martial spirit, a yellow soul ring enveloping him. He chuckled. Little Ao has a big sausage. Yuan Shuanlu waited for a moment, but saw nothing materialize in Oscar's hands, leading him to question whether Oscar's martial spirit was indeed functional. Thus, he inquired, Where is the sausage? Oscar smiled shyly. I merely recited my soul incantation once. The soul ring did not illuminate, and I haven't even unleashed a soul skill. Then why not release a soul ring at all? Yuan Ling'er scolded, having anticipated witnessing the power of the future food god Douluo. Only to be met with this, little Ao has a big sausage. Oscar promptly released his soul skill, and a large sausage appeared in his hand that bore a resemblance to the red sausage Yuan Shuanlu had consumed in his past life, albeit much larger. After absorbing the soul ring of the great bone pig, my soul skill allows me to conjure a recovery sausage, which lasts for a day. Its effects are comprehensive, promoting wound healing, restoring stamina and soul power, alleviating fatigue, and most importantly, it fills the stomach. Yuan Shuanlu nodded appreciatively. The pathway for food-type soul masters lies within the military. During warfare, the army requires substantial provisions to satiate hunger, and this serves that purpose well. However, its shelf life is rather short. Nonetheless, once one's strength grows, the shelf life should significantly extend. Does it alleviate itching? Agia unexpectedly emerged from his tent, his face covered in welts and, of course, scratch marks. It is indeed effective, Oscar remarked, observing Agia's red welts and scratches. What happened to you? Yesterday, there were mosquitoes, Agia succinctly replied. After taking one of Oscar's recovery sausages, he swallowed it whole, and soon after, the welts subsided and the scratches disappeared. Yuan Shuanlu couldn't help but nod. If you marketed this recovery sausage as a remedy, it should perform quite well. Remedy? Yuan Ling'er remained outwardly indifferent but was internally startled. Glancing at Yuan Shuanlu, does father also know about divine-level matters? Agia, the first-hand tester, gave a thumbs up, his round face beaming with delight. It alleviates itching and swelling. Isn't that what the floral water is for? Moreover, it even reduces scars, Yuan Ling'er realized, so it's the Six Gods brand floral water. However, it cannot be labeled as mosquito repellent. What a pity. In fact, the original modified version of floral water was concocted by Yuan Shuanlu himself. The first generation of floral water was created by Yuan Shuanlu combining some itch-relieving and mosquito-repelling herbs with alcohol. It had a strong scent and potent effects, but was unsuitable for general use due to its overpowering aroma. Some even consumed it as medicinal liquor. Later, that fellow Juhua Guan improved upon the first generation's formula, producing floral water. However, it was a modified version, and aside from similar fragrance, its composition and effects differed significantly from the floral water of Yuan Shuanlu's previous life. As Agia and Yuan Shuanlu discussed the efficacy of repelling mosquitoes and alleviating itching, Oscar fell into deep contemplation. I remember, my martial spirit is a sausage, right? Chapter 28. Why is this pig wearing clothes? On the third day in the Soul Beast Forest, Agia remained empty-handed. Oscar and Agia's circumstances stood in stark contrast, illustrating the disparity in their fortunes. Some individuals might struggle for 3 days without finding a soul ring, while others effortlessly acquire one. Should I give up? Agia himself lacked confidence. Take your time. Haste makes waste, Yuan Ling'er reassured him, delivering a supportive pat on Agia's back. No1 is in a rush. Do you wish to return to school? Reflecting on the dullness of classroom lectures, Agia, the chubby young lad, promptly declared, No rush, no rush. I'm not anxious. Reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles, Yuan Shuanlu mused slowly. The consequence of solely burying oneself in books is that one becomes susceptible to pitfalls. He was in no hurry, having taken a leave of absence from Balak Intermediate Soul Master Academy, allowing him ample time to rest. Moreover, he intended to resign upon his return. If possible, I would genuinely wish to send you all to the Star Luo Empire's military to experience it firsthand. Yuan Shuanlu lamented. The Star Luo army. The military? Ajie was bewildered. He merely wished to escape school and had endorsed the notion of traveling thousands of miles. But there was no need to thrust himself into the military of the Star Luo Empire. Yuan Shuanlu turned his back, channeling a soul force to incapacitate a chattering monkey soul beast in the tree, and continued, a good military cultivates individuals. Of course, it is elite, not a place for you to learn the ways of banditry. The military strength and troop quality of the Star Luo Empire have always surpassed that of the Tindo Empire. Throughout nearly 2 millennia of history, the Star Luo Empire and the Tindo Empire have experienced countless conflicts. With 3 major wars fought with the full might of the nations, although the Wuhuan Hall ultimately mediated, the Tindo Empire only triumphed once in those 3 large-scale wars. I know that story known as the War Empress Battle. Ajie recalled, his interest in history leading him to excel in the foundational history course of the continent. Hey, the War Empress triumphed thrice over the Star Luo's Nether Duke. Oscar exuberantly exclaimed, his historical knowledge primarily derived from storytellers and tea houses. Ajie nodded, waving his little hands as he recounted. At that time, the Tindo Empire had 2 factions vying for legitimacy. One was the lineage of the War Empress, and the other the so-called false emperor lineage. Taking advantage of the internal strife in Tindo, the Star Luo Empire began its invasion. With 2 claimants to legitimacy, local nobility hurriedly chose sides, while the lords directly under the royal family hesitated to report to either faction. Rather than risk being accused of treason, they collectively chose silence as a result. After the Star Luo Empire captured 12 cities in succession, many regions surrendered at a glance, and for a time, the southern territories of the Tindo Empire, including most of its vassal states, flew the banner of the Star Luo Empire. And then, Oscar, mistaking Ajie for a storyteller, quickly prompted, what happened next? They then encountered the young and impetuous War Empress. Historical records state that after leading the first army from the Grand Duchy, she immediately rushed to the battlefield against the Star Luo Empire. This newly formed army defeated the invading forces of the Nether Duke and reclaimed much lost territory, causing those who had previously surrendered to return to their original allegiance. At that moment, Yuan Ling'er interjected, it may not have been a new army. It was likely the elite forces of the Grand Duchy at that time. Consider this. Could a newly formed army, which had never seen a battlefield, truly defeat the battle-hardened forces of the Nether Duke? Ajie stroked his chin contemplatively. That does make sense. Oscar called out heartlessly. The storyteller says new recruits become seasoned soldiers only by stepping onto the battlefield. Out of 1,000, half may perish, and the surviving 500 will form the backbone of the army. We then recruit new soldiers, allowing the old to guide the new, transforming them into a capable fighting force. It is not as simple as you suggest. If half the army were to die, it would have long since collapsed. I am speaking of elite troops. Elite. The boys, brimming with passion for the military, argued fervently, their faces flushed. Even the monkey nearby joined in the commotion. Yuan Shuanlu caught the monkey and presented it to Ajie. This is a nearly 400-year-old golden armored monkey, known for its exceptional defensive capabilities. You are fortunate. A soul ring is within your grasp. Yuan Shuanlu had not anticipated that while Ajie and Oscar bickered, a troop of monkeys would arrive to eavesdrop. He seized the Monkey King. And to his surprise, it was quite suitable as Ajie's soul ring. Ajie gazed at the golden armored monkey held by Yuan Shuanlu, swallowing hard. The golden armored monkey is renowned for its defensive prowess. A 100-year-old specimen could manifest a faint golden armor on its surface, while a 1,000-year-old would cover its vital areas entirely in golden armor. As for the 10,000-year variant, he was uncertain. However, he had heard that powerful nobles crafted inner armor from the golden armor of 10,000-year golden armored monkeys. It was indeed fitting, but there was a minor issue. But my martial soul is a pig. Can I absorb the monkey soul ring? Ajie inquired. Yuan Ling'er interjected. Do the hammer martial soul users absorb only hammer spirits for their soul rings? Yuan Shuanlu patiently explained to Ajie. Although the golden armored monkey is not a pig-type soul beast, its defensive capabilities are what you should value. Generally, assault-type soul masters possess several techniques to enhance their attributes or defense, such as the White Tiger Shield from the White Tiger clan. Oscar chimed in. Yes, sister's words are wise. Those with hammer martial souls cannot possibly absorb hammer spirits as their soul rings. Your notion that one must absorb a soul ring corresponding to one's martial soul is misguided. Call me sister. I am younger than you. Stop calling me old. Yuan Ling'er retorted, sparking a playful exchange with Oscar. Jie nodded at the golden armored monkey, swiftly ending its life. As the yellow 100-year soul ring emerged. Jie began the absorption process. An hour later, Jie completed the absorption of the soul ring. As Yuan Shuanlu had surmised, the soul skill was a protective one, which Jie named Golden Armor Protection. It formed a shield of soul power around his body, enhancing his defense by 60% and augmenting his attack by 2%. Not bad, but for your next soul ring, you must seek a soul beast with formidable attack power. Yuan Shuanlu remarked, nodding in satisfaction. Now, show me your martial soul. Jie released his pig martial soul. Oscar hurried over to inspect what was dubbed the smiling pig, and after a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, why is your pig wearing clothes?" The soul hunt concluded. The only surprise was that Jie's martial soul underwent a transformation. His smiling pig now adorned a flowing robe, and Yuan Shuanlu discerned a hint of ethereal grace in the pig's mischievous face. As for the matter of Jie's martial soul mutation, Yuan Shuanlu felt at a loss, realizing he would need to consult the martial soul hall for information. However, the likelihood of discovering anything substantial was slim. As the continent boasted an array of peculiar martial souls, some of which were unique to obscure villages, Yuan Shuanlu took the three children outside, and as they emerged, he spotted Oscar's grandfather squatting at the entrance, anxiously watching the gate to the Soul Beast Forest, fearful of missing anyone. Oscar rushed over to assist the elderly man, exclaiming, "Grandpa, I have obtained my soul ring. From today onward, I am a soul master." Upon hearing this news, the old man's wrinkles seemed to lift in joy, and he quickly bowed to Yuan Shuanlu, saying, "Thank you, soul master." Yuan Shuanlu would not allow the elderly man to bow in earnest. He quickly helped him up, smiling. "Please, do not refer to me as soul master. I have already accepted Oscar as my named disciple." "Really? So suddenly?" Oscar exclaimed, surprised. "Once Oscar becomes my named disciple, it won't be long before the Martial Soul Hall sends someone to renovate your old house." "Good, good," the old man beamed, unable to suppress his joy, and playfully patted Oscar's head, urging, "Hurry and pay your respects to your teacher." Oscar knelt with a thud, followed by 3 resounding bows. "I pay my respects to my teacher." Seeing Oscar kneel, the old man was filled with delight, nodding in approval. In his eyes, Oscar's gesture solidified the teacher-student relationship, ensuring a bright future for his grandson. For the elderly man, having lived a long life, his only wish was for his grandson to have a prosperous path ahead. Yuan Shuanlu was generous, presenting a ring-shaped storage soul guide to Oscar as a meeting gift. "Thank you, teacher," Oscar grinned, accepting the soul guide and gleefully showing it to his grandfather, who affectionately patted Oscar's head, chuckling in delight. While Oscar enjoyed a harmonious moment with his grandfather, Jie pondered the transformation of his martial soul, and Yuan Ling'er pulled Yuan Shuanlu aside, asking, "Father, do you truly intend to accept Oscar as a disciple?" In the Douluo continent, the term disciple refers specifically to those who inherit a teacher's legacy and ideology, a bond that transcends mere familial ties. No, I only accept named disciples. Yuan Shuanlu emphasized the word named. Oscar is his disciple, but not entirely. Chapter 29. Divine Core. Yuan Shuanlu escorted Oscar's grandfather back to their village and hosted a grand banquet. Shortly after the feast, Oscar departed the village to transfer to the Banquet Junior Soul Master Academy. Jie also returned to school to find Lu Wei. Meanwhile, Yuan Shuanlu planned to take Yuan Ling'er to Martial Soul City, as it was an inevitable journey. After provoking Tang San, they aimed to gather many friends and minimize their enemies, uniting all possible allies. In Banquet City, at Yuan Shuanlu's residence, a soul master and a teacher at a mid-level soul master academy. Yuan Shuanlu resided not in a noble's mansion, but in an upscale house. Thanks to the previous Life South real estate investments, Yuan Shuanlu had been acquiring properties incessantly upon arriving in the Douluo continent. Focusing on prime locations, he owned 2 units on Imperial Street in Tindo City, one on the White Tiger Royal Road in Xinghua City, one in the Elders Hall of Martial Soul City, 4 on Holy Banquet King Avenue in Banquet City, and 3 on Ice Lord Street in the capital of Agenda's kingdom. He did not possess properties in certain major cities, such as Soto City. In this quaint house on Holy Banquet King Avenue, Yuan Shuanlu had lived for 6 years. 6 years. Wasn't he it better to take it easy? That dog Tang San insisted on provoking them. Yuan Shuanlu organized his materials and plans, preparing to visit the Martial Soul Hall to negotiate with Bibi Dong, essentially joining the Martial Soul Hall. He intended to enter the hall as Yuan Shuanlu rather than under the identity of Qian Shuanlu. Reflecting on the traditions of the martial soul hall, he sighed, I expect to return to a heap of trivial matters. Those elders and bishops are utterly useless, but they excel in chattering. Considering the elders, Yuan Shuanlu lamented that he would once again be engaged in tedious negotiations. That it must be said that those in high positions are indeed masters of playing Tai Chi. This was true in Balak City as well as in the martial soul hall. Knock, knock. Yuan Ling'er entered politely. Yuan Shuanlu immediately silenced himself. Even in jest, he could not express his grievances in front of his daughter. These matters were inherently troubling. Sharing them with another might elicit empathy, but more often than not, it would only spread negative emotions. Father, do you really have to go to the martial soul hall? Yuan Ling'er opposed her question because the spirit hall is a formidable power, deeply entrenched in complexity. The last time that noble and dignified Aunt Dong visited their home, although she came under the guise of friendship, her words subtly probed whether Yuan Ling'er would join the spirit hall. This time, however, her father's visit to the spirit hall would not be as a friend. He was there to negotiate a partnership. Straightforwardly speaking, her father intended to join the spirit hall. Such negotiations, especially when they are unequal, inevitably involve extensive exchanges of interests and compromises, with her father likely to bear the brunt of the disadvantage. Indeed, Bibi Dong is a titled Douluo, but her position as the Pope of the Spirit Hall means that when she stamps her foot, the very fabric of the continent trembles. Moreover, what distinguishes Bibidong's status from that of an imperial emperor? As the saying goes, accompanying a sovereign is akin to walking with a tiger. Negotiating with such a person, she possesses a myriad of ways to outmaneuver you. It is essential to proceed. Yet, rest assured, the individuals of the Spirit Hall are still kind to children. There is no mention of kindness towards adults. Yuan Ling'er pondered for a moment and clutched Yuan Shuanlu's arm, asking, Father, why must you seek out the Spirit Hall? Tang San is in an adversarial relationship with you. After all, if I do not approach the Spirit Hall, am I to face him alone? It is crucial to remember that Tang San has the backing of the Empire and his own force. The Tang sect. However, such thoughts must remain unvoiced. Yuan Shuanlu considered this, withdrew his arm, crouched down, and gently stroked Yuan Ling'er's head, saying, Father misses home. In truth, Spirit City is quite beautiful. When you encounter those whose presence is comparable to your father's strength, be sure to greet them as grandfather and grandmother. Why, this way, they will feel embarrassed to deny your red envelope. Yuan Ling'er, incredulous, thought it was rather calculating of her father to consider utilizing his daughter's charm to gain financial benefits. Ultimately, she could no longer contain herself, launching into a verbal sparring match before succumbing to her curiosity. Father, what does Tang San truly mean to you? Direct, clear, and forthright, Yuan Shuanlu fell into contemplation. Tang San was the son of his brother's killer. Yet, it seemed that he and Qian Xuanji maintained a cordial brotherly relationship. Tang San represented a vendetta against his family, yet that vendetta remains unfulfilled. What, indeed, is Tang San, in his youth, while watching Douluo continent? Yuan Shuanlu found little fault with Tang San. But as he matured, he perceived Tang San as hypocritical and duplicitous, truly the dregs of humanity. As he grew older, he realized that if he were in Tang San's shoes, he would likely struggle to navigate the duplicity of playing the harlot while erecting a monument to chastity as flawlessly as Tang San, whose decades-long deception remained intact, and yet he still appeared as the noble sea god. Yuan Shuanlu contemplated, shook his head, and cautiously remarked, I do not know, but I believe this matter hinges on one's allegiances. Yuan Ling'er flushed with embarrassment. In truth, Yuan Shuanlu implied that one's loyalties dictate one's perspective. Were Yuan Shuanlu an ordinary person, he would likely avoid the troublesome entanglement with Tang San. They do not operate on the same level, and even though they inhabit the same continent, their paths would likely never cross. Were Yuan Shuanlu a sole master of considerable talent, he would merely integrate into Tang San's faction, reaping the fruits of victory. As for any enlightened soul master who might denounce him as an opportunist, I am the victor. Your insults are irrelevant. However, Yuan Shuanlu had no choice or alternative. He was a member of the Spirit Hall. Born with its brand upon him. In the future, he must either engage in a life-or-death struggle with Tang San or strive to survive. Yet, survival seemed improbable. It appeared that Xiao Wu's mother was among those he had assisted Bibi Dong in hunting down. Now, the situation worsened, as Yuan Ling'er had inexplicably attracted Tang San's ire. If it were not for Yuan Shuanlu's constant companionship with Yuan Ling'er, he might suspect that an interloper had brainwashed her into opposing Tang San. Why trust those people? We are no longer immersed in fiction. It is truly a nest of ulterior motives, using young ones as pawns. Regardless, Tang San now obstructed his path, and with no room for negotiation. He resolved to eliminate him. Shuanlu reflected on himself, concluding that it would be better to take a gamble than to languish in despair, for Yuan Ling'er was certainly not lacking in worth. If all else failed, he would reconsider. The future is perpetually inscrutable, even for a titled Douluo. Yuan Ling'er returned to her room, turning her focus inward to examine the divine core within her. It was her sole means of overcoming Tang San. How, indeed, could she unravel this mystery? Entering her introspective state, she gazed at the golden divine core within her, biting her fingernail in frustration, yet no solution emerged. The divine core belonged to her, yet for reasons unknown. It was shrouded in a layer of sealing. Perhaps the core had sealed itself. Today was not the first instance she had sought to break the seal. During her days in the Soul Beast Forest, she had attempted to do so, but to no avail. Ultimately, Yuan Ling'er resorted to a crude method, grinding with her soul power. With enough effort, even an iron rod could be sharpened into a needle. The techniques of sealing are universally known. Regardless of the sophistication of the seal, the underlying principles are fundamentally the same, employing a gentle energy to obstruct a more tumultuous energy within. Yuan Ling'er had no shortcuts available, only the option of diligent effort to break the seal. After all, this was her own divine core. Grinding away for 3 years should yield some results. Alas, in the dimly lit room, Yuan Ling'er prepared for the inevitable war ahead. Chapter 30. Shuanlu returns to his less-than-loyal Spirit City today. Spirit City stands as a significant stronghold on the Douluo continent. When compared to the renowned city of Tindo, Spirit City appears somewhat diminutive, even failing to reach a tenth of Tiando's size. However, the awe it inspires remains undiminished, for here lies the sacred ground for soul masters across the continent. The tea houses of Spirit City are perpetually bustling. Those with ample means occupy the private rooms on the second floor. Those of moderate wealth sit at communal tables on the first floor, and those lacking funds perch at the entrance, bringing their own roasted soybeans, while the storyteller, accompanied by a pot of tea and a fan, sits on stage, eyes closed in contemplation. Once the apprentices have warmed up the atmosphere, the storyteller adjusts his robe, strokes his beard, clears his throat, and with a resounding clap on the wooden block, begins his tale. Who is this war empress, you ask? Surely, all present are well acquainted with her. She is the goddess of war from Tindo. Do not be deceived by her femininity. The victories of Tindo hinge upon her prowess. Laughter erupts from the audience. The regional joke emerges that it is said that in her youth, the war empress was the most cherished daughter of the Tindo emperor. And she was no meek figure in the streets of Tindo City. She strode through the imperial streets like a crab, lacking any decorum. The storyteller mimicked a crab's gait, eliciting further laughter from the crowd. Yet one day, while the war empress was enjoying drinks at a tavern, she overheard someone mocking her for being arrogant and overbearing. How could the war empress endure such slights? In Tindo City, reputation is paramount. How could she suffer disgrace before others? Thus, the war empress marched inside, only to discover it was a suave and graceful young gentleman. All ears perked up, eager not to miss a single detail. Who is this elegant young man, you ask? Why, he is none other than the White Knight of our spirit hall. The war empress, having never encountered such a dashing figure, felt her resolve waver. Her words. Shuanlu quickly covered Yuan Ling'er's ears and hurriedly escorted her away, scolding as they walked. Such disgraceful tales. But father, the story has yet to be completed. Yuan Ling'er protested, shaking her head in reluctance. A person of integrity would surely wish to hear the war empress's tale alongside the White Knight. Shuanlu, his expression darkened, replied, but I have already heard it. Indeed, he had. These sensational stories were mere fabrications he concocted after perusing a few history books. He was unsure if the foolish tales from Juhua Pass, indeed, it was had been disseminated, resulting in the storyteller adapting and embellishing them, thus transforming them into a hallmark of the Spirit Hall, complete with a distinctive regional accent. What I meant to say, if you wish to explore the tale of the War Empress, you should visit the Grand Library in Wuhuan City, where numerous precious historical documents can be found. Yuan Ling'er, with a look of grievance, replied, but I truly wish to hear this. In her previous life, she had never set foot in Wuhuan City, and by the time she arrived, it had already fallen into ruins. Let alone the local customs and culture, it was fortunate to even witness a grave. Her father, Yuan Ling'er, tried to be endearing. All right, I shall take you there. This time we shall engage in something serious. Hooray! With a loud clap, the storyteller in the tea house, who appeared quite young and rather inexperienced, saluted. Ladies and gentlemen, today we shall continue our tale of the White Knight assisting the Empress in vanquishing the Netherworld thrice. Yuan Shuanlu nodded. This was unfamiliar to him, and seemed to be an original story crafted by the youthful storyteller, which he found somewhat acceptable. As the story unfolded, it was said that when the War Empress led her troops into battle, the Netherworld Duke of Xingla laughed upon seeing the mere 1,000 soldiers of the Tindo army daring to obstruct him, exclaiming, "Such foolishness!" A general from Xingla spoke up. Why not have the Duke personally eradicate these little bandits? The Netherworld Duke waved his hand and dispatched a silver-armored young general to annihilate them, chuckling, "The children shall defeat themselves." But who were the White Knights of our Wuhuan palace? Were they mere children? They were formidable figures. Seeing the Netherworld Duke's disdain towards the War Empress's forces, the White Knight immediately requested to engage in battle. Consider, at that time, the War Empress was still but a young girl. Having never encountered such grand spectacles, from a distance, she observed the tightly fortified ranks and banners of the Xingla army, and the silver-armored general, accompanied by an elite cavalry, charged straight towards their formation, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Utterly terrified. It was only when the White Knight once more requested to fight that her fear was quelled. The War Empress pondered. The opposing side boasted 5,000 cavalrymen while they had less than 1,000. Defeat was inevitable. Yet, the White Knight was not an ordinary person. He requested to engage again, assuring victory. The War Empress furrowed her brow and asked, "How many men do you require?" The White Knight, with strategic composure, calmly replied, "I alone can vanquish the enemy." Thus, before the two armies, the White Knight unleashed his martial spirit, 9 soul rings flickering in succession. He struck the ground with a fist, and instantly, the earth tremored, burying the silver-armored general beneath the rubble. The elite cavalry, startled, fled in disarray, abandoning their weapons. The Netherworld Duke, witnessing this, was so frightened that he lost control. Yuan Shuanlu could no longer contain himself. His face darkened. Was there truly anyone who believed this? At that time, the White Knight was at most a level 50 Soul King. Where did he acquire 9 soul rings? The Netherworld Duke possessed the strength of a Soul Douluo at that time. And how could it be that the Duke was so terrified? Was it merely due to the reputation of the Wuhuan Palace? Back then, it was the titled Douluo who intervened to prevent the war from escalating further. Truly, what a fabrication! Yuan Shuanlu felt that until Yuan Ling'er had systematically studied history, she should not be exposed to such storytelling, as it would only diminish her intellect. One man, exuding a sharp demeanor, smiled and remarked to Yuan Shuanlu, "This young brother must be out with his daughter for leisure. Am I correct?" Indeed, Yuan Shuanlu returned the gesture, and even Yuan Ling'er did the same. When one goes out for enjoyment, it is essential that everything goes smoothly. Regardless of the stories told, if there are listeners willing to hear, it suffices. The man poured himself a jug of wine in Wuhan City. Only soul masters could enter, indicating that the people here were not mere country bumpkins. At the very least, they were literate and knowledgeable of history. He was correct. They understood the story was fabricated. The youthful storyteller was indeed not as proficient as the elders. Yet there remained an audience willing to listen and appreciate. The man tossed a few copper soul coins into the small servant's basket, and shortly thereafter, the young storyteller on stage bowed to him and exclaimed, "Thank you for your generosity, sir." The man chuckled confidently. "That is a joy beyond measure." Yuan Shuanlu mused internally, "Is that worth a fortune? Just a few copper soul coins. I may have gleaned some insight." Yuan Shuanlu thought, "So you wish to appear profound, do you? Who cannot?" He then encouraged, "I hope to hear more from you." Yuan Shuanlu sipped his tea and glanced at the young storyteller, believing the silver he was receiving was rightly earned. The storyteller's skill lay solely in his words. If he lacked the ability to sustain his livelihood, he might as well refrain from eating. Stories must adhere to a certain logic. The audience may listen without much thought, but the storyteller must possess intellect. Yuan Shuanlu continued, "A story consists of 3 parts truth and 7 parts fabrication. The blend of reality and illusion is inevitable, yet the logic remains unchanged. For instance, the segment about the White Knight assisting the Empress in defeating the Netherworld thrice. If it were me, I would first present the disdain of the Netherworld Duke towards the Empress, depict how fearful the War Empress was, and then illustrate the inadequacies of the Tindo army. Wouldn't that drive many impatient listeners to frustration? They came to hear something uplifting, yet you present them with this?" The man quickly inquired. Yuan Shuanlu waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, without suppression, How can there be elevation? However, one must grasp the nuances. A newcomer will learn the balance after a few attempts and a few scoldings from the audience. That makes sense, the man nodded. Yuan Shuanlu thumped the table and declared, then elevate. The disdain the Netherworld Duke had, the more tragic the defeat would be. The initial ineptitude of the War Empress would lead to her later prowess in battle. As for the Tindo army, well, that seems unchangeable. They have always been inept. Laughter erupted from the man. Yuan Shuanlu leisurely continued. The story will unfold gradually. Naturally, there will be those willing to reward you with silver. Seeking such rewards also requires finesse. What do you mean by that? The man queried. Yuan Shuanlu pondered for a moment before replying. The audience is a mixed bag. All sorts of people are present. If you encounter amiable individuals, that is well and good. A greeting of "Sir, may you be auspicious" could forge a good rapport. However, should you meet a difficult crowd, they might directly challenge you with words. And you can only smile and hope they will not retaliate against a smiling face. What can be done then? What can be done? Yuan Shuanlu mused. You are in this line of work. These people are your benefactors. Some may support you financially out of goodwill. Those who do not are at least present to listen for a while. Their mere presence is your duty. If they wish to give, you should express gratitude. If they do not linger, lest you embarrass them. The man listened intently, as his usual duty of standing guard rarely afforded him such conversation, leading him to wish for a connection. Your words resonate deeply. I observe that your attire signifies nobility. You must not be an ordinary person. Haha. In Wuhuan City, even a falling brick could crush several soul masters. Who could be considered an easy target? Yuan Shuanlu called out to Yuan Ling'er, let us go. As they departed the tea house, he remained unaware of the man's true nature. Although a titled Douluo was not afraid of ordinary folk, it was still prudent to maintain cordiality. The man caught up to Yuan Shuanlu and clasped his fists, inquiring, may I ask your esteemed surname? I am honored to be called Yuan. Yuan Shuanlu paused and returned the gesture. Yuan Shuanlu. I am Xia Tianlai. The man introduced himself, bowing to both Yuan Shuanlu and Yuan Ling'er. I am a guardian knight of the Wuhuan Palace. You may have heard of us. The guardians must all hail from Wuhuan City. I have resided here for nearly 30 years. Should you wish to visit any place, I would be happy to extend my hospitality. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shuanlu brightened. Ah, so you are a true envoy of Wuhuan City. I do have a place in mind. Oh, where might that be? Yuan Shuanlu pointed toward the Pope's Hall atop the hill within the city. I wish to visit that. Xia Tianlai chuckled softly. Ah, so you are a pilgrim. In truth, Yuan brother, the Pope's Hall holds no extraordinary wonders. It cannot compare to the historical weight of the Tindo Imperial Palace, nor can it rival the ornate beauty of the Xinglua Imperial Palace. However, I must go. It is a place of great interest to the entire city. Do you truly wish to see it? Indeed, I do. Very well, let us proceed. Xia Tianlai laughed heartily, displaying no pretense as he guided Yuan Shuanlu through several streets, ultimately ascending the hill to the Pope's Hall. Father, are we truly going to the Pope's Hall? Yuan Ling'er was filled with anxiety. She had never witnessed the Papal Hall. The fires of war had ravaged the grand city of the Spirit Hall, leaving it in ruins. All the treasures of gold, silver, and jewels had been plundered by the Imperial Army, and the cultural and artistic gems had been reduced to ashes. Even the Douluo Hall, where the honored Douluo were laid to rest, found no peace. Thus, when she beheld this once magnificent city, which existed solely in her memories, her heart was not only anxious but also tinged with a hint of joy. What a splendid city it was. Filled with engaging storytellers, how wonderful it would be if they could continue their tales. Yuan Shuanlu ascended the steps with calmness. I am returning this time. Halt. 2 silver-armored knight guardians blocked Yuan Shuanlu and his companions, and 100 silver-armored knights simultaneously raised their swords, declaring, this is a forbidden zone. Take another step forward, and we will show no mercy. Xia Tianlai chuckled awkwardly. It's part of the job. I would do the same while on duty. Yes, I understand. Yuan Shuanlu replied to Xia Tianlai's explanation, then gently ruffled Yuan Ling'er's hair, saying, this is my home. Although your father may seem idle these years, appearing as if he has done nothing as a titled Douluo, at least, I can show you the spectacle of a king's return. With that, Yuan Shuanlu stepped onto the stairs, laughing heartily. I, Yuan Shuanlu, have returned to my loyal spirit city today. Ha! He was joyful. He was exuberant. He was exhilarated. Finally, he was back. No longer was he the worthless titled Douluo. He had a daughter destined for divinity, a daughter capable of defeating Tang San. As Yuan Shuanlu ascended the steps, in the odd gaze of Yuan Ling'er and the astonishment of Xia Tianlai, he took his first step toward the Papal Hall. Yet, he was met with the united shout of 100 knights. Dare to approach, and you shall face death. Yuan Shuanlu. There are children present. Could you not show me some respect? Yuan Ling'er. What happened to the king's return? Xia Tian Lai. What a fierce situation. Yuan Shuanlu ignored them and took another step up the staircase. Dare to approach, and you shall face death. The 100 silver-armored knights unleashed their martial souls, all at level 50 soul kings, none older than 40.500 soul rings lit up before the papal hall, creating a dazzling scene that even startled the residents of the spirit city. It seemed that today, Yuan Shuanlu had indeed returned to his less-than-loyal spirit city. Yuan Shuanlu turned back, extending his hand toward Yuan Ling'er, who grasped her father's hand. Yuan Shuanlu nodded with a smile, leading his daughter forward. With a roar, Yuan Shuanlu unleashed his martial soul. The Holy Dragon of Light, A.S. Yuan Shuanlu, and Yuan Ling'er took another step forward. The first of his century-old soul rings emerged, followed by the second millennium soul ring. With each few steps, another soul ring appeared beneath his feet. By the time Yuan Shuanlu and Yuan Ling'er reached the pinnacle, 9 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 2 red, radiated beneath him. These seemingly simple 9 soul rings overshadowed the brilliance of the 500 soul rings, as the 100 knights watched, wide-eyed, while this titled Dou man held the hand of a little girl as they ascended the papal hall. My father is a titled Douluo, Yuan Ling'er exclaimed proudly atop the papal hall. At that moment, Yuan Shuanlu merely nodded modestly, glancing at the streaks of light soaring through the sky, each representing a soul saint's might. Perhaps Yuan Shuanlu had been away for far too long. 6 years was ample time for people to forget a titled Douluo. To his astonishment, a soul saint inquired, "May I ask who approaches?" "Daddy." Yuan Ling'er tightened her embrace around Yuan Shuanlu. Yuan Shuanlu patted her shoulder, saying, "Your father is a titled Douluo." With that, Yuan Shuanlu's 96th level soul power surged skyward, forcefully pressing down all the soul saints to the ground. His voice booming like thunder, "I am the titled Douluo, Dragon Emperor." Chapter 31. What is your father's name? After a flurry of commotion, Yuan Shuanlu and Yuan Ling'er were invited into the papal hall. "Dragon Emperor Douluo, must I still pay my respects to you? Uncle Tiani, such words. You are my elder. It would not be inappropriate for me to bow before you as my father. Golden Crocodile Douluo. Then, let it be. Who in the spirit hall does not know that you, Qian Shuanlu, are famously known as the father who has a son laugh?" Golden Crocodile Douluo ceased the jesting, smiling warmly as he added, "The grand offerand awaits you inside. Uncle Tiani, do you think your granddaughter is well behaved?" Referring to her as a granddaughter was not incorrect, for Golden Crocodile Douluo was older than Qian Daolu. Yuan Shuanlu had no qualms about having Yuan Ling'er address him as grandfather. However, Golden Crocodile Douluo was momentarily perplexed by Yuan Shuanlu's intentions. After glancing at the wide-eyed Yuan Ling'er, he nodded. Very well behaved, quite adorable. Yuan Shuanlu seized the moment, asking, "Did she not call you grandfather just now?" Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at Yuan Ling'er once more, and she chirped, "Hello, grandfather." Having lived so long, Golden Crocodile Douluo was quite astute. By now, he understood Yuan Shuanlu's scheme all too well. "You cheeky rascal. You've come to extort your Uncle Tiani." He laughed, scolding lightly, yet he still produced a purple right-arm soul bone from his soul guide, casually stating, "A millennium soul bone. You probably wouldn't care for it, but it's the thought that counts." Hearing such a grandiose statement, Yuan Ling'er felt a pang of envy. These grandfathers were truly wealthy. No wonder her father said he would extort them handsomely. "Thank you, grandfather." Yuan Ling'er called out even more affectionately. "Please, step inside." Golden Crocodile Douluo gestured to Yuan Shuanlu. Yuan Shuanlu led Yuan Ling'er into the Great Hall. This was the Elders' Hall, the largest structure within the Papal Hall, representing the highest authority of the Spirit Hall. Upon entering the vast chamber, Yuan Ling'er instinctively felt goosebumps rise on her skin. At the innermost part of the hall stood a colossal 6-winged angel statue, towering 10 meters high, with a figure standing beneath it. The figure had its back to the entrance, long hair flowing, as the light streaming in from the stained glass windows concentrated around him, evoking a sense of reverence. Formerly a limit de law, Yuan Ling'er felt an unusual sensation. The man's aura seemed to melt seamlessly with that of the enormous 6-winged angel statue, making it difficult to discern that a person stood there, his presence exuding an extreme subtlety. What a show-off. Yuan Shuanlu silently derided Qian Daolu's pretentiousness before quickly donning a smile, saying to Yuan Ling'er, "This is your grandfather." Yuan Ling'er obediently greeted, "Hello, grandfather." However, Qian Daolu merely regarded her with mild surprise before shifting his focus back to Yuan Shuanlu. She does not possess an angel martial soul, true, but she has dual martial souls. Yuan Shuanlu scorned the notion of judging individuals by their bloodline and martial souls. Is your angel martial soul truly superior? Are not dual martial souls more impressive? Qian Daolu feigned ignorance, suggesting she be included in the angel family's genealogy. He was indifferent to such matters. Yuan Shuanlu softly uttered 3 words. Her surname is Yuan. In the highest realm of the spirit hall, before the god of angels, father and child sank into a lengthy silence. After a while, Qian Daolu finally asked, "And you?" "I used to be surnamed Qian. Now I am Yuan." Yuan Shuanlu distinctly felt the oppressive aura of the limit Douluo bearing down on him and Yuan Ling'er, yet he too released his own aura, gradually pushing back against the pressure. It was a challenging endeavor. Must I spell it out for you? The only living beings of the angel bloodline now are you and Shuer. Are you considering whether to once again old man relives youthful folly, as you did to give me a brother with an angel martial soul? Nonsense. Qian Daolu cast a final glance at Yuan Ling'er and spoke in a deep voice. You may leave. Let your father remain. Yuan Shuanlu, unaccustomed to coddling the elder Qian Daolu, promptly scooped up Yuan Ling'er and declared, "Linger, let us seek out Grandpa Tani. Pay no heed to this old fool's words." Qian Daolu, a venerable elder who had lived for a full century, was well aware of Yuan Shuanlu's intentions, merely a reflection of his unfavorable attitude towards Yuan Ling'er, which in turn had drawn Yuan Shuanlu's ire. With a slight wave of his hand, a piece of millennium-old soul bone flew into Yuan Ling'er's grasp, as he leisurely proclaimed, "This is a gift for her." "It's merely a millennium-old soul bone. Who do you think I look down upon? Linger, do not absorb it." Though Yuan Shuanlu outwardly admonished her, he nonetheless set Yuan Ling'er down and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Go find your Aunt Dong. Do not worry about me." Yuan Ling'er stowed the soul bone in her soul guide, then bowed to Qian Daolu before departing with Yuan Shuanlu. Once Yuan Ling'er had exited, only Yuan Shuanlu and Qian Daolu remained in the hall. Observing Yuan Shuanlu's visage, which bore a resemblance to his own youthful features, Qian Daolu suddenly remarked, "By word and deed, is this how you teach your daughter to respect her elders? The failure to educate is the father's fault. Have you only imparted to her the lessons of Qian Shuanji's old man reminiscing about youthful bravado?" Qian Daolu's retort was laced with 3 layers of irony. First, the indelible sin of Qian Shuanji that could never be absolved. Second, the circumstances of Yuan Shuanlu's own birth. Third, perhaps a veiled jab at Qian Daolu's past courtship of Poseidon. Dragon Emperor Douluo, I wish to see if you possess the qualifications to join the Spirit Hall. The air around Qian Daolu shifted. Where he had previously exhibited utmost restraint, now his soul power enveloped Yuan Shuanlu, evoking a sensation of vastness that was akin to standing on an expansive prairie. Gradually tilting one's head upward to behold an unbounded azure sky, unobstructed by anything, rendering the horizon invisible, Yuan Shuanlu understood that upon Qian Daolu uttering Dragon Emperor Douluo, he intended to make his move. Yet, being shrewd, Yuan Shuanlu would not fall prey to Qian Daolu's schemes. That he gazed at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle and shook his head, murmuring, "I once directed my heart toward the bright moon. Yet alas, the moon merely illuminates the gutter." The sentiment was profound and poignant, echoing his inner grievances. Even Qian Daolu found himself momentarily moved, questioning whether he had been overly harsh on Yuan Shuanlu. Yuan Shuanlu's mother had been an ordinary disciple of the sacred dragon sect, merely a servant to Qian Daolu. That woman had not fared particularly well within the sect. Otherwise, she would not have been sent as a gift to the Spirit Hall to serve his daily needs. Yet, one fateful day, after Qian Daolu's youthful exuberance had been rekindled, that woman unexpectedly became pregnant and bore Yuan Shuanlu. In her naivety, she believed herself elevated by virtue of her son and foolishly considered herself the wife of a high-ranking offering, ultimately sealing her own fate. When Yuan Shuanlu awakened his martial soul at the age of 6, it was then that Qian Daolu recognized his talent and resolved to have him bear the surname Qian. However, at that time, Yuan Shuanlu, much like his mother, was foolish, arrogant, and overbearing. Yet these traits posed no issue for Qian Daolu, for all he desired was to retain a future title Douluo within the Spirit Hall. Hence, paternal affection was inconsequential, nor could they be deemed master and disciple. Once the interests were clarified, Yuan Shuanlu could act as he pleased as long as he fulfilled his duty to cultivate into a title Douluo. In such an environment, Yuan Shuanlu likely harbored deep-seated resentment towards his father. Just as Qian Daolu pondered these stirring reflections, he heard Yuan Shuanlu's cheeky voice proclaiming, "Farewell. I am seeking refuge with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. They offer better recompense." Yuan Shuanlu hastily made his exit, Scoundrel! Dou erupted in anger. As an elder, he longed for the company of his children, yearning for the simple pleasure of familial bonds. Yet, his eldest son had been gravely injured by Tang Hao and subsequently perished. His daughter-in-law never acknowledged him as her father-in-law, perpetually gazing at him with disdain. His only granddaughter, Shuer, had ventured to Heaven Dou city to undertake perilous undercover work. Meanwhile, this unfilial son had vanished for 6 years, only to return today with the audacity to declare, "I no longer bear the surname Qian. I have defected. I am laying my cards on the table." The elder's heart ached. He was the grand offering of the Spirit Hall, a legendary figure of invincibility in the skies, a titan among land-based soul masters, one of the 3 unparalleled title Douluos of his age, the very embodiment of the angelic god. Yet, he was still human, capable of experiencing the full spectrum of emotions, including sorrow when his pursuit of Poseidon had met with failure. Thus, Shuanlu's disrespect toward him would elicit a response. Taste my fist. Chapter 32. Ah. Little brat. Within the Elder Hall of Spirit City, an extraordinary surge of soul power erupted. A golden figure and a white figure soared from the rooftop of the Elder Hall, ascending directly into the clouds 1,000 meters high. In an instant, the sky above Spirit City was bisected by a hue of gold and white, resembling a tumultuous ocean. Dou felt quite elated as he beheld Shuanlu, who had been struck with panda eyes from his earlier ambush. His anger had dissipated significantly. He bellowed into the sky, "Dragon Emperor Douluo, dare you engage in battle?" His voice thundered like a storm, shattering the clouds and sending ripples of unease through the populace of Spirit City below. Within the Spirit Hall, the ever-smiling Dong held Yuan Ling'er's hand, witnessing the spectacle unfold. "Aunt Dong, is this grand offering truly formidable?" Yuan Ling'er inquired, despite knowing the answer. Having cultivated herself into an ultimate Douluo and forged a semi-finished divine core, she was acutely aware of what it meant to reach the 99th leveled in the absence of sea god Tang San. She would undoubtedly be the strongest individual of her era. However, she posed the question because her father had previously spoken of this grand offering, noting his integrity, relatively speaking, and unwavering commitment to the angelic goddess legacy, but most importantly, as one of the 3 unparalleled title Douluos in existence. Yuan Ling'er understood that unparalleled title Douluo equated to ultimate Douluo. Yet she had never engaged in battle with one, leaving the question of who was superior unanswered. "Very formidable," Dong replied, devoid of any hint of defiance towards this grand offering. After all, the Spirit Hall's might was no mere boast. Among the offerings, she regarded this grand offering with the utmost caution. In this battle, Shuanlu is destined to fail. Dong offered her assessment without hesitation. It was not that she underestimated Shuanlu. Achieving the rank of title Douluo at the age of 33, equipped with 200,000-year soul rings, and now approaching 40 with the strength of a super Douluo, he ranked among the upper echelons of any assembly of elders within the Spirit Hall. However, even if Shuanlu was invincible at his level, he could not necessarily contend with Dou, who was 3 or 4 levels his superior. Dong gazed skyward, where her keen eyesight allowed her to observe the confrontation between Shuanlu and Dou. She softly encouraged, "Nevertheless, I hope your father can surprise you." As the moment of surprise arrived, Shuanlu, upon hearing Dou's thunderous challenge, felt his spirit soar. The martial soul of the radiant holy dragon was unleashed. 9 soul rings encircling him as his 96th level soul power surged through the clouds, presenting a formidable stance. Engaging in battle with an ultimate Douluo held numerous advantages, particularly for someone like him who was not reliant on external aids. A confrontation with Dou would be invaluable for his future breakthroughs. Thus, Shuanlu straightened his robes, his countenance resolute, and declared with righteous indignation, "I would not dare." Yet, upon witnessing Shuanlu's demeanor, Dou had anticipated an exhilarating clash. Instead, "You've bared your pants, and this is what you show me. Where's your face?" Shuanlu, noticing Dou's face as dark as a pot's bottom, offered an awkward smile and retorted, "I was merely jesting. You think you're amusing?" Dou was so enraged that he felt blood rising in his throat. Nearly a century of cultivating his internal energy was shattered by Shuanlu in mere minutes. The High Priest of the Spirit Hall was not afraid of engaging in a battle of Tai Chi or schemes with him. What he truly feared was Shuanlu's foolish self-indulgence. As if he were an imbecile, over the years, Shuanlu had come to comprehend the limits of Dou's patience. As long as he did not cross the red line, he could leap and cavort to his heart's content. "Hey, I jumped out again. Now I'm back. How was that?" I jumped out again. Come at me, you fool. Yuan Shuanlu waved his sleeve, adjusted his hairstyle, and said, I have a request. What is it? If I can repel you just once, I will consider myself victorious. Furthermore, I wish to summon a priest. Douluo snorted coldly. You are utterly ignorant. You think you can summon a priest at will? Unfazed, Yuan Shuanlu continued. Will you agree or not? Don't try to provoke me. Win first, then we'll talk. Douluo, unable to contain himself, unleashed his spirit rings, 8 black and 1 red. The air in half the sky was solidified by his terrifying spirit power. So formidable, Yuan Ling'er gasped in astonishment. Once a limit Douluo, Yuan Ling'er, although now lacking in cultivation, felt that even at her peak, she could not match the residual might permeating the sky, and no wonder he is known as invincible in the sky. In the heavens, Douluo was a being nearing the divine spirit manifestation. Yuan Shuanlu first released his spirit manifestation. The overwhelming spirit power merely eased his breathing slightly, faced with the pressure from this high priest. He felt he might fare better against Tang Hao. Radiant dragon body, the purple third spirit ring ignited, and a 40% enhancement to all attributes bolstered Yuan Shuanlu's confidence significantly. Just once. If I can repel you even once, I win. At this moment, Yuan Shuanlu did not hesitate to expend his spirit power. The red 100,000-year spirit ring glowed, and 2/8 spirit abilities were unleashed. Dragon Emperor's severing of all laws. This ability was truly domineering, directly preventing any opponent weaker than himself from summoning spirit power, and even those of higher rank would find their spirit abilities severely hampered. The elemental forces of heaven and earth were confined, even causing a ripple in Dauluo's spirit. Yet, Douluo remained unfazed, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at Yuan Shuanlu. Dragon Emperor's domain kill. A white dragon's head appeared behind Yuan Shuanlu's radiant holy dragon form. He soared towards Douluo, infusing immense spirit power into the attack. Still restrained, yet extraordinary, the tempest of spirit power generated by the dragon head stirred the clouds behind Douluo, but he did not budge. Not even his sleeves rustling. Douluo's 7th spirit ring lit up. A massive angelic silhouette emerged behind him, a layer of divine radiance enveloping the entire sky and the spirit city below. Many devout followers in Spirit City knelt, tears streaming down their faces as they offered praise to the celestial angel above. Meanwhile, Yuan Shuanlu felt only pressure. His speed astonishingly slowed as he charged towards the angelic manifestation. He felt akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Why? Does Dragon Emperor's severing of all laws have no effect on you? Yuan Shuanlu's eyes reddened. If he had analyzed rationally, he would have realized that Dauluo's angelic form was not at its peak. The 8th spirit ability was indeed effective, but at Dauluo's level, he simply did not need to pay it any mind. God of Slaughter's domain. The black-purple domain power unfolded, a flicker of brutal killing intent flashing in Yuan Shuanlu's eyes, deathly energy swirling around him, finally diminishing the pressure from Dauluo's angelic form. Seizing this opportunity, Yuan Shuanlu approached Douluo and threw a punch at his face. Dragon Emperor's domain kill. Here it comes. Douluo's 3rd spirit ring flashed, a golden aura enveloping him, and he extended a hand to grasp Yuan Shuanlu's attack. The terrifying spirit power of Dragon Emperor's domain kill erupted instantly, while Yuan Shuanlu's 1st and 2nd spirit rings flickered simultaneously. Radiant Dragon Fist, Radiant Dragon's Fury. The power of Yuan Shuanlu's spirit abilities doubled, and an explosive surge of spirit power detonated in Dauluo's grasp, sending gusts of air spiraling into mini tornadoes. Retreat. Just one step back is enough. Yuan Shuanlu's God of Slaughter's domain shifted from a surface area to a singular point, all focused on that one punch. Slaughter hell. Retreat. Retreat. Give way. You are a 99th level limit Douluo, the invincible high priest of the sky, but I am also a 96th level super Douluo. Can I not even push you back one step? You are not invincible. You lost to Tang San too. In power, in emotion, utterly defeated. Douluo's 8th spirit ring illuminated, a golden phantasm enveloping his angelic form, 6 wings fluttering as countless golden feathers surged forth, racing towards Yuan Shuanlu, clashing with his Dragon Emperor's domain kill. From every angle, Yuan Shuanlu was at a considerable disadvantage. The angelic spirit power was pure divine energy, continuously purifying his dragon head, and furthermore, Yuan Shuanlu's spirit power was inherently inferior to Dauluo's, causing him to expend more energy than he could afford. The Holy Dragon Sect's white-armored Earth Dragon Spirit was not a mere Fade. By bloodline, it was not weaker than the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, but had become what it was due to some unforeseen circumstance. Yuan Shuanlu's face flushed. He could hear but dared not speak, fearing that if he let out his breath, he would never regain it. But if the white-armored Earth Dragon had not been purified by my angelic bloodline, would you have this spirit today? How insufferable. This is akin to a man telling his child that the genes from their mother are inadequate. Without my essence, you could not have achieved today's success. Yet, Douluo's words held truth. He found himself unable to counter these bloodline supremacist arguments. Sword of the Holy Court, a light sword stabbed fiercely from Yuan Shuanlu's palm. But Douluo seemingly ignored this powerful blade forged from light attribute spirit power. Mere inches from Douluo's skin, the sword disintegrated, from tip to blade to hilt. It dissolved as it approached. The distinction between light and holy attributes was rather nebulous in certain respects. Douluo still had the strength to speak, but the holy attribute can undoubtedly counter your light attribute, for I am the most esteemed six-winged angel spirit. And this divine power is the gift bestowed upon our angelic kin by the angel god. Yuan Shuanlu's resistance intensified. Humph. Yuan Shuanlu scoffed coldly. Qian Xuanji said the same to me. And what happened next? His 7,000-year right arm bone spirit ability activated. Sword arm. This sword was neither of the light attribute nor something Douluo could dismiss effortlessly. Thus, it pierced through the skin between Douluo's brows. And instinctively, Douluo retreated, but halfway through, he froze in midair. Did I just retreat? Yuan Shuanlu concluded his spirit ability. He simply could not afford to continue expending energy, feeling his spirit power nearly depleted. However, he laughed heartily, exclaiming, "You lost. Villains perish from excessive boasting. You have won." Douluo wiped the blood from his brow, steadying his unsteady footing. Yuan Shuanlu had consumed a vast amount of spirit power, and he too felt the toll. A sharp pain shot through his palm. Douluo glanced down to see his hand a bloody mess. He was astonished and delighted Yuan Shuanlu had actually injured him. This was a feat accomplished only by Tang San and Poseidon in the past 50 years. A high priest, Yuan Shuanlu tossed a spirit bone to Douluo and quickly descended. Meanwhile, Douluo remained suspended in the air, contemplating the spirit bone thrown to him by Yuan Shuanlu, and then it dawned on him. This was the inherited spirit bone of the Haotian sect. It must be Tang Hao's. Douluo comprehended that this was Tang Hao's soul bone. The fact that Yuan Shuanlu could acquire such a soul bone indicated that Tang Hao had effectively been rendered one-handed by him, which also served as a testament to Yuan Shuanlu's stance. I do not bear the surname Qian, yet I acknowledge the sentiment of the Qian family. I have a myriad of sordid affairs with Qian Xuanji, but I shall still seek vengeance for my brother. Blood brothers must keep accounts clear, and each matter must be settled distinctly. Douluo stored away the soul bone, clasped his hands behind his back, and smiled. "Heh, little beast." Chapter 33. Sister Fox Yuan Ling'er walked out of the papal hall alongside a young lady. Bibi Dong paid little heed to Yuan Ling'er, engaging in a few mundane exchanges before observing the seemingly affectionate scene between Yuan Shuanlu and Douluo. Once Yuan Shuanlu descended, Bibi Dong dismissed Yuan Ling'er. After all, Yuan Shuanlu had already joined the Spirit Hall under the title of Dragon Emperor Douluo, and Yuan Ling'er, regardless of her future intentions, could not oppose the Spirit Hall. Whether Yuan Ling'er would establish her own faction or pursue other plans was of no concern to Bibi Dong. Presently, it was best that Yuan Ling'er had not joined the Spirit Hall while still being affiliated with it. As for the earlier attempts to recruit Yuan Ling'er by leveraging the status of the Spirit Hall's saintess, what would happen to Bibi Dong's newly favored disciple, Hulaina, if Yuan Ling'er were truly brought in? How could Bibi Dong ensure that Yuan Ling'er would be as manageable as Hulaina? 3 women in a play. Would the Spirit Hall, in the future, feature 3 saintesses, Angel Saintess, Fox Saintess, Spirit Butterfly Saintess, who, despite their apparent sisterly bonds, would secretly undermine one another, ultimately leading to internal strife? The previous emperor's venture had faltered prematurely, and the long-standing grievances among the Spirit Hall saintesses could very well lead to a fracture of the realm. Upon exiting the papal hall, Yuan Ling'er strolled down with Hulaina, a disciple of the Pope. Hulaina smiled charmingly. "Sister, where would you like to play?" Yuan Ling'er blinked and gazed at this newly initiated disciple. The future saintess. Although Hulaina's beauty was rather ordinary, she possessed a unique charm, particularly with her alluring fox-like eyes, which, despite her tender age of 11 or 12, could still captivate the hearts of men on the streets. This demonstrated that men do not always prioritize conventional beauty. Sometimes, an outstanding trait can transform them into devoted admirers that I'm not sure. It's my first time in Spirit City. However, I would like to take a stroll along the streets of the Spirit Hall. Then let me show you around, Hulaina offered, taking Yuan Ling'er's hand as an elder sister would IT that moment. Hulaina was neither a saintess nor burdened with ulterior motives. She remained pure and easily deceived. Thus, with just a few words from Yuan Ling'er, Hulaina, unable to contain her excitement, divulged everything. The teacher and Elder Yuan have an unknown relationship. She said mysteriously that it is said that Elder Yuan and the teacher once had a romantic involvement. Yuan Ling'er perked up. How so? Please elaborate. It was not that she was particularly fond of gossip. She was merely concerned for her father's happiness. We cannot speak of it. It's all just hearsay. Hulaina replied, shaking her head while casting a sidelong glance at Yuan Ling'er, hoping she would play along. Sister Fox, please do share. Yuan Ling'er blinked her large eyes, which pleased Hulaina immensely, prompting her to begin her tale. Initially, Elder Yuan did not fancy the teacher and often flirted with other girls. It is rumored that he even had an affair with the bishop's wife. You understand, right? Just that. Father was once so bold. Yuan Ling'er gasped, unable to conceal her surprise. He seemed so unassuming, yet he was quite the heartthrob. Seeing Yuan Ling'er's eyebrows raise and her eyes sparkle with interest, Hulaina became even more animated. It is said that when the bishop inquired why Elder Yuan pursued that affair, Elder Yuan flatly denied it, claiming she had seduced him first and that he had done nothing but flirt verbally. Eventually, the incident remained under wraps, its truth only half believed. However, it is rumored that Elder Yuan took pride in it, declaring, I possess the demeanor of a hero. Yuan Ling'er was uncertain whether her father truly possessed such heroic qualities, but it was undeniable that he had a certain charm. After all, why else would Shuanlu sit beneath the trees outside during the sweltering summer? Eating watermelon? Could he not enjoy it at home? Surely, it was not merely to admire the legs of young maidens. Wasn't his exclamation of how fair the summer sun was indicative of something more? Yet at that time, Yuan Ling'er had paid little attention to her father's personal life. After all, Shuanlu was merely a flirtatious man, casting glances without ever truly seeking another mother for her. Moreover, Shuanlu was no ascetic. Given his status and wealth, it would indeed be strange for him to lead a life devoid of any romantic escapades. Wait, if this matter has not spread, how do you know so much about it? Yuan Ling'er suddenly recognized a flaw in the story. Since this incident pertained to Shuanlu's youth, how could Hulaina possess such detailed knowledge? They were not from the same era, after all. Hulaina glanced around cautiously, avoiding the passers-by, and whispered, Sister, I'll share this, but you mustn't tell anyone else. Yuan Ling'er nodded vigorously, raising her hand to swear that if she dared to leak any secrets, she would deserve for Tang San's family to perish. Hulaina looked around with shifty eyes before finally revealing in a hushed tone, Elder Dou informed us. Yuan Ling'er gasped. Oh, it's that beautiful sister. It seems father was quite the rogue in his youth, even having entanglements with cross-dressing individuals. Did he perhaps hurt someone? Otherwise, why would Elder Dou be so fond of recounting Shuanlu's illustrious exploits for over a decade? Elder Dou is quite fond of your father, Hulaina corrected, though perhaps fond isn't the right word. Who doesn't know that Elder Dou and Elder Gui have been a pair since childhood? Hulaina appeared to firmly stand with the Dugu faction. Moreover, Elder Dou merely enjoyed playing pranks on Elder Yuan. Hulaina continued in a conspiratorial tone. It's because Elder Yuan once mocked Elder Dou for being cunning and untrustworthy. Yuan Ling'er pondered. It must be that he mocked Elder Dou for being low-ranked in strength. After all, it is true that Elder Dou's abilities do not match Elder Yuan's. Poor Hulaina, still young, could not grasp the profound implications of Shuanlu's taunts. As her mind was filled with thoughts of soul power and strength, Elder Yuan left Spirit City 6 years ago, and now he has returned. Everyone is overjoyed, joyful. Yuan Ling'er questioned. Hulaina pointed toward a tavern adorned with red lanterns. Now that Elder Yuan is back, there will be excitement. Storytellers will no longer have to tell the same old tales. In the future, the storytellers of Spirit City will all recount Elder Yuan's stories. Improvising on the spot, Yuan Ling'er surveyed the bustling crowd, momentarily unable to discern which among them was Shuanlu. Back in Balak City, Shuanlu was the most elegant and charming teacher, and countless female educators, upon learning of his daughter, were eager to shower him with affection, offering to help raise her. Yet in Spirit City, Shuanlu had somehow become the subject of amusement. though Shuanlu had a good temperament. He might not appreciate others making jokes at his expense in the streets. Yuan Ling'er voiced her confusion. Liena adopted the earnest tone of a local. Hey, significant events rarely reach the ears of ordinary folk. Elder Ju has selected and filtered what they hear, presenting them with delightful and peculiar tales. Yuan Ling'er nodded, half understanding. Suddenly, she halted, clutching her heart, sensing that the divine core within her was stirring. Liena, having taken a few steps, turned to find Yuan Ling'er standing still. Oh, sister, this is the Grand Library of Spirit City. Would you like to step inside and take a look? Yuan Ling'er looked up at the towering knight statue that stood before the even larger library. As she gazed at the statue, her divine core reacted with even greater intensity, yearning to emerge. Noticing Yuan Ling'er lost in thought while staring at the statue, Liena felt the need to clarify. This is the White Knight, known as Sir White Dragon among the people of Tindo. White Knight. Chapter 34. The White Knight. With a resounding thud, a pile of books was dropped onto the long table on the first floor of the Grand Library. Startling a group of scholars. Liena disregarded their astonished glances, resting her arm on the half-height stack of books, and pointed out, here is the information about the White Knight. There should be more. But it was too scattered, so I didn't take it all. Nana, if you can't carry it all, feel free to ask me for help. The youth with striking red hair hurriedly dashed through the grand entrance of the library. Upon spotting Liena, he joyfully waved and called out as he sprinted towards her, much to the chagrin of several scholars, whose tempers flared visibly. Was it so difficult to comprehend the concept of tranquility? Yuan Ling'er could distinctly sense the scholar's ire and lowered her voice considerably. This is Yin, my classmate, she remarked. Liena, now slightly more attentive, added, he has been seeking my company. Yes, yes. I have been looking for Nana to play. Yin exclaimed, his delight palpable. Nana, he repeated, elated that she had finally acknowledged their companionship. Liena, acting as the intermediary, introduced Yuan Ling'er to Yin, stating, this is Yuan Ling'er, the daughter of Elder Yuan. Yuan Ling'er extended her hand in greeting, saying, hello, hello. Yin shook her hand eagerly before turning back to Liena. Nana, what book do you need? I promise to find it for you. Despite possessing the appearance of the goddess of light and the status of an elder's daughter, Yin seemed undeterred by Liena's allure. His lack of interest in her beauty suggested a singular focus, while his disregard for her lineage indicated a certain naivety, especially in the context of the spirit hall, where one would typically seek to align with influential figures. In that moment, Yuan Ling'er couldn't help but perceive Yin as rather innocent. Liena smiled at Yin and inquired, could you gather all the information on the White Knight for me? Absolutely. Yin noted the term White Knight and dashed out with fervor to procure the literature and data. He arrived like a gust of wind and departed like a blazing fire, brimming with enthusiasm. After perusing a few pages of information on the White Knight, Yuan Ling'er no longer felt the urgency to unravel the connection between the White Knight and the divine core within her. Instead, she raised an eyebrow and queried Liena, does Yin have feelings for you? Liena glanced toward Yin's retreating figure, her expression clouded with discontent. It's merely unrequited affection. I do not share his sentiments. Yuan Ling'er tilted her head, scrutinizing Liena. Then why do you allow him to assist you in finding books? I did not request his help. He approached me on his own accord. Since he is here, I cannot possibly turn him away. I am not adept at rejecting others, Liena replied. Yuan Ling'er mused. This young woman exuded an aura reminiscent of a sea queen. Realizing the futility of probing further, Yuan Ling'er discerned the outcome of Liena's perspective. Poor Yin, a pitiable admirer. I am aware of his affections, but I cannot be compelled to reciprocate simply because he holds feelings for me. Liena added. That is indeed true. Yuan Ling'er nodded in agreement, refraining from further commentary. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on the long table where Yuan Ling'er and Liena meticulously organized the biography of the White Knight. The White Knight, a native of the Heaven Dou Empire, shared a fate common to many gifted commoners, having lost both parents at an early age and raised by the village chief at the age of 6. The White Knight awakened his martial spirit, a blade known as the Sword of Justice. He subsequently joined the Spirit Hall, where he trained like an ordinary Spirit Hall soul master for over a decade. It was only one day when the White Knight was dispatched on a mission to Heaven Dou City. So the tale of the White Knight and the War Empress is indeed true? Yuan Ling'er recalled a storyteller recounting the story of their first encounter not long ago. Upon meeting the White Knight, the War Empress was said to have been struck by sudden affection. Was their bond truly so profound? Yet, Such details would likely remain undocumented in the annals of history. As Yuan Ling'er flipped through the materials published by the Spirit Hall, she picked up a history book released by the Heaven Dou Empire. The opening line described the White Knight as loyal and valiant, affirming his exceptional character and dual recognition by both the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Dou Empire. However, the subsequent records from the Heaven Dou archives offered little more than a mention of the War Empress. The narrative chronicled her triumph over the invading Star Dou army, followed by a prolonged internal conflict against the false emperor of Heaven Dou, lasting over a decade, when Heaven Dou finally restored its rightful rule. The War Empress wished to elevate the White Knight to the rank of Duke for his contributions. However, he declined the honor. Thus, he returned to the Spirit Hall, where the War Empress bestowed upon him a lesser noble title instead. By this time, the White Knight had reached an impressive level of over 70, his reputation soaring due to his involvement in the internal strife. He joined the Holy Knight Order of the Spirit Hall, dedicated to combating evil soul masters. Time passed, and the last recorded occasion of his departure was a visit to the War Empress. Fate, it seemed, was impartial, although the War Empress was a military genius. Her cultivation was not particularly advanced, and her lifespan was limited. In her twilight years, the White Knight sought her out, and while the specifics of their conversation remained unclear, historical texts noted that they enjoyed a delightful exchange. The next day, the War Empress unexpectedly passed away, and the White Knight vanished from the Heaven Dou Empire, subsequently disappearing from all accounts. What could have transpired? Yuan Ling'er pondered, bewildered. How could such a formidable soul master slip into obscurity? Helena remarked casually, "What else could it be? This was centuries ago. We are fortunate to have any records at all. Moreover, this is the documentation preserved by the Grand Library of the Spirit Hall." In the Heaven Dou Empire, the record might be reduced to a mere sentence: the White Knight, loyal and valiant, followed by extensive accounts of the War Empress. Yet Yuan Ling'er remained unconvinced. She gazed at the statue of the White Knight outside the library, feeling her divine core pulse with excitement, yearning for proximity. This could only signify one thing. The statue of the White Knight undoubtedly held some significance. What could it be? Yuan Ling'er inquired. Why construct a statue of the White Knight in front of the Grand Library? Indeed, Yuan Ling'er perceived this as a substantial point of contention. The Grand Library of the Spirit Hall was established during the tenure of the former pope, with the initial slogan proclaiming it a platform for all devoted to the study of martial spirits. While it appeared to benefit the nation and its people, it subtly aimed to win over scholars across the continent. Although there were no explicit restrictions on the scholars' personal freedoms, the Spirit Hall was hardly a charitable institution. They would not simply allow individuals to escape. Returning to the statue, why was it essential to feature the White Knight as a space for promoting the Spirit Hall's cultural and educational missions? Why not showcase a statue of a six-winged angel instead? Such an alternative would seem far more fitting, would it not? Helena shook her head, recalling that she had not yet been born at the time. I do not know. They simply decided on the statue of the White Knight. However, it seems Elder Yuan oversaw the construction of the library. Perhaps you should pose this question to him. Yuan Ling'er widened her eyes in surprise. Chapter 35. Your Majesty, you wouldn't want Nana to be bullied in the Spirit Hall, would you? Shuanlu set down his fragrant tea and regarded the woman before him. Pope Bibi Dong. It was the dead of night. After a rigorous bout with Douluo, Shuanlu had taken a restful afternoon, only to be summoned by Bibi Dong upon awakening. To say it was a clandestine meeting would be misleading. There were no scheming advisors nor a serious conference atmosphere. Instead, Shuanlu and Bibi Dong were simply sharing a meal. This habit of eating while drinking tea was not advisable, as it could be detrimental to one's stomach. Bibi Dong served Shuanlu a plate of delicacies. By the way, these crayfish are exceptionally succulent this year. I have never tasted them before, Shuanlu remarked, relishing his meal without reservation. That I had them specially raised. Bibi Dong replied, though she did not partake in the food. She was careful about her diet, particularly avoiding such rich dishes late at night. Shuanlu suddenly asked, "What did Linger do this afternoon?" Bibi Dong sipped her tea delicately. "She visited the Grand Library, and I sent Nana to accompany her. You needn't worry. I am certainly at ease," Shuanlu stated, content after his meal as he remained seated while servants cleared the table. "What do you intend to discuss?" Shuanlu inquired. While his intelligence might not have been particularly high, he possessed keen perception that it was improbable that Bibi Dong sought him out merely for a meal. One does not venture into the Three Treasures Hall without reason. What is it that you wish to discuss? Bibi Dong is not a fool. She intends to inquire about the meaning of Yuan Shuanlu's words first. Just moments after rejecting the offer to join the spirit hall, he returns in such a high-profile manner. Could there be no issues at hand? Tang Hao, are you aware? Yuan Shuanlu pats his belly, gazing intently at Bibi Dong, only to find her looking at him as if he were a simpleton. How could I not know Tang Hao? Ahem, he has a son named Tang San, who, like you, possesses twin martial souls. Yuan Shuanlu clears his throat a few times to mask his awkwardness. This moment, Bibi Dong retracts the condescending affection from her gaze and asks, do you know why we did not kill him and instead wait for him to turn against us? Yuan Shuanlu shrugs. There was no opportunity to kill him. Was it Tang Hao or the Haotian clan that hindered you? Bibi Dong first contemplates Tang Hao, then considers the Haotian clan. She does not believe Yuan Shuanlu could defeat Tang Hao. So it must be the Haotian clan intervening. The reason being, once they learned that Tang San possesses twin martial souls, they would undoubtedly invest heavily in his cultivation, making it entirely reasonable for Yuan Shuanlu to be incapable of killing Tang San. Neither, Bibi Dong observes Yuan Shuanlu skeptically. Then who could it be? It wouldn't be. Her gaze grows increasingly menacing. You, that lecherous fool, once lusted after that spirit beast named Ayin. Surely you wouldn't deliberately go easy on her, child? Yuan Shuanlu, perplexed by Bibi Dong's sudden ire, responds with bewilderment. You must have heard of the god, right? Bibi Dong's pupils constrict, and she imperceptibly nods. Yes, Tang San is backed by a god. Yuan Shuanlu's conclusion is derived from the speculations of a powerful figure from his previous life. And since arriving in this realm, Tang San has remained unscathed, leading Yuan Shuanlu to believe in the conspiracy involving Tang San's divine patronage. Who is it? Bibi Dong inquires. Yuan Shuanlu sighs. I suspect it is the Shuer god. Bibi Dong falls silent once more. Having assimilated the Rakshasa inheritance through Qian Xuanji, she is well acquainted with the Shuer god's old rival. The Shuer god is a mortal enemy to the Rakshasa god, and indeed, a formidable nemesis. Bibi Dong's demeanor wanes slightly, but quickly reverts to her regal poise. Then he must be eliminated. Is there any issue with the inheritor of the Rakshasa god killing that of the Shuer god? It is perfectly normal. This is not the first time such a thing has occurred. Yuan Shuanlu shakes his head, recalling the predictions of the powerful figure from his previous life. It is not about killing now. The Shuer god chose him as an inheritor merely as a selection. What do you mean? Bibi Dong asks. Yuan Shuanlu realizes his words sound overly verbose. After a moment's reflection, he tries to illustrate his point. Imagine if you had a son-in-law. I do not. Yuan Shuanlu interjects. Let us say I had a son-in-law. No, that won't do. Bibi Dong observes him. Yuan Shuanlu ponders again and decides to let his good friend, Juhua Guan, bear the brunt of the example. If Juhua Guan had a son-in-law who possessed twin martial souls, exceptional talent, and ample wealth, he would be quite pleased and might grant certain privileges to the son-in-law he favors. However, if one day that son-in-law becomes a slothful wastrel, indulging in debauchery, Juhua Guan would likely lose interest in cultivating him further. Even if Juhua Guan wished to continue his support and facilitate his ascension to an elder position, the others would not consent. As the inheritor of the Shuer god, other deities in the divine realm would pay more heed to this individual than the Shuer god himself, for the Shuer god is a deity king with considerable authority. And the matter of inheritors affects the interests of the other gods. In this analogy, the Shuer god represents Juhua Guan, the elder position symbolizes the Shuer position, and the son-in-law is Tang San. Bibi Dong regards Yuan Shuanlu with a discerning eye and asks in a flat tone, you seem quite knowledgeable about divine matters, aside from the feud between the Shuer god and the Rakshasa god. She has only witnessed the legacies of the angel god and the sea god. Aren't there other gods in the divine realm? Just as Bibi Dong ponders this, Yuan Shuanlu refutes. That is merely my conjecture. Bibi Dong responds, feigning ignorance. Are we? Continue your charade. Yuan Shuanlu deliberates over his words, moistening his lips. What I mean is, I could help you ruin this inheritor, leading him into depravity. Once the Shuer god no longer favors him, we can eliminate him, thereby dismantling the final obstacle to your unification of the continent. What do you require? Let me commandeer a portion of the Spirit Hall's resources for this endeavor. Bibi Dong scoffs. Ha! Are you attempting to swindle me? Yuan Shuanlu raises his hands in resignation. There is no alternative. Trust is essential in collaboration. Collaboration? Who wishes to partner with you? Bibi Dong's arrogance intensifies. You have joined the Spirit Hall and still wish to escape. You think you can disregard my orders? Are you the Pope? Bibi Dong retorts. Are you? Can you command all the elders? Indeed, That authority is granted to me by my position as Pope. What of Douluo? He cannot arbitrarily constrain my command over the elders. Yuan Shuanlu gives a thumbs up. You are indeed lofty, truly remarkable, Bibi Dong. Upon finishing his statement, Yuan Shuanlu casually mentions to Bibi Dong, I am at level 96 now. Oh, what do you mean by that? Bibi Dong inquiries. She is aware of Yuan Shuanlu's level, but does not grasp his implication. Yuan Shuanlu smiles and, with a serious tone, states, I am a devotee. I am no longer obligated to heed your command. And moreover, I can fully support my niece in securing her position as the saintess. Bibi Dong glares at him. The reason she took in Hulaina was to cultivate her own administrative cadre, so that when Hulaina becomes the saintess, she can diminish Qian Rinshu's innate authority. Hulaina is a fine individual. Alas, due to the selfishness of another, she is destined to be slain by my niece. Alas, who told her to involve herself in our Qian family's legacy? Comparing the Pope's family to that of an emperor, Yuan Shuanlu's words, if leaked to the two great empires, would only be met with feigned ignorance. For it is the truth. Yuan Shuanlu seizes the moment. Your Majesty, you surely do not wish for Nana to be bullied within the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong, will you assist Nana in securing her position as saintess? Bibi Dong's expression fluctuates unpredictably. Of course, all I desire is to eliminate Tang Hao and destroy Tang San. Yuan Shuanlu guarantees, moreover, this is advantageous for you. If Tang San truly becomes the Shuer god, how will you unify the continent? Yuan Shuanlu perceives that Bibi Dong harbors an insatiable ambition. Similarly, Bibi Dong suspects Yuan Shuanlu's desires extend beyond mere trivialities. Why do you believe Tang San will inevitably become a god? Bibi Dong poses her doubts. I have failed to kill him numerous times. Hence I hope you will refrain from attempting it if he were to be slain. Do you understand the meaning of resurrection? Yuan Shuanlu also addresses this matter. Resurrection? Bibi Dong laughs. When did you become so deluded? My lucidity is inconsequential. What matters is whether we can find common ground. Yuan Shuanlu suddenly declares, his words seemingly striking a chord with Bibi Dong. I hope you can maintain this neutral stance. After Bibi Dong nods, Yuan Shuanlu produces a substantial stack of documents and hands them to her. This is the plan for unifying the continent. Aside from eliminating Tang San, it also includes strategies targeting the Heaven Dou Empire and the Star Dou Empire. Yuan Shuanlu has come prepared. He stands with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the Spirit City, which glimmers with lights. Those familiar with their own affairs recognize that the Spirit Hall possesses but a modest inheritance. Whether Qian Rinshue or Hulaina assumes the role of saintess, that is a matter for the future. The inheritance is limited. Continuing to squabble over it now serves no purpose and only provides fodder for outsiders' amusement. Chapter 36, Old Friend Smack. The young storyteller claps his wooden block, raising an eyebrow with a smile in his eyes, proclaiming, everyone knows that our Dragon Emperor Douluo is not one to be trifled with. Today, upon his return, he has stirred up quite the incident. The crowd leans in, eager to listen, for this is no stale tale, but rather the latest news from the Spirit Hall. At that moment, the sky bore a colossal statue of the angel god, visible to the entire city, igniting curiosity about the unfolding events. Although they are spirit masters, they belong to the lowest echelon of Wuhan City, making it entirely reasonable that they lack access to high-level intelligence. Upon his return to Wuhan City, the Dragon Emperor Douluo sought out his favorite brothel, inviting a courtesan to listen to music. In moments of emotional fervor, he grasped her hand, exclaiming in delight, the sweet intimacy of love. In the audience, Zhu Guan gave Yuan Shuanlu a thumbs up. Yuan Shuanlu furrowed his brow and asked bluntly, I'm treating. You choose the place. And is this all you brought me here for? Zhu Guan shook his head innocently, replying, it's not my fault. The entire Wuhan City's taverns and tea houses are buzzing about this. Even the courtesans and brothels must chime in when entertaining guests. It's a cultural renaissance. Indeed, Yuan Shuanlu, impatient, tossed 2 fried soybeans into his mouth, scoffing, who believes that? Haha, I do, Zhu Guan replied. Just then, a figure cloaked in black approached, moving like a wraith. It was the ghost Douluo. I trust Zhu Guan is merely stirring the pot, he remarked. Zhu Guan took a sip of wine, feigning anger as he snorted, believe what you will, Shuanlu, what's on your mind? The ghost Douluo ignored Zhu Guan and focused on Yuan Shuanlu. He was skeptical that Yuan Shuanlu had merely summoned them for a drink. Tomorrow, the Pope would convene the elders for a meeting. Yuan Shuanlu popped 2 more fried soybeans into his mouth. What's the matter? We're aligned with the Pope anyway. Zhu Guan dismissed. He only sought riches and glory, supporting whatever the Pope decreed. The ghost Douluo, however, was calculating and refrained from excessive chatter. Yuan Shuanlu placed 3 soybeans on the table, stating, "The Wuhuan Temple is not a monolithic entity. Tomorrow's matters are of great significance. Bibi Dong may not be able to manage." "How so?" Yuan Shuanlu licked his lips. "Does the old turtle Lu know?" He referred to the sea turtle Douluo, a 94th level title Douluo from the 3rd faction. "You know the grand offering is preoccupied with the study of the radiance of angels, while the 2nd offering, being older, refrains from contesting with the younger generation. Thus, it is the 3rd offering who is most exuberant." The ghost Douluo inquired, perplexed, "And what of it?" Yuan Shuanlu picked 2 soybeans from the table, pointing. "This represents Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu. On the surface, these are the 2 factions." Juhua Guan and the ghost Douluo nodded. "Bibi Dong undoubtedly relies on the strength of the common folk. She is a person of action, quite radical, having introduced the soul-hunting initiative upon her rise." Yuan Shuanlu indicated 1 soybean. "Due to her reliance on common spirit masters, she has garnered substantial support from the lower and middle tiers of the Wuhuan Temple. Hulina, Xiaoyu, and Yin are exemplars of common spirit masters rising to prominence. However, the Wuhuan Temple has always been a place of high-level decision-making. Her supporters at the upper echelons may only include the 2 of you, perhaps myself as well." Yuan Shuanlu pointed to another soybean. "The Qian Daolu faction, a family-based faction, is primarily concerned with its own legacy. For instance, the Angel Clan, the Golden Crocodile Clan, and the Panlong Club. They neither suppress the inclusion of common spirit masters nor welcome them, regardless of the brilliance of the common spirit masters. The future of the Wuhuan Temple belongs to those families. Just look at how consistently the Angel family, the Golden Crocodile family, and the Panlong Club have produced offerings and elders." He then placed the last soybean on the table. "This represents the local factions." Juhua Guan scratched his head. "Local factions? What do you mean?" Yuan Shuanlu smiled slyly. "Local factions typically lack strong spirit legacies and do not belong to the esteemed families within the Wuhuan Temple. They are often either Wuhuan Temple staff entangled with local families or commoners who have risen to high positions from humble beginnings. They are the easiest forces to manipulate, yet also the most challenging." Juhua Guan, not quite understanding, scratched his head and asked Yuan Shuanlu for clarification. "Aren't these people supposed to support the Pope? At the very least, they shouldn't oppose her, right?" Yuan Shuanlu chuckled. "Before a central political force is established, their allegiance lies with whoever is winning. However, once power is consolidated, they could become quite the destabilizing factor." The ghost Douluo remained silent. "Most of them are beneficiaries, enjoying the wealth and glory the Wuhuan Temple provides, which is not inherently problematic. Yet, when the Wuhuan Temple requires reform, they will be the first to obstruct it, as they are inextricably linked with local noble factions, unwilling to allow commoners to rise." Yuan Shuanlu continued, "Bibi Dong cannot simultaneously elevate the status of common spirit masters and secure the loyalty of these local factions. The pie is only so large, common spirit masters cannot take a slice from the families. Only from their own flesh." The ghost Douluo understood. "So your plan will face opposition from them." Jiuhua Guan scratched his head. "But why would they oppose? Wouldn't making the pie larger benefit everyone?" Yuan Shuanlu pointed again at the soybean on the table. "They did not join the Wuhuan Temple to serve it. They have their own small families in the local area, perhaps with a family member as the city lord or controlling local economies. Their joining the Wuhuan Temple is for the benefit of their own small families. Unlike the esteemed families, who are already intertwined with the Wuhuan Temple, sharing in its fortunes and misfortunes, common spirit masters are looked down upon by the nobility. With no hope of rising, forced to cling to Bibi Dong. They are different." The ghost Douluo reminded the still bewildered Juhua Guan, "You cannot guarantee that every member of the Wuhuan Temple is an orphan like Hulina. In reality, the leaders of the sub-temples mostly hail from local strong families. They do not care for the lives of commoners that owe them. Joining the Wuhuan Temple is not a matter of pride. They only desire the identity of being part of the Wuhuan Temple to facilitate their own profits." Yuan Shuanlu nodded. "This faction is not inherently problematic, but," he continued, "the issue arises when they form a faction. Within the Tindo and Xinglua empires, countless small families gather under the banners of the 3rd offering in the sea turtle Douluo. They share resources, form cliques, and maintain mutual defense, linking the middle class of both empires within the Wuhuan Temple. To be frank, if I were the Pope, I would hardly be able to sleep at night. If it weren't for the grand offering suppressing them with the might of a limit Douluo. The Wuhuan Temple might not even be surnamed Qian," the ghost Douluo inquired. What do you mean by that? Yuan Shuanlu crushed the soybean in his hand. Tomorrow, we must incite internal division among them. Redistributing portions of the cake to different factions, Jiuhua Guan asked anxiously, will they accept it? Wouldn't tea that lead to division? Yuan Shuanlu replied with a hint of exasperation, they come from local strong families. Their joining the Wuhuan temple is merely a means to better plunder the wealth of the populace, and forming a faction serves that purpose. They will not turn away from profit. Chapter 37. A rough method to warn the monkey in the Pope's hall. Seated at the head of the round table was none other than our esteemed Pope Bibi Dong. Beside her were the titled Douluo elders of the Wuhuan temple, while the 10 cardinals, the high-ranking powers of the temple, stood below. Now that everyone is here, I must apologize for keeping you waiting. Yuan Shuanlu was the last to enter the Pope's hall. He surveyed the elders and the 10 cardinals before taking his seat. Although his words were filled with apology, his face betrayed an unmistakable air of triumph. Ladies and gentlemen, today's meeting will determine the future of our Wuhuan temple. Yuan Shuanlu waved his hand, and servants had already distributed the Wuhuan temple's reform documents, allowing everyone to speak freely. Speak freely, he quipped, though it feels more akin to partisanship. Several elders exchanged glances, their eyes betraying disdain. Who didn't he know what kind of character Qian Shuanlu was? The cardinals maintained a stoic demeanor, believing they had no stake in the matter. Bibi Dong sat in her high position, remaining silent, intending for Yuan Shuanlu to be her spear in the court. As the reform elder of the Wuhuan temple, does anyone have any objections? Yuan Shuanlu inquired nonchalantly. The elders exchanged glances, and the sea turtle Douluo stepped forward to ask, is this plan the idea of Elder Yuan or the Pope? Yuan Shuanlu casually polished his fingernails. Elder Lu, the Wuhuan temple has always been like family. I serve for the benefit of the temple. What difference does it make? Who among us is unaware of what Yuan Shuanlu once was? Serving the spirit hall. When the Pope was alive, why did you not act in such a manner? Elder Lu nearly berated Yuan Shuanlu. Allow me to inquire, what, pray tell, is the reason behind the spirit hall's reform? Elder Lu asked with a hint of irritation. Yuan Shuanlu's expression shifted, and he gestured toward the Douluo temple, stating, naturally, it is to propagate the blessings of our spirit hall. In days of yore, the angel god carved a bloody path from that savage land for the sake of the common folk of Dou continent, driving away soul beasts, annihilating evil soul masters, and maintaining the continent's stability. As descendants, whenever we reflect upon the angel god's struggles for the welfare of the continent, tears inevitably flow. What issue is there in reforming to safeguard the common people? Elder Lu coughed several times, seemingly reminding Yuan Shuanlu not to invoke the ancestors as a command. Anyone may do so, but you, Yuan Shuanlu, a scoundrel who disrespects the angel god, cannot. Blessings? Does the text not state the tarnishing of the noble image as a blessing? An elder of noble birth could not contain his indignation towards Yuan Shuanlu. This proposal is divided into 3 parts: politics, economics, and culture, with the first point under culture boldly declaring the statement of the noble image and the promotion of the glory of the spirit hall. Tarnishing? Yuan Shuanlu glanced at the elder's countenance and immediately recalled his intelligence. Surnamed Zhao, closely aligned with the royal family of the Tindo Empire. No, Elder Zhao. Yuan Shuanlu blinked innocently. I have not tarnished the nobility. I merely transcribed the deeds of the nobility as they are. For instance, the cat girl. Elder Zhao's face darkened further. His family had just received a cat girl, and before he had even had the chance to indulge, Yuan Shuanlu was already aware of it, and even wielded it as a threat. Nobles impose taxes on commoners, oppress their wives and daughters, and drive individuals from their lands, turning them into serfs. Yuan Shuanlu rambled on. Elder Lu maintained his usual calm demeanor, refusing to open his eyes. The corruption of the nobility is a matter for the empire. Our spirit hall is a sanctuary for soul masters, not for commoners devoid of soul power. Yuan Shuanlu disregarded Elder Lu's nonchalant attitude and adopted a righteous demeanor, proclaiming, our spirit hall stands as the representative of justice on the continent. Since the angel god expelled the evil soul masters, we have been serving the populace of the continent and must naturally advocate for the common people. Elder Lu remained steadfast, posing another question. The spirit hall can stand on equal footing with the 2 great empires. Yet it does not seek to replace them. The noble issue is an internal affair of the empire. The exchange between the 2 is lively. Yuan Shuanlu asserted that the spirit hall represents fairness and justice, while Elder Lu countered that it is merely an imperial private matter. The highest decision-making body of the Pope's palace convened, akin to a bustling marketplace haggling over prices, both parties vying for benefits. Elder Zhao began to sense something amiss. After much discourse, Yuan Shuanlu clung tightly to the idea of punishing the nobility. This was not the crux of the matter. The issue lay in Yuan Shuanlu's assertions about suppressing the local factions aiding and abetting the Spirit Hall. This struck at the very essence of their power. The headquarters of the Spirit Hall resides in Spirit City, with a holy hall in each capital of the two empires, while major cities also host main halls, establishing the standard foundation of the Spirit Hall. However, those branches and sub-halls are not under the effective control of the Spirit Hall. These were established by family members who received positions from the Spirit Hall, leveraging their family influence to create branches and sub-halls. That it would not be incorrect to say that those of noble birth are indeed part of the Spirit Hall, but to claim their loyalty to it seems less than genuine. Moreover, Yuan Shuanlu, this little scoundrel, is now poised to strike at us. Aiding and abetting means that we, as nobles and powerful families, are also members of the Spirit Hall, does it not? We are leveraging the Spirit Hall's name to oppress and exploit the common folk. Are we not? We are using the Spirit Hall's reputation to secure high positions for our family members within the Empire, are we not? Are you not afraid that our covert dealings with the Empire might lead to treachery against the Spirit Hall? I am an elder of the Spirit Hall. My nephew is an official of the Tindo Empire. My cousin has inherited a title from the Tindo Empire, and my granddaughter is wed to a great noble of the Tindo Empire. And you, Yuan Shuanlu, are fearful, apprehensive of our shifting allegiances. To secure oneself against external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. This is your line of thought, is it not? Elder Zhao, with his impetuous nature, quickly joined the fray. Voices clashing in a cacophony. The Empire is the Empire, while the Spirit Hall is merely an organization, Elder Zhao implored earnestly. Then he realized, at some point, the Chrysanthemum Pass had also entered the fray. Wait, is this the Pope's intent? Cold sweat suddenly trickled down Elder Zhao's brow. Silence. Bibi Dong frowned deeply. Elder Zhao, what do you mean by that? Elder Zhao is taken aback. What do I mean by that? Am I not merely vying for power and benefit for myself? Elder Lu had just expressed a similar sentiment, had he not? Why do you not question Elder Lu's intentions? Elder Zhao scanned the room, noticing everyone gazing at him, then turned back to Elder Lu, who was also watching him with ill intent. You were indeed born into the great nobility of the Tindo Empire, yet you have joined the Spirit Hall. Alas, you cannot claim to act in the Spirit Hall's best interest while siding with outsiders. Elder Lu lamented deeply. Elder Zhao suddenly recalled that Elder Lu seemingly did not originate from nobility. I have stated that the Spirit Hall requires reform, a matter of utmost urgency. Those who obstruct me are resisting the tide of history. Yuan Shuanlu's sense of public loyalty returned. Elder Zhao. As a member of the Spirit Hall, yet acting treacherously towards the Empire, I am truly... Elder Lu abruptly grasped Elder Zhao's hand, sorrow evident in his eyes. I am pained. I ask you, Elder Zhao, to depart. Our Spirit Hall welcomes loyal heroes, not treacherous scoundrels. Yuan Shuanlu regarded Elder Zhao as one might observe a chicken destined for slaughter, as if to warn him. I am an elder of the Spirit Hall. I am a title Douluo. Elder Zhao's anger flared. Yuan Shuanlu offered no congeniality, shouting directly. Do you wish for me to expel you? The imposing presence of a super Douluo rendered Elder Zhao unable to lift his head. He understood he could not afford to turn hostile in this setting, and he exited in a daze. Several other elders, their expressions shifting, realized the gravity of the situation. They had been too close to the noble factions and had accepted too many gifts. A few elders withdrew their heads, aligning with the loyalists of the Spirit Hall. Once Elder Zhao had completely departed, Elder Lu bowed to Yuan Shuanlu, expressing gratitude for purging the Spirit Hall of its traitorous elements. Yuan Shuanlu reciprocated. Elder Lu, originating from humble beginnings, remains true to his roots despite holding a high position. You are indeed a pillar of the Spirit Hall. This lofty praise left Elder Lu speechless. Indeed, this was all a performance, an excuse to dismantle the local factional powers within the Spirit Hall. Elder Lu, the sea turtle Douluo, was indeed of humble origins and also the leader of a local faction, the most powerful. However, upon learning that his son might be granted a position in a main hall, he chose to ally with Yuan Shuanlu. The local factions, at their core, consist of two groups, one of local nobility and the other of local commoners. One group comprises elders and bishops who, despite their high positions, hail from impoverished backgrounds, while the other comprises those like Elder Zhao, born of noble families or sect influences. Yuan Shuanlu united with Elder Lu's faction. promising them new distributions of branches and subhalls, subsequently pressuring them to eliminate the currently controlling noble families, and filling the resulting power vacuum with their own relatives. In simpler terms, this meant replacing the disobedient noble-born leaders of the local branches with compliant leaders of common birth, leaving the question of whether these common leaders might not transform into a new breed of noble leaders after a few years of management unanswered. Shuanlu was unconcerned. This plan is astute. Yet, Shuanlu, your methods are still too crude. Bibi Dong's expression darkened. Fostering one faction while suppressing another is a sound strategy, and the idea is commendable. But the manner in which Shuanlu executed it displayed a rather unseemly greed. To be frank, even the seasoned Bibi Dong found it difficult to bear. Your Holiness, I am an elder, not the Pope. Shuanlu was acutely aware that his manner of eating was rather unbecoming. However, he was not inherently suited for such a role. When Bibi Dong divulged her plan to him, he understood that he was merely meant to be Bibi Dong's weapon, yet he exerted himself too forcefully. Perhaps it was Bibi Dong's intention to ensure that Shuanlu's name was irrevocably inscribed on the blacklist of the nobility. In that case, Bibi Dong might handle the matter lightly, and the nobles would even express gratitude towards her. Shuanlu cast a doubtful glance at Bibi Dong, who wore an expression of exasperation. Elder Yuan, it would be best for you to refrain from such actions in the future. He sighed. Bibi Dong, unable to overlook Shuanlu's crude tactics, urged him, you should focus on being an executioner for the elimination of dissenters. Indeed, Shuanlu replied. Once Zhao Elder departed, chaos reigned across the various local branches. Your Holiness, what shall we do? Elder Liu inquired, filled with trepidation that he had initially been a member and leader of the local faction, but had committed an act of treachery, although he could rally many commoners from the locality. The influence of the noble faction within the Spirit Hall's branches was substantial. In summary, if the local nobility was not decisively subdued, the local commoner faction, which had only recently mustered the courage amidst their greed, would continue to languish. As the leader of the treacherous faction and the figurehead of the local commoners, he would undoubtedly face retribution from the noble faction. Bibi Dong remained silent, her gaze fixed on the executioner. Shuanlu, who pointed to the documents on Zhao Elder's desk, isn't the first line written there? Anti-corruption, Chapter 38. Did you sense the White Knight? Zhao Elder staggered back to his luxurious residence in Spirit City. Having consumed alcohol throughout the day, his mind still troubled by Shuanlu's threats. Shuanlu, to return and become Bibi Dong's lapdog. How disgraceful, he spat on the face of his doorman. Are you blind? The doorman, who had received Zhao Elder's spittle, dared not retort and bowed submissively as he ushered Zhao into the house. Zhao Elder paid no heed to the thoughts of those around him and headed directly for his study. Damn it, the more I think, the angrier I become. How dare Shuanlu humiliate me so? Is he not afraid that I might truly defect to the Tindo Empire? Zhao Elder fumed, his anger palpable. That Lu fellow is also useless. Does he truly believe that aligning himself with Bibi Dong will improve his circumstances? No, I must write to them, unite everyone, and ensure your downfall. Waiting for just that. Came a voice. Who? Zhao Elder exclaimed, his expression one of suspicion as he looked up to see Shuanlu entering from behind the door. Shuanlu released 9 spirit rings and flashed a charming smile at Zhao Elder. Good evening. A fire erupted at Zhao Elder's residence, flames raging and engulfing the mansion. Shuanlu, accompanied by a group of soldiers, arrived belatedly to extinguish the flames. He coughed lightly, then squatted on the curb. Observing the soldiers as they busied themselves, Yuan Ling'er had also been brought out by Shuanlu and now sat beside him. Is the Spirit Hall not concerned about backlash from the noble faction after taking such swift action against them? Yuan Ling'er inquired, her heart heavy as she gazed at the mansion, now a mere ghost of its former self amidst the flames. Those nobles, regardless of their past contributions to the Spirit Hall, should they not fear the consequences of such reckless treatment? Firstly, the nobility is inherently self-preserving. Secondly, those who needed to be eliminated have already been dealt with. The remaining sheep will not bleat any longer. Shuanlu replied, steadying his breath and calming the spirit power within him. Having just executed a swift and decisive strike against the title Douluo, he found himself fatigued. Furthermore, I am the one who has dealt the fatal blow. The nobility will only harbor animosity towards me. Bibi Dong will suppress them as well, though she will do so discreetly. In the future, she may even seek to ally with them. I am merely her instrument of execution. Yuan Ling'er pondered this, realizing that Bibi Dong was not a paragon of virtue herself, and asked, what benefit does this bring her? I have little interest in understanding her motives, suffice it to say. Bibi Dong will not allow me to vanish into obscurity. The strength of his level 96 prowess was Yuan Shuanlu's assurance. He and Yuan Ling'er awaited the suppression of the fire. Elder, the fire has been extinguished. A squad leader reported, bowing respectfully to Yuan Shuanlu. Subsequently, Yuan Shuanlu stood, beckoning Yuan Ling'er to follow him as they entered Zhao Elder's home, where the charred remains of the deceased were scattered about. It was evident to any discerning eye that the sequence of events had been one of murder followed by arson. All were spirit masters. How could they not escape a great fire? Do you discern anything? Yuan Shuanlu queried. Yuan Ling'er gazed at the scorched remains, contemplating the adage, man is but a tool for slaughter. I am but the meat. Yuan Shuanlu found a patch of ground to sit upon. Inhaling the scent of charred flesh, indeed, without strength, even noble status reduces one to mere meat. Yuan Ling'er, unwilling to continue gazing at the aromatic remains, turned her curiosity towards her father and asked, Father, was all of this part of your plan? The Central Command eliminates the noble leaders, thus rendering life difficult for the remaining nobility in the locality. It is about eliminating dissent. Yuan Shuanlu shook his head. These actions were beyond my foresight. They originated from Bibi Dong's mind. However, she has acted too hastily. Bibi Dong's urgency was evident, as she disregarded the crude methods employed by Yuan Shuanlu. This was her ingenious means of controlling the spirit hall, and she was unwilling to relinquish it. Yet, conversely, one who fails to sever ties may find themselves harmed. Having already turned against the nobility, annihilating them is indeed the most prudent course, Yuan Shuanlu added. Yuan Ling'er shook her head. I truly do not comprehend these matters. Yuan Shuanlu chuckled lightly. Neither do I, but as long as you possess strength, others will not dare to challenge you. What shall we do moving forward? Yuan Ling'er expressed her anxiety. Strength. You must leverage the spirit hall's power to rapidly augment your own, including allies like Ajie, Lu Wei, and Oscar, who are far away in Balak City, Yuan Shuanlu reiterated. With strength, you need not fear offending others. Yuan Ling'er fell into silence. Today's meeting was merely a fade intended to placate the indecisive factions. The true deliberation regarding the spirit hall's future would take place tomorrow. With Yuan Shuanlu as the elder responsible for the proceedings, I possess both public and private interests in the spirit hall. Aiding the spirit hall serves my personal agenda, as does eliminating Tang San's allies. But utilizing some confidential information from the spirit hall is purely selfish. Speaking of personal matters, Yuan Ling'er presented her father with the records regarding the celestial herbs she had acquired. Is this confidential? Indeed, it is. I fabricated a reason related to investigating the White Knight to access the library, secretly obtaining the information on these celestial herbs. Yuan Ling'er recalled the rather naive disciple of the Pope with a sigh. Even Hulaina had not discovered anything amiss. Yuan Shuanlu nodded as he accepted the records on the celestial herbs. These herbs will be your greatest asset in the future. I am not well versed in herbal knowledge. Although I obtained a set of celestial herb records from Juhua Pass, I believe cross-referencing them will yield fewer discrepancies. Will Elder Juhua not notice? I took a backup. Long ago, Yuan Shuanlu had acquired information on celestial herbs from the secrets of the Angel Clan. But he had refrained from experimenting due to fears of erroneous documentation. In recent days, he had procured another set of celestial herb records from Juhua Pass, and now he possessed 2 sets. With Yuan Ling'er providing an additional set from the library, he had 3 in total. 3 sets of records, 3 perspectives to compare. Should any celestial herbs match in documentation, it is likely accurate. If discrepancies arise, we shall set them aside. Ultimately, these celestial herbs must be delivered to the spirit hall, so let us stake our claim first. Yuan Shuanlu began to harness his potential. Once we secure them, we shall inform the grand offering. Assigning a guardian to oversee the area, the spirit hall shall serve as my watchful protector. Yuan Ling'er questioned, and what of Bibi Dong? Forget about Bibi Dong. She has yet to return my shares in the tobacco business. And she still seeks more. Bah. Yuan Shuanlu harbored deep resentment regarding this matter. However, Yuan Ling'er blinked. But isn't the Pope your first love? Yuan Shuanlu carefully observed Yuan Ling'er and then sighed. It was mentioned by Juhua Guan. Wasn't it? Father is truly wise. With a serious demeanor, Yuan Shuanlu gazed intently at Yuan Ling'er and said, Ling'er, you must remember this. First, all men possess a certain unscrupulous nature. Be wary of their sweet words. Second, when faced with celestial herbs, one can completely dismiss the notion of first love. Third, one must live for oneself, and not allow emotions to hinder one's path. Fourth, forget the first 2 points. Simply remember the third. Yuan Ling'er nodded, for these were lessons Yuan Shuanlu had reiterated to her countless times. fearing that she might fall prey to deceitful men in the future. Dou, father, do you know about the White Knight? Observing Yuan Shuanlu's expression when she mentioned using the White Knight as a cover, she saw no change in his demeanor, prompting her to ask directly, the one in history books, oh, the one associated with the War Queen. Of course, I know. Yuan Ling'er shook her head. I meant the statue of the White Knight in front of the library. The light-hearted tone that Yuan Shuanlu had maintained earlier vanished, and after scanning Yuan Ling'er from head to toe, he inquired, did you sense something? Chapter 39. Meeting and Plans in the Pope's Hall. Following Yuan Shuanlu's brutal rampage, at least those elders and bishops who had been in cahoots with the nobility dared not openly oppose him any longer. As for whether they harbored hatred towards Yuan Shuanlu, Bibidong cast a glance at Yuan Shuanlu, who was resting with his eyes closed, and smirked inwardly. Yes, of course they hated him. The noble faction seethed with resentment. I look forward to seeing how Qian Rengshu returns to contend with me. No matter how much you, Yuan Shuanlu, deny your roots, everyone on the continent will still regard you as a member of the angel family. After this massacre of so many nobles, this faction will hardly support the angel family ever again. Yuan Shuanlu, you've ruined your niece's future. However, it did pave a path for my own rise to power. Yuan Shuanlu glanced at Bibidong and surmised that she was contemplating the notion of when the birds are gone, the bough is hidden. He was merely the white glove executing the dirty work for the powerful. Once he was no longer needed, the powerful would discard him like a used glove, leaving him in dire straits. Yet, do you think I care about that bunch of nobles? With a knowing glance exchanged between Yuan Shuanlu and Bibidong, both harboring ulterior motives, they shifted their gazes. Yuan Shuanlu surveyed the elders seated around the round table and cheerfully remarked, gentlemen, as the saying goes, to subdue external threats, one must first ensure internal stability. Only when we are secure within can we unite to face the outside world. I trust you have all reviewed the previous planning document. The elders nodded in silence. This time, as the representatives of the angel god, the Spirit Hall has historically been a champion of justice. The nobility of Tindo and Xinglua oppress the populace, showing no regard for their suffering. The people live in dire straits. As the only bastion of justice on the continent, how can we allow the populace to endure such hardship? Therefore, we must restore peace to the continent and ensure the two great empires accept our just leadership. Before Yuan Shuanlu could finish his statement, the elders exchanged glances, quickly grasping the gravity of the implications. Accepting just leadership, while sounding noble, could also be interpreted as seizing the foundations of the two great empires with an intention to unify the continent. Historically, this posed no issues when the Spirit Hall was first established. It was the backbone of humanity, rallying people against the formidable spirit beasts. Over time, the two great empires gradually arose, while the Spirit Hall remained above the fray, as even emperors had to undergo the Pope's coronation to be deemed legitimate. Yet, centralization and the strengthening of imperial power have always been instinctual for an emperor. Eventually, the two great empires abolished the practice of papal coronation, and the Spirit Hall remained a nominal sanctuary for spirit masters. As the threat of spirit beasts diminished, the Spirit Hall maintained a sense of propriety. The tensions between the Empire and the Spirit Hall were not overtly pronounced, as they shared a common enemy, the evil spirit masters. However, when Xian Deliu's grandmother, the Twilight Empress, compelled the Spirit Hall to press the two great empires to extend benefits to low-level spirit masters, true enmity arose that in subsequent generations. Whispers of the Spirit Hall's ambitions to unify the continent began to circulate, especially as Qian Xuanji cultivated relationships with numerous nobles, unsettling the emperors. Now, is Bibidong's generation preparing to unify the continent? Calculating the timeline, the ambition for unification has been brewing for at least 200 to 300 years. While it may not be common knowledge, it is evident to those with discerning eyes that conflict is on the horizon. Just leadership requires a plan. This plan is named the Douluo Plan, and I will provide a brief introduction. Yuan Shuanlu waved his hand, and soul power coalesced into a luminous screen at the center of the round table. The Continental Plan consists of 3 aspects, and I will elaborate on one of them. Yuan Shuanlu bowed to the elders and waved his hand again, transforming the text on the screen into images depicting the nobles' oppression of the common folk. With a wave of his hand, he declared, first, we will establish a series of newspapers, including the Spirit Hall Gazette, to serve as our mouthpiece. Reporters from the Spirit Hall Gazette will travel throughout the empire to document instances of noble oppression against the populace and distribute these accounts through our various branches. This is akin to how you procure Huangala cigarettes. The elders, familiar with the concept of smoking, understood the analogy immediately. In each town, only the spirit hall branches would sell tobacco, and everyone would have to purchase it there. Now, with the addition of a newspaper, there would undoubtedly be buyers, perhaps only those who can read. This represents the high ground of public opinion. We must seize it in an instant. Upon hearing Yuan Shuanlu's words, the elders comprehended the implications. The saying goes, the wind carries news, and the common folk, at times, are quite naive. If one can construct a people-friendly image in their hearts, they will perceive you as an advocate for their voices, oblivious to the underlying schemes, unlike Yuan Shuanlu, who harbors ulterior motives. Second, we will specifically recruit some relatable young women for theatrical training, forming a total of 12 acting troupes, with scripts I have previously written. The common folk are often illiterate, unable to comprehend books or newspapers, and the farmers in villages do not grasp grand principles. Fear not. We shall perform for them and narrate stories they can understand. With our acting troupes not only performing in Spirit City but also touring the rural areas of the empire, the elders had yet to read the scripts, so they paid little attention. Yuan Shuanlu continued, Third, we will cultivate spirit master idols. This is also a commendable strategy for the spirit hall's revenue generation. Spirit masters are different from common folk. They are not mere peasants. We must create high-end idols, embodying both the elegance of the nobility and formidable strength, thereby inciting a fervent fanbase among the numerous low-level spirit masters, akin to the popular combat teams in the Grand Soul Arena. Noticing several elders displaying expressions of confusion, Yuan Shuanlu decided to clarify in terms they could grasp. You know, like the star teams in the Grand Soul Arena. The elders immediately understood. Suddenly, one elder at the round table inquired, Will this be overseen by Elder Yuan? Yuan Shuanlu, unsure of the intent behind the question, candidly replied, Of course. The elder nodded, signaling his understanding, and then asked, But will this truly be effective? I do not oppose the plan. I merely feel that it might be better to invest in nurturing a few spirit masters instead. Yuan Shuanlu smiled innocently. Of course it will be effective. This is what we call winning without a battle. Yuan Shuanlu took his seat, and Ghost Douluo stood up, bowing to the elders. The next plan concerns the economy, and I will now present it to everyone. Although Ghost Elder's spirit is ethereal, his voice resonated like a chant. Meanwhile, Yuan Shuanlu found little interest in such matters and sat idly, pondering how to deflect Yuan Ling'er's inquiries regarding the White Knight. Why did she react? I have approached the statue of the White Knight countless times without any response. Yuan Shuanlu felt a deep sense of frustration, compounded by Bibidong's grave demeanor concerning the plans and meetings. Perhaps I should seek solace in a picturesque place, like the ice and fire in Yang'ai. Chapter 40. Someone is following Yuan Ling'er departed from Wuhan City in recent days. It seemed that Yuan Shuanlu had been preoccupied with meetings and little else. However, her father advised her against inquiring about the meetings, suggesting that she should refrain from openly discussing the intentions of the Wuhan Hall, as everyone pretended to be oblivious. Well, feigning ignorance is a skill anyone can master. Yuan Ling'er, upon hearing this, chose to disregard the affairs of the Wuhan Hall. After all, it was none of her business. Her focus was on her own strength. Nevertheless, accompanying Yuan Shuanlu on this journey was a significant figure from the Wuhan Hall. Greetings, grandfather. Yuan Ling'er blinked her eyes and bowed, smiling joyfully at the elderly man before her. The old man, exuding an aura that commanded distance, merely nodded indifferently and replied. Yuan Ling'er thought to herself how aloof the old gentleman was. Yuan Shuanlu, witnessing this scene, smiled and bowed to the fourth elder, grateful for his assistance on this journey. He then led Yuan Ling'er aside and quietly cautioned her, Do not provoke your fourth grandfather. He is truly formidable. Even as a rank 96 super Douluo, I must still show him respect. This elder was the fourth elder of the Wuhan Hall, known as the Night Owl, a title that matched his demeanor. A figure dispatched by Qian Daolu to assist Yuan Shuanlu. His character could be described as cold and ruthless to the extreme. Typically, he displayed this same disinterested demeanor towards anyone, including the Grand Elder. Yuan Shuanlu speculated that this was perhaps why Qian Daolu had sent him away. Who would wish to endure a perpetually sour expression? The history of this elder's rise was nothing short of astonishing, revealing the depths of his ruthless nature in youth. Born into a noble family in the Star Dou Empire as a son of a concubine, he was inherently undervalued. Compounding this, he had an elder brother who was handsome, gifted in cultivation, and possessed natural leadership skills, heralding a bright future in an empire brimming with martial virtue. However, the brilliance of the elder brother did not guarantee a promising future for the younger. The fourth elder's mother was killed by the legitimate wife, and he often faced hunger, being treated as a servant by both the legitimate wife and his brother for a decade. Growing up in such an environment warped his character to a profound extent. When he turned 16, an opportunity finally arose. His father passed away, and his brother was away leading troops, leaving the fourth elder, the illegitimate son, with a long-awaited chance for revenge, having secretly cultivated to the rank of Soul Master. He now had the strength to exact retribution. On the night of his father's death, he killed the legitimate wife, avenged himself upon his sister-in-law, and even murdered his infant nephew. The brutality of his actions shocked the Wuhuan Hall, leading them to suspect the emergence of a powerful evil Soul Master. Thus began his flight, pursued by both the Wuhuan Hall and his brother, with his initial soul rings being 2 white and 1 yellow. Many believed him to be easily captured. Yet, perhaps due to the exhilaration of revenge, he grew stronger as he was pursued. In just 3 years, he ascended from Soul Master to Soul King. This newfound power deterred even his brother from pursuing him. But the Wuhuan Hall, convinced he was an evil Soul Master, intensified their hunt. He engaged in guerrilla warfare, a thrilling game of cat and mouse. Eventually, the Judgment Elder Qian Daolu learned of the situation and personally pursued him. After a fierce struggle, the fourth elder was defeated. Upon examination, it was found that he bore no traits of an evil Soul Master and had not employed any nefarious means in his cultivation. His rapid rise from Soul Master to Soul King was purely a testament to his innate talent. The entire continent lamented the waste of such a prodigious talent, as his first 3 soul rings had hindered his future potential. Qian Daolu recognized the value in him, and, noting the Wuhuan Hall's need for discreet operations, facilitated his entry into the Judgment Group, tasked with eliminating enemies the Hall could not confront openly. As a result, the fourth elder's reputation soared. His ruthless methods and charming facade quickly allowed him to forge a domain of his own. During his rise, the fourth elder returned to the Star Dou Empire and annihilated his brother's entire family. The scandal of this massacre reached a pinnacle when Qian Daolu, intending to personally escort the fourth elder, discovered that the once disposable white-gloved assassin had transformed into a rank 90 title Douluo. While killing a mere white glove was feasible, slaying a title Douluo was another matter entirely. Qian Daolu, not lacking in acumen, maneuvered the situation to absolve the fourth elder of blame, allowing him to focus on his cultivation and service to the Wuhuan Hall. Remarkably, this once downtrodden individual ascended to rank 96, becoming the fourth elder. After listening to Shuanlu recount the story of the fourth elder, Yuan Ling'er felt her worldview profoundly shaken. She was uncertain whether to weep for the elder's tragic past, feel anger at his mercilessness, or be inspired by his self-reliance and resilience. The Night Owl grandfather was truly, ha ha ha. Yuan Ling'er had no words, merely offering an awkward laugh to her father. Shuanlu, reflecting on the tale, expressed a lingering unease. Had the fourth elder been properly nurtured back in the day, he could have rivaled your grandfather Tian in prowess. Presently, the golden crocodile Douluo stands at rank 98. If the fourth elder's initial soul rings hadn't held him back, with his talent, he might have even aspired to rank 98, or even 99. Yet, perhaps this is fate, having exhausted his fortune in youth. He shall inevitably face retribution in old age. Young one, where shall we go next? The fourth elder inquired after Shuanlu had finished recounting his life story. He understood well that others harbored fear towards him, hence his disinterest in engaging with others. Years of silence had rendered his voice a peculiar mix of high and low tones. We shall venture to the sunset forest with us, fourth uncle. Shuanlu replied respectfully. He was acutely aware that neither Qian Daolu nor Qian Xuanji would harm him, which emboldened him to engage in banter before them. However, with the fourth elder, his playful remarks were merely remnants of past games. Sunset Forest, the fewer people, the better, the fourth elder retorted coolly, resuming his pace alongside Shuanlu and the others, maintaining a careful distance without drawing too near. Shuanlu smiled awkwardly. However, I must caution you. We are being followed. The fourth elder's voice, raspy and grating like sandpaper, conveyed the urgency. Upon hearing this, Shuanlu's instincts kicked in. Immediately recognizing the peculiarities behind them, he mused that the counter-surveillance skills he had honed during his past life or death experiences were indeed invaluable. Then turned to the rear with a smirk. Old ghost, why not reveal yourself? Chapter 41. Hidden agendas. The ghost Douluo was reluctant to reveal himself, yet he had already been discovered as a sensitive attack-type title Douluo. His ability to conceal himself was unparalleled among the elders. Initially, The ghost Douluo had presumed Yuan Shuanlu to be somewhat oblivious, unaware of his presence. But he had not anticipated the presence of such a formidable figure at Yuan Shuanlu's side. The ghost Douluo now found himself in a position of respect. "Why are you following us?" Yuan Shuanlu inquired with a mischievous glint in his eye. The ghost Douluo, straightforward as ever, unflinchingly implicated Bibi Dong, stating, "I was sent by Her Holiness the Pope." On the night following the meeting, Bibi Dong, exhausted, summoned Hu Laina, who had been accompanying Yuan Ling'er these past few days, to inquire about their activities. "What have you all been up to?" Bibi Dong appeared weary. Closing her eyes in feigned slumber, Hu Laina cautiously lifted her gaze to Bibi Dong, fearing her earlier gossip had reached the Pope's ears. "Nothing much, just researching a person named the White Knight in the library every day." Hu Laina replied, bowing her head respectfully. "The White Knight? Ha." Yuan Shuanlu remains undeterred. Bibi Dong chuckled. "Continue." Bibi Dong let out a cold laugh. Hu Laina glanced at Bibi Dong's expression and then whispered. "And then there was nothing more." Bibi Dong acknowledged with a hum, yet she did not allow Hu Laina to leave, merely gazing out the window. Yuan Shuanlu had previously been here and had spoken to me. Hu Laina raised her brows gently. Her face filled with confusion. "Oh, what if the elder Yuan spoke? What of it?" Bibi Dong continued. "He mentioned that the foundation of the Spirit Hall is not vast. Our own people must keep their weapons aimed outward for now. When the Spirit Hall's resources are ample, then we may consider the division of inheritance." "Nana, what do you think?" "I shall observe from my repose." Hu Laina internally scoffed. Naturally, such thoughts could not be voiced in Bibi Dong's presence. So Hu Laina simply clasped her hands and replied, "I do not know." Bibi Dong clasped Hu Laina's hand and placed it on her knee, saying, "Nana, I regard you as my daughter. There are mistakes you may make, but you must never lack your own opinions." The Hu Laina is innocent, unable to keep her tongue in check, and fond of gossip, yet she is no fool. Today, it was clear that Bibi Dong's implication was that she was no ordinary person, but rather my successor. She may err, but she must never lack conviction. I believe Elder Yuan's words are quite reasonable. Having grasped the intricacies, Hu Laina swiftly replied, "I think so too, but who truly knows what Yuan Shuanlu thinks?" Bibi Dong reassured Hu Laina before dismissing her. Subsequently, by the candlelight, a graceful shadow gradually emerged in the room. "Your Majesty, pray tell, what do you believe Yuan Shuanlu is contemplating? Is he truly betting on Nana or that other one?" The shadow gently placed a hand on Bibi Dong's shoulder, massaging lightly. "I do not know, but Yuan Shuanlu does not seem to place much importance on emotions, even if that individual is his own niece." Bibi Dong nodded. "That may not hold true anymore. Since Yuan Shuanlu has had a daughter, he has undoubtedly spoiled her to the heavens. Indeed, thus he is even less likely to consider his niece. After all, she is merely his niece." Bibi Dong meticulously recalled the actions of Yuan Shuanlu and Yuan Ling'er over the past few days, feeling that something was amiss. That wasn't the Spirit Hall's newspaper and that opera troupe supposed to be his doing? If he truly intended to assist me, why resort to such urgent excuses now? Bibi Dong began to suspect Yuan Shuanlu's motives behind abandoning numerous matters and hastily departing. The shadow's massage technique was skillful, making Bibi Dong feel as though she were floating in bliss. "Your Majesty, since you harbor doubts about Yuan Shuanlu, why not send someone to follow him?" Bibi Dong snorted through her nose. "Have the ghost elders secretly tail Yuan Shuanlu. I wish to see what tricks he is up to, especially with a worshipper in tow." "Understood." The shadow withdrew. The ghost Douluo, selling the Pope's commands with great decisiveness, informed Bibi Dong of her suspicions regarding Yuan Shuanlu's potential schemes, thus seeking his assistance in tracking Yuan Shuanlu. Bibi Dong further remarked, "I may be rough around the edges, but how's she any better? Thankfully, I am magnanimous. The principle of suspicion towards others while trusting those in service is lost on her." The ghost Douluo stood by, watching Yuan Shuanlu vehemently criticize Bibi Dong, feeling awkward and forced to smile. "You see, anyone under suspicion followed by being trailed cannot possibly feel good about it. Old ghost, you may return." Yuan Shuanlu patted the ghost Douluo's shoulder, maintaining a calm demeanor, entirely unrecognizable from his earlier outburst. The ghost Douluo hesitated. "This is the Pope's order." He dared not utter further words. The wave of murderous intent locked onto him, emanating from Yuan Shuanlu. He and the Chrysanthemum Pass were old friends for a generation, yet he was not an old friend of Yuan Shuanlu. Should Yuan Shuanlu truly go mad and seek to kill him, it was likely he would show no mercy. "Ghost Elder, I know you are steadfastly loyal to Bibi Dong. But this makes me quite uncomfortable. Yuan Shuanlu's tone was devoid of threats, calm as if discussing familial matters. You know me. I speak plainly. If Bibi Dong is uneasy about my return home, then let her speak with the great worshipper and see if she has sat on the Pope's throne for too long. Truly believing herself to be the benevolent provider for all soul masters, even dictating when others may return home, the ghost Douluo promptly acquiesced, intending to depart hastily, but was blocked in his path by Yuan Shuanlu. Is there anything else? The ghost Douluo inquired cautiously. Bibi Dong's actions are rather underhanded. I have corrected her errors, and she ought to show some appreciation. Yuan Shuanlu smiled, hinting at a threat. This is a sum of 10,000 gold soul coins. The Pope shall be aware of this educational expense. The ghost Douluo wisely handed over a card and subsequently took his leave, seemingly eager to escape this place of turmoil. Father, why threaten Grandpa Ghost in such a manner? Yuan Ling'er, aware of the close ties between Chrysanthemum Pass, the ghost Douluo, and Yuan Shuanlu, inquired. Yuan Shuanlu stowed the card away, stating, "This is to slap Bibi Dong's face. If she is not taught a lesson, she will continue such behavior in the future. Do you understand? Bibi Dong does not trust you," the fourth worshipper suggested pointedly. Yuan Shuanlu chuckled. Who truly trusts whom? Everyone harbors their own ulterior motives. She merely suspicions you. The fourth worshipper astutely identified the issue. You bear the mark of the Qian family. This cannot be erased, and in the future, you cannot escape the need to choose sides. As long as the position of the Pope remains undecided, she will continue to harbor doubts about you. Yuan Shuanlu appeared unfazed by the matter, instead cheerfully inquiring of the fourth worshipper, "Uncle, whom do you support among the Pope and the Qian family?" The fourth worshipper coughed twice, disdainfully watching the direction in which the ghost Douluo had departed, and replied, "One can tell a child's future by 3 years of age and a youth's by 7. Bibi Dong's companion lacks sufficient ruthlessness and experience. Their future may very well fall into the hands of others." What a keen observation. In the original narrative, did not Hu Laina fall to Tang San's hands? Yuan Shuanlu inquired nonchalantly, "On what basis do you say that?" The fourth worshipper glanced at Yuan Ling'er beside Yuan Shuanlu before stating, "Bibi Dong's companion is too soft-hearted. Had she possessed even half of your daughter's ruthlessness, I would not have said so." Yuan Shuanlu cast a glance at the formidable Yuan Ling'er, laughing heartily as he affectionately ruffled her hair. "You are indeed a ruthless one. Compared to Uncle Four, I cannot claim to be ruthless," Yuan Ling'er replied. The fourth worshipper, observing Yuan Shuanlu and Yuan Ling'er jesting, sighed and coldly remarked, "In any case, I am nearing the end of my days. I have no desire to meddle in the Qian family's trivial matters. Hurry and take me to that cursed place." "Very well," Yuan Shuanlu replied with a grin. "I am certain Uncle Four will enjoy his time in that place of tranquility." Chapter 42. The Eyes of Ice and Fire. In the Heaven Dou Empire, the Sunset Forest, with the ghost Douluo dispatched by Bibi Dong, Yuan Shuanlu finally arrived at his destination, the Sunset Forest. A vast soul beast forest entirely within the territory of the Heaven Dou Empire. The Sunset Forest, while not as expansive as the Star Dou Great Forest, still spans nearly 200,000 square kilometers, making it an important soul beast forest in the temperate region of the continent's north. Within lies what I seek. Yuan Shuanlu cradled Yuan Ling'er as they soared into the depths of the forest. This distinction highlighted the differences between the Sunset Forest and the Star Dou Great Forest. Yuan Shuanlu would not dare to fly about the skies of the Star Dou Great Forest like an unconcerned individual, fearing ambush by formidable soul beasts. However, the Sunset Forest was a different matter. "It appears there is a layer of poisonous miasma ahead," the fourth worshipper, well acquainted with the insidious methods of the Dugu family, noted. Indeed, a thick layer of toxic miasma enveloped a mountain in the distance, its rich green hue resembling a realm of specters. After enveloping Yuan Ling'er in his soul power, Yuan Shuanlu ascended high into the sky, directly bypassing the miasma, moving as if it were inconsequential. "I wonder what the Dugu family member who designed this miasma was thinking." The fourth worshipper also crossed over, yet the miasma still posed a threat to terrestrial creatures. Yuan Shuanlu curiously inquired, "Can you immediately identify the Dugu family's handiwork?" The fourth worshipper silently nodded. "You aristocrats can discern it merely by relying on your powerful martial souls." "Indeed. The formidable martial spirits ensure the legacy of noble families. The Angel Clan, the Golden Crocodile Clan, the Haotian Tang Clan, the Seven Treasure Ning Clan, and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Clan. Even if a family faces turmoil or lacks adept management, as long as the martial spirit is passed down through generations, There will inevitably be individuals who rise to the pinnacle of the Soul Master realm once more. After expressing his admiration, Shuanlu pointed downward, saying, "Fourth uncle, this is the tranquil retreat I have found for you." The three descended randomly upon the mountaintop, where the cold winds howled. The fourth elder said nothing, merely gazing at the windswept summit before turning his attention to Shuanlu. "You expect me to endure this chill? Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson?" Shuanlu hastily laughed off the remark and then stated earnestly, "Actually, it is near the hot spring below. Lead the way," the fourth elder remarked. Somewhat exasperated by the young man's antics, the trio glided down the ridge, as if treading on level ground. Nestled within the valley was a peculiar spring, half crimson and half azure, precisely resembling the fabled ice and fire duality eye, the resting place of the ice and fire dragon king. Surrounding the spring grew an array of extraordinary herbs, most of which Yuan Ling'er could not name, yet they all shared a common trait: remarkable vitality. To stumble upon such a treasure today truly broadens my horizons, the fourth elder exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, this place is known as the ice and fire duality eye, and for flora, thriving here is extraordinarily beneficial. The most precious aspect here is the celestial herbs that flourish. Shuanlu introduced the location to Yuan Ling'er and the fourth elder. The fourth elder felt quite satisfied. Upon entering, he had already sensed that the spiritual energy of this place far exceeded that of the outside world, making it an invaluable site for healing or cultivation. "You navigate this place with such familiarity, I suspect you must have visited before," the fourth elder remarked, a knowing smile gracing his face as he gazed at Shuanlu, who, in his demeanor, hinted at underlying family conflicts within the angel clan. Shuanlu discovered this place and seemingly chose not to share it with Qian Xuanji, preferring to keep it a secret forever. Yuan Ling'er was astonished. Her father had never divulged such information to her, and she had not anticipated the existence of such a treasure. Indeed, father must have known certain matters about Tang San. And the White Knight. Yuan Ling'er realized that Shuanlu was perhaps not as simple as he appeared. Both she and he seemed to embody the essence of prophets. "Fourth uncle, to be honest, this is my first visit," Shuanlu stated, which was the truth. He had once desired to come, but feared Dugu Bo might poison him. Later, after becoming a titled Douluo, he felt celestial herbs would be of little value. And after having a daughter, he contemplated returning, but worried that his protagonist aura might not be enough to shield her from Tang San's attention, leading to his indecision. However, once Yuan Ling'er attracted Tang San's interest, he decided to seize all the celestial herbs for her to choose from. As for why Shuanlu seemed so adept on his first visit despite it being his initial time, it was because the original text stated, fulfilling the 4 conditions of deep in the forest, poisonous miasma, valley, and hot spring would generally lead one to the ice and fire duality. I doubt if there were any issues. Well, that would be a matter of Yuan Ling'er's fortune. Yes, Shuanlu gasped, feeling he had stumbled upon crucial evidence that Yuan Ling'er was indeed a child of destiny. Tang San, if I cannot defeat you, can my daughter not do so? I must sincerely thank you. Without you, my life would not have endured for long. The fourth elder bowed to Shuanlu, causing the latter's hair to stand on end in fright. "I also understand your intentions. Do not feign ignorance about seeking a tranquil retreat for me," the fourth elder remarked. He, being alone and childless, had no inclination to pilfer the celestial herbs for heirs, nor was he aligned with the faction of Bai Bai Dong, so there was little concern about him leaking secrets to the spirit hall. "You truly are a master strategist." Shuanlu felt a touch of embarrassment as his petty schemes were effortlessly unraveled by the fourth elder, leaving him feeling quite humiliated. However, reflecting on the fourth elder's experiences, Shuanlu found solace. After enduring countless storms of blood and intrigue, had the fourth elder not possessed some cunning, he would have long been devoured by others. "Thank you, fourth uncle, for your support." Shuanlu respectfully bowed. "Haha, you are being overly formal." The fourth elder waved his hand, unconcerned. When one is left without parents, without descendants, and nearing the twilight of life, one cannot expect them to react to the world's changes with much emotion. "After my demise, what concern is it of mine if floods rage?" Such was the nature of individuals like the fourth elder. "Who dares intrude upon my tranquil retreat?" A voice roared, echoing through the valley. The newcomer, clad in flowing azure and purple robes, resembled a vengeful specter. Then, the energy locked onto Shuanlu. "You are Qian Xuanlu?" Dugu Bo's eyes widened in shock. and in a moment of distraction, he descended directly onto the grass. He felt a surge of panic. By this time, the news of Yuan Shuanlu's return to the Spirit Hall had spread across the continent. Dugu Bo had assumed Yuan Shuanlu was enjoying himself within the Spirit Hall, never expecting him to arrive at his secluded haven. Poison Douluo. Yuan Shuanlu glanced at the infamous Poison Douluo, then donned a smile, speaking with the utmost politeness while uttering the most audacious words. I apologize. But this is now my retreat. Chapter 43. Dugu Bo. I apologize, but this is now my retreat. This was no different from the words a thug might utter before a confrontation. It bore a striking resemblance to a scene where a boastful individual, with a table flipped, arrogantly declares, "This place is now under my protection. You dare challenge that. It will lead to a true clash." Dugu Bo clearly did not expect Yuan Shuanlu to speak in such a manner. According to the Spirit Hall's usual practice, one would not resort to such a disgraceful approach. Is the Spirit Hall so brazen? Dugu Bo's expression darkened, yet he refrained from acting out, knowing he could not best this individual. That it is not so. Yuan Shuanlu waved his hand dismissively. I simply enjoy the ambience here. You see. Sometimes one's happiness is built upon the suffering of others. Dugu Bo, why frame such a thieving act in such a justifiable manner? Because many matters require a veneer of modesty. It is essential for individuals to maintain a facade while enjoying their gains. Especially for someone like Yuan Shuanlu. When two individuals clash and they engage in public disputes, such occurrences typically befall those without any backing. Yet, when Yuan Shuanlu found himself at odds with someone, he could either eliminate them discreetly or endure the situation. Otherwise, how else could he have tolerated that scoundrel Yu Shaojing? As the brother of the Pope, could Yuan Shuanlu not deal with a mere Yu Shaojing? In truth, he could not, and no matter how cleanly one might act. Should that individual perish on the Spirit Hall's territory, it would be deemed the Spirit Hall's doing. Why Yu Shaojing, that wastrel, had consumed countless resources from the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan simply because he was the clan leader's son. If Yuan Shuanlu were to kill Yu Shaojing, who could predict how the other members of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan would celebrate? And then, the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan might use Yu Shaojing's death as an excuse to extort the Spirit Hall. Claiming victimhood, they would gain the benefits while also preserving their facade. Should Yuan Shuanlu eliminate Yu Shaojing, regardless of the method, as long as he died on Spirit Hall's grounds, the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan would find reasons to confront the Spirit Hall. Having perished, what is wrong with gaining some benefit for one's family? What could Yuan Shuanlu do? Endure. This is akin to how workers tolerate unscrupulous bosses or students endure parental pressure regarding their studies. Or sons endure parental urgings for marriage. What could one do? It is not feasible to simply declare, I shall kill them. When a life is lost, one may feel momentarily satisfied, but do they still intend to live their lives afterward? Title Douluo, ordinary people, soul masters, members of the Angel clan, all have their own grievances. The Biphosphor Dugu clan is considered a noble family as well, and I too wish for everyone to engage in amicable discussions. Yuan Shuanlu smiled gently and remarked, although the Dugu family possesses a relatively shallow foundation, they still qualify as a prestigious clan. But what of sincerity? The sincerity with which you approach our conversation is merely a pretext to seize my territory while intending to negotiate with me. Dugu Bo was indeed infuriated. My sincerity lies in allowing the Dugu family to maintain their heritage. Yuan Shuanlu bowed to Dugu Bo, and then a murderous intent surged within him. You truly intend to kill me? You scoundrel of the Spirit Hall? Dugu Bo, being a seasoned veteran, immediately made his escape toward the valley upon sensing Yuan Shuanlu's murderous aura. Fourth uncle, please take care of Linger, Yuan Shuanlu shouted as he pursued closely behind. Green and white lights darted through the forest, colliding with ancient trees that shattered into fragments. Dugu Bo, you cannot shake me off. At the pinnacle of level 96, Yuan Shuanlu was certainly not someone that the weakest title Douluo could easily evade. Before long, he intercepted Dugu Bo. What do you intend to do? Dugu Bo unleashed his martial spirit, preparing for a life-or-death struggle. Yuan Shuanlu chuckled. I am contemplating whether or not to kill you. If I spare you, I appear to be a saint. If I slay you, I will feel reluctant. Aren't you known for your decisiveness in killing? Dugu Bo sneered coldly. What saintliness are you speaking of? When has Yuan Shuanlu's heart ever been benevolent? I understand now. Yuan Shuanlu summoned his martial spirit, the radiant holy dragon, roaring forth, surrounded by 9 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 2 red. Any ordinary soul master witnessing this configuration would only question whether their years of cultivation had been in vain. And Dugu Bo was no exception. Why do you possess 200,000-year soul rings? Yuan Shuanlu responded nonchalantly. I am simply fortunate. While Yuan Shuanlu relished the astonishment of others, he soon grew weary of the repetitive exclamations. Must it always be the same lines? Can it be a bit different? Emerald Phosphor True Body. Compared to Yuan Shuanlu's soul ring configuration, Dugu Bo appeared rather mundane, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings. At that moment, Dugu Bo transformed into a large emerald green serpent, its jade-like scales glimmering, spanning a full 30 meters in length, as thick as a water barrel. Do not push me too far. Spirit Hall. Yuan Shuanlu did not release his martial spirit's true form, but instead initiated the attack with his first soul skill, Radiant Dragon Fist. The Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor did not dodge, but unleashed a spray of green venom. Yuan Shuanlu was unaffected, and his fist struck the head of the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor. Golden light radiated from its head to its tail. Can you withstand the power of 20 years of cultivation? Yuan Shuanlu then waved his hand, dispersing the green venom without causing any harm. Indeed, this was the bioweapon of the Douluo continent. Yuan Shuanlu observed as flora and fauna were eroded by the venom. Dissolving entirely, I have been defeated. Remember your promise to allow the Dugu family to continue their lineage. Dugu Bo was sent flying by a single punch, his martial spirit's true form collapsing as he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Proving himself to be the weakest title Douluo, Yuan Shuanlu bowed to Dugu Bo, understanding the rules of the aristocratic families. What rules do the aristocratic families have? The absolute prohibition against severing another family's martial spirit inheritance is a fundamental principle. However, upon hearing the word however, Dugu Bo felt uneasy, for conversations often conceal deeper meanings. Thus, the content following however was crucial. But does not Mr. Dugu find happiness in witnessing the rise of your descendants? Yuan Shuanlu continued courteously. Dugu Bo was momentarily taken aback. You truly do not intend to kill me? Yuan Shuanlu shook his head. Having taken over your cave dwelling, how could I possibly bring myself to slay you? Dugu Bo, regaining his composure, could not help but retort. You are rather polite. Yuan Shuanlu smiled, dismissing it entirely. There was a reason for Yuan Shuanlu to win over Dugu Bo. He aimed to pave the way for Yuan Ling'er. To ensure her future freedom, the best approach was for her to possess formidable power. Yuan Shuanlu believed that his daughter must have long desired this, that Jia, Lu Wei, and Oscar were to be the backbone of her future influence. Yet she still required a few title Douluo to stand as a bulwark. Dugu Bo was perfectly suited for this role. As for why he had not broached this matter earlier, Dugu Bo was a stubborn old man. Without absolute strength to subdue him, any discussion would be futile. Join my faction, and I can assist you in resolving the issues surrounding the Emerald Phosphor Snake martial spirit. Yuan Shuanlu dangled the bait. Do not inquire how I know. We are both from aristocratic families, and I certainly have the means to know and the capability to resolve it. Dugu Bo's eyes flickered, and he suddenly chuckled. Had you said this before reaching level 90, I would have undoubtedly doubted you, but now, I believe your words. The underlying implication was, you are now a super Douluo. It would be simple for you to kill me or take my possessions. Hence I trust what you say. However, I will never join the Spirit Hall. Dugu Bo shook his head in refusal, for he was a man who pursued his own satisfaction, preferring death over the confines of the Spirit Hall. It is not the Spirit Hall. It is my daughter's faction. It will not restrict your freedom. Consider it your retirement haven. You have split from your family? Dugu Bo suspected internal strife within the Angel clan. What are the conditions? Dugu Bo knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shuanlu felt reassured. It indicated that Dugu Bo had largely accepted his proposal. Yuan Shuanlu pondered for a moment and grinned wickedly. Help me eliminate the Snow Knight Emperor. What the hell? You dare to make such a demand? You genuinely wish to invite me to join your daughter's faction? Dugu Bo stared at Yuan Shuanlu in shock, scrutinizing him to see if he had lost his mind from training. Realizing Dugu Bo's expression indicated a misunderstanding of his benevolent nature, Yuan Shuanlu hastily clarified. It is a chronic poisoning. What difference does that make? Dugu Bo exclaimed. The Snow Star Prince is my savior. Dugu Bo declined politely, genuinely hoping Yuan Shuanlu would propose an alternative request, allowing him a graceful exit. I cannot rest easy unless your hands are untainted by his blood, Yuan Shuanlu stated harshly. Moreover, as his second soul ring flickered, a beam of light struck beside Dugu Bo, sending debris flying into his face. Am I not also your savior now? Dugu Bo, I struck you, yet I did not kill you. Thus, I am your savior. Very well. Dugu Bo understood that the previous soul skill had effectively served as a final ultimatum. Let us seek a solution for your granddaughter's martial spirit issues. Yuan Shuanlu smiled as he extended his hand, inviting Dugu Bo to lead the way. Chapter 44. Children make choices. I want them all. Yuan Shuanlu and Dugu Bo returned to the valley together. Dugu Bo agreed to join Yuan Ling'er's faction and subsequently ceded the territory of the ice and fire yin yang to Yuan Shuanlu. Naturally, Yuan Shuanlu could not replicate Tang San's silent usurpation of another's legacy. Thus, he had prepared a treaty in advance. The Dugu family would transfer permanent ownership of the ice and fire yin yang to the Yuan family, while the Yuan family would provide the Dugu family with a soul bone every 50 years and offer a method to counteract poison. Black and white ink on paper, clear and unambiguous. Yuan Shuanlu felt he had managed to both play the role of a subordinate and establish his own reputation, slightly surpassing Tang San. Dugu Bo, realizing his ignorance of spiritual herbs, opted for something more tangible. One soul bone every 50 years was quite agreeable. This arrangement could be termed a win-win akin to Qin Shi Huang's duplicity. On the way, Yuan Shuanlu carefully discussed the issues surrounding the emerald phosphor snake martial spirit with Dugu Bo. Compared to the limitations imposed by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan, the Dugu family was merely somewhat unfortunate. Dugu Bo was well aware that his family's martial spirit was superior to the eternally stagnant Seven Treasure Glazed Tile pagoda. Yet the toxicity of the emerald phosphor snake made it difficult for many in his family to meet a good end. Dugu Bo sighed. The poison of the emerald phosphor snake harms both others and oneself. Yuan Shuanlu does not concur with this perspective. The formidable aspect of the biling snake martial soul lies in its venom. Abandoning its toxicity would be akin to the members of the angel family renouncing their divine attributes. Rather than eradicating the poison entirely, it would be more prudent to find a way to control it and harness it as a source of strength. Dugu Bo, hearing this notion for the first time, found it rather intriguing, yet he soon sighed and remarked, Alas, I too wish to master the venom completely, but it is of no avail. Speaking of which, has your family not contemplated a solution to this predicament over the years? Yuan Shuanlu's confusion stemmed from this very point. One would expect that the Dugu clan, with its centuries of history and numerous titled Douluos, would have addressed the shortcomings of their family's martial soul. It seems the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile school is similarly remiss. Dugu Bo candidly admitted, Our family has considered various methods, but they only mitigate the toxicity. This is, after all, quite reasonable. After careful contemplation, Yuan Shuanlu turned to Dugu Bo and stated, I possess a method to resolve your granddaughter's issue, but I may require your assistance in procuring a soul bone. Dugu Bo focused intently, recognizing that Yuan Shuanlu was about to impart something substantial. However, Yuan Shuanlu merely smiled and said, How could I disclose that now? First, let us select the immortal herbs together. Dugu Bo couldn't help but wonder if there was no semblance of trust between individuals. The two soared into the valley, where the four elders and Yuan Ling'er awaited. Upon seeing that Dugu Bo was still alive, the four elders widened their eyes slightly, then glanced at the composed Yuan Shuanlu. There was undoubtedly something suspicious between these two. Upon spotting Yuan Shuanlu, Yuan Ling'er eagerly exclaimed, Father, are you planning to select immortal herbs for me, having learned of the ice and fire yin yang? Coupled with her father's request for her to gather information on immortal herbs, she understood that Yuan Shuanlu intended for her to consume them. Yes, Linger, please present the information. Yuan Shuanlu took the meticulously organized data from her. The herbs with folded corners were uncertain in their effects, while those at the top had confirmed benefits. Linger, you were suited for. Yuan Shuanlu hesitated, as he struggled with his decision-making, a trait he termed choice difficulty, though less charitably described as indecisiveness. Yuan Ling'er, well aware of her father's shortcomings, did not wish to burden him, stating, Children make choices. I want them all. Yuan Shuanlu was at a loss as to whether he should feel gratified, yet concerned that Yuan Ling'er might suffer adverse effects. He cautioned, One can only consume a single immortal herb in a lifetime. After speaking, he recalled that Tang San, that scoundrel, had ingested 3 immortal herbs, the wishful water dew, the 8-pointed ice grass, and the fiery apricot blossom. I meant, the more, the merrier. Yuan Shuanlu quickly retracted his statement and pointed to a seemingly inconspicuous herb growing near the ice and fire yin yang. According to records, this was. Yuan Shuanlu compared the herb data for quite some time before summoning Yuan Ling'er. The herb was entirely emerald green, with 3 snow-white leaves at its center, adorned with dew. This was the wishful water dew. Shuanlu instructed Yuan Ling'er to pluck the herb, which could enhance her fire-eye golden pupils. Is it truly so powerful? Yuan Ling'er exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. That was a bit of an exaggeration. However, it indeed complements your spirit-eye martial soul. I recall that Hua also consumed this. Upon recalling Hua, Shuanlu felt reassured about giving this herb to Yuan Ling'er. Drink the dew. I shall protect you. Hearing this, Yuan Ling'er lifted the wishful water dew and poured it into her mouth as if drinking wine. While simultaneously, the herb withered completely. Refining the medicinal essence, Shuanlu instructed Yuan Ling'er, then turned to the four elders. Point 4 Uncle. I do not require these. The four elders preemptively declined the offer before Shuanlu could finish speaking. Asserting, I am nearing death. Relying on these so-called immortal herbs would merely prolong my existence for a few more years, which is unnecessary. The four elders spoke with a firm resolve. Had this been in his youth, he would have unhesitatingly chosen to kill for treasure. However, having approached the twilight of his life, he had committed many wrongdoings and felt it was time to atone. Consuming these immortal herbs would be a waste. This was akin to an elderly person unwilling to wear new clothes bought by their children, lamenting that it would be a waste. Elder Dugu, what about you? Shuanlu finally inquired of Dugu Bo. This was a necessity. Undeniably, Yuan Ling'er was his closest kin, followed by the four elders, and then Dugu Bo himself, despite him being the original master of this place. Elder, Dugu Bo finally realized he was not being referred to as an elder of the spirit hall, but rather as an elder of his daughter's sect. I believe these two immortal herbs are quite suitable. Without waiting for Dugu Bo's response, Shuanlu led him further inside. Point 1 Herb was a deep blue hue, bearing a scarlet fruit that evoked a striking contrast, as peculiar as a coffin being carried at a wedding. The other herb, while not outwardly bizarre, was adorned with small, scale-like protrusions on its dark blossoms, rendering it quite unpalatable. Dugu Bo pondered. Why is it that the herbs you prepare for your daughter seem entirely normal, yet mine are so odd? Are you attempting to poison me? Shuanlu meticulously explained. One is called the ghost orchid snake fruit, and the other is the venomous fire blossom. Both are beneficial for your biling snake. After confirming the information in his hands, he added, Yes, that is correct. Dugu Bo retorted, So you two are merely scrambling at the last moment. As for the toxins of the biling snake, Shuanlu stroked his smooth chin. Any toxin is stored within a specific organ or gland. In the case of snakes, it should be near their mouths. Dugu Bo opened his mouth, then, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, Unfortunately, I am but a human. Shuanlu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Dugu Bo's jest. He continued, The toxins of the biling snake are straightforward. It is merely a matter of storing the toxins to prevent them from further eroding your body. You possess a soul bone, do you not? The matter of soul bones was indeed serious. Point 1 Should not assume that a titled Douluo like the golden crocodile would casually provide a soul bone to Yuan Ling'er, thinking that soul bones lack value. In truth, as treasures of the spirit master world, any soul bone is priceless, even if it is merely 100 years old. 10-year soul bones are not currently documented. Asking a spirit master whether they possess a soul bone is akin to inquiring how much study material a young man has on his phone. It is a deeply personal question. Shuanlu was well aware of the sensitivity surrounding this topic, so he quickly redirected, If you have one, we can channel the toxins into your soul bone. It would be best to find one for your granddaughter as well, to begin the detoxification process. Dugu Bo was initially taken aback, but then nonchalantly replied, Actually, our Dugu family has methods for creating poison pills. Poison pills can... Dugu Bo began to elaborate on the poison pills, entirely neglecting to mention the matter of soul bones. Shuanlu knew that the Dugu family must possess soul bones, but it was only natural for Dugu Bo to refrain from discussing it after he had misspoken. Thus, Shuanlu shifted the topic, stating, The venomous fire blossom is for you. It contains potent toxins that you should be able to refine with your martial soul. The ghost orchid snake fruit is for your granddaughter. Dugu Bo hesitated for a moment, his expression shifting, before resolutely declaring, Shouldn't it all be for Yin Yen? Upon hearing this, Shuanlu was momentarily speechless. He understood Dugu Bo's sentiments. After all, one naturally wishes to reserve the finest for their children. Shuanlu suddenly felt unworthy of being a parent, gazing at Yuan Ling'er, who was busy refining the medicinal essence, and recollecting the elusive white knight. Though they were family, he truly could not bear to part with that legacy. Chapter 45. Tang San and dogs not admitted. Once Yuan Ling'er absorbed the wishful water dew, she opened her eyes, golden light radiating from them with a divine majesty. Anyone who caught a glimpse would likely be left with an indelible impression. While her soul power remained unchanged, her mental acuity had significantly increased. It felt as though her spirit, martial soul, had undergone a transformation. Yuan Ling'er attentively sensed the changes within herself before turning her gaze towards Yuan Shuanlu, who appeared lost in thought. "Father, I have successfully absorbed it," she said. Yuan Shuanlu regained his composure, his expression returning to a more natural state, and he replied cheerfully, "Yes, in a few years, I will bring you here to taste other immortal herbs. It would be unwise to mix their medicinal properties prematurely." Yuan Ling'er nodded in agreement. They had only learned about the effects of these herbs through documents, and whether they could be taken together remained an enigma. "Then, father, what are you doing?" Yuan Ling'er inquired, noticing her father engrossed by a peculiar plant, unable to tear himself away. The herb quivered redly, reminiscent of jelly, yet composed of grass blades, with tips resembling a coxcomb, and its veins shimmered with a golden hue, causing the surrounding air to ripple with heat. Yuan Shuanlu hesitated for a moment before continuing. "You should know, I'm the younger brother of the former pope." Yuan Ling'er nodded. This was common knowledge across the continent. The former pope had a daughter, my niece, and I was pondering whether to present her with an immortal herb. "Of course you should," Yuan Ling'er exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. If she was not mistaken, this daughter of the former pope was destined to become the future angel god. Presenting her with an immortal herb now could potentially enhance her strength, enabling her to triumph over Tang San in the future. Yuan Shuanlu, taken aback, asked, "Why are you so agitated?" "Father," Yuan Ling'er fixed her father with a resolute gaze, "she is my cousin. More importantly, she is your niece. If we cannot rely on our own kin, how shall we confront our enemies in the future?" Yuan Shuanlu felt somewhat diminished, realizing that even his daughter had surpassed him in insight. With a sheepish laugh, he conceded, "Indeed, she is my niece." There was, however, one thought that Yuan Shuanlu kept to himself. Given how Bibi Dong had sent Ghost Douluo to track him, it seemed unlikely that Bibi Dong would ever achieve shared prosperity when she eventually took control. Perhaps it would be better for Qian Rinxue to ascend instead. As for the previous assurances made to Bibi Dong, well, if she truly believed he would support Hulaina, then her position as pope was likely nearing its end. Right? I just hope my father doesn't act foolishly. So, father, what kind of immortal herb is this? Yuan Shuanlu presented her with the documentation, revealing, "This is called Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, which can significantly enhance flame potency." Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. Before Yuan Ling'er could respond, the fourth offering approached with a furrowed brow. "You intend for the young lady to consume this?" Hearing this title, Yuan Shuanlu couldn't help but admire the deep-rooted influence of the Qian family within the spirit hall. Unlike the derogatory connotations associated with terms like young lady or princess in Yuan Shuanlu's previous world, here, young lady referred to the daughters of affluent families. The fact that the fourth offering addressed Qian Rinxue as young lady implied a subservient position to the Qian family. Within the spirit hall, those who referred to Qian Rinxue in such a manner were likely not limited to just this offering. Is there a connection between the six-winged angels and fire attribute immortal herbs? The fourth offering inquired again. Yuan Shuanlu smiled and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, there is. The six-winged angels possess not only a pure holy attribute but also a fire attribute. Both attributes are exceptionally powerful, likely classified as extreme attributes, due to the scarcity of data regarding whether the six-winged angels possess extreme attributes. No one dared to draw definitive conclusions. However, as someone who had once battled against the six-winged angel spirit, Yuan Shuanlu could confidently assert that their attributes would undoubtedly suppress his own. While it is well known that the holy attributes of angel spirits completely counteract evil soul masters, this is merely a label that has gained notoriety over time. Can a single label truly serve as a standard by which to evaluate a person? Yuan Shuanlu pondered this before preparing to store the immortal herb in his soul guide, only to halt abruptly. Damn it, the soul guide cannot contain immortal herbs. He recalled that Tang San had used a specialized soul guide to store them. Ordinary soul guides were insufficient for such precious herbs. At that moment, Dugu Bo approached, offering Yuan Shuanlu a blue leather pouch. "This is the Rui 100 Treasures pouch. It can store living things. This should allow you to carry the immortal herb. Thank you." Yuan Shuanlu replied. "By the way, who is your niece?" Dugu Bo, ever the provocateur, dared to inquire about such papal gossip. Yuan Shuanlu chuckled, responding casually, "Oh, She is the current crown prince of the Tindo Empire, Shueqinghe. The mention of the crown prince caught Dugu Bo off guard. Upon comprehension, his expression soured as though he had bitten into a venomous insect. Shuanlu continued to smile at Dugu Bo, stating, "You may be here for a few years. Don't blame me." You asked. Dugu Bo, inwardly seething, thought, "I merely inquired, but must you divulge that? Must you mess with my mindset?" While he maintained a facade of displeasure, his thoughts were a tempest of frustration. Shuanlu refrained from placing the coxcomb phoenix sunflower into the Rui 100 treasures pouch, instead asking Yuan Ling'er, "Would you like to bring some immortal herbs for Jie and the others?" "No need." Yuan Ling'er declined the suggestion. "Gratitude breeds resentment. Let us evaluate their worthiness for cultivation later." Upon hearing this, Shuanlu felt reassured. After all, immortal herbs were not common commodities to be given away indiscriminately. Yuan Ling'er understood the principle of one carrot, one stick, which greatly pleased him. "Fourth uncle, we plan to return to Balak City first. We will trouble you here," Shuanlu said, pulling the fourth offering aside, since they intended to return to Balak City. He planned to wait until their next visit to Tiando City before presenting the coxcomb phoenix sunflower to Qianrenxue, to avoid letting its potency wane in the Rui 100 treasures pouch. Should Dugu Bo exhibit any odd behavior, Shuanlu made a slashing gesture across his throat. "Did I understand?" Shuanlu and the fourth offering discussed matters. Yuan Ling'er was also conversing with Dugu Bo. "Elder Dugu, I am the sect leader Yuan Ling'er. You may simply call me Lingo." With a cheerful demeanor, Yuan Ling'er greeted Dugu Bo, then shifted her expression to seriousness. "As a sect elder, I hope you can safeguard this valuable territory for our sect." However, Dugu Bo clearly disdained this young child, his demeanor haughty. "But I wish to leave. Feel free to try," Yuan Ling'er countered confidently. "Let us see if I, the Spirit Butterfly Douluo, can handle you." "Spirit Butterfly Douluo?" "Ha ha." Dugu Bo chuckled to himself. In his twilight years, he was merely a weak title Douluo. What could a 6- or 7-year-old child possibly achieve? Yet, to his astonishment, Yuan Ling'er summoned her bright goddess butterfly spirit before him. A grand purple soul ring shattered Dugu Bo's preconceived notions. "Why?" Yuan Ling'er proudly raised her head. "I am now at level 18, and I intend to break through to title Douluo within 15 years. If you join my sect, you will become an elder of the future #1 sect in the world. 15 years? Dugu Bo's eyes widened in disbelief. "You intend to break through to title Douluo before you turn 20? Yuan Ling'er calculated her training pace and nodded earnestly. Dugu Bo was utterly flabbergasted. He retreated to a corner to gather his shattered worldview. "Let us go, Linger," Shuanlu called, having seen that Yuan Ling'er had nearly concluded her discussions. "All right," she replied, joining her father. Together, they soared from the valley to the outskirts of the toxic mist, where Yuan Ling'er noticed her father descending to the ground, engaging in some peculiar activity. "Father, why are you erecting a sign?" she asked. "To deter those who might unwittingly wander in," Shuanlu stated, carefully positioning the large sign, which bore but a few bold words: "Private property, no entry for Tang San and his dog." Chapter 46. The three scoundrels of Balak. With nothing pressing today, Jie, Lu Wei, and Oscar sat on the second floor of a brothel, enjoying the music. Lu Wei sipped on a drink, humming a tune, swaying his head as he appreciated the young lady playing the piano. Meanwhile, Jie surprisingly took the opportunity to train in this indulgent environment, while Oscar, feeling restless and eager to return, urged, "Lu Wei, we still have training assignments to complete. This is what we call a balance of work and leisure." Lu Wei appeared to be quite seasoned as he waved his hand. "And if you truly aspire to cultivate, this place is not devoid of opportunities for training, is it?" Oscar glanced at the unfazed Jie and sighed. "If I were as engrossed in cultivation as Jie, I reckon I would remain a noble for life." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei was taken aback. He had never heard of any noble title being passed down in Jie's family, so he inquired, "What kind of noble?" "A single noble." "Fa ha." Lu Wei and Oscar burst into hearty laughter. Even the girl playing the piano could not help but let out a soft giggle. Upon hearing this, Jie's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he retorted, "Being single cannot be considered a shortcoming for a soul master." "Being single? Can one truly equate soul masters with being single?" He then proceeded to utter a series of convoluted phrases, such as "diligence leads to mastery and such is the way of the world," which elicited peals of laughter from the crowd, filling the establishment with a jovial atmosphere. Soul masters are, in fact, more mature than ordinary individuals. Oscar's charming peach blossom eyes attracted many girls, while Lu Wei Hailing from a privileged background, had no shortage of admirers, yet Ajie seemed to lag behind in various aspects. Listening to music. Despite the playful banter, everyone ultimately savored the soft, melodious voice of the girl singing. She sang a piece from the Luo Empire, gentle and tender. The Tian Dou Empire, with its long history, often carried themes of grandeur and weighty narratives, frequently depicting the battle prowess of the war queen. While the Luo Empire, despite being under the emperor's iron-fisted rule, produced music that was more delicate and soft, often revolving around romantic themes. Shuanlu, during his travels in Luo, cherished the rainy summers, relishing a bowl of sweet rice balls after the rain, and in the languor of the afternoon, he would listen to a song with a soft, soothing tone that ensnared his heart. Perhaps this was the romance woven into the very blood of the Luo people. The young lady sang sweetly, reaching the tender parts of the song, her beautiful brows knitting slightly, her eyes glimmering, her tone exquisite. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from downstairs. The ruckus made Lu Wei frown, wondering who could be so uncouth. Oscar opened the window, and three little heads leaned out to observe below, where two groups of youths were engaged in a spirited quarrel, both factions hoping for some intimate contact with the female members of the opposing side's ancestors. The insults being hurled were repetitive, to the point that Oscar felt an overwhelming urge to descend and lower their level of civility. Do they even know how to insult? Are they capable? Just brawl it out. Some onlookers were munching on sunflower seeds, spitting out the shells while shouting a few remarks. They were merely enjoying the spectacle, relishing the chaos. However, the two groups of youths were steadfast in their refusal to engage in a fight. Exemplifying the adage verbal sparring with fists held back. Help them? Lu Wei suddenly turned to Oscar and Ajie with a mischievous grin. Ajie was momentarily taken aback, while Oscar also wore a cheeky expression. Oh, Oscar elongated his tone dramatically. What are you all planning to do? Ajie remained perplexed, often feeling out of place with Lu Wei and Oscar's antics. Help them? Lu Wei said it nonchalantly. Understanding Lu Wei's intent, Oscar dashed to the table, grabbed a wine glass, and returned to the windowsill, aiming it at one of the youths below, hurling it with precision. Bayou, crash, no matter who initiated the first strike. The two factions surged forward with fervor, exchanging blows and kicks. Ahaha. Lu Wei and Oscar laughed uproariously. Even the typically serious Ajie could not contain himself. Enough. They will come looking for us once they finish fighting. The trio decided to abandon the music and stealthily made their way onto the streets, planning to stroll around a bit longer. Well, I've considered it today. It's not suitable for cultivation. Perhaps tomorrow that Lua had evidently picked up some bad habits, leading Oscar and Ajie to become proud street ruffians. That I feel the same way. Oscar thought this lifestyle was genuinely enjoyable. Really? A voice suddenly chimed in from behind them. Huh. The three turned simultaneously to find Yuan Ling'er with a frosty expression. Big sister, what levels are you all at now? Yuan Ling'er asked coldly. The trio exchanged glances, then answered one after another. 13th level. 14th level. 14th level. Yuan Ling'er was incensed upon hearing this. What on earth are you all doing? The three shrank back like turtles retreating into their shells. Oscar, you have already wasted 2 years. Do you intend to squander another 2? And you're only at the 13th level now. Ajie, you possess the best talent. Although we cannot discern your martial soul, its quality is exceptionally high. How is it that you are just at the 14th level now? Lu Wei, you are innately at the 9th level of soul power, having acquired your soul ring before Ajie, and yet you are also merely at the 14th level. Have you squandered your time listening to music? Oscar felt aggrieved, reasoning that as a food-type soul master, reaching the 13th level in just over 2 months was commendable. Ajie remained calm, knowing his cultivation was normal and that he was on the verge of breaking through to the 15th level. Lu Wei was genuinely anxious, as he had indeed wasted time listening to music. Yuan Ling'er's expression remained frosty, glaring at them until no one dared to meet her gaze. And then she revealed a startling fact. I am currently at the 18th level and on the brink of breaking through to the 19th. Big sister, you're incredible. The trio exclaimed in unison, hoping that flattery might allow them to escape the situation. However, they clearly misjudged the seriousness with which Yuan Ling'er regarded them. She viewed them as future titled Douluos to be nurtured. Aiming to compare them with the future Shrek 7 monsters, Yuan Ling'er surveyed the trio of the Barak 3 rascals with a disdainful snort. I will give you a choice. Team up with me in battle. If you win, I will let the past be bygones, and I will even help each of you obtain your 2nd and 3rd soul rings. If you lose, you will follow my orders, and I will ensure you all reach level 20 within 2 months. What kind of method could possibly allow them to reach level 20 in 2 months? It would undoubtedly be a painful ordeal. The three reached a consensus. What? Are you afraid? Yuan Ling'er employed a simple provocation. Dare you defy my command? The three responded in unison with a bow. Chapter 47. Yuan Ling'er takes on the three rascals. Within the arena, Shuanlu sat leisurely in a chair, lifting his teacup, shaking his head as he blew on it, then taking a sip and smacking his lips. Let us begin. Yuan Ling'er took the lead, bowing to the three opponents across from her. Yuan Ling'er, Martial Soul Bright Goddess Butterfly, 18th level Soul Master. On the other side, the three who called themselves the Barak Three Rascals mustered their courage to step forward. After all, there was no need to genuinely fear the elder sister. Lu Wei steeled himself, simultaneously boosting the morale of his camp. Lu Wei, Martial Soul Reed, 14th level Soul Master. Ajia, Martial Soul Boar, 14th level Soul Master. Oscar, Martial Soul Sausage, 13th level Soul Master. Yuan Shuanlu observed these spirited youths and once again felt the weight of his own age. Yuan Ling'er chuckled lightly. Will I take you on one by one, or will I gang up on you? Her words were audacious, yet no one dared to step forward to make a scene. Little Oscar has a big sausage. Oscar silently chanted the soul incantation, distributing 2 sausages to Ajia and Lu Wei. Yuan Ling'er unleashed her martial soul, the wings of the bright goddess butterfly shimmering like scattered starlight by the seaside. And in a dazzling moment, she charged directly at Oscar. In group battles, the priority is always to eliminate the support-type Soul Master. This is nearly every Soul Master's optimal strategy. Oscar was well prepared. Upon seeing Yuan Ling'er lunging at him menacingly, he shouted, "Brother Jia, save me." Jia stuffed the sausage into his mouth, then surged forward with all his might. Golden armor protection. As the first soul ring shimmered, a layer of golden armor materialized around the vital areas of Jia's body. And with a powerful punch, he aimed directly at Yuan Ling'er's head. The golden armor appeared solely at his vulnerable spots, not out of limitation but rather a deliberate control of his soul power by Jia. In his view, as long as the crucial points were well defended, it sufficed. He anticipated needing to conserve some soul power for a direct confrontation later. However, the goddess of light, Yuan Ling'er, was no mere ornamental martial soul. She possessed a genuinely advanced martial spirit. If he only protected his vital areas, did he truly believe Yuan Ling'er would be unable to counter him, without employing any soul techniques? Yuan Ling'er deftly evaded Jia's formidable punch and countered with an elegant whip kick that struck his side. Ah Wei, understood. While engaging in pre-battle banter, Lu Wei had ensnared the fragile Oscar and the robust Jia with his reeds. Observing Jia faltering, Lu Wei yanked, and the reeds wrapped around them both, pulling them back. Jia, clutching his aching waist, writhed in pain. Clearly incapacitated. Jia stepped down. Yuan Shuanlu instructed, summoning Jia to his side for an assessment of his injuries. Thankfully, his ribs were intact, though bruised and in need of several days for recovery. Both Lu Wei and Oscar swallowed hard in unison. As the only assault-type soul master among the trio, if Jia could not withstand the onslaught, their prospects appeared even grimmer. Control-type soul masters have an advantage over assault-type soul masters, Yuan Ling'er asserted, effectively quelling any thoughts of escape from Lu Wei and Oscar. Lu Wei exchanged glances with Oscar, and with a swift maneuver, he ensnared Yuan Ling'er. It must be noted that Lu Wei's binding technique surpassed Tang San's. While Tang San infused his blue-silver grass with the mandrake snake soul ring, imbuing it with a hint of poison, Lu Wei's entanglement drew from a fire attribute python soul ring, emphasizing sheer strength, capable of constricting a foe to the point of suffocation and exuding a searing heat akin to a branding iron. This uniqueness of Lu Wei's martial spirit allowed him to absorb fire attribute soul rings, a feat most plant-based martial spirits would shy away from. After all, how else could he possess innate soul power at level 9? Thus, as the reeds coiled around Yuan Ling'er, she indeed felt discomfort. The fiery sensation piercing her waist. I must not allow a control-type soul master to dominate me, Yuan Ling'er resolved internally. Subsequently, a blade of light materialized in her hand, slicing toward the reeds. Though the reeds swayed, they remarkably remained unscathed. Incredible resilience. Yuan Ling'er frowned, then lunged toward Lu Wei, intending to cleave the blade directly into his face. Yet, Lu Wei was no fool. He tightened his grip on the reeds, which constricted around Yuan Ling'er like a python preparing to swallow its prey, nearly forcing her insides to rupture. Winged guillotine. A purple soul ring manifested, and a colossal beam transformed into a razor-like blade capable of cleaving mountains and splitting rocks, severing the reeds. Yuan Ling'er found herself before Lu Wei. Delivering a decisive punch, Lu Wei let out a cry of agony, hurtling backward. Seeing the unfavorable turn of events, Oscar immediately conceded. Yuan Ling'er triumphed over her 3 opponents, yet she felt unsatisfied. In her vision, she should have been able to defeat all 3 without the aid of her soul ring. After all, little Oscar was not considered a genuine battle soul master. Yuan Ling'er has emerged victorious. Shuanlu perceived no fault in his daughter. Facing 3 opponents of the same rank, he deemed her performance commendable. Given his inherently slow demeanor, he paid little mind to the matter, nodding as he supported the visibly battered Jie and Lu Wei. Guiding them to the infirmary for treatment, my sister Linger is the best in the academy. Oscar grinned, giving a thumbs dash up as the saying goes. One does not strike a smiling face. Yuan Ling'er refrained from being harsh with Oscar, simply remarking in a nonchalant tone, "We need to head to Tindo City soon. Think of ways to advance from level 13 to 20 within 2 months. Oscar, how can a food-type soul master achieve that? Are you deliberately trying to make things difficult?" Yuan Ling'er remarked, her tone resembling that of an authoritative figure. "I hope you become an unprecedented food-type title Douluo in the future. Your talent is truly exceptional, so do not squander it." She patted Oscar's shoulder with an air of encouragement. Oscar scratched his head, perplexed by Yuan Ling'er's unyielding confidence in him. Even he doubted his potential to reach title Douluo. "Don't believe me?" Yuan Ling'er raised an eyebrow. "I'm all right," Oscar replied with an awkward smile. Yuan Ling'er, channeling her inner old-timer, patted Oscar's shoulder again. "Without strength, you will be unable to protect your grandfather in the future." Oscar nodded and departed. Yuan Ling'er pondered for a long while, sighing as she felt a twinge of selfishness. In her quest to confront Tang San, she pressured others to train fervently. Yet, considering their ages, their current strength was commendable. Still, she felt it inadequate. She believed that without relentless training, she could not stand against Tang San. Was she being too greedy by involving others in her battle against Tang San? Was she being inconsiderate? Alas, one must look out for oneself in this world. Chapter 48. Tindo City, Yong'an Alley, a true gem. After several days of recuperation, Yuan Ling'er, Lu Wei, Jie, and Oscar completed their early graduation procedures, preparing to head to Tindo City for training. According to Shuanlu, Tindo City was in close proximity to the Sunset Forest, facilitating future soul hunting endeavors. Yuan Ling'er convened another meeting at the Balak Primary Soul Master Academy, during which she engaged in significant discussions with Prince Kuan-Chi of Balak, though the details of their plotting remained shrouded in mystery. Tindo City, an ancient city steeped in a millennium of history. Travelers from all corners of the continent regard this ancient city alongside Xinghua City and Wuhuan City as one of the 3 great pearls of the continent, in contrast to the exquisite architecture of Xinghua City and the opulence of Wuhuan City. Tindo City's charm lies in its grandiosity. Such a majestic city could not have been constructed without the unwavering support of an emperor with ambitions of dominion. During the peak of the Tindo Empire, the emperor of the Swan martial spirit forsook the elaborate planning of smaller cities, opting instead to erect the magnificent Tindo City, the first empire on the continent. The Tindo Empire was genuinely capable of unifying the Douluo continent. With an army of over 200,000 professional soldiers, millions of laborers and auxiliary troops, and a formidable soul master legion, at that time, the Star Dou forest was entirely within the Tindo Empire's grasp. Regrettably, all of that is now lost. First, treacherous ministers disrupted the court. Then, the Southern White Tiger clan rose to prominence. The emperor's attempts at restoration ultimately failed, followed by the War Empress, who waged a civil war for over a decade. Now, the Tindo Empire barely clings to existence through patchwork means. The former imperial aura of unity has long since vanished, leaving the Tindo Empire a mere regional power. Nevertheless, this does not diminish the pride of the people of Tindo City. In their eyes, it remains the emperor's domain, the land of excellence. They boast, "We are the sons and daughters of Tindo City." Resplendent, after a journey of several days, Shuanlu and his companions finally arrived at Tindo City. Upon entering, the tense atmosphere among them lightened considerably, their worries forgotten. Shuanlu introduced the city to Yuan Ling'er and the others. Tindo City is brimming with delightful sights and delectable treats. You must visit the Tindo Sacred Hall of the Wuhuan Temple. Its towering spires and the stained glass windows depicting angelic figures are breathtaking. Tianghuang Street is the commercial district for nobles. Though everything there is overpriced, and impractical, merely a means of flaunting noble status. However, Yong'an Alley is where the true essence of Tindo City lies. If you wish to explore, Yong'an Alley is the place to be. Yet none of Ajia and the others dared to respond, their eyes fixed eagerly on Yuan Ling'er. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke in a relaxed tone. Balance is the foundation of cultivation. We will have a break for the next couple of days. Hooray! Ajia and the others were so overwhelmed with joy that they were brought to tears for the past few days. Their existence had revolved solely around rigorous training, a relentless pursuit that had persisted for more than 10 days, leaving even the most resilient among them feeling utterly exhausted. Yuan Shuanlu guided them to a grand residence near Tianhuang Street, a property he had acquired years ago. The group first selected a room to stow away their belongings, then indulged in refreshing baths before succumbing to deep slumber. After such a prolonged period of exertion, fatigue had truly set in. The following morning, Lu Wei and Oscar erupted with exuberance, eager to explore the northern gem of the continent, Tindo City. "Father, are you not joining us?" Yuan Ling'er inquired as she witnessed the trio's animated antics. Reminiscent of unrestrained huskies, yet, Yuan Shuanlu remained quietly reclined on the sofa, engrossed in the latest edition of the Wuhuan Temple's newspaper. Shock. The avalanche prince stealthily infiltrates a private residence, with intentions of such a nature. Accompanying this headline was an illustration depicting the avalanche engaging in clandestine nocturnal escapades involving a widow. How vividly depicted. "I am the elder. Regardless of the circumstances, my presence would surely dampen your spirits. Why bother?" Yuan Shuanlu lamented, reflecting on his own youthful exuberance. Now transformed into the role of an elder, an era was indeed slipping away from them. Nevertheless, he glanced at Yuan Ling'er, recognizing that another era was destined to arrive. "What?" Yuan Ling'er queried. Yuan Shuanlu waved his hand dismissively. "It is nothing. Go and enjoy yourselves." With that, Yuan Ling'er ventured out that Yong'an Alley in Tindo City is the true essence of the city, or so Yuan Shuanlu claimed. For while Tianhuang Street served as a sanctum for ostentatious aristocrats, Yong'an Alley was where the common folk led their lives. Thus, Yuan Shuanlu deemed Yong'an Alley as the genuine treasure. The alley's hallmark was its delectable cuisine, affordable, generous in portion, and undeniably delicious. The peas are so fragrant, they surpass the beef tendon peas. Upon hearing the vendor's calls, Yuan Ling'er felt her spirits lift significantly. In that moment, she was not the fierce predator destined to battle Tang San, but merely a young girl out for a leisurely stroll. And if it was playtime, joy was imperative. Yuan Ling'er purchased a serving of beef tendon peas and, after a few steps, eagerly began munching, savoring the delightful flavor with each bite. The preparation of these beef tendon peas was remarkably simple. Wash the peas. Add 5 spice powder and salt. Boil them until they reach a tender 9/10 cooked state, and then leave them to cool. Once cooled, the wrinkled skin of the peas earned them the title of beef tendon peas. Though seemingly unremarkable in appearance, they were chewy and increasingly flavorful with each chew. While the culinary offerings on Tianhuang Street were undoubtedly exquisite and aesthetically pleasing, the fare in Yong'an Alley was far more authentic. After walking a few more steps, Yuan Ling'er finally spotted the trio of raucous huskies at a nearby tavern. Lu Wei and Oscar were indulging in drinks, while Ajia was engrossed in devouring meat. "Sister Ling'er, come join us," Oscar called out warmly, treating Yuan Ling'er as one of the crew. This tavern seemed rather appealing. Yuan Ling'er placed the beef tendon peas on the table, allowing each of them to take a generous handful. Lu Wei, his cheeks flushed from the alcohol, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's quite good. Only 5 silver coins for such a feast." Yuan Ling'er was not akin to Lu Wei, a known drinker. Despite having sampled her fair share, she remained somewhat unfamiliar with alcohol. She merely poured herself a cup to partake in the gesture. The liquid within the cup was clear and bright, emanating a rich fragrance, with a smooth, comforting taste that could easily entice one to indulge further. Yuan Ling'er felt her own lips watering, and it was no wonder Lu Wei had succumbed to inebriation. "The wine is exceptional," Lu Wei remarked, slightly inebriated, nearly biting his own tongue. "Their yellow wine is homemade. It is said that within the tavern's grounds stands a magnificent willow tree, beneath which lies a spring with crystal clear, sweet water. The proprietor uses this pure water to brew the yellow wine. Hence its fragrant clarity even in intoxication." Yuan Ling'er's cheeks flushed as she observed Ajia, who was voraciously consuming meat, which was, in fact, a large plate of pig liver. Strangely, the liver was marinated in such a way that it was neither salty nor lacking a hint of sweetness. Earning Ajia's enthusiastic approval, Let us enjoy some appetizers first. Today we can play all day, Yuan Ling'er said, genuinely concerned that a Jia might fill up and be unable to enjoy other delicacies. Indeed, we must save room for the most renowned desserts in Tindo City. Oscar, who was amenable to any food, particularly favored sweets. However, Yong and Ali did not offer desserts. They had to venture to Tianwang Street for that. At that moment, a young lady with flowing azure hair approached, her demeanor cheerful as she looked at Oscar. What about you, Oscar? Yuan Ling'er inquired, seamlessly continuing the conversation. I am Shuai Binger. The lovely girl replied with a smile that captivated Oscar's attention. Chapter 49. So, father, how many old flames have you had? Shuai Binger led Yuan Ling'er and her companions to Tianwang Street. Indeed, besides Yuan Ling'er and Oscar, Lu Wei and Ajia accompanied them, primarily motivated by their fondness for sweets rather than Shuai Binger's beauty. Are you a student of the Tianshui Academy? Yuan Ling'er engaged in conversation with Shuai Binger, feeling an instant camaraderie blossoming, while Oscar and the others trailed behind, unable to interject, with a playful smile. Shuai Binger replied, Yes, precisely. I am the daughter of the Academy's principal. Yuan Ling'er understood immediately. Tianshui Academy is one of the renowned 5 elemental academies in Tindo City. All 5 academies employ extreme teaching methods. Believing that a soul master's abilities should develop along a singular, pure path, honing their skills in one specific direction, Tianshui Academy exclusively enrolls female soul masters with water attribute martial souls. And you? Are you from the junior division of the Tindo Royal Academy? Shuai Binger tilted her head, regarding Yuan Ling'er, who appeared to possess an air of nobility. This was precisely why Shuai Binger had taken the initiative to engage with them. Not quite. We have yet to decide on which academy to join, Oscar interjected. Shuai Binger smiled gently. Ah, I see. The group arrived at Tianwang Street, where the pristine white walls and blue roofs astonished all. Yuan Ling'er suddenly comprehended why the aristocrats referred to Tianwang Street as the blue and white crown. As the commercial street catering to the nobility of Tindo City, how could it not be the work of master architects? Shuai Binger guided them into a dessert shop named by Shuai Jianxian, where the sweet aroma of frosting nearly rendered Oscar faint with delight. Why do you not enjoy desserts? Oscar lamented, noting Ajia and Lu Wei's reluctance to partake in the sweet offerings, sighing at their missed opportunity for culinary pleasures. This dessert shop is the finest, Shuai Binger remarked with a playful grin. It is primarily owned by my family, and I'll treat you all. As she approached the cashier, she purchased coffee and cake for Yuan Ling'er and her companions, seizing the moment while Shuai Binger was preoccupied. Oscar turned to Lu Wei and asked, Didn't you and Ajia say you didn't eat sweets? Indeed, Lu Wei admitted calmly, but it's courtesy from a beautiful lady. One cannot refuse such hospitality. Ajia, ever so straightforward, chimed in with a grin. After Shuai Binger returned to their table, she announced, I ordered bread pudding, which is our shop's signature dessert. It is adored by the noble ladies of Tindo City. Thank you, the 4 of them expressed in unison. With newfound courage, Oscar asked, I am a food-type soul master, 8 years old, level 14. Could you please tell me how this bread pudding is made? It must be said that Oscar appeared rather dashing when earnest, and his charming eyes certainly added to his appeal. Shuai Binger merely smiled in response. I'm not entirely sure. I believe the recipe was shared with my mother by a friend, who must be quite a patient and beautiful individual. Oscar instinctively froze. Why is that? Making desserts requires a considerable amount of patience. Shuai Binger replied with a knowing smile. That it wasn't long before 4 servings of bread pudding and coffee were brought to the table. The coffee was nothing extraordinary, affordable for most common folk, but it was the bread pudding that commanded attention, priced at a staggering 5 silver coins for a mere portion. To put this into perspective, a first-ring soul master receives only 1 gold coin as a monthly stipend. Truly, this was Tianwang Street, a commercial district accessible only to affluent families. The bread pudding resembled molten gold, and with a gentle breath, one could inhale the rich aroma of butter and toasted bread. Oscar took a tentative bite, and an overwhelming sensation of bliss enveloped him. As a food-type soul master, merely tasting this bread pudding felt like a breakthrough. Oh, it was simply divine. Seated in the dessert shop named by Shuai Jianxian, Yuan Shuanlu found himself opposite Shuai Xinro, the headmistress of Tianshui Academy. Their private room afforded them a degree of intimacy. Shuai Xinro, emboldened, leapt into Yuan Shuanlu's embrace, giving him a hearty hug. All right, he chuckled, ruffling her hair as he gently pushed her away. Let us keep our hands to ourselves, shall we? Fine, Shuai Xinro replied, regaining her composure. She gestured toward the bread pudding on the table. This is the dessert you first taught me to make, and I made it myself. Dio, try it. Her blue hair cascaded naturally, and she retained an air of youthful grace. Shuanlu picked up a fork and took a bite, then exclaimed, "You intentionally reduced the sugar, didn't you?" Shuanlu tilted her head slightly. "Yes, didn't you say you don't like things too sweet? If it's not sweet enough, it becomes overly rich." Shuanlu set down his spoon, adding, "Moreover, the sugar in desserts often serves to enhance color and stabilize the ingredients. I never said your attempt was lacking." He continued, noticing the tearful, distressed look in Shuanlu's eyes. With a resigned sigh, he took another bite of the reduced sugar bread pudding, but it is still quite delicious. The almond liqueur you added is quite commendable. Then will you accompany me to the academy later? Teach me how to make bread pudding again, Shuanlu asked, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation. Well, Shuanlu shook his head. I think I should teach you right now. With that, he stood up and headed toward the kitchen to prepare a proper bread pudding for Shuanlu. Meanwhile, she eagerly linked her arm with his, beaming as they stepped outside, just as their left feet crossed the threshold. They heard two bright voices. "Daddy." It was the voice of Yuan Ling'er. "Mommy?" Heaven Dou called out. Shuanlu and Shuanlu exchanged glances, and Shuanlu's face turned pale, especially upon realizing Heaven Dou was present, making the situation even more awkward. Yuan Ling'er looked surprised at first, but her expression quickly morphed into one of intrigue. "So, how many old flames have you had, Daddy?" "I have no old flames, just some good friends," Shuanlu replied, maintaining a calm facade. In contrast to Shuanlu's flustered demeanor, he felt amused upon noticing that behind Yuan Ling'er stood his mischievous disciple, Oscar, which felt like a stroke of luck. "Come on, Xiao, join us. I'll teach you how to make this bread pudding," Shuanlu beckoned. Oscar, the tool for easing the tension, joined them in the kitchen. After washing their hands, Shuanlu first checked the raisins soaked in almond liqueur. Then sliced the white bread into small cubes, instructing Oscar not to cut them too large. He found a large container, layered the cubed bread at the bottom, sprinkled the soaked raisins on top, and asked, "Do you like almond liqueur?" "Very much," Oscar replied enthusiastically. Shuanlu then drizzled some almond liqueur over the mixture, stating, "Now, I need to prepare the main pudding mixture. Oscar, pay attention and take 9 egg yolks." He cracked 9 eggs, separating the yolks, and added 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract and sugar, mixing them well. Next, he heated milk and cream in a pot, then slowly poured the hot milk into the egg yolk mixture, stirring continuously to ensure a smooth blend. After setting the pudding mixture aside to cool, he turned to the melted butter, soaking the small cubes of bread in it before layering them in the container and drizzling a few drops of butter on top. "What a caloric bomb!" Oscar exclaimed, recalling how Yuan Ling'er had been mumbling before indulging in the bread pudding. Finally, he poured the warm pudding mixture over the bread, ensuring every piece was coated before letting it sit for 20 minutes. After which it would be baked in a water bath. With the preparations complete, Shuanlu looked up to find Yuan Ling'er staring at him intently, then discreetly gesturing toward Shuanlu, as if to inquire, "What exactly is your relationship with her?" Chapter 50. Is she really 8 years old? In the end, Oscar ended up consuming the bread pudding Shuanlu had made, as everyone was otherwise occupied and lacked the appetite for dessert. Shuanlu intended to have a heart-to-heart with Yuan Ling'er, while Shuanlu and Heaven Dou also sought to have a meaningful conversation. Ajay and Lu Wei, however, were not fond of sweets, thus it fell to Oscar. After enjoying the dessert, Shuanlu invited Shuanlu and others to tour Tianxue Academy. Initially, Heaven Dou was reluctant, but Yuan Ling'er readily agreed. The 3 huskies were so thrilled at the prospect of visiting the academy, known for its beautiful women, that they nearly jumped for joy. Earning Yuan Ling'er and rolled in the reception room of Tianxue Academy. Shuanlu and Yuan Ling'er sat opposite each other, exchanging glances. "So, Daddy, which mommy do you plan to find for me?" Shuanlu raised his hands in surrender. "I'm just friends with them." His demeanor resembled that of a notorious playboy. Yuan Ling'er quickly added, "Daddy, you and Elder Dou are indeed just friends." Shuanlu sighed. As Yuan Ling'er began counting off on her fingers, Teacher by from Barak Intermediate Soul Master Academy, Pope Bibi Dong from the Spirit Hall, Elder Dou, and Headmistress Shuanlu. "Daddy, do you think this number will increase in the future?" Shuanlu found himself at a loss for words. Suppressing the urge to retort, he decided it was time to impart some wisdom to Yuan Ling'er. "First and foremost, Linger, You must understand that the vast majority of men are visual creatures. And that includes me. To prepare you for the future, I'll be honest about my shortcomings. But being a visual creature is not the issue. It's crucial to assess whether a man is responsible. Beware of the type who claims, if anyone dares to harm you, they must first step over my corpse. Such men are often smooth talkers, and when push comes to shove, they might just be the ones to falter. Shuanlu felt he had revealed too much, so he fell silent. Yuan Ling'er pondered for a moment, sensing that Shuanlu had not clarified why he had connections with so many women. Thus, she concluded, so, is a man who doesn't marry simply called a playboy? Shuanlu's expression darkened. First, I do not disrupt anyone's family. Second, my relationships with them were merely close friendships in our youth. And now they are just old friends. Third, not all male-female relationships should be simplistically construed as romantic ones. Yuan Ling'er was not particularly concerned about which woman Shuanlu favored. She simply wanted to uncover the gossip surrounding his past. Daddy, have you ever truly had feelings for any of those women? She inquired. Upon hearing this phrase, a myriad of beautiful maidens flashed through Shuanlu's mind like a revolving lantern, yet ultimately, only a scant few left a lasting impression. Shui Shinro was the first to emerge in Shuanlu's thoughts, though he merely affectionately ruffled her hair in a brotherly manner. The figure of Juhua Guan, that cross-dressing master, also made an appearance. But Shuanlu swiftly delivered a forceful kick to him, urging him to leave promptly. The silhouette of Bai Dong gradually materialized. But the recollection of her haughty demeanor upon her arrival at the spirit hall rendered Shuanlu indifferent. Coupled with her youthful, infatuated mindset, he hastily dismissed her from his thoughts. The girl lingered in the shadows, having remained there for some time. Eventually, she became Bai Dong's shadow guard, though Shuanlu seemed to be on the verge of forgetting her visage. Another young sword-wielding maiden, who often laughed carefree alongside him and shared both sweet and sour banter, also graced his memories. Suddenly, he noticed the sword-wielding maiden smiling at him from afar. No. Shuanlu replied with unwavering conviction. Before Yuan Ling'er could inquire further, he swiftly cut her off. All right, I no longer wish to discuss this matter. Let it be. Yuan Ling'er, Oscar, Ajie, and Lu Wei sat on a bench by the small lake of Tianshui Academy. Gazing at the picturesque campus of the continent's most renowned academy for beauties, exclaiming, "This school is truly splendid." Oscar, still lost in thoughts of love, posed a question to Lu Wei. Away. What do you think one should do to pursue someone once you've fallen for them? Lu Wei fell into a moment of silence, slowly raising his head, his melancholic eyes filled with tales and emotions. His hair fell gently over his forehead as sunlight illuminated his marble-like face. He replied, I do not know. Come on, I thought you were a love guru just now. Why are you looking at me like that? I've never been in a relationship, Oscar retorted, feeling that Lu Wei was merely a romantic fool for 3 years. Lu Wei, perceiving Oscar as a perennial singleton, replied with a hint of irritation, I have merely heard and seen much. Jie, recalling Lu Wei's past jest at his perpetual singlehood, felt a surge of indignation and snapped. So you are invincible in theory, huh? Humph. You may boast grandly, yet you barely possess the strength of a 30-level soul master. What a joke. Lu Wei, incensed, countered, at least I have a theory. You have none. I will have one eventually. You won't. Observing Jie, who was flustered and furious, charged towards Lu Wei, Oscar sighed resignedly. If you two were to become a couple, at least you would both gain some experience. Unfortunately, Jie and Lu Wei did not hear Oscar's words. Otherwise, they would have shown him the true nature of human malice. I truly believe Miss Shui Binger is a wonderful person. Oscar once again succumbed to infatuation. Suddenly, his keen eyes noticed something unusual by the lake. A burly man had appeared at Tianshui Academy. It was known that apart from Shuanlu and his companions, who had been specially invited, there were no male beings present at the academy. So, how did this hefty man come to be here? In an instant, Oscar's mind conjured up numerous tales. Hey, Jie, away, look at that big oaf. Oscar tugged at Lu Wei's sleeve, pointing at the broad-shouldered man. He is quite handsome. Actually, Lu Wei squinted for a moment. Noting that he bore an expression akin to an ice cube, Jie gazed enviously at the big oaf, surrounded by a throng of admirers. The ice cube-faced man also noticed Oscar and his companions. Clearly astonished by the presence of other male beings at Tianshui Academy, he approached them and extended his hand. Hello, I am Ice Mountain. In truth, Ice Mountain was quite well built, standing at an impressive height of nearly 2 meters. Appearing to be of similar age to Shuanlu. However, to Oscar and his friends, who had yet to reach their teenage years, he exuded an overwhelming presence. Jie stammered, Hello, Uncle Ice Mountain. We entered with the dean. Uncle? Ice Mountain's expression turned peculiar as he suppressed his discomfort and replied, "Actually, I am only 8 years old." Lua immediately voiced his skepticism. "Is this really an 8-year-old? Have you ever seen a 1.9-meter tall 8-year-old? Are we truly of the same species?" Oscar rudely thought to himself. "May I ask what your level is?" A Jia inquired, presuming that such a tall figure would possess exceptional cultivation talent, by Jia's estimation. Ice Mountain should be around level 19. However, Ice Mountain chuckled nonchalantly, revealing, "I am at level 20-1. Is this really an 8-year-old? Lu Wei earned himself the title of civilized model once more. Chapter 51. The 100,000-year Ice Blue Scorpion is one of the renowned 5-element academies of the Tindo Empire. Tianshui Academy undoubtedly housed numerous remarkably gifted geniuses. Take Shui Binger, for instance. Her martial soul is the top-tier Ice Phoenix, a true phoenix, not some lowly creature infused with dark flames masquerading as one. And then there is the towering figure before us. With a soul power level of 21 at merely 8 years of age at this moment, the so-called genius suddenly spoke with ill intent. "Well, I see you all are also the pride of your respective academies." Lu Wei felt a wave of foreboding rise within him. Recalling how Oscar had previously mocked the big oaf, he hurriedly stepped forward, clasping his fists. "I am unworthy of such a title." Ice Mountain, standing before them, inquired with a tempting tone, "Do you dare to engage in a soul master duel with me?" "We do not wish to participate," the trio replied in unison. What a joke. How could they possibly compete against someone with an additional soul ring? That would simply be taking advantage of the honest. Ice Mountain appeared somewhat disappointed. Upon hearing the term big oaf, he had hoped to use this opportunity to teach Lu Wei and his friends a lesson. However, without a valid reason, could he not proceed with his intentions? Ice Mountain grinned. "No worries. I am merely informing you of this decision. You must participate in the duel." This was sheer intimidation. Lua hesitated. I will participate." A voice suddenly rang out like a savior from behind. Yuan Ling'er and Shuanlu approached simultaneously. Yuan Ling'er surveyed the surroundings before fixing her gaze on Ice Mountain. "It seems that bullying them is rather pointless." "Isn't it? Will you step up?" Ice Mountain, regarding the girl who appeared to be easily overpowered by a single punch, scoffed dismissively. "Yuan Ling'er, martial soul, the radiant goddess butterfly, level 18 soul master, please, enlighten me." She truly intended to proceed. Ice Mountain thought this girl was rather obstinate. After all, he was a great soul master. Ice Mountain considered Yuan Ling'er to be blissfully unaware of her limitations and planned to teach her a lesson. Ice Mountain, martial soul, the Ice Blue Scorpion, level 21 great soul master. Yuan Ling'er raised an eyebrow, genuinely feeling as though she had gained insight. As a soul beast, the Ice Blue Scorpion clan had long been the rulers of the extreme northern region of the continent. In her previous life, Yuan Ling'er had ventured to that fearsome northern territory in pursuit of divine power. Indeed, there existed an Ice Blue Scorpion with strength rivaling a 97-level title Douluo, whose age had far exceeded 100,000 years. In her encounter with that Ice Blue Scorpion, Yuan Ling'er had first grasped the essence of supreme ice attributes. So, could it be that the martial soul of the Ice Blue Scorpion embodies the pinnacle of ice? Observing the two as they summoned their martial souls, Yuan Shuanlu declared, "Let the duel commence." Yuan Ling'er's 1,000-year soul ring shimmered, not unleashing her soul skills, but instead adopting a stance akin to a lion on the hunt. Although Ice Mountain felt a touch of anxiety, he maintained a steady posture, half-crouched, resembling a scorpion poised to strike its prey. The two stood in a stalemate. "What are they doing?" Oscar whispered to Lu Wei. The two remained motionless, posing. One might think a painter was nearby, capturing their likeness. Lua remained silent, but Yuan Shuanlu began to explain, "This is a genuine duel with the intent to eliminate the opponent." The unskilled Oscar remains oblivious. Yuan Shuanlu lets out a sigh, remarking, "The soul battles you witness at the Grand Soul Arena are merely contests, with everyone shouting and various soul techniques flying about. However, in a true confrontation at the same level, how could one begin by unleashing their soul skills? They must meditate like an old monk, identifying their opponent's weaknesses for a decisive strike, especially considering Ling'er's soul power is inferior to that of this Ice Mountain classmate. If a lethal blow is not delivered swiftly, Ling'er will undoubtedly suffer the consequences. As Yuan Shuanlu elucidates, his expression shifts to one of peculiarity. He had sensed something was amiss with this large figure earlier. And now that the Ice Mountain has revealed their martial soul, he finally comprehends the nature of this being. Have soul beasts begun to emulate Xiaowu? After a tense standoff, the Ice Mountain suddenly strikes. A solid body. The yellow first soul ring illuminates, enveloping him in a layer of ice crystals, sending a chill through the air. Frozen breath. The yellow second soul ring activates, a tangible frost covering the ice mountain's hands, which he then forcefully unleashes towards Yuan Ling'er. This frost is not akin to the icy refreshments Yuan Ling'er savors in summer. The chill emanating from the ice mountain's fist brings a vision of frost forming in an instant. Winged guillotine. The 1,000-year soul ring gleams as Yuan Ling'er draws near to the ice mountain, her radiant blade shining brightly as she strikes down towards the towering figure. The frost penetrates Yuan Ling'er's body, the extreme cold nearly sapping her of warmth, particularly in the areas affected, where she feels as if her muscles and organs are on the verge of succumbing to the frigid temperatures. In a moment of hesitation, Yuan Ling'er's winged guillotine meets the ice mountain. The clash of the luminous blade against the ice crystals produces a cacophony akin to grinding glass, leaving a profound mark upon the ice mountain's icy armor. Both combatants then retreat to reassess their distance. This is what one might call a traditional duel, merely a display, yet both have held back. Nevertheless, Yuan Ling'er finds herself slightly disadvantaged against this ice mountain, for the disparity in soul power remains insurmountable. The ice mountain classmate emerges victorious as Yuan Shuanlu unexpectedly announces the outcome. Age, taken aback by this result, exclaims, "Wait, Sister Ling'er hasn't he lost yet?" "I concede." Yuan Ling'er openly admits her defeat, stating that had she not restrained herself, she would have utilized her soul power as the frost pierced through her. Thus, the ice mountain truly possesses formidable strength. Yuan Shuanlu, with a casual air, clasps the ice mountain's shoulder, noting his impressive height, surpassing even Yuan Shuanlu himself. While he muses that creatures of the ice scorpion lineage are typically diminutive, Yuan Ling'er remains oblivious to the deeper implications of Yuan Shuanlu's words. But the ice mountain trembles at the mention. Yuan Shuanlu chuckles. "I have a friend named Ice Emperor. Ice Mountain, you share the same surname. Do you know her? Come, let us converse earnestly." Reluctantly, the ice mountain follows Yuan Shuanlu, appearing like a pitiable hostage coerced by a criminal. Once they reach a secluded corner away from prying eyes, Yuan Shuanlu, half smirking, comments, "Is this the trend among soul beasts nowadays? If a tidal Douluo were to discover you, your soul rings and bones would be forfeit." The ice mountain coldly retorts, "Are you planning to kill me to seize my soul rings and bones?" Yuan Shuanlu sighs in apparent regret. "That was indeed my intention. But alas, we lack soul masters of the ice attribute here." Ice Mountain, "Goodness, you don't hesitate at all. Speak frankly. What are your thoughts? Turning a 100,000-year soul beast into a human. Typically, this transformation is a last-ditch effort for powerful soul beasts nearing the end of their lifespan, aiming for the divine ascension of humanity. However, under the influence of Tang San's mother and Xiao Wu's mother, this phenomenon has devolved into a perverse trend. Not only do they wish to become human, but they also seek romantic entanglements, and furthermore, they aspire to become other soul rings each time. For the sake of future generations' happiness, I adamantly oppose this aberration of soul beasts transforming into humans. It is a pseudoscience that must be eradicated to thwart humanity's nefarious ambitions of enticing soul beasts into this transformation. The Ice Mountain, recognizing that his identity has been compromised, decides to abandon pretense. Centuries ago, someone told me that if I became his soul ring, I could ascend to godhood alongside him, gaining eternal life. That person was not called Hui Hao. Was he? The Ice Mountain casts a curious glance at Yuan Shuanlu, secretly pondering how humanity seems to be declining in capability, with even the youngest among them achieving tidal Douluo status, yet lacking in intellect that I do not know. He was clad in white. The Ice Mountain shakes his head. I initially refused, but after breaking through to 100,000 years, I feared facing the subsequent tribulations, so I chose to transform into a human, intending to seek him out to see if I could still join him on the path to godhood. Yuan Shuanlu nods. "So, have you found that individual?" "No, upon arriving in human cities, I discovered that centuries had passed, and if that individual had not ascended, he is likely deceased." Yuan Shuanlu's expression darkens. "How is it that this 100,000-year ice scorpion seems to lack common sense? After several centuries, what purpose does your transformation serve?" Perhaps scorpions possess limited cognitive capacity." "Well, that is of no consequence." "Wait, I believe I have heard this story before." Yuan Shuanlu realizes the blind spot. He recalls reading a similar tale in a book. The only story that could have lingered in Yuan Shuanlu's memory for so long is likely related to the relics of the White Knight he encountered while seeking a path to divinity. The White Knight, as Yuan Shuanlu's God-seeker predecessor, has always been a focal point of his attention. and only Yuan Shuanlu has managed to compile the most comprehensive information regarding the White Knight, the Ice Mountain. Displaying skepticism, retorts, "What could you have heard? That person was at most level 89, and a level 89 human could hardly survive for so long while recounting the tale to you. Humans possess written language, defined as the symbols used to record and communicate language. Clearly, soul beasts, being largely low-intelligence creatures, have not developed a written language, or perhaps their written traditions have been severed. Though 10,000 years soul beasts exhibit basic intelligence, they only attain the cognitive capacity of a normal adult human after reaching 100,000 years. Hence, soul beasts have historically relied solely on a unified spoken language without any written form. Yuan Shuanlu produces a specially processed leather notebook from his soul guide, reading aloud the following lines. Traversing through the lengthy, frozen forest, one arrives at the snowfield. Beneath the night sky, the earth is a glistening white. And I pause before this barren land. Chapter 52, The White Knight's Diary. May 3rd. Traversing through the lengthy, frozen forest, one arrives at the snowfield. Beneath the night sky, the earth is a glistening white, and I pause before this barren land. The White Knight, clad in a snow-white robe, inscribes these words as the ink has solidified, necessitating the use of soul power to warm it. This is the extreme north. In human legends, it is a forbidden zone for life. During summer, the horizon in the extreme north is perpetually a cold white day, devoid of warmth, shrouded in thick fog covering the expanse of ice, with the forest behind being the only place alive. The White Knight exhales a long plume of white mist, dissipating amidst the snow. Step by step, he embarks on a quest for the divine. Light, light, I sincerely hope to discover the legacy of the light god in this extreme north. The White Knight now stands at level 80-9. In a secret realm. He has heard tales of the light god, and obtained a damaged necklace related to the deity, thus commencing a continent-wide search for the light god's legacy. The extreme north is merely one location he has traversed in his quest. The White Knight leaves footprints in the snow, marking the first time an adventurer of non-title Douluo strength has ventured into the extreme north. May 7th. I am uncertain whether this is the core area of the extreme north, as the terrain of the snowfield and the extreme cold impede my progress. Today, I encountered the Ice Queen. The Ice Scorpion. She sparkles with an incomparably brilliant luster, her alluring green tail consisting of 5 segments. The final segment, diamond-like, tail hook raised high, its tip shimmering with a silvery mirror-like sheen. This Ice Scorpion undoubtedly exceeds the 100,000-year threshold of age and power. I have dubbed her Ice Emperor. Humanity. A melodious voice resonated, and the White Knight beheld the cerulean Ice Scorpion, which shimmered like a clear emerald amidst the raging blizzard. Embrace your demise. The azure light pierced through the thick storm, striking the White Knight's longsword with force. Justice strikes back. The White Knight's black fifth spirit ring gleamed momentarily, delivering a powerful counterattack upon the Ice Emperor, after which he promptly turned to flee. Each 10,000-year soul beast was tantamount to a title Douluo, and at that moment, the White Knight was merely an 89th level soul Douluo, thus he dared not confront the Ice Emperor's might directly. He felt as though he had returned to his youth, when he had once launched a surprise attack on the false Emperor of Tindo, galloping 1,000 miles in a single day. Relying solely on his swiftness, you humans are no different from that insect, just a coward. The Ice Emperor's clear rebuke lingered in the storm, soon shattered by the howling winds and snow. The extreme north is never partial to anyone. May 13th. That I have lost my way, yet I feel I am heading towards the heart of the extreme north. That I begin to mock myself for being a fool. The God of Light, the God of Light. The name scarcely seems one that could be found in the extreme north. How desperate I have become. I am truly foolish, indeed. May 16th. I retract my previous statements. The true goddess of ice and snow is undoubtedly not the Ice Scorpion, but rather the Snow Empress. The sword's power commands the ice and snow, the Emperor's sword, the Emperor's palm, the Emperor's cold heaven. This is the record of the 3 absolutes of the Snow Emperor documented by the Spirit Hall. The White Knight gazed upon the girl concealed within the swirling snow. She appeared as if a celestial being descended from the heavens, ethereal and extraordinary, her gaze fixed upon the White Knight. Devoid of joy or sorrow, the Snow Empress, the White Knight murmured softly. The Snow Empress furrowed her brow slightly, and in an instant, an area with a diameter of 1 kilometer transformed into her domain. Snowflakes swirling to obscure the sky and blot out the sun's radiance. This was a hell on earth. Should the Snow Empress desire it, she could effortlessly manifest it, and the only response to the White Knight seemed to be a single palm strike. Emperor's palm, great cold, no snow. The color of the snow darkened, As if white turned black from within, a delicate palm strike aimed at the White Knight. The White Knight's 89th level strength appeared but a jest in this realm. Standing frozen in place before the Emperor's palm, rendered dazed, suddenly, the White Knight recalled the records from the Spirit Hall. Though the Snow Empress's Emperor's palm bore tremendous power, it was subject to certain limitations. It required the palm's physical form to make contact with the opponent to unleash its might. Yet, this time, the Snow Empress had not employed her palm as physical form to strike the White Knight. There is a way out. There is a way out. Overwhelmed with joy, the White Knight wept. To discover a means of survival against an attack from a soul beast comparable to a top title Douluo was enough to fill him with pride. The White Knight pondered whether the Snow Empress was overly confident in her own strength or if she truly intended to spare his life. In any case, the Emperor's palm was executed from a distance. The White Knight turned to his rear. The Emperor's palm struck his arm, yet he paid it no heed and plunged into the dense fog of the snowfield, grasping at a sliver of hope. May 20th. I feel as though I am nearing death. The Snow Empress's Emperor's palm has spared me, but alas, I am too weak to withstand a single strike. My right arm is completely frozen, and I can only hope to return to a human settlement soon. Furthermore, I sense that the Snow Empress must have surpassed 10,000 years of cultivation, perhaps even beyond. Soul beasts may possess another realm beyond that. However, I am not one to study this, and I hope future soul masters will investigate this matter. Written with a left hand, the characters are crooked and awkward. May XX. The following is an addition to my account. That day, I encountered an extraordinarily large ice scorpion, undoubtedly a soul beast nearing 10,000 years. This ice scorpion appeared both immense and foolish. I am on the brink of death, and if I could absorb a 9th spirit ring, I would be restored. Thus, I introduced myself to the soul beast, claiming that I had discovered the legacy of the God of Light, and that should it become my spirit ring, upon my ascension to godhood, it could attain immortality. Yet, it did not believe me. Only a fool would believe such a thing. I thought it is akin to the former pope, asked for donations. Both are deceptions. In truth, I have not truly acquired the legacy of the God of Light. Damn it. What are the conditions for inheriting the God of Light? Is the foolish giant ice scorpion mentioned in this diary Yuan Shuanlu flipped to the last few pages of the diary and inquired. The Ice Mountain vehemently denied. Not me, I am not foolish. Oh, is that so? Yuan Shuanlu thus understood everything. Can what is written in this diary be called heartfelt words? Seeing Yuan Shuanlu still unconvinced, the Ice Mountain seized the opportunity to retort. Is your next line not? What kind of serious person writes a diary? Yuan Shuanlu flipped through the White Knight's diary, speaking with a hint of resignation. Suit yourself. But you might not be able to continue at the Tianshui Academy. Why? Title Douluos can discern the transformation of 10,000-year soul beasts, and if soul Douluos become serious, they too can unmask your identity. Yuan Shuanlu smiled at the Ice Mountain. The Academy's dean, Shui Shinro, is merely a soul Douluo. Although she cannot presently see through your true identity, she will eventually uncover it. Consider your fate in the original work. There was no mention of a boy with the ice scorpion martial spirit at Tianshui Academy. Yuan Shuanlu speculated that Shui Shinro likely discovered he was a transformed soul beast, thus imprisoning him. Waiting for Shui Bingo to become a title Douluo to claim his spirit ring and spirit bone. The Ice Phoenix martial spirit of Shui Bingo paired with the Ice Scorpion spirit ring. Seems promising. Moreover, it seems Tianshui Academy is an all-girls school. You will inevitably have to transfer. Why not come with us now? Rest assured, I will not claim your spirit ring. Yuan Shuanlu's reasoning was somewhat tenuous. Although Tianshui Academy only admitted female soul masters, this was merely a general rule. In an exceptional case like the Ice Mountain, a future title Douluo could certainly be accommodated. I have never been one to force others. To be kind to others, Yuan Shuanlu stated, pointing towards Yuan Ling'er, who was waiting for him. But do you see? That is the future god. Upon hearing the word god, the Ice Mountain could scarcely believe his ears. Asking, what does that mean? Yuan Shuanlu took out the diary of the White Knight once more, his fingers caressing the leather cover with a sense of melancholic nostalgia, as if two disheartened brothers had transcended time and space to reunite. Harboring a belly full of bitterness. What else could it mean? The other party has eyes only for Linger, while I am overlooked. It was clearly I who sought them out first. Chapter 53. The 7-Star Academy, Combined Edition. For K. Under the tacit approval of Shui Shinro, Bing Shan chose to accompany Yuan Shuanlu to It was certainly not due to any intimidation stemming from Yuan Shuanlu's status as a titled Douluo. In any case, irrespective of whether Yuan Ling'er established her own sect or confronted Tang San, the core members of her small group were essentially settled: Ajia, Lu Wei, Oscar, Bing Shan, and of course, Yuan Ling'er herself, which would be more than sufficient to tackle the future challenges presented by Shrek in the days following their return from the Tianshui Academy, while Yuan Shuanlu reveled in the bright prospects awaiting his daughter. Yuan Ling'er found herself troubled by the institution she was attending. She was well aware that her father wished for her to participate more easily in the elite competition of the advanced soul master academies across the continent. Thus, she had specifically ventured to Tindo City in search of a prestigious academy. However, she discovered that there were scarcely any suitable schools for someone like her in Tindo City, particularly after her conversation with Shui Binger. Yuan Ling'er gained a clearer understanding of the advanced soul master academies nearby. Needless to say, the 5 great elemental academies were out of the question. They catered to soul masters of wind, fire, water, thunder attributes, and the elephant-armored sect. The Tindo Royal Academy was, moreover, an institution for the nobility. Thus, there were only 2 advanced soul master academies that would be appropriate for Yuan Ling'er and her companions. One was the Blue Tyrant Academy, seemingly backed by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the other was the 7-Star Academy, founded by a formidable soul sage. Of course, the 7-Star Academy could not compare to the Blue Tyrant Academy, given that the latter had the implicit support of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Regarding the founder of the 7-Star Academy, Yuan Ling'er had gathered a plethora of information. It was said that this person had once traversed the continent alongside her father, a female companion. Moreover, many tales of her relationship with Yuan Shuanlu circulated within the current Tindo City. Whispers of abandonment and love that could never be fulfilled had spread. Although it remained unclear who the malicious gossips were that propagated such rumors, Jiuhua Guan. Indeed, it was me. In any case, Yuan Shuanlu's connection with this individual was evidently quite intimate, perhaps even more so than with Shui Shinro. On this day, Yuan Shuanlu led everyone out without disclosing their purpose. Yet Yuan Ling'er surmised that they were likely to visit her father's friend. She cast a glance at Yuan Shuanlu, marveling at her father's seemingly abundant romantic prospects, and asked, "Father, are we heading to the 7-Star Academy now?" "Huh? How did you know?" Yuan Shuanlu was taken aback, as he couldn't recall having mentioned any intention to attend the 7-Star Academy. However, it dawned upon him that this must be a deduction made by Yuan Ling'er herself. "Truly, she is my daughter, remarkably astute." Yuan Ling'er inquired further, "Why is it called the 7-Star Academy?" Because I was thinking of having 7 individuals to correspond with the Shrek 7 monsters in the future." Yuan Shuanlu mused internally. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing this thought, and instead vaguely replied, "It was a name we came up with together back then." Yuan Ling'er anticipated this response eagerly. She immediately asked, "I heard that the head of the 7-Star Academy is your former lover?" The moment of truth had arrived. The others, including Oscar and his companions, perked up, keen not to miss out on any juicy gossip. This was prime material for conversation. Boasting that one had a connection to the former lover of a titled Dou surely impressed those lower-tier soul masters. Yuan Shuanlu's expression shifted, astonished that such personal gossip had reached beyond his control. Hadn't it been years since then? It hardly qualified as an old flame. It was merely. Yuan Shuanlu faltered, uncertain how to define this relationship. Yuan Ling'er displayed an expression of "you know what I mean" on her face and then assisted her father in answering. "We were merely friends." Yuan Shuanlu. In the southwestern region of Tindo City lay the 7-Star Advanced Soul Master Academy. This institution, modest in size, was situated in the rural outskirts of Tindo City. Distinct from the traditional architecture of the city, employing a modern design that had circulated from the Spirit Hall. Standardized and contemporary, these characteristics were the hallmarks of the academy. Although the 7-Star Academy was a member of the Tindo Academy Alliance, it was not held in high regard by the 5 great elemental academies or the Tindo Royal Academy. Rather, it was often referred to alongside the Blue Tyrant Academy as the twin stars of the commoners, naturally. Compared to Blue Tyrant Academy, the 7-Star Academy was decidedly more grassroots in nature. At that moment, in the reception room of the 7-Star Academy, a middle-aged man of gentle demeanor sipped tea with a thoughtful air, while behind him stood a sharp-eyed elder clad in a pristine white robe, his silver hair neatly groomed. Seated at the head of the table was a strikingly beautiful woman, her long wine-red hair casually tied back, her sharp brows giving her an air of elegance and vigor. This was the head of the 7-Star Academy, known as Sword Heart, a formidable rank 75 attack system soul sage, Gao Yi with unhurried grace. Gao Yi pushed a black card worth 100,000 gold soul coins toward Ning Fengji, inquiring with a hint of puzzlement, Director Ning, it seems that our 7-star academy has not provoked your 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Has it? Ah, High Academy head. How could one term it as provocation? The 7-treasure glazed tile sect merely wishes to extend some assistance to the 7-star academy, Ning Fengji, exuding warmth and charm, shook his head slowly, declining the returned black card with a smile. We, the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, hope to collaborate with your esteemed institution to cultivate more talents for the empire. Such words elevated the status of the 7-star academy, expressed loyalty to the Tindo Empire, and espoused a noble sentiment of serving the nation and its people. Crucially, Ning Fengji was not a despicable individual like Tang San, whose demeanor left one feeling suffocated. Of course, while Ning Fengji appeared to be pristine on the surface, the reality was that few among the distinguished families were genuinely untainted. Gao Yi was acutely aware of Ning Fengji's machinations. Director Ning, if you have something to say, please do so directly. There is no need for pleasantries. Gao Yi preferred straightforwardness. Being a practitioner of the sword, she valued decisiveness and had no patience for ambiguity. Ning Fengji smiled. As you know, the disciples of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect lack offensive capabilities. The backbone of our sect consists of battle soul masters. My visit to invest in the 7-star academy is motivated by the future development of our sect. The implication behind this statement was clear. He hoped that all graduates of the 7-star academy would join the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Gao Yi nodded, a smirk forming in her heart as she recognized the truth in his words. What Ning Fengji presented as investment and job placement was, in reality, a means to ensure that the students and even the faculty would become reserves for the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Though the 7-treasure glazed tile sect proclaimed itself as the pure stream among the 7 major sects, it was undeniable that proximity to power often led to corruption. The major sects had stood tall in the continent for many years, and none could be deemed entirely clean. However, it could be said that the 7-treasure glazed tile sect was indeed more pristine than the Spirit Hall or the Haotian sect. It was common knowledge that the 7-treasure glazed tile sect's inherited martial soul was the 7-treasure glazed pagoda. This martial soul possessed the ability to locate treasures, but if one believed that the sect's wealth stemmed solely from mining resources, gemstones, and treasures, they were gravely mistaken. The true source of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect's prosperity lay in another enterprise, land acquisition. They were landlords, certainly. The term land encompasses not only the fields for cultivating crops, but also a plethora of business ventures including mineral resources, forest resources, and so forth. For instance, during times of famine, the lands of self-sustaining farmers may be forcibly annexed, converting them into tenants, or when rare metal veins are discovered within copper mines, deliberate accidents may be orchestrated to lower acquisition prices for the copper mines, paving the way for the extraction of those rare metals. And so on. It is even suggested that the current support from the 7-treasures glazed sect for the Crown Prince Shui Qinghe is largely due to Shui Qinghe's backing of the sect's land acquisitions. The discussions between Ning Fengji and Gao Yi regarding the job placements for graduates of the 7-Stars Academy are certainly not merely reducible to a simplistic notion of cultivating talent for the empire. The 7-treasures glazed sect may wish to leverage this opportunity through the academy to expand its influence among commoner soul masters. However, the original intent behind the establishment of the 7-Stars Academy was not to nurture fresh blood for the major sects, but rather to encourage its graduates to venture into the impoverished regions of the empire. Striving for the education of commoner soul masters as a whole, the 7-Stars Academy aims to empower you to stand tall, not to bow down. While the 7-Treasures glazed sect may indeed be an appealing destination, I remain resolute in my refusal. Gao Yi remains obstinate. Serving the major sects as a sycophant is not a role I am willing to embrace, and the likelihood of becoming a servant of the sect for generations is far too great. The 7-Stars Academy is not a training ground for lackeys. Such endeavors are simply out of the question. Director Gao, this is not coercion. Ning Fengji gently advised, it is not coercion, yet there exist myriad methods to induce you to volunteer. This situation bears resemblance to the high school experience of Shuanlu in his previous life, where students volunteered to attend supplementary classes on weekends. Was it truly voluntary? Even with the dual reduction policy, students still volunteered. What, then, is the distinction between this form of voluntarism and coercion? Noting Gao Yi's silence, Ning Fengji urged, the benefits provided by the 7-Treasures glazed sect are quite favorable. Your students will not suffer. Are the benefits of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect truly commendable? If one lacks exceptional talent, formidable strength, and is merely an ordinary person, then the benefits would suffice only for subsistence. Gritting one's teeth. Surviving for a decade or two, marrying, and acquiring a homestead is achievable. For commoners, being able to live in such a manner is already quite commendable. Though one may be a servant, at least one resides in a house. Does one not? It is certainly better than those serfs toiling in the fields. Look at these conditions. They certainly afford a modicum of respect to the servants. Gao Yi could only feign indifference once more, stating, however, I am not the sole decision-maker of this academy. It was established by both him and myself. Though I am titled as the director, I merely oversee matters on his behalf. That he, could it be His Majesty the Dragon Emperor? Ning Fengji inquired. Indeed, Gao Yi responded, her confidence bolstered by her thoughts of Yuan Shuanlu, her tone becoming considerably firmer. Although Gao Yi is renowned for her sword heart, she ultimately remains a soul sage of level 75. Ning Fengji, as the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, personally visiting her for discussions is already a significant gesture of respect. The sword Douluo, who usually exhibits considerable arrogance within the sect, does not regard Gao Yi highly. With a cold snort, he remarked, the younger generation truly lacks appreciation. Countless individuals have strived to gain entry into the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, yet now our sect master is willing to invest in your 7 Stars Academy, which is a sign of esteem. The commoner soul masters graduating from your academy can directly join the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Is this not advantageous for you? It is worth noting that many soul masters aspire to this pathway, yet find themselves without opportunity. This seems akin to begging on one's knees, Gao Yi thought. However, commoner soul masters are indeed constrained. They lack familial support, noble titles, and powerful, high-quality martial souls. After enduring arduous studies at prestigious soul master academies, they clutch the hope of entering formidable sects, yearning for a good place to secure their livelihoods. This, they believe, is immensely beneficial for their futures. Gao Yi harbors discomfort. She harbors a deep-seated disdain for the aristocracy, who tower above, wielding power over the continent, looking down upon others with disdain, more loathsome than the nobility. The nobility may be transient, but the aristocracy endures, as long as their martial soul lineage remains unbroken. They shall never perish. Surely, the graduates of our 7 Stars Academy have their paths. Do you think they cannot survive without joining your 7 Treasures Glazed sect? Gao Yi remains obstinate that Ning Fengji merely smiled. Silent, noticing his reticence, Gao Yi suddenly asked, did you see the couplet hanging at the entrance of the 7 Stars Academy? Ning Fengji, being a person of significance, naturally recalled such matters, promptly replying, for promotion and wealth. Please seek elsewhere. Those who fear death must not enter this door. Gao Yi nodded. Our school motto is to fight for the future of commoner soul masters. These couplets and the motto were penned by Shuanlu. He expressed his desire for all commoner soul masters to receive an education on par with that of the great aristocratic families. I feel he has articulated my life's aspiration. Thus, I co-founded this academy with him. He provided the funding while I contributed my efforts. The students we painstakingly nurture are certainly not intended to join the major sections. Their futures must lead them to the remote valleys, assisting the local children in awakening their martial souls, imparting soul master knowledge to them, ensuring those children continue to carry our torch, and striving for the future of commoner soul masters. Gao Yi seems to possess an inexplicable confidence in Yuan Shuanlu, and as she speaks these words, she is imbued with considerable pride. This, in turn, greatly unsettles the sword Douluo beside Ning Fengji. He perceives Yuan Shuanlu as someone indulging in the theatrics of being a savior for the common people, despite his own aristocratic background. Bah! Despicable. Furthermore, since Ning Fengji originally intended for him and the sword Douluo to play contrasting roles, the sword Douluo dispassionately remarked, you forget your origins. This, of course, is a jab at Yuan Shuanlu, who, despite being of noble lineage, engages in performative displays of humility. The sword Douluo stands in high regard, hailing from an aristocratic background himself. He has never considered that Yuan Shuanlu is fundamentally a commoner. Truly, it holds true that those who dwell at great heights for too long forget what lies beneath, becoming oblivious, disconnected, and losing sight of their roots. Forget your origins. Suddenly, a long howl resounded from outside the reception room. I am a paragon of filial piety. Chapter 54. My sword is not without its advantages. At this moment, Yuan Shuanlu and his companions are en route to the 7 Stars Academy. The Seven Stars Academy is located on the southwestern outskirts of Tindo City. After all, not everyone can establish an academy within Tindo City. Although the academy's director is a seven-ring soul sage, he is not considered a top figure within the vast city. What is the scale of this Seven Stars Academy? Oscar inquired. Yuan Ling'er, well-versed in the academy's information, explained, though both the Seven Stars Academy and the Tindo Royal Academy are situated on the outskirts of Tindo City, the Seven Stars Academy is significantly smaller, perhaps only one-fourth the size of its counterpart. So small? Lu Wei remarked. Isn't Tindo Academy larger than it? Yuan Shuanlu looked at Lu Wei with a hint of disdain for his perception of his academy, saying, a mountain is not measured by its height, but by the presence of immortals. Water is not gauged by its depth, but by the presence of dragons. Upon hearing this, Ajie nodded, feeling that Yuan Shuanlu was quite cultured, responding, indeed. The size of the academy does not necessarily correlate with its quality. It is said that the Seven Stars Academy maintains rigorous teaching standards and has produced numerous talented individuals during the last continental competition of Advanced Soul Master Academies. The Seven Stars Academy ranked just below the 5 Elemental Academies, surpassing even the Blue Tyrant Academy by a small margin. After a brief journey, Yuan Shuanlu, acting as a human navigation device, guided everyone to their destination, the Seven Stars Academy, although situated on the outskirts. The architecture and scale of the academy are comparable to that of the Tindo Academy. Upon arrival, one could see the grand entrance, boasting a 10-meter-high gate adorned with 8 gilded characters, 7 Stars Advanced Soul Master Academy. The atmosphere is imposing, exuding a subtle sharpness, crafted in the stone-chopping style that has gained popularity in the continent, likely penned by a master of swordsmanship. Just as Yuan Shuanlu and Yuan Ling'er arrived at the entrance of the Seven Stars Academy, they were spotted by the gatekeeper. What brings you here? It is not the enrollment period for new students yet. The gatekeeper halted their passage. Under ordinary circumstances, one might be inclined to put on airs here. Yet Yuan Shuanlu did not wish to do so. Instead, he breezily presented a token to the gatekeeper. Take me to meet your principal. Who? Who are you? The gatekeeper, evidently unfamiliar with the token, laughed upon hearing that an outsider was audacious enough to request an audience with the principal. Do you think our principal is someone you can simply meet at will? Let them in. A teacher who happened to be strolling by remarked upon witnessing the scene. You are Principal Yuan. As the teacher approached and recognized Yuan Shuanlu, he realized that this was indeed the esteemed Principal Yuan, co-founder of the academy alongside Principal Gao. He was very familiar with Yuan Shuanlu, having been examined by him during his own interview. Principal Yuan, the gatekeeper, was rendered speechless, no longer obstructing Yuan Shuanlu and his entourage, gazing vacantly as they entered with a group of children. Yuan Shuanlu paid little mind to the incident, merely giving the gatekeeper a reassuring pat on the shoulder. This is a school, after all. It's a place for learning and nurturing students. We cannot allow just anyone to enter. You did well. Following the teacher, Yuan Shuanlu and his companions proceeded inside, leaving the gatekeeper in a daze. Upon entering the Qixing Academy, though it did not boast an abundance of beautiful maidens like Tianshui Academy, the novel architectural styles of the academy left a significant impression on Yuan Ling'er and her companions. Qixing Academy featured a 3-story administrative building, 3 2-story teaching buildings, and 3 dormitory buildings. In one corner of the academy stood an odd, enclosed research institute, marked with bold red letters stating, "No entry for idlers." Additionally, the academy boasted a large playground with a diameter exceeding 200 meters, not including the simulated training ground located in the rear mountains. To refer to it as small would be misleading, as it did not account for the expansive training ground in the back. This was the advantage of being situated on the outskirts of Tindo City. Had the academy been established within the city, one could only imagine the exorbitant cost required to acquire such a vast expanse of land. Wow, the environment here feels quite splendid. It's not inferior to Tianshui Academy. Oscar exclaimed in astonishment. Of course. I purchased this land at great expense and constructed these buildings, Yuan Shuanlu replied. Somewhat exasperated, he then turned to the teacher and inquired, "Where's your principal?" In the reception room. I believe he is currently discussing matters with representatives from the 7 Treasures, Glazed Tile School. The teacher responded. Yuan Shuanlu nodded, expressed his gratitude, and made his way to the administrative building's reception area. Upon entering, he overheard an elderly voice berating himself for being ungrateful to his ancestors. Ungrateful to my ancestors? Yuan Shuanlu scoffed, thinking it a jest. The entire continent knew him, Yuan Shuanlu, to be a devoted son. How could he possibly be deemed ungrateful? Thus, he retorted, I am a devoted son. I am a devoted son. Ning Fengji, having not yet seen the man but only heard his voice, could not help but frown at such ostentation. May I inquire who this esteemed individual is? Ning Fengji asked, cupping his hands in respect. After all, since the sword Douluo had not alerted him, it indicated that the sword Douluo had also not recognized the man. Thus, Ning Fengji deduced that this individual's strength must be at the title Douluo level. Yuan Shuanlu entered with a group of children and did not regard Ning Fengji as the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, instead speaking for himself, I am but an unremarkable title Douluo. Upon witnessing Yuan Shuanlu's youthful visage and golden hair, both Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo immediately understood. It was the Dragon Emperor Douluo himself. Ning Fengji, of course, was aware that Yuan Shuanlu was the Dragon Emperor Douluo, as he was a formidable figure from the same era. Achieving title Douluo status at the age of 33 marked him as one of the most exceptional geniuses of that time. However, regarding Yuan Shuanlu's earlier proclamation of being a devoted son, it was perhaps best forgotten. Yuan Shuanlu's past with the Spirit Hall, along with the affairs concerning his father and brother, was unknown to the common folk. But the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would certainly be aware. For instance, Yuan Shuanlu often referred to the former pope as useless, the weakest of the angel family, and the disgrace of the six-winged angel spirit. This infuriated the former pope nearly to the point of vomiting blood, harboring an intense resentment towards Yuan Shuanlu. Furthermore, Yuan Shuanlu had mobilized a substantial number of Earth Attribute Soul Masters to construct a mausoleum in a neglected area on the outskirts of Spirit City, featuring a grand statue of an angel atop it. When the Grand Priest arrived to find construction already underway, his face turned an alarming shade of purple. Yuan Shuanlu shamelessly claimed, this is merely to plan ahead for the Grand Priest, to prevent future corpses from being left to rot in the wilderness. Although the Grand Priest was generally of a good temperament, having his son construct a mausoleum for him could be seen as a display of filial piety. However, one must choose an auspicious location for such a resting place. Yuan Shuanlu's mausoleum was situated near a river on the outskirts of Spirit City, raising concerns that heavy rains might flood the Grand Priest's final resting place. Did the angel god wish to change careers and become a river deity? Enraged, the Grand Priest delivered a thorough beating to Yuan Shuanlu. Reflecting on Yuan Shuanlu's past, Ning Fengji became increasingly cautious about offending this self-proclaimed devoted son. Yuan Shuanlu casually took a seat and asked, is the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School here to acquire this academy? Not at all. We simply believe that the future of Qixing Academy holds great promise, and we wish to assist in its development. Assist in its development? Nonsense. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shuanlu discerned Ning Fengji's ulterior motives. You are a cunning fox, yet you attempt to play me for a fool. Ning Zhongzhu, may I inquire why you have chosen to meddle in the affairs of Qixing Academy? Have you resolved your own spirit issues at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Ning Fengji, suppressing his irritation, shook his head. You need not concern yourself with our spirit matters, Dragon Emperor Douluo. Regarding Qixing Academy, there are two Soul Master Academies for commoners in Tindo City, Lamba Academy and Qixing Academy. Lamba Academy is supported by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, while Qixing Academy was established solely by Principal Gao, that I merely wish to offer her some assistance. Yuan Shuanlu remained steadfast. Our academy does not require assistance from you. Ning Zhongzhu, the younger generation is unaware of what is good for them. The sword Douluo snorted dismissively. Yuan Shuanlu chuckled. Sword Douluo, I respect you as an elder, yet though I may possess superior qualities, do not presume to belittle me as a mere youth. Oh, do you wish to engage in a sparring match with me? The sword Douluo's sharp aura bore down on Yuan Shuanlu. Yuan Shuanlu remained unfazed, countering the sword energy with ease, remarking, do not assume that your sword is unrivaled. My sword is no less formidable. Of course, Yuan Shuanlu was not truly a swordsman, if the concept of a swordsman even existed in Douluo. His martial spirit was not a true sword. The only connection to swords lay in his 70,000-year soul bone, the sword Armhof. I shall see how formidable your sword truly is. Jian Daochen, the foremost swordsman of Douluo, belonged to the prestigious Qixing family, heirs to the 7 kills sword martial spirit. Though their history may not rival that of the angel family, they were still considered a top-tier lineage, a lesser talent. I humbly request guidance from the sword Douluo. Chapter 55. Dragon Emperor versus 7 kills. After uttering those words, Yuan Shuanlu gestured outside. Let us battle in the air. the loser shall pay 100,000 gold soul coins. Indeed, Yuan Shuanlu had spotted the 1 million gold soul coins on the table. Very well. The sword Douluo glanced at Ningfengji, and upon seeing his agreement, he acquiesced. The two title Duel-level powerhouses ascended to the academy's playground. Yaoi also notified numerous teachers and students to come witness the battle, for encounters between title Douluo were rare spectacles. Yaoi hoped that the students and teachers might glean some insights from their clash. Including herself, as she harbored ambitions of learning from the sword Go, Daddy, Yuan Ling'er Go, Master, Oscar shouted Go, Uncle Yuan, Lu Wei, Ajia, and Bing Shan shouted in unison. The other students, perplexed, followed suit, almost unanimously supporting Yuan Shuanlu. Above, a fierce, intense soared into the sky as a sword materialized before the sword Douluo. The blade was a clear blue, resembling a finely carved crystal, adorned with 9 stars of varying colors: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. This was a sword that had integrated its soul rings into its martial spirit. The sword Daoschen Xin truly deserved the title of the foremost swordsman, a terrifying presence indeed. The 7 kills sword transformed into a streak of blue light, gripped firmly in the sword Douluo's hand. The dreadful sword aura producing a howling sound of tearing air. The sword measured 4 feet 3 inches in length, 3 inches in width, and the hilt was 1 foot 2 inches long. Named 7 kills. With the emergence of the 7 kills sword, the sharpness pierced through the void. This was the prowess of the continent's premier attacking title Douluo. Martial spirit manifestation. Yuan Shuanlu also unleashed his holy light dragon martial spirit. In contrast to the sword Douluo's integration of soul rings into his martial spirit, Yuan Shuanlu's style was undoubtedly flamboyant. The configuration of 1 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 2 red soul rings appeared around Yuan Shuanlu. His soul rings seemingly superior to those of all other title Douluo. With just 200,000-year soul rings, Yuan Shuanlu could easily subdue opponents of comparable rank. Is Master Ning not coming? Yuan Shuanlu provoked. Ningfengji clearly did not anticipate Yuan Shuanlu would invite him to assist the sword Douluo. It is worth noting that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda is the continent's foremost support-type martial spirit. With its aid, the sword Douluo could even rival a 97th-level Super Douluo. Has the Dragon Emperor Douluo truly decided to proceed this way? Ningfengji inquired. Of course. I am preparing for the future confrontation with your 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Yuan Shuanlu thought to himself. For the future interests of the Spirit Hall, the obstinate opposition from the top 3 sects would inevitably be eliminated. The soul-hunting operation was not merely Bibi Dong's proposal. In Yuan Shuanlu's view, it was a mission that must be undertaken. Then let us begin. The sword Dou raised the 7 kills sword. An indescribable momentum erupted forth, and a sharp sword intent slashed towards Yuan Shuanlu like a hurricane. For an ordinary title Douluo, facing such a tempestuous sword intent would likely result in the loss of their fighting spirit. However, Yuan Shuanlu was no ordinary title Douluo. With a mere flick of his hand, he unleashed a light sword with his 5th soul skill. A gentle sweep allowed Yuan Shuanlu's sword intent to completely neutralize the sword Douluo's own, even initiating a counterattack. Sword of the Holy Court. Unfortunately, you do not wield a sword martial spirit. The sword Douluo's figure shifted, and the tip of his sword lunged forward. Countless sword intents once more slashed towards Yuan Shuanlu. This time, after merely 2 parries, Yuan Shuanlu was surprisingly pierced through. Seeing Yuan Shuanlu's defense breached, Gaoi felt a surge of anxiety, simultaneously berating him for being foolish. What were you thinking, competing in sword intent with the sword Douluo? Seizing the opportunity, the sword Douluo swung his sword again. This time, it transcended mere sword intent, manifesting as a soul skill. The sword aura, tangible and powerful, swept forward, and Yuan Shuanlu instinctively blocked. It was forced back several steps. 3rd soul skill of the 7 kills sword. Flowing like water, this soul skill was designed to push an enemy back 20 meters with formidable sword aura, naturally, facing an opponent of equal rank like Yuan Shuanlu. The sword Douluo's flowing like water merely pushed him back a few steps. However, that momentary delay was sufficient for the sword Douluo to unleash his 2nd strike. 4th soul skill of the 7 kills sword. Murderous intent revealed. The 7 kills sword inherently represented slaughter, and this soul skill combined sword intent with the innate murderous spirit within one's heart, channeling a singular attack through the 7 kills sword. The fusion of sword intent and murderous aura exuded not ferocity, but an expansive and profound sensation. At this moment, Gaoi's expression was one of reverence. This was not mere applause for an enemy, but a tribute to the seniors of the sword path. Even though Gao Yi harbored no fondness for the sword Douluo, she could not deny that he was indeed the continent's preeminent sword saint, but a swordsman must possess not only an unwavering sharpness, but also the ability to maintain control over their opponent's rhythm. The sword of the Holy Court in Yuan Shuanlu's hand had yet to dissipate. With a slight turn, the realm of the god of slaughter merged with the blade, and he too swung forth the sword. In Yuan Shuanlu's realm, with a mere thought, the murderous aura from the god of slaughter would naturally be released alongside his soul skill. Unlike the sword Douluo's vast murderous aura, Yuan Shuanlu's sword intent was filled with a wild ferocity, akin to a beast unchained. When the two swords clashed, as the sword light dissipated, the sword Douluo abruptly vanished, replaced by a colossal 7 kills sword in midair, 7th soul skill of the 7 kills sword, true body of 7 kills. The sword Douluo had unleashed his 7th soul skill. As the martial spirit's true form of a title Douluo, the sword Douluo's power nearly doubled under this enhancement, his entire being exuding an aura as fierce as a tempest. If the previous exchanges had merely been tentative, they had now transformed into a genuine confrontation. Yuan Shuanlu's 7th soul ring illuminated, and he too released his martial spirit's true form, but a brilliant holy light dragon spiraled in the azure sky above. Beneath it lay a massive 7 kills sword. This grand spectacle elicited gasps from the students and teachers below. For these students, a soul sage seemed a distant legend, let alone the formidable title Douluo. Yet, they were now witnessing a clash between two 96th-level title Douluo. Even in the Spirit Hall, the region boasting the most title Douluo, such a confrontation was a rare sight. This would be a tale to recount for a lifetime. Sister Linger, who do you think will win? Oscar inquired. Having never witnessed such a monumental scene, title Douluo was merely a myth to him, leaving him perplexed regarding their true strength. Unlike Oscar, Yuan Ling'er had once been a genuine limit Douluo. Her experience far surpassing his. It may not be easy, she replied. The sword Douluo is the foremost attacking title Douluo, and the quality of the 7 kills sword's martial spirit is not significantly inferior to the Haotian hammer. He is not an easy opponent to handle. The 7 kills sword standing among assault-type soul masters was nearly on par with the Haotian hammer of the Haotian clan. The Haotian clan had more disciples and a more extensive legacy, which was why they were better known among the continent's soul masters, overshadowing the 7 kills sword. Sword Daochen Xin had nearly achieved a state of unity with his sword. It was nearly impossible for anyone to surpass the sword Douluo in the realm of sword. However, with his father's formidable martial spirit and 200,000-year soul rings, Yuan Ling'er firmly believed her father would not be defeated. After careful consideration, she concluded, So you're saying Master might not be able to defeat this sword Douluo? Oscar felt this was akin to saying nothing at all. Of course. Do you think a title Douluo can be easily overcome? Bing Shan scoffed, sensing that this human child had never truly grasped the strength of a title Douluo. Particularly after witnessing the two title Douluo engage in battle, and with no one aware of his identity as a 100,000-year soul beast, he grew bolder, exuding an air of superiority as he explained the power disparity among title Douluo to Oscar and the others. Having once been a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into a human, Bing Shan was well aware of the capabilities of title Douluo, and thus he boasted, "It's not like there's a significant level disparity. Both are 96th level title Douluo, and it's likely to end in a stalemate." Furthermore, he turned his gaze towards Ning Fengji, feigning maturity as he remarked, "The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda has yet to be utilized." The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda is the continent's foremost support-type martial spirit. If Ning Fengji were to join the fray, Uncle Yuan would have little to no chance of winning, while the group of young ones conversed below. The clash of dragon and sword had already commenced above. 7 Kills Domain. Chapter 56. The Golden Crow burdening the sun breaks the sword sect. The 7 Kills Domain. This is the innate domain of the 7 Kills Sword Soul Master. Forming a circle with a diameter of 30 meters, within it, a Soul Master's attack power is reduced by 10%, defense by 10%, and speed by 7%. Now, Yuan Shuanlu faced a fully powered 96th level Super Douluo who had already unleashed his domain in martial spirit's true form, God of Slaughter domain. Yuan Shuanlu also activated his domain. A black ferocity filled Yuan Shuanlu's eyes, followed by the flicker of his 6th soul ring. The Holy Dragon roars. This was a preemptive strike, a purely mental assault that left Jian Douluo in a daze. Perhaps Jian Douluo's soul power was more profound than Yuan Shuanlu's, but when it came to mental prowess, Nearly all title Douluo across the continent were lacking to in that fleeting moment of confusion. Yuan Shuanlu's second attack had already connected. The first and second soul rings lit up simultaneously, and an ethereal golden fist appeared before Yuan Shuanlu. As the light dragon fist and light dragon fury merged into a radiant beam, the light sword, enhanced by two soul techniques, surged toward Douluo's face. Yet he instinctively swung his sword, a reflex honed over 80 years immersed in the sword path. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Douluo suddenly recited this phrase. The azure blade of the seven-kill sword released a multitude of dense black sword shadows, encircling Yuan Shuanlu, while a massive character for kill, formed from sword intent, manifested before him. The sixth soul technique of the seven-kill sword. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Yuan Shuanlu's light sword would undoubtedly strike Douluo. Yet Douluo's 10,000 swords returned to origin would also inevitably cleave toward Yuan Shuanlu. Yuan Shuanlu did not anticipate that, under such circumstances, Douluo would dare to exchange injuries with him. Then let it be. Unfortunately, much of Yuan Shuanlu's rationality was scattered by the god of death's domain. Revealing a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes, he was becoming reckless. Uncle Jian, I shall assist you. At that moment, Ning Fingji, who had been holding back, suddenly unleashed the seven treasure glazed tile pagoda in his hands. With seven soul rings shimmering simultaneously, the seven treasures are renowned. First, strength. Second, speed. Third, soul. Fourth, defense. Fifth, attack. Sixth, attribute. Seventh, true body of the seven treasures. 7 beams of colorful divine light infused into Douluo's body, and in an instant, his aura grew even more formidable. The barrier between level 96 and 97 was completely transcended with the enhancement of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Yuan Shuanlu now understood why, when he read the original work in his past life. The 2 title Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect could withstand 4 title Douluo from the Spirit Hall, with the assistance of Ning Fingji's 7-ringed 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Douluo surpassed the threshold of 97, making 1 title Douluo effectively equivalent to 2. And even facing 3 would pose no issue. Even Yuan Shuanlu at this moment was overwhelmed. Damn it, how despicable. Yuan Ling'er exclaimed in outrage. Ning Fingji, that old schemer, actually chose to intervene at such a crucial moment. Uncle Jian should not have been so presumptuous. Had he not provoked Ning Fingji earlier, the latter would have had no reason to interfere. This was bound to end badly. Sighing for Yuan Shuanlu's predicament, Bing Shan feigned sorrow. The gap between a 97-level title Douluo and a 96-level title Douluo was far greater than that between a first ring and a second ring soul master. Now, Douluo's overwhelming presence was so formidable, so lethal, that it seemed even a title Douluo of the same rank could be cleaved apart in the next moment. This was the pinnacle of human combat power, title Douluo. Do not assume that title Douluo level power would become commonplace in 30,000 years. In this era, the number of existing title Douluo on the continent was certainly no more than 50. Each representing the pinnacle of excellence. Indeed, my swordsmanship may not rival yours, but I am not a swordsman. Why should I excel in an area outside my expertise? A crimson glow enveloped Yuan Shuanlu's left arm, upon which a 3-legged crow emblem materialized, with gold and red intertwining upon his arm. The golden crow carries the sun. This was the soul bone of the 100,000-year 3-legged golden crow produced by Yuan Shuanlu's 9th soul ring. As an ancient divine beast, the golden crow possessed immense power. And though the 3-legged golden crow was not of pure divine beast lineage, it was still an exceptional 9th soul ring for Yuan Shuanlu. Yuan Shuanlu's left arm erupted with a terrifying dark red heat akin to that of the sun. A small sun enveloped Yuan Shuanlu, while Douluo's 10,000 swords returned to origin. Enhanced by Ning Fingji's assistance, merely tore through the sun, leaving deep rifts but failing to harm Yuan Shuanlu in the slightest. Douluo's 9th soul ring shone. The 9th soul technique of the 7-kill sword, divine and demon duel slash. Douluo and his sword became one. The 7-kill sword seemed to come alive, merging black and white, oscillating between the ethereal and the tangible, as Douluo cleaved down with an assured strike. The sharp sword energy threatened to rend Yuan Shuanlu, who was enveloped in the sun. I am not made of clay. Beneath the manifestation of the light holy dragon, Yuan Shuanlu's dragon eyes radiated with boundless majesty. The skill of the 100,000-year 3-legged golden crow soulbone. The golden crow falls to the west. The fiery dragon shadow stirred a tempest from the heavens, scorching flames engulfed half the sky. The azure expanse vanished, replaced by an apocalyptic reddish-brown HUE.I in the form of his martial soul. The light holy dragon's wings traced a new crimson sun, illuminating the faces of every student, who instinctively bowed their heads. Their eyes filled with shock and fear. The temperature at 7 Stars Academy soared within moments. The dry, withered grass ignited, and the reddish-brown clouds were engulfed by the flames of the second sun. Igniting into a blazing inferno, the entire sky instantly transformed into a sea of fire. This soulbone skill had only been used once since Yuan Shuanlu acquired it, even during his previous duel with Douluo. He had not employed this skill. The last time was merely a contest between father and son, but this time, it was a confrontation with an enemy, no matter how eloquently Ning Fengji spoke. He had come with ulterior motives to influence 7 Stars Academy. While lives could not be taken, defeat was unacceptable. Is it truly necessary to fight so fiercely? Oscar questioned, unable to comprehend why Yuan Shuanlu was so relentless. Recognizing that this skill was undoubtedly extraordinary, Yuan Ling'er, a former ultimate Douluo, could even guarantee that this soul bone skill surpassed the 9th soul technique of an ordinary title Douluo with 100,000 years of experience. Moreover, this was without Yuan Shuanlu using all his soul power. With Ning Fengji's aid, Douluo could indeed rival a 97-level title Douluo, yet he was undoubtedly no match for the Golden Crow falls to the west. The 3-legged Golden Crow, was it discovered in that volcano to the south? Dou murmured, feeling as though he was shattered by the crimson light. In this reddish-brown sky, he seemed to recall that distant afternoon. It was the year Douluo's father broke through to level 97, when he sought counsel from the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, only to fail and perish. In his final hours. His father had told him of the immense power wielded by a 99-level ultimate Douluo. The individual who had slain his father, Douluo, bore a striking resemblance to Yuan Shuanlu today. Uncle Jian, Ning Fengji cried out, rushing over to the pillar of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. If Douluo were to fall, it could be said that half of the sect would collapse. Do not worry, he is unharmed. I have not yet exerted my full strength. Yuan Shuanlu descended, stretching leisurely, exuding an air of ease as if he had merely taken a stroll. Cough, cough. Douluo awoke with a start, clearing his throat, and upon seeing Yuan Shuanlu's demeanor, he could not help but exclaim, my father reached title Douluo at 68, and only broke through to 97 at 108. Now, you are but in your 40s, yet your soul power has already reached a terrifying 96. Indeed, even a 97-level title Douluo is no match for you. Perhaps in another 30 years, you might truly attain the level of my father. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Yuan Shuanlu could not respond, only offering a smile. Perhaps I am just exceptionally gifted. Being talented can indeed be quite bothersome. Douluo. Noticing Douluo's introspective silence, Yuan Shuanlu shifted the conversation to Ning Fengji, stating, Lord Ning, if there is nothing further, I advise the 7 treasure glazed tile sect to focus on resolving its own martial soul issues. Or not direct such thoughts toward expanding your sect. Particularly leaving 7 Stars Academy untouched. I have taken your advice to heart. Ning Fengji did not linger any longer, supporting the sword Douluo. As they hastily returned to their sect, the sword Douluo walked. He glanced back, observing Yuan Shuanlu's aura, which was now perfectly subdued, and sighed, lamenting that his era had come to an end. Once the sword Douluo vanished from Yuan Shuanlu's sight, he could no longer contain himself and let out a loud gasp, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Father! Yuan Ling'er rushed over to embrace her father. It's nothing. Jinshin's injuries are undoubtedly more severe than mine. Ha ha ha. He won't be able to get out of bed for 3 months. Yuan Shuanlu chuckled, affectionately ruffling Yuan Ling'er's hair, maintaining a carefree demeanor. I will surely defeat him with a single blow in the future. Yuan Ling'er declared fiercely, clenching her small fist. Yuan Shuanlu smiled silently, merely nodding in agreement. While the sword Douluo felt that his era had faded, Yuan Shuanlu, gazing at Yuan Ling'er, sensed the lingering sin of a bygone age within himself. Ultimately, the times belonged to the youth. Chapter 57. The sword fairy Yuan Shuanlu and Gao Yi walked through the courtyard adorned with azure iron railings, sunlight casting a dreamy golden hue upon the rows of evergreen trees. This was the back mountain. Gao Yi supported Yuan Shuanlu, urging him to take a leisurely stroll. That I am not in such dire straits, am I? Yuan Shuanlu chuckled helplessly. Although he had just engaged in a battle with the sword Douluo, and had yet to fully recover over these past few days, he felt he should not require assistance to walk. Indeed, Gao Yi insisted, tightening her grip on Yuan Shuanlu's arm. pressing herself against him. Humph! That a displeased huff came from behind, unmistakably Yuan Ling, to evade the awkwardness. Shuanlu shifted the conversation. Please introduce me to the 7-Star Academy. As the principal, it seems rather irresponsible of me to be unaware of its current state. We have a multitude of students now. Gao Yi replied, supporting Shuanlu, her voice as melodious as a lark. They are all of commoner descent. I recall that the Blue Tyrant Academy is similarly regarded as the twin star of the Heavenly Dou Commoner Academy. Correct, Shuanlu mused, recalling a prestigious Soul Master Academy in the Heavenly Dou city, founded by the legendary Golden Iron Triangle's Lu Erlong. Indeed, however, not all students at the Blue Tyrant Academy are commoners. For instance, members of the Li family are also enrolled there. Gao Yi pondered for a moment before continuing. Although we are a high-level Soul Master Academy, we actually encompass students from all levels. From primary to advanced, many children from commoner families have been studying here since childhood, and we implement a 10-year curriculum from the ages of 6 to 16. Presently, our academy consists of primary, intermediate, and advanced divisions, corresponding to the external primary, intermediate, and advanced Soul Master Academies. I also heard that you designed a Soul Guidance Device Research Institute, but it has yielded little in terms of results to AS for the existing Soul Guidance Device technologies on the continent. They are merely passed down as secret methods, lacking a comprehensive system. Shuanlu shrugged helplessly. It's all right. I anticipated this outcome. Shuanlu understood that Douluo continent, as a fantastical realm, undoubtedly required the development of Soul Guidance Devices as its path forward. For the technology of Soul Guidance Devices is the primary productive force. Unfortunately, in his past life, he was merely a humanities student. Although he had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, he had long forgotten the knowledge of physics and chemistry after the high school entrance examinations. Thus, he could only rely on the thoughts and strengths of others to advance Soul Guidance Devices. Alas, I am a humanities student, Shuanlu lamented. Humanities cannot save the people of Douluo. After a moment of worry, Shuanlu felt he was perhaps overstepping his bounds. The fortunes of children and grandchildren belong to them. After I am gone, let the floods rise, he declared. Are those children all your disciples? Gao Yi inquired, glancing at Yuan Ling'er and the others trailing behind Shuanlu. Shuanlu turned to regard the little ones, nodding. Indeed, they are all very close friends of my daughter. What are their abilities like? Upon hearing Gao Yi's question, Shuanlu felt a swell of pride as he replied, I have complete confidence in Yuan Ling'er. She will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Oscar, my named disciple, though sometimes a bit capricious and somewhat lazy. With effort, he too could reach the level of title Duel before 30. For a Jia. His martial soul is rather peculiar. Even I find it enigmatic. He is destined to become a title Duel. Lu Wei may be somewhat less gifted among them, but he is still quite impressive. For that big fellow with the icy demeanor. His talent is also remarkable, though we must pay special attention to his safety. Gao Yi beamed at his words, her face radiant with joy. To think that 5 future title Douluo could emerge from your tutelage. You are truly remarkable, she praised, her flattery penetrating deep. So, do you intend for them to participate in the elite competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academies? Gao Yi inquired. Shuanlu nodded. Yes, I plan for them to compete when they are around 14 or 15 years old. Rumor has it that the Spirit Hall has announced there will be soul bones available in the next competition. And by then, they should be well positioned to vie for victory. Gao Yi gazed at him, wide-eyed. Will it be an all-soul sect team? Perhaps even a Soul King will be present. Shuanlu glanced at Yuan Ling'er. Feeling that his little one truly possessed the demeanor of a deity. As they traversed the long corridor, they arrived at the garden in the back mountain. However, they currently only had 5 individuals. A formal team requires 7 members, plus at least 10 with substitutes. I came to your school specifically for this matter. Gao Yi nodded. To select the children and participate together in the competition. Shuanlu acknowledged with a hum and then asked, do you think the 7-Star Academy is facing difficulties in its development? Not particularly. Although noble children are reluctant to attend the school, many children from commoner families are able to study here. Our teachers strive to educate, ensuring even those with lesser talents can achieve success. Shuanlu smiled. In recent days, I purchased the headlines from the Spirit Hall's newspaper, announcing the Dragon Emperor Duluo's complete victory over the Sword Duel, explicitly expressing optimism for the 7-Star Academy. In a few days, some families will surely send their children to the 7-Star Academy. It is said that the Blue Tyrant Academy has the backing of a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. But the sect has yet to confirm that. I want the people of this continent to see that the 7-Star Academy is under the protection of the Dragon Emperor Douluo. In essence, Yuan Shuanlu intended to leverage his title Douluo status as a golden signboard to attract students, particularly those from middle-class families. After all, a school thrives on having a greater number of students. I hope that Linger and her companions can also join the 7-Star Academy. If they could win the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy's elite competition in the future, it would serve as another prestigious emblem for us, as they are our nurtured students. Yuan Shuanlu's ambitions were indeed grand. Who is that? Yuan Shuanlu noticed a beautiful young girl practicing with a sword, and he could distinctly sense the aura reminiscent of the sword Douluo emanating from her. She is so young, yet already exhibiting the nascent form of sword intent. Oh, this is my disciple, Mu Guang. The other students call her the Sword Fairy. Gao Yi spoke with evident pride. Yuan Shuanlu was astonished, exclaiming, "You actually have a disciple now." Gao Yi laughed cheerfully. "My journey on the path of the sword is nearing its conclusion. It is possible that I may never break through to the rank of Soul Douluo. I might as well leave a legacy." Yuan Shuanlu remained speechless. He was aware that Gao Yi's martial soul was not particularly remarkable. It was merely an ordinary longsword, with an innate soul power of level 3. Generally speaking, such a martial soul and innate soul power would only allow one to reach the Soul King realm at best. However, Gao Yi, driven by an indomitable will, practiced for 18 hours a day and meditated for 6 hours. Astonishingly achieving the Soul Sect realm by the age of 20-4, it was only after encountering Yuan Shuanlu that she managed to acquire a soul bone to enhance her qualifications, barely becoming a soul saint. Yet, this was the pinnacle of her achievements. This realization fueled Gao Yi's determination to establish an academy to aid the children of common folk, at the very least. Within the academy, students would have teachers to assist them in acquiring superior soul rings. As for the quality of one's martial soul and innate talents, there was little to be done if they were lacking. The quality of a martial soul often delineates one's social standing. Individuals like Yuan Shuanlu, who diligently train daily, can effortlessly break through to level 90, while others, like Gao Yi, who toil for 18 hours a day, might find themselves stagnating at the Soul Sect realm had they not crossed paths with Yuan Shuanlu. Xiaomu's martial soul seemed to be a mutated one, undeniably superior to mine. Let's go take a look. Yuan Shuanlu accompanied Gao Yi to the training grounds of Mu and Guang, the Sword Fairy. Wielding a sharp sword, closed her eyes, the faint chi swirling around her blade. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as she focused on a wooden stake in front of her, and without a single swing of her sword, she unleashed the sword energy, cleaving the stake in two. What is her martial soul? Yuan Shuanlu surmised that this young girl might be a natural prodigy in swordsmanship. She referred to it as the Absolute Sword. Absolute Sword. I wish to inquire about it. Yuan Shuanlu regarded the young girl, sensing she could be the next Sword Douluo. Guang, come here. Gao Yi beckoned Mu and Guang over. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Dean Yuan. Mu and Guang responded, displaying a cultured demeanor with a hint of heroism in their features. Gao Yi introduced, she is also 9 years old, a level 21 Great Soul Master. Haha, indeed, a formidable youth, Yuan Shuanlu exclaimed. This level even surpasses Tang San. Considering he only broke through to the Soul Sovereign at 12, while Mu and Guang will undoubtedly achieve this milestone sooner. Release your martial soul for the Dean to see, Yuan Shuanlu instructed. Mu and Guang nodded and subsequently unleashed her martial soul, a sword. However, compared to the Azure 7 killing sword of the Sword Douluo, this sword did not possess remarkable qualities. It was simply a sword. Eerily calm, her 2 soul rings enhanced the sword's speed and sharpness. Gao Yi explained, the first soul ring is from a 400-year-old sword-toothed tiger, and the second is from a 700-year-old wind-winged bird. However, both soul abilities were identical, merely enhancing the sharpness and the speed of the sword edge, as Guang referred to her soul skills. Are both soul skills like this? Extreme Flow, one of the 2 major schools in the Soul Master realm. The Extreme faction believes that a Soul Master's capabilities should pursue a pure route, allowing their abilities to develop in a singular direction, emphasizing that direction as much as possible. For instance, the Power family under Haoyan sect. Mu and Guang belong to a category where, regardless of the soul rings absorbed, attributes would enhance sharpness and speed. This was somewhat similar to the 9-heart CPNE, which, regardless of the soul rings absorbed, would enhance healing capabilities. I witnessed your duel with the Sword Douluo last time, Mu and Guang remarked, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yuan Shuanlu. Seeing the Sword Douluo, I admire him as the foremost swordsman of the continent. Upon meeting you, I marvel at you as a miracle among titled Duos. However, I firmly believe my future will ascend to even greater realms. Upon hearing the sword fairy declare herself a miracle among titled Duos, Shuanlu could hardly contain his joy, praising Mu and Guang's eloquence. Gaoyi gently patted Mu and Guang's head, saying, "Such ambition," while acknowledging the sword Douluo as the foremost swordsman and Shuanlu as a miracle among titled Duos. The more significant implication was that Mu and Guang proclaimed her future would not fall short of these established titled Duos. This was the ambition a swordsman ought to possess. Shuanlu glanced at Yuan Ling'er, Jie, Lu Wei, Oscar, and Bing Shan behind him, exclaiming, "Talents emerge in every generation, each leading the way for centuries." Chapter 58. A year later, returning to the eyes of ice and fire a year later. Under the resplendent glow of the evening sun, Yuan Ling'er, Jie, and Bing Shan led the way, with Lu Wei and Mu and Guang in the middle, and Oscar bringing up the rear, forming a 3-2-1 battle formation. The youngsters released their martial souls, all proudly displaying as two-ring great soul masters. In just 1 year, all 6 of them had reached the 2-ring level. Opposite them stood Shuanlu, who had suppressed his soul power to the level of 30. Let us begin. The moment Yuan Ling'er heard the command, she charged straight at Shuanlu, followed closely by Lu Wei interwove reeds around everyone's waists for quick maneuverability, while Oscar quietly chanted soul incantations from the back. Meanwhile, Mu and Guang raised her sword to launch a side attack on Shuanlu. Since Yuan Ling'er did not employ any soul skills, Shuanlu easily parried her strike, followed by Jie's attack, which was likewise intercepted. "Not using soul skills is a restriction on me, not on you. What are you all doing?" Suddenly, Mu and Guang lunged from the side, thrusting her sword ferociously at Shuanlu's neck. How fierce! Shuanlu deliberately suppressed his strength, currently at level 30. However, a title Douluo at level 30 was not truly at that level, and Shuanlu possessed far more techniques than Yuan Ling'er and her companions. With a slight tremor of his soul power, he diverted the sword's trajectory. Be careful. Mu and Guang reacted swiftly. Shuanlu sidestepped and kicked the attacking Mu and Guang away. Simultaneously, he struck Yuan Ling'er, sending her flying, and then neutralized Jie's force, gaining control over him. Upon hearing Mu and Guang's shout, Lu Wei began to pull the reeds. Except for the restrained Jie, the others retreated to the other side of the field. "Let me go!" It was not Jie who shouted, but Yuan Ling'er in mid-air. Lu Wei dared not disregard her command, promptly releasing the reeds from around Yuan Ling'er's waist. Yuan Ling'er executed a mid-air turn. Her 1,000-year second soul ring activated, transforming her into a being of light. A brilliant aura enveloped Yuan Ling'er. This soul skill allowed her to become a being of light, harmonizing with all elemental attributes except for darkness, and doubling the power of any other soul skills while significantly countering dark attributes. Winged blade. A beam of golden light sliced toward Shuanlu's neck. Although a power-type soul master is inherently strong, they must coordinate with their teammates during a group battle. Shuanlu tossed Jie, who was still in his grasp, toward Yuan Ling'er. Fearing to injure Jie, Yuan Ling'er had to forcefully adjust the direction of her soul skill, resulting in a chaotic collision with Jie. Both momentarily lost their attacking power, allowing Shuanlu to transform into an afterimage. Swiftly appearing behind the oblivious Oscar. Lu Wei attempted to pull Oscar back to his side but was met with resistance from Shuanlu, leading to a stalemate. Food-type soul masters must learn to protect themselves. With a precise hand strike, Shuanlu knocked Oscar unconscious. Lu Wei simply pulled the unconscious Oscar back, just as Shuanlu intended to deal with Lu Wei. An icy sensation suddenly emerged behind him, as if a block of ice had been placed upon his neck, sword edge. In an instant, Mu and Guang aimed her sword at Shuanlu. The swordsmanship was intended for direct confrontation. Such a sneak attack was somewhat beneath the standards. Shuanlu turned, sweeping his hand to deflect Mu and Guang's sword, then delivered a palm strike, sending her flying. Subsequently, he found himself entangled by Lu Wei's reeds. Now, just moments after colliding with Jie, who had been disoriented, he suddenly sprang up, roaring and charging at Shuanlu. Deng Duolang. Lu Wei is indeed granting such an opportunity to Jie. Perhaps it is due to Jie's martial spirit that mischievous laughing pig typically dons clothing. Although it may seem frivolous, it instinctively causes one to overlook the refined and ethereal appearance of the dressed pig, which is, in fact, a remarkably powerful beast martial spirit. As for Jie, he is fundamentally a formidable assault-type soul master. At this moment, as Jie performs his unique technique, Yuan Shuanlu feels as though he might regurgitate his previous meal. Ah, so you were waiting for me here. It initially appeared that Lu Wei went to rescue Oscar and then engaged in a contest of strength with Yuan Shuanlu. But in truth, when Yuan Shuanlu grasped the reeds, Lu Wei had already activated his second soul skill, Floating Fluff, causing the reeds to entwine and ensnare Yuan Shuanlu, allowing the fluff to envelop him. Then, at that very instant, a surprise attack ensued, immobilizing Yuan Shuanlu for a few critical seconds, enabling a Jie to execute his technique. As for a Jie's technique, this self-created soul skill can only be described as truly peculiar. It disregards all defenses, striking decisively. Yuan Shuanlu withstood a Jie's devastating blow and took a half-step back. Indeed, a soul venerable at level 39 would surely be unable to endure such an assault here. Even if Yuan Shuanlu suppressed his cultivation to the soul venerable rank, he is not merely a typical soul venerable. The attribute enhancements and physical capabilities granted by his soul bones render him significantly stronger than an average soul venerable. The match concluded. You have passed. The crowd erupted in cheers, though they were too exhausted to do anything but sit on the playground and rest for a moment. Gaoi brought over several cups of water to quench their thirst. When Oscar finally stirred from his slumber, Yuan Shuanlu began to explain. Although you have succeeded, there are still some issues. The crowd looked at Yuan Shuanlu. Yuan Ling'er, are you capable of coordinating? Although you are already at level 26, I have reiterated numerous times that as the captain of this team, you must not only ensure your own output, but also look after the entire team. Why charge ahead alone? In actual combat, do you intend to single-handedly confront 7 opponents? While it is not impossible, provided your strength overwhelms them. Yuan Ling'er murmured softly. She had never participated in a team battle before. And Oscar, how many times have I told you? Auxiliary Soul Masters and Food-type Soul Masters are the first targets to be attacked in the Soul Arena. You must possess both physical capabilities and escape strategies. Have you been running regularly? Running? I have been running. Oscar nodded silently. He must maintain his soul power alongside the team while also enhancing his physical condition. It is quite challenging. Muhi Guang. Your swordsmanship requires significant improvement. However, do not emulate those who treat their swords as hidden weapons. A sword is a gentleman's tool. Ambushes and concealed weapons are the tactics of the unscrupulous and are not to be employed by reputable sections. Certainly, Ajia, you indeed work hard and understand coordination, especially your collaboration with Lu Wei, which is commendable. Continue to maintain that. Lu Wei, as a control-type soul master, it is preferable that you comprehend how to restrain your opponent effectively and inflict damage rather than waiting for Ajia to tidy up after you. Lu Wei and Ajia nodded in acknowledgement, and most importantly, Ice Mountain, what are you doing? You've been slacking off the entire time, haven't you? Yuan Shuanlu had clearly noted that it was a 6-person battle. Yet Ice Mountain did not intervene at all, having not utilized a single soul skill throughout. Since he could not win, why bother? Ice Mountain replied with a hint of sarcasm. Yuan Shuanlu understood that although he had managed to recruit Ice Mountain, a 10,000-year soul beast, the creature's heart was evidently not in this endeavor, submitting oneself to treachery. For some reason, this phrase came to Yuan Shuanlu's mind. Shaking his head, he said, everyone, go back and rest for a while. Tomorrow afternoon, I will take you to the Eye of Ice and Fire. The Eye of Ice and Fire? Oscar was taken aback. Yuan Ling'er also brightened with excitement. Indeed, a place that could elevate you to the rank of a titled Douluo. Haha, sticking with Ling'er Jie means there's food to eat. Oscar had already become Yuan Ling'er's most loyal follower, often praising her during their leisure time. The reason being, over the past year, Yuan Ling'er and Shui Bing had become close friends. Building a good relationship with Yuan Ling'er would ensure that she would speak favorably of him in front of Shui Bing. This was Oscar's strategy. After their visit to the Eye of Ice and Fire, I have numerous matters to attend to, so I will refrain from prolonging our conversation. Focus on your training. I remind you, you are set to participate in the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, and you must secure victory. Yuan Shuanlu emphasized. Rest assured, we will definitely win. Yuan Ling'er declared confidently. She was determined to outshine Tang San in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. A day swiftly passed, and Yuan Ling'er and her companions prepared their gear, ready to head to the legendary Eye of Ice and Fire. Tindo City is not particularly distant from the Sunset Forest. Traveling by carriage, they arrived in just a few days. Why the rush? Ajia found it peculiar. Tom. Yuan Shuanlu was typically the type of person who was unhurried and steady. Or in other words, Someone who approached tasks with a slow and deliberate pace. Of course, there is urgency. This is a prized opportunity. Yuan Ling'er and the others were propelled forward swiftly by Shuanlu's soul power. Is it really that remarkable? We shall soon find out. Sister Ling'er would never deceive us. Before long, they descended into a valley. The first sight that greeted them was a peculiar lake, displaying a striking duality of colors. One side was blue, and the other was red, exceptionally enchanting. Chapter 59. It's that delightful time for distributing immortal herbs again. Dugu Bo was meditating with his eyes closed when he turned to see Yuan Shuanlu approaching with a group of children. What is this? Dugu Bo was unclear about the situation. Elder Dugu, these are the future backbone members of our sect. Yuan Ling'er stepped forward and answered. So, you have come for the immortal herbs. Dugu Bo now understood. Indeed, now is the perfect time to consume them. The younger one eats the immortal herbs better. At our age, consuming them would yield no benefit. The four guardians also emerged from their meditative states. It's that delightful time for distributing immortal herbs again. Yuan Shuanlu nodded with a smile. In the past, when reading Douluo fan fiction, Yuan Shuanlu particularly enjoyed the segment of distributing immortal herbs. The feeling of witnessing one's team become extraordinarily powerful was truly delightful. Daddy, you take charge of the distribution. Yuan Ling'er's face was lit with a smile. Her little team would undoubtedly gain considerable strength after absorbing the immortal herbs. Yuan Shuanlu, however, felt somewhat helpless. He was not a herbalist and did not know how to allocate them properly, so he could only reference documents to compare each herb and determine who was suited to consume which. First up was Lu Wei stepped forward, looking solemnly at Yuan Shuanlu, filled with anticipation, trepidation, and eagerness. Your reed martial spirit. To be honest, among us, it is the most ordinary. This is not meant to belittle Lu Wei, but merely a statement of fact. Yuan Ling'er possesses a rare body martial spirit, a light goddess butterfly, a twin spirit. A GS laughing pig is quite unique. Even Yuan Shuanlu could not discern its origin. Oscar, needless to say. As a food-type soul master, he is a natural with full soul power, destined to become the food god. Mui Guang's martial spirit is rather peculiar, leaning towards an extreme type, akin to the nine-heart Si Tang. Regardless of which spirit ring he absorbs, it enhances sharpness and speed attributes. Ice Mountain, with his ice blue scorpion martial spirit, possesses the ultimate ice attributes, but due to being a soul beast transformed into a human, he cultivates at a significantly accelerated rate compared to ordinary soul masters. In comparison, Lu Wei's reed martial spirit indeed falls short against the others. However, do not be disheartened. Although the quality of martial spirits determines their potential limits, based on your innate level 9 soul power, your reed martial spirit is certainly not inferior. Yuan Shuanlu comforted. This is indeed the truth. Have you ever encountered a low-level martial spirit possessing innate soul power of level 9? Lu Wei's martial spirit is merely inferior in comparison to individuals like Yuan Ling'er. Hence, I have selected the 8-pointed Xianbing grass and the fiery apricot blossoms for you. Yuan Shuanlu gestured towards the 2 celestial herbs located near the ice-fire duality ice spring. The so-called ice-fire alchemy body. After consuming these 2 celestial herbs, your reed martial spirit will gain both water and fire immunity effects. Do not inquire how Yuan Shuanlu is aware of this. Tang San has already disclosed it through his blue-silver grass. As Lu Wei was about to approach and take the herbs, Yuan Shuanlu halted him. Wait a moment. These 2 celestial herbs are exceedingly perilous, so I must ensure your safe consumption. After making arrangements for Lu Wei, Yuan Shuanlu turned his attention to a jia. I must say, your grinning pig martial spirit is rather impressive as for why it wears clothing. I remain perplexed. Yuan Shuanlu explained with a hint of exasperation. During his previous visit to Spirit City, he had consulted various records, yet none elucidated the nature or lineage of a GS clothed grinning pig martial spirit. However, I can assure you that your grinning pig martial spirit is undoubtedly inclined towards the path of brute strength. Thus, I present to you a celestial herb that is perfectly suited for you, the extraordinary heavenly chrysanthemum. Yuan Shuanlu plucked a magnificent, large purple chrysanthemum, whose stamen protruded over half a foot above its petals, glimmering with a faint golden hue. Is this elder Zhu's martial spirit? Yuan Ling'er, having encountered the unique martial spirit of Zhu Huaguan before, was well aware of its distinctiveness. Indeed, although Zhu Huaguan often vexes me, his extraordinary heavenly chrysanthemum martial spirit is undeniably of a high caliber. Consuming this chrysanthemum will invigorate your limbs, enhance blood circulation, and cultivate an indestructible body. Thus, one can only imagine how formidable it must be as a martial spirit. Upon hearing such grandiose descriptions, Ajie's eyes widened with eagerness, wishing to swallow the extraordinary heavenly chrysanthemum immediately. Shuanlu handed the chrysanthemum to Ajie, instructing, "First, consume the stamen, then eat the petals one by one, but do not consume the stem. After finishing, commence your meditation to absorb the medicinal properties and break through your bottleneck." "Thank you, Uncle Yuan." Ajie joyfully accepted the extraordinary heavenly chrysanthemum and hurried off to practice. He understood that having aligned himself with Yuan Ling'er for life, there was no need for pretense. "Xiaoao, come here." Shuanlu beckoned Oscar. "Master, what splendid item do I have?" Oscar, having witnessed Ajie consume a celestial herb, felt a pang of envy. Upon hearing Shuanlu call him, he approached with a cheeky grin. Shuanlu presented the 8-petal orchid. "I have selected this 8-petal orchid for you." The rich fragrance of the orchid was refreshing, invigorating the mind. "Wow, it's clearly an extraordinary existence." Oscar gazed in awe at the snow-white, lustrous petals, which imparted a sense of ethereal elegance. The 8-petal orchid is renowned for its gentle yet potent medicinal properties. It can strengthen the foundation and expel impurities from the body. With it, your slow cultivation as a food-type soul master will be alleviated. Shuanlu handed the orchid to Oscar. Oscar rubbed his hands together as he received it, grinning with delight. A food-type soul master. His cultivation had always lagged behind, particularly after missing 2 years of training. Now, with the celestial herb in hand, he could finally catch up. "Master, how should I consume this?" "There is no special method, simply chew and swallow." Shuanlu replied. After providing Oscar with the celestial herb, he turned his gaze to Guang. "Your sword intent is quite remarkable. I can even assert that in the future realm of swordsmanship, your position will surpass that of the sword Douluo." "Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Yuan." Guang responded with utmost politeness. Shuanlu held great admiration for this young girl. "Your martial spirit is also unique, as it follows the path of extremes. Therefore, I have chosen the ink jade divine bamboo for you. Jade may shatter but cannot alter its whiteness. Bamboo may burn but cannot destroy its joints. The ink jade divine bamboo embodies a blend of softness and resilience." Shuanlu pointed to a nearby dark bamboo. The ink jade divine bamboo aligns perfectly with sword-type martial spirits. The greatest characteristics of your sword are its sharpness and speed. By absorbing it, the strength of your martial spirit will significantly increase. Guang was thrilled to receive the celestial herb, yet she curiously inquired, "How do I consume this bamboo?" "It is quite simple. Although the bamboo is hard, it possesses a softness within its firmness. Just cut it into small segments and consume them. Do not eat the leaves." Guang bowed in gratitude, though she still harbored doubts about whether she could manage to chew through the bamboo. "Now it's your turn, Ice Mountain," Shuanlu called out. Though he had brought the Ice Mountain along, it had remained wild and untamed after a year of acclimatization. Ice Mountain gazed hungrily at the blue, frigid spring within the ice-fire duality eye, exclaiming, "I just want to take a bath." "What?" This statement startled not only Yuan Ling'er and the others, but even Dugu Bo and the 4 offerings were nearly dumbfounded. The icy spring was of such extreme low temperature that even a tidal Douluo would suffer severe consequences. How could one dare to bathe in it? Shuanlu understood that Ice Mountain's true form was that of a 100,000-year-old ice blue scorpion. Yet he was now human. How could a human venture into the icy spring? Of course I was just joking. Ice Mountain scratched his head and declared, "I've looked around, and there's no celestial herb that attracts me. So I'll just meditate beside this cold spring." With that, Ice Mountain settled down next to the icy spring to cultivate. Shuanlu fell silent. Although there were numerous ice-type celestial herbs within the ice-fire duality eye, he could not confidently provide them to Ice Mountain, as the records were insufficient. Moreover, as a soul beast, Ice Mountain's senses were sharper than those of humans. If there were good things to be found, it would undoubtedly discover them, rather than neglect celestial herbs. Thus, it seemed there truly was nothing here that piqued Ice Mountain's interest. "Very well, I know of another ideal location for ice-type soul masters. I shall take you there next time." After ensuring Ice Mountain was settled, Shuanlu called out to Lu Wei, "Lu Wei, come here. Lu Wei, come here." Shuanlu summoned. Lu Wei approached nervously, barely able to stand steady. "Do not be anxious," Shuanlu reassured him. "I am here to help you acquire the 8-pointed Xianbing grass and the fiery apricot blossoms, but I must clarify beforehand that this is exceedingly dangerous. If you are unwilling, I can select another celestial herb for you." though its effects will not be as remarkable. Upon hearing that the alternative would be less effective, Lu Wei, without a second thought, feigned nonchalance and declared, "Then I shall stick with the 8-pointed Xianbing grass and the fiery apricot blossoms." Lu Wei, indeed, possesses a distinct pride. Even with an inferior martial soul, he refuses to concede to others. Yuan Shuanlu nodded, appreciating the ambition of this young lad. Subsequently, Yuan Shuanlu gently brushed his hand across the surface of the storage soul guide, revealing a glimmering dagger in his palm. The reason Yuan Shuanlu opted not to extract the item using soul power as before was that in order to pluck the octagonal ice grass, one must utilize an object forged from gold or iron. Channeling his soul power, Yuan Shuanlu slowly approached the celestial herb situated beside the frigid and fiery duality eye, halting before a white celestial herb. The top of this white herb resembled a blooming flower, octagonal in shape, with a center that sparkled like ice crystals, which was indeed the octagonal ice grass. Despite channeling his soul power, a faint layer of white mist enveloped Yuan Shuanlu's skin, indicating the potent medicinal properties of the octagonal ice grass. With a swift motion, Yuan Shuanlu swung the dagger, and as the cold light passed, the octagonal white flower fell in response. In an instant, a wave of chill pervaded the surroundings, cloaking the nearby herbs in a delicate layer of frost. The unfortunate ice mountain, training nearby, nearly succumbed to the frigid air. "Goodness, I might freeze to death." Yuan Shuanlu paid no mind to the ice mountain. The ice-blue scorpion freezing to death was nothing short of a hellish joke. Grasping the octagonal ice grass, Yuan Shuanlu returned to Lu Wei's side, introducing, "This herb, although a celestial product, is an exceedingly rare poison known as the octagonal ice grass. Its chilling floral essence can render one's heart cold and paralyze the central nervous system. Within a 10-meter radius, its cold aura is overwhelming, and prolonged exposure could result in an incurable chill-induced affliction." "Lu Wei, I think I see the king of hell smiling at me." Without lingering further, Yuan Shuanlu uttered a hasty remark and dashed to the opposite side of the frigid and fiery duality eye. That was the heart of the scorching sun spring. Yuan Shuanlu arrived before a plant resembling a cabbage, yet entirely crimson-dotted jade knife, already prepared, appeared in his hand, replacing the dagger. With a swift motion, Yuan Shuanlu severed the fiery apricot blossom, acquiring it in his grasp. This was the fiery apricot blossom, a celestial product possessing top-tier fire poison. It flourishes solely in heated terrains, with effects entirely opposite to those of the octagonal ice grass. Yuan Shuanlu returned to Lu Wei's side, declaring, "Lu Wei, I truly see the king of hell smiling at me. Consume them together." Yuan Shuanlu handed the celestial herb to Lu Wei, who eagerly accepted it. The moment he grasped the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, Lu Wei felt an alternating chill and heat within, his face alternating between hues of blue and red, as his vital energy surged wildly. "Goodness, I'm really going to meet the king of hell." Seeing Lu Wei's state, Yuan Shuanlu hastily rushed to the shore where the red and blue springs of the frigid and fiery duality eye converged. Retrieving a large flower of pale pink, this flower, devoid of leaves, boasted a stem 3 feet long, with blossoms measuring nearly a foot in diameter. Each petal appeared crystalline, while the stamen glimmered in a soft lavender, resembling embedded purple diamonds. Its fragrance was subtle yet delightful. This was the fragrant Qilua celestial product, a nemesis to all poisons, possessing the ability to neutralize any toxin. The presence of the fragrant Qilua celestial product provided Lu Wei's nearly collapsing body with some relief. "Quickly, consume it." At that moment, a faint red glow enveloped the octagonal ice grass in Lu Wei's hand, while a soft white mist enveloped the fiery apricot blossom. Hearing Yuan Shuanlu's urgent voice, Lu Wei, disregarding all else, opened his mouth wide and stuffed both toxic celestial herbs into his mouth, cheeks bulging and nearly choking him. Upon their convergence, the two herbs would counteract each other's energies, but after 10 breaths, their effects would dissipate entirely. Thus, the 10 breaths represented the optimal time for consumption. Observing Lu Wei swallowing the celestial herbs, Yuan Shuanlu finally had the opportunity to explain. In less than a breath's time, Lu Wei's body trembled violently, and soon after, a layer of icy blue emanated from beneath him, transforming him entirely into a shade of blue. Puffed. Though it was quite impolite, Yuan Shuanlu, lacking professional training, could not suppress a chuckle. Following that, a layer of red emerged, and Lu Wei shifted to red once more. Subsequently, the blue and red colors alternated, creating an extraordinarily peculiar sight, while onlookers perceived Lu Wei as a self-illuminating figure. Internally, he felt his spirit on the brink of collapse. Not good. It seems I am about to absorb the medicinal energy from the frigid and fiery duality Yuan Shuanlu, amused by Lu Wei's resemblance to a blue sprite, had forgotten how to assist him in absorbing the medicinal power. Realizing this, Yuan Shuanlu swiftly kicked Lu Wei directly into the convergence of the frigid and fiery springs. Lu Wei emitted no cry. Closing his eyes as he plunged into the depths, the crowd murmured, "Even I would not dare enter that spring." Ice Mountain mourned for Lu Wei for a moment. After all, they had been together for a year. Dugu Bo and the four offerings regarded Yuan Shuanlu as devoid of humanity, while Yuan Ling'er twitched her lips in disbelief, noticing the grim expressions on the faces of those around him. Yuan Shuanlu clarified, "Although Lu Wei appears to be in dire peril, entering the frigid and fiery duality, I will actually ensure his safety, as it will facilitate the transformation of that icy and fiery energy into his own." "It's all right. I know what I'm doing." The four offerings and Dugu Bo nodded, albeit dismissively. "We sense a hint of personal grievance in that kick of yours." Yuan Shuanlu ignored the two imaginative geniuses, turning his attention to his little one, saying, "Linger, I have chosen the Qilua tulip for you." Yuan Shuanlu produced a peculiar celestial herb, with its roots and leaves resembling a delicate wisteria curtain, intricately woven, yet crowned with a resplendent golden tulip that exuded a luxurious fragrance. This item was known as the Qilua tulip, opulent and regal. Consuming it allows one to absorb the essence of the heavens and the brilliance of the sun and moon. Yuan Ling'er was enamored with this beautiful celestial herb, taking it in hand for a closer inspection. Yuan Shuanlu recalled how Ning Rongrong's consumption of the Qilua tulip had evolved the 7 treasures glazed tower into the 9 treasures glazed tower, and thus remarked, "The Qilua tulip pairs beautifully with your spirit, martial soul, as the goddess of light butterfly naturally requires a celestial herb rich in light attributes. Unfortunately, I have searched extensively, and the light attribute celestial herbs are largely unripe, not at their optimal maturity. Beyond that, the Qilua tulip is the most suitable for you. Perhaps consuming it may even bring about a transformation in your goddess of light butterfly martial soul. This flower should not be swallowed whole. Instead, one must delicately inhale the stamen, gradually absorbing its essence into the body, followed by cultivating soul power to allow the medicinal effects to permeate every limb and sinew." Holding the Qilua tulip, Yuan Ling'er did not consume it. Rather, she inquired, "Then, father, which celestial herb do you intend to consume?" Yuan Shuanlu was momentarily taken aback. In the past, he had refrained from seeking celestial herbs out of fear of Dugu Bo's poison. And now that he had come to procure them, he was already in his 40s. At this age, consuming celestial herbs seemed somewhat wasteful. "I shall forego it." "Are you not planning to establish a sect? Then let it be preserved for future generations." Yuan Shuanlu had no intention of selecting a celestial herb for himself on this occasion. "Father, even if I create a sect, how many of those future generations will be as close to you and me?" Yuan Ling'er remarked quietly, her voice soft yet resolute. Yuan Shuanlu helplessly patted Yuan Ling'er's little head. "Haha, even if I were to eat, there are none suitable for me. Like you, I possess a martial soul of light attributes." "What about this?" Yuan Ling'er presented the celestial herb's information, flipping through it before pointing at a golden fruit, exclaiming, "Earth Dragon Gold Melon." Earth Dragon Gold Melon. Yuan Shuanlu was quite familiar with this legendary herb. After all, the little dragon man had once consumed it. Yuan Ling'er was delighted, believing she had chosen the perfect herb for her father as she pointed at the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, exclaiming, "This is the one, the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd." The information indicated that the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd possessed the ability to enable the Earth Dragon to turn over, potentially enhancing your lineage of the radiant holy dragon. "Father." After contemplating for a moment, Yuan Shuanlu shook his head and said, "I do not believe this is suitable for me." Chapter 61. The herb chosen by Yuan Shuanlu. "I do not believe this is suitable for me." Yuan Shuanlu reiterated, rejecting Yuan Ling'er's suggestion. Although the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd could enhance the bloodline of dragon-type martial souls, it was of the Earth attribute, which indeed did not align with my essence. Yuan Shuanlu recalled that the little dragon man had absorbed the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd due to possessing an Earth attribute dragon soul bone. However, Yuan Shuanlu lacked such a bone, rendering absorption impossible. Furthermore, there was the matter of elemental attributes. Elemental properties lie in precision rather than quantity, unless one could masterfully control each elemental attribute, much like the Silver Dragon King, Yuan Shuanlu, being a radiant attribute, could not afford to dilute his power with other attributes. "What type of herb do you desire, father?" Yuan Ling'er pondered, uncertain about which herb would be best suited. After careful contemplation and recalling 3 original texts he had perused before his transmigration, he stated, "I am currently at level 96. Although there is room for advancement, it requires a gradual ascent, akin to the sword-fighting Douluo, who might only achieve the level of your grandfather, the Heavenly Crocodile. In their twilight years, however, I do recall a particular herb that is exceptionally fitting for my present situation. Oh, which herb is that?" Yuan Ling'er asked with curiosity. "The Hunyuan herb," Yuan Shuanlu replied, picking up a pure white herb resembling jade. Admiring it while explaining, "The Hunyuan herb can elevate a soul master's soul power and assist in compressing it, even condensing a soul core." Noticing the bewildered look on Yuan Ling'er's face, Yuan Shuanlu remembered that, in this era, soul cores had yet to be discovered. This meant that the Hunyuan herb was relatively mild, lacking any other extraordinary attributes. Moreover, it was said that the Hunyuan herb could transform without undergoing tribulation after 100,000 years. Only facing its first heavenly tribulation after 150,000 years, that is truly remarkable, Yuan Ling'er exclaimed. Yuan Shuanlu continued to elucidate, the more singular the effect of a spiritual substance, the greater the enhancement it provides within that specific effect. So there is no need to worry about any detriment to me. Then how should you consume it, father? Yuan Ling'er inquired. The leaves should be ingested piece by piece, absorbing each through meditation, gradually enhancing one's soul power. He explained. Yuan Shuanlu estimated that the Hunyuan herb's essence would significantly boost his soul power intensity, allowing him to surpass others by over 30% within the same rank. That it was essential to note that this pertained to the title Douluo level. Yuan Ling'er nodded, smiling. Then you should absorb this herb. Father, I will watch as you do. All right. Yuan Ling'er followed the method and began refining the herb's potency. At that moment, Dugu Bo stealthily approached, whispering, "Hey, Yuan kid, that little brat called Ice Mountain. Is he?" Yuan Shuanlu instantly understood Dugu Bo's implication and nodded. "Indeed, he is as you suspect. However, I advise against taking action. Oh, I see," Dugu Bo replied with a knowing expression. The ice-blue scorpion was likely the soul ring and soul bone that Yuan Shuanlu had long since reserved for Yuan Ling'er. Observing Dugu Bo's lecherous demeanor, Yuan Shuanlu realized he had likely misinterpreted the situation, and with a serious tone, he stated, "While he is a soul beast, I regard him as a person. I have no intention of seizing his soul ring or soul bone." "Huh? What do you mean?" Dugu Bo thought Yuan Shuanlu had lost his mind. The fourth elder, emerging from an unknown location, interjected, "Let us not dwell on that. Dugu Bo, what use would it be to claim his soul ring or soul bone? You already possess 9 soul rings and cannot absorb more, but I could give it to my granddaughter," Dugu Bo thought, feeling somewhat aggrieved. The fourth elder pointed at the Hunyuan herb in Yuan Shuanlu's hand and asked, "If this Hunyuan herb is as potent as you claim, it should at least aid you in advancing a small realm." Yuan Shuanlu chuckled. The humans of this era were unaware of the existence of soul cores. So consuming the Hunyuan herb merely resulted in a level increase rather than unlocking its true potential to condense a soul core. Unfortunately, Yuan Shuanlu was unaware of how to condense a soul core, thus unable to attempt the process himself. Hence, it was said, throughout history, talents emerge, each commanding the stage for centuries. This sentiment resonated deeply with all. Consider the individual who devised the method of soul core cultivation. In their time, could they not be regarded as a prodigy? How many titled Douluo and soul masters have benefited from the subsequent dissemination of the soul core cultivation method, enabling them to better control their soul power? Compared to that master of soul core creation, Tang San, even upon attaining godhood, could not hold a candle to their legacy. The creator of the soul core method contributed immensely to the entirety of humanity's soul masters. What did you, Tang San, accomplish? Did you, like the master of soul core creation, assist countless soul masters in enhancing their control over soul power? Or did you, like Dugu, bring forth a soul spirit, instigating a transformative era? Or perhaps, like the White Knight, document the diverse cultures and secret realms across the continent? See, God Tang San merely focused on his personal ascension, annihilating the spirit hall to thwart continental unification, which bears no contribution to the greater human soul master community. Although Yuan Shuanlu could not claim the title of a master of martial soul research, nor did he invent epic-making transformations like Dugu, he at least supported the spirit hall's unification of the continent, unlike Tang San, who regressed history. After a politically correct critique of San'er, Yuan Shuanlu planned to utilize the Hunyuan herb to meticulously filter his inner soul power, compressing it into a more refined essence, and subsequently absorb the herb's potency to surpass the threshold between level 96 and 97, a process that might span several years. Level 97. This breakthrough has troubled me for over a decade. The fourth elder expressed some sympathy, remarking, "To be honest, given your age and cultivation, I am certain that you will inevitably reach the level of a grand elder in the future, perhaps even aspire to a higher realm." A higher realm? Yuan Shuanlu recognized this as the fabled level of 100 leading to godhood. However, how could the fourth elder know of such a state? Did he possess a divine legacy? "Fourth uncle, do you know of the higher realms?" Yuan Shuanlu inquired. The fourth elder laughed heartily. "The angel god of the spirit hall is indeed a realm surpassing that of tidal Douluo." Yuan Shuanlu listened intently. The fourth elder, having been immersed in the spirit hall for years, was now a fervent supporter of the angel god. He continued, "In the ancient chaotic era, the angel god of the spirit hall rose, leading humanity to vanquish ferocious soul beasts, imparting knowledge about martial souls and soul rings, and dealing with the traitorous soul masters among humanity, ultimately uniting the faith of all humans across the continent. Achieving godhood at level 100. However, it seems the first-generation angel god has perished." Yuan Shuanlu muttered quietly. "What did you say?" The fourth elder did not catch his words. Yuan Shuanlu quickly corrected himself. "I mean, the angel god can only be inherited by those with six-winged angel martial souls. While I am indeed from the angel clan, my martial soul is not an angelic one." That the four offerings expressed their regret, sighing, "Alas, what a pity it is that your exceptional talent cannot seem to grasp that level. TSK. This is akin to the situation of Tang San in his time. During Tang San's era, his status was comparable to yours now, both of you being prodigies who overshadowed your peers. Unfortunately, he sought the divine legacy and has not been heard from for many years. That it is truly unfortunate that Tang San is still reigning as the king of slaughter in the city of carnage." Yuan Shuanlu chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Never mind, I've pursued divine legacies as well, yet what is fated to be will be, and what is not cannot be forced. That I've come to terms with it." Yuan Shuanlu ceased the conversation with the four offerings, retrieving a damaged necklace from his soul guide and placing it beside Yuan Ling. "The White Knight sought this for a lifetime, and I have searched for nearly 2 decades, yet we have ultimately yielded nothing. Linger, I hope fortune favors you." Chapter 62. A Breakthrough, Part 1. Time passed inexorably, and soon nearly 4 hours had elapsed since everyone began refining the celestial treasures. These children possess terrifying talent. "At my age, I was still playing in the mud," sighed Dugu Bo. The four offerings disagreed with Dugu Bo's perspective, stating, "While talent is indeed significant, you have only witnessed these children in their moments of glory, not in their times of hardship." The four offerings gestured towards the group of youngsters, half-jokingly remarking, "They're all above level 20, yet they are merely around 7 years old, awakening their martial souls at 6 and reaching the level of a great soul master by 7. Could it be that they all possess innate soul power of level 20? As these two titled Douluos conversed, those consuming the celestial herbs began to manifest signs of their transformations. Jia, having ingested the wondrous mushroom, already bored his martial soul, with his bones cracking audibly in various places. His once mischievous pig-like visage now radiated an air of authority, complemented by the ancient robe of transcendent elegance he wore, resembling a deity. Imuhi Guang, after consuming the inked jade divine bamboo, found everything tolerable except for a slight discomfort in her gums. She had become more reserved, shedding the previous sharpness that had made her presence almost painful to behold. Now, her intensity was tempered, embodying a calm demeanor while exuding a refined sharpness, with a subtle sword intent lingering around her, truly as silent as the cutting of iron. Oscar remained the most composed, simply sitting there with an ethereal fragrance of 8-petal celestial orchids wafting from him. The ice mountain, having not consumed any celestial herbs, silently absorbed the chill from the cold spring. Lua, our away is still soaking in the water. Aside from these trivial matters, Yuan Ling'er exhibited the most pronounced changes. Her originally resplendent, bright goddess butterfly had grown even more radiant, with golden light emanating from her, infused with a rich floral fragrance. What pure light attributes, Yuan Shuanlu mused, sensing the aura of Yuan Ling'er's martial soul, which seemed to have evolved beyond its previous state, appearing more noble than his own bright sacred dragon. Having just refined a leaf of the primordial celestial herb, Yuan Shuanlu felt his soul power did not surge dramatically, but rather became more refined, deepening his understanding of the bright sacred dragon martial soul. In such circumstances, even Yuan Shuanlu perceived Yuan Ling'er's light attributes as purer, prompting him to wonder just how far her martial soul had evolved. Ultimate light, A name suddenly appeared in Yuan Shuanlu's mind. Ow. Oscar was the first to awaken, exclaiming in excitement as he stretched widely. I'm at level 27. I've gained 6 levels. 6 levels. Aha. Oh my goodness. I'm about to become a soul master. A soul master at under 10 years old. Oscar, brimming with joy, sought to share his elation with others, only to find them still engrossed in their cultivation. Oscar, it seems I've lacked a bit of decorum. Suddenly, Oscar noticed the Ice Mountain staring at him with an expression of bewilderment. Ice Mountain, I've caught up to your previous level. I am at 27 too. After consuming the celestial herb, you must be at 30 now. The Ice Mountain shook his head, saying, I did not consume any celestial herbs. There were none suitable for me. Upon hearing this, Oscar was first taken aback and then burst into laughter. You didn't consume any celestial herbs. Does that mean I'm now at the same level as you? Ha ha, I've actually caught up. Oscar was in high spirits, yet in reality, this was not the case. The Ice Mountain suddenly smiled mysteriously. While I was cultivating here, I inadvertently broke through a level. I am now at level 28. Oscar's expression faltered slightly that moment. Ajia exhaled a heavy breath, gradually awakening. His surging soul power was now contained within him, and the celestial robe he donned had become even more extraordinary. Ajia, what level are you now? Oscar inquired. As a food-type soul master, Oscar's cultivation speed was slower than his peers, while Lu Wei often took his training lightly, making Ajia the highest ranked among the Barak 3 swordsmen at level 24. After closing his eyes and carefully assessing, Ajia replied, I believe I am at level 28. Though much of the medicinal power has been used to enhance my physical attributes rather than directly augmenting my soul power. Moreover, my martial soul seems to have transformed in some way. Although Ajia had only increased by 4 levels, he realized that a significant portion of the herb's effects resided within his body. Requiring time for him to refine it thoroughly, the fierce sword energy initially wreaked havoc around them, but then suddenly fell silent. Mu Guang stood up, her eyes now deeper than before. Sister Mu, how many levels have you gained? Oscar asked again. Mu Guang, brimming with vitality, replied robustly, I am now at level 30. So, just a 3-level increase. Oscar was astonished, wondering why everyone else's advancement seemed less significant than his own. Sister Mu, are you sure it's not because you Heaven Dou acquired a soul ring, thus not fully showcasing your true soul power? Though Mu Guang was the first among them to reach the rank of soul master. Her original soul power was already at level 27, so it seemed odd that her increase was so modest. Yet, she remained unfazed and invigorated. Indeed, I have just crossed the threshold into level 30. Although my soul power has only increased by 3 levels, I feel my comprehension of sword intent has ascended to a new tier. As a sword cultivator, she knew that among peers, sword masters typically possessed greater strength. Thus, rather than fixating on soul power levels, Mu Guang prioritized her journey along the path of swordsmanship. Upon realizing her deeper understanding of sword intent, she felt greater joy than from mere level increases. I believe I have awakened something else. This should be a domain, Mu Guang said uncertainly. Then release your domain and let us see, Yuan Shuanlu urged, surprised to learn that Mu Guang had awakened a domain. All right. Mu Guang harmonized her spirit and essence, standing still like a tranquil statue. Then, her aura completely dissipated. Simultaneously, everything around Yuan Shuanlu grew profoundly silent, resembling the stillness before a storm, where a tempest could strike at any moment. Stop! Yuan Shuanlu abruptly halted his pursuit. Upon sensing the domain of Mu Guang, he expressed his admiration. Such a domain is something that ordinary title Douluo, a fellow swordsman. The sword Douluo had awakened his own 7-killing domain only upon reaching the pinnacle of a level 90 title Douluo. Mu Guang, to have awakened a gifted domain at such a young age is truly formidable. Yuan Shuanlu sighed, acknowledging that while Mu Guang's talent might not surpass Yuan Ling'er, it likely exceeded his own. Yuan Shuanlu's own killing god domain was acquired in the City of Slaughter, and his holy dragon domain manifested only at the breakthrough to title Douluo. How impressive! Oscar felt somewhat inadequate. Suddenly, a figure leapt from the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye. Splashing onto the shore, with a loud cough, Lu Wei finally caught his breath and stood up, exclaiming, I nearly drowned. The others looked on. However, it wasn't long before our ever-curious 10,000 Wise inquired, Away. How much have you improved? Chapter 63, Cheating the System Part 2. Taking a moment to compose himself, Lu Wei replied, It seems my soul power has increased much. I'm still at level 23. What? That means you're the weakest among us, Oscar remarked. his expression turning foolishly cheerful as he noted that none of them had experienced significant increases in soul power. Nonetheless, my martial soul has undergone a transformation. Lu Wei unleashed his reed martial soul. Compared to before, his reed now exhibited a peculiar change. The originally white-green stalk had transformed into a deep crimson, adorned with swirling white patterns that made it extraordinarily captivating. The medicinal power of these two divine herbs is overwhelmingly potent, and I likely cannot absorb it all at once. It's currently all within me. However, I genuinely feel impervious to harm now. Additionally, with the aid of these extreme yang and extreme yin divine grasses, I sense that I am also immune to any toxins. Would you care to test my biphosphorus snake venom? Dugu Bo remarked, observing Lu Wei's arrogance towards all toxins with irritation. Hee, I wouldn't dare. Lu Wei chuckled awkwardly. Why is it that none of you have improved your soul power? Oscar boasted, I have managed an increase of 6 levels. Shuanlu interjected, it's normal not to see an increase in soul power. If the medicinal power of the divine herbs were entirely expended on boosting your soul power level, it would imply that the herbs have made no improvement to your innate qualities. Oscar gasped. Does that mean I am finished? He counted his soul power level on his fingers, feeling a sense of bleakness about the future. Not at all. The potency of your 8-petal immortal orchid can support your cultivation up to level 70. Seeing Oscar's forlorn expression, Shuanlu, with a benevolent heart, refrained from further unsettling him. And what of Linger? Hasn't she finished absorbing yet? Oscar asked, displaying his usual persistence. That moment, Yuan Ling'er opened her eyes, reining in her aura, and said, I completed my absorption long ago. I simply didn't wish to acknowledge you. Sister Linger, how many levels have you gained? Yuan Ling'er stood, releasing her martial soul, revealing the goddess of light, the most beautiful in the continent, as a radiant butterfly. So beautiful, the goddess of light, Oscar exclaimed, lamenting. What a pity that I already have someone I like. You could always try to develop feelings for Linger, Shuanlu quipped, half-jokingly threatening. Sensing Shuanlu's less-than-pure intentions, Oscar recoiled. I jest. Who would dare harbor such thoughts about Linger? Yuan Ling'er, after savoring the moment, smiled at Shuanlu, saying, It's quite remarkable. After absorbing the Qilua tulip, my strength has reached level 30. Shuanlu inquired, It seems your martial soul's quality has surpassed mine. Is it an ultimate martial soul? Indeed, it is the ultimate light. Yuan Ling'er confirmed To evolved directly into ultimate light. How enviable, Shuanlu expressed, his tone tinged with admiration. It's merely luck, Yuan Ling'er said as she picked up a necklace from the ground and donned it around her neck. This action undoubtedly captured Shuanlu's attention. He observed Yuan Ling'er's swan-like neck adorned with the sparkling necklace, which appeared neither gaudy nor excessive, but rather reminiscent of royal nobility, both noble and pure. How is this necklace? Shuanlu finally noticed the anomaly. When he had placed the necklace beside Yuan Ling'er, it had not appeared as splendid as it did now. Hundreds of years ago, the White Knight had acquired it in a damaged state. And by the time it reached Shuanlu's hands, it had become even more tarnished from centuries of exposure to the elements. Yet now, after Yuan Ling'er wore it, it radiated brilliance. Yuan Ling'er smiled at Shuanlu, saying, Father, you know I have always been fortunate. Shuanlu, upon seeing the mischievous glint in Yuan Ling'er's eyes, instantly comprehended. First, he was astonished, followed by overwhelming joy, then a tinge of melancholy. He was astonished that Yuan Ling'er had indeed received a legacy. Ecstatic that she had acquired such a boon, yet forlorn that after 2 decades of relentless pursuit, he had achieved nothing. To claim he felt no disappointment would be disingenuous. However, if his daughter had succeeded, then by extension, it could be said that he had received the legacy as well. Shuanlu's face brimmed with paternal pride. Each generation surpasses the last. Having reconciled his emotions, Shuanlu pondered. What legacy? Oscar chirped inquisitively to Lu Wei. How would I know? I'm not versed in the affairs of tidal Douluo, Lu Wei replied, bewildered. It is a realm beyond that of tidal Douluo. It is the threshold to godhood. Shuanlu believed in honesty, opting to clarify. Level 100 is the path to becoming a deity. Of course, his intention was not solely transparency. Showcasing a promising future could effectively strengthen team cohesion. If Yuan Ling'er claimed to possess a divine position, her followers would undoubtedly feel that aligning with such a leader offered prospects. Upon hearing Shuanlu's words, Yuan Ling'er elaborated, I have inherited the legacy of a deity. Incredible! Lu Wei, Ajia, and Oscar erupted in excitement. exclaiming together, "Following Sister Linger guarantees a bright future." Ice Mountain's eyes reflected envy and reluctance as he muttered, "We in the extreme north were once under the protection of the ice god." However, he was no longer as obstinate as before, his gaze towards Yuan Ling'er softening that if one can attain godhood, might Sister Linger assist our spirit beasts in achieving the same. Ice Mountain, oblivious to the divine realm's rules, entertained whimsical thoughts. Mui Guang, intrigued, inquired, "Is there a sword god?" "Indeed," Yuan Shuanlu interjected, "if you all diligently cultivate, there will surely be opportunities for you to ascend to godhood." The unscrupulous leader had painted a grand vision. Dismissing the lingering melancholy within, Yuan Shuanlu adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "In any case, you must not disclose this matter to anyone. Wealth should be kept discreet." Lua nodded earnestly. "I understand. This is about quietly amassing fortune." Oscar chimed in energetically. Yuan Shuanlu felt a sense of satisfaction with the children's understanding. "Moving forward, you may enjoy a few leisurely years while solidifying your foundations. I will teach you a method to refine your soul power." Lu Wei laughed heartily. "Hooray! I can finally refrain from sneaking out for drinks." The reason Lu Wei's level was so low was due to his lack of seriousness and cultivation, constantly distracted by the desire to revel. Had it not been for Yuan Ling'er urging him to train, he might not have even reached level 20 by now. Lu Wei, you are not included in this plan. You must remain at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye for the next year. Surprisingly, it was not Lu Wei who reacted most strongly, but Jie. Jie, do you have any objections? Yuan Shuanlu inquired. Jie shyly scratched his head, saying, "Not really. I just can't bear to part with Wei. The medicinal properties of the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the blazing fire apricot must be harmoniously combined with the Eye of Ice and Fire for successful refinement. There is no alternative." Yuan Shuanlu explained, "Lu Wei, you shall remain here for a year, dedicating yourself to rigorous training. After a year, I expect to see you reach level 30. I will stay here for a year as well." The previously silent Ice Mountain declared, "The extreme cold spring is highly beneficial for me." "Agreed." Yuan Shuanlu nodded. "Then you will train alongside Lu Wei at the Eye of Ice and Fire for a year." Lu Wei, aware of his lack of self-discipline and recognizing Yuan Shuanlu's goodwill, nodded in understanding. "I understand." Away. Suddenly, Jie grasped Lu Wei's hands tightly, his eyes brimming with reluctance. "Why are you crying?" Oscar remarked, sensing something peculiar between Lu Wei and Jie. "Crying? In a year, I shall return as a king. I will wait for you." Yuan Shuanlu could no longer bear the sight and delivered a swift kick to Jie's rear. Exclaiming, "Get lost!" the sight of Jie's pitiful expression elicited joyous laughter from the crowd. Chapter 64. Hee, guess what? At this moment, the cultivation levels of Yuan Ling'er's small team had transformed as follows. Yuan Ling'er, 7 years old, level 30 Soul Master. Oscar, 9 years old, level 27 Great Soul Master. Jie, 7 years old, level 28 Great Soul Master. Lu Wei, 7 years old, level 23 Great Soul Master. Ice Mountain, 9 years old, level 28 Great Soul Master. Mu and Guang, 10 years old, level 30 Soul Master. They completely outclassed their peers at Shrek Academy. Dugu Bo, observing the children after they consumed the celestial herbs, felt a twinge of envy that he approached Yuan Shuanlu. Presenting him with the Yulan snake fruit and the poison fire flower, 2 celestial herbs. "Please, deliver these to Yin Yin for me. She is at the Tindo Royal Academy." After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Shuanlu replied, "Elder Dugu, could you please emerge from seclusion in a month?" Dugu Bo was taken aback. Wasn't I supposed to stay here for a long time? The thought of it made him anxious, especially after he foolishly inquired and discovered that the crown prince of the Tindo Empire was actually Yuan Shuanlu's niece. Consequently, he felt condemned to a lifetime of imprisonment, destined to wither away at the Eye of Ice and Fire. He never expected to leave. That was in the past, Yuan Shuanlu said with a cheerful smile. "Do you not wish to witness your granddaughter consuming the celestial herbs in person?" The mention of his granddaughter struck a tender chord within Dugu Bo. Witnessing her partake of the celestial herbs was certainly preferable to having someone else deliver them. He envisioned a promising future for his granddaughter. Disregarding Dugu Bo, Yuan Shuanlu stored the coxcomb phoenix sunflower in his treasure pouch, intending to present it to Qian Rinshui. At that moment, Yuan Ling'er approached, softly inquiring, "Father, do you not wish to know what I discussed with the light god?" "It matters not whether I know. Your ability to inherit the light god's position is sufficient." Yuan Shuanlu replied, having come to terms with it, as he affectionately patted Yuan Ling'er's head. Indeed, Yuan Ling'er did not press the issue further, stating, "My first examination entails absorbing two 10,000-year soul bones within 5 years." Yuan Shuanlu mused that the light god was indeed extraordinary, demanding such lofty requirements for the assessment. It was no wonder she disregarded him and the White Knight. Consider this. The first examination necessitates the absorption of two 10,000-year soul bones, which, when rounded, translates to the need to eliminate two 10,000-year soul beasts. Quite a high expectation, isn't it? Yuan Shuanlu nodded, unperturbed. "I will procure them for you. You need only focus on the absorption." Yuan Ling'er beamed with joy. Embracing Yuan Shuanlu, grateful to have a title Douluo for a father. "Father, do you know why the light god did not select you as her successor?" Yuan Ling'er whispered conspiratorially. "Why?" Yuan Shuanlu's curiosity was piqued. After all, he had spent 20 years seeking a legacy, and it was impossible not to be intrigued by the light god's inheritance that I asked her. Before a tall, golden-skinned goddess's consciousness, Yuan Ling'er suddenly inquired, "Do you know the White Knight?" The tall, golden goddess nodded. "Ah, that person clad in white. Of course, I remember. Since he obtained one of my tokens, he calls upon me several times each day. That it's quite vexing." The goddess appeared irritated. Who has time to heed him? Every day he prays, as if I were a deceased angel. Truly bothersome. Eventually, I severed my connection with the token and let him be. Yuan Ling'er reflected on the irony. The White Knight, who sought the light god with unwavering dedication, had inadvertently incurred her disdain through his incessant prayers. And what of father? Yuan Ling'er discerned an inconsistency. Yuan Shuanlu had long been aware of the White Knight's existence. Yet why had someone with such remarkable talent never received the light god's inheritance? He was not one to engage in fervent prayers. Was it due to his talent being overlooked by the light god? Yuan Ling'er pressed further. Is the White Knight's talent commendable? The light god pondered for a moment before shrugging. It's acceptable, I suppose. I can't recall too clearly. If I were to mention a man who possessed the bright sacred dragon martial soul, achieved title Douluo status at 33, reached level 96 at 40, and bore two 10,000-year soul rings, would you choose him as your successor? Why are you being so detailed? The light god seemed taken aback. Hesitating as she responded, that would indeed be a genius. I would likely consider him. It was as if the light god was entirely unaware of Yuan Shuanlu's existence. Yuan Ling'er began to formulate a hypothesis. The light god knew of the White Knight, suggesting that he had caught her attention at some point. Yet perhaps due to his incessant prayers, she chose to abandon him. Meanwhile, Yuan Shuanlu, armed with the White Knight's notes and materials, had been searching for the light god's legacy. But perhaps over the past 30 years, he had failed to discover any means to call upon her. Hence she remained oblivious to his existence. What if there were such a person now? Would you choose him as your successor? Ah, I see. You are referring to that young title Douluo, aren't you? The light god seemed to realize something, but shook her head. It is impossible for me to select him as my successor. Why? Yuan Ling'er was anxious. The light god tilted her head, responding with an air of mystery. No particular reason. A refusal is a refusal. In any case, you are now my successor. Yuan Ling'er was taken aback. The tall, golden goddess continued, as I currently have no representative in this realm, I will bestow upon you a divine trial directly. After a brief silence, Yuan Ling'er nodded in gratitude. Thank you for your favor. Light god, having inherited a divine position, she would naturally not need to toil for hundreds of years to attain divinity. If her memory served her correctly, Tang San would ascend as the sea god in his 20s. In this lifetime, she was determined to eliminate Tang San. Yuan Ling'er resolved inwardly, and then asked, might the light god bestow some blessings upon my father and my companions, perhaps divine soul rings? For instance, Yuan Ling'er had learned much about the legends surrounding the sea god Tang San in her previous life, particularly the intriguing tale of divine soul rings. Such rings did not require the hunting of soul beasts, as they were directly granted by deities, perfectly aligning with one's martial soul and providing the finest soul skills. The light god chuckled softly, shaking her head in refusal. They are not my successors. I have no inclination to grant them anything. Yuan Ling'er was left speechless. The demeanor of this deity seemed remarkably laid back. The light god's first trial, within 5 years, obtained two 10,000-year soul bones. Reward, an increase of 5 levels in soul power. Penalty, a decrease of 1 level in soul power. Yuan Ling'er's mouth twitched slightly. While this assessment might pose a significant challenge for others, for her, relying on her father made it wholly manageable. The tall, golden goddess smiled with pride. You are my most satisfactory successor. Hence, I have opened a back door for you. The penalty is quite lenient. I assent it. While others face death, you need only downgrade. So, how about it? Hurry up and thank me. Yuan Ling'er can only express her gratitude that, oh, Divine Lord of Light, can you truly not reveal to me why you did not choose the title of the Radiant Saint Dragon Martial Soul? The Divine Lord of Light gave Yuan Ling'er a playful wink. Hee, guess what? Hee, guess what? Yuan Ling'er returned the playful wink to Yuan Shuanlu, as she conveyed the same message to me. Yuan Shuanlu. Chapter 65. Invitation to the Banquet of the Alliance of Senior Soul Master Academies in the capital circle of Tindo. 2 months later, Ajia and Oscar were strolling through the streets of Tindo City. They headed to the renowned Yong'an Alley, not for any particular reason, but simply because the prices were quite reasonable. What a delightful day to indulge in leisure, Oscar exclaimed, relishing the ease of their day. After absorbing the celestial herbs, they finally welcomed a long-awaited respite. In the ensuing 5 to 6 years, they would gradually refine their soul power under Yuan Shuanlu's guidance, learning to make their soul power more pure. Although Yuan Shuanlu had not created a soul core, nor had he conjured a soul spirit like Huoguo, he had nonetheless devised a method for purifying soul power. Utilizing this technique, while the level of improvement may not be immediately apparent, the purity of their soul power was elevated several notches above that of others. As for who is stronger, opinions may vary. As wisdom sees differently and kindness perceives differently. Delightful, Oscar savored the beef heartily, beaming with joy. For a food-type soul master like him, the restaurant's ambience was exceedingly comfortable. The table was adorned with generous portions of sliced meat, yet devoid of wine, as Lu Wei was still cultivating within the ice and fire yin-yang eye, leaving no one to order drinks. This realization cast a shadow over Ajia, awakening from last night's revelry. I suddenly recall the past by the reed bank, heartbroken, shedding tears beneath the moonlight. Which poem is that from? Oscar found Ajia's demeanor rather peculiar, yet he offered reassuringly. Oh, never mind. Lu Wei is engrossed in his cultivation, and he has the ice mountain accompanying him. Once Oscar mentioned this, Ajia was reminded that he was not the one accompanying Lu Wei. Deepening his sorrow, Oscar quickly attempted to redirect Ajia's attention, saying, Hey, the storyteller is here, ready to share today's Martial Soul Hall newspaper. The Martial Soul Hall's newspaper had not yet expanded its circulation, available only at the Martial Soul Temple in Tindo City. Yet the proprietor of this tavern bought a copy daily, not much, just one copy, to invite a storyteller to entertain the patrons. It wasn't that the owner was particularly generous, but rather that this was the norm for taverns and tea houses in Tindo City. Failing to do so would result in a lack of business. Ahem. Today's headline from the Martial Soul Hall Daily. Prince Shuqinghe, benevolent and caring for the people. The thin, gangly storyteller trembled as he read aloud. The ensuing content was, much like an old lady's bound feet, both tedious and lengthy. Oscar could hardly endure such mind-numbing rhetoric, scoffing. I thought we might hear something amusing today, yet the headline is this? When the Martial Soul Hall Daily first launched, as everyone lacked refinement, and upon hearing the grand declarations from the Martial Soul Hall's bigwigs about attracting the populace, they specifically reported sensationalized content. The effect was remarkable, as low-ranking soul masters relished such tales. However, Yuan Shuanlu felt that this approach would undermine the credibility of the Martial Soul Hall Daily. Thus, he strictly prohibited the publication of such content, allowing only reports on lofty matters from the court. Yet, Yuan Shuanlu understood that it was better to accommodate than to suppress, and subsequently, he established another publication, the Martial Soul Hall Anecdotes Report. The Martial Soul Hall Anecdotes Report not only introduced local curiosities to soul masters, but also reported on matters that delighted the common folk, such as Prince Shue's midnight encounter with the widow and Tang Dezue's forbidden romance with a soul beast. The titles alone were captivating. Indeed, when these stories were serialized, the populace across the continent felt their cultural lives enriched. Some noticed something amiss, suspecting that the Martial Soul Hall was intentionally blackening its image for ulterior motives. They were not entirely mistaken. Yuan Shuanlu had indeed orchestrated such an endeavor, having seized the initiative in public opinion. He aimed to propagate the doctrine that the Martial Soul Hall is upright and honorable, while the Haotian sect is but a scoundrel of the mortal realm, deliberately overlooking the Haotian sect's past expulsion of soul beasts, a substantial contribution to human progress, while amplifying its darker aspects, inflating minor issues and magnifying major ones. As for the reason. Yuan Shuanlu belonged to the faction of the Martial Soul Hall. Given his position, Would he ever speak favorably of the Haotian sect? And what of the Haotian sect's past merits? Apologies, but history is a young girl subject to manipulation. Returning to the original topic, most people, including Oscar, believed that these scandalous stories were precisely what should be recounted in taverns and tea houses. Wasn't it said that the martial soul hall and the Tindo Empire were at odds? Why then did they extol the virtues of that prince? Is he truly that admirable? Pure theatrics, Ajia incisively remarked. This article lacks both time and location, overflowing with sycophantic praise that I even suspect that Xue Qinghe himself paid for this headline in the newspaper. Is it possible to simply pay a sum to feature on the front page? It must be a substantial amount. Ajia retrieved a crumpled newspaper from his pocket and handed it to Oscar for inspection. This kind of article is likely one that someone shelled out a fortune to publish. Oscar took the newspaper, glancing at the title, The Dragon Monarch Douluo and Madame Balak's 1001 Nights. Such a title evokes myriad associations, suggesting it was indeed produced by the Martial Soul Hall Anecdotes report. Wait, the Dragon Monarch Douluo is our master, isn't he? Oscar finally recalled, excitement spreading across his face upon seeing his master's scandalous headlines. I heard that the author of this serialized report is an elder from the Martial Soul Hall. Ajia, akin to a thief, cautiously shared his secret with Oscar, well aware that if Yuan Shuanlu were to discover this newspaper, he would surely face a severe reprimand. Oscar first examined the author's signature, which read Yugue. The details are vividly described. This Yugue possesses quite a solid command of language. Oscar found the tale of 1001 Nights captivating as he read it with great enthusiasm. However, to be honest, he could not fathom how his master would feel upon seeing his private affairs publicly disclosed and disseminated throughout the continent. How would he feel? What feelings? My feelings are explosive. Yuan Shuanlu, with a scowl, set down the Martial Soul Hall Anecdotes report, exclaiming vehemently, and they call him Yuegui. Why doesn't he just write his title directly? Gao Yi, thoroughly engrossed in the newspaper, remarked, I was suggesting you maintain a calm demeanor. In truth, his writing is quite enjoyable. What is so enjoyable about this kind of literature? Yuan Shuanlu retorted irritably. No, I meant that the romance novel The Dragon Monarch's Love for Me, published by the Tang San publishing house, is quite delightful. What? Yuan Shuanlu was taken aback. That's the Tang San publishing house established by Yugue. Yuan Shuanlu nearly spewed blood in indignation, realizing that the establishment of the publishing house was intended to bolster the political influence of the Martial Soul Hall, showcasing its inclusiveness towards cultural workers across the realm, not to have him concoct romance novels. Yugue, we are irreconcilable. Yuan Shuanlu bellowed in a mixture of fury and embarrassment. He could already envision what his future self would become. The following is Yuan Shuanlu's imaginative projection. 10,000 years later, Hui Yuhao, having finally attained his first soul ring, arrives at the Martial Soul City Capital Academy to study. Good students spend weekends searching for information at the Martial Soul City Grand Library. And then, in the section dedicated to the Dragon Monarch Douluo, all one would find are such novels. After all, 10,000 years have passed. The paperbacked romance novels currently held by Gao Yi might very well become artifacts of study for experts researching the historical life of the Dragon Monarch Douluo. Dean, came a voice from outside. Ahem, come in. Yuan Shuanlu's countenance returned to its usual hue. A teacher entered and presented Gao Yi with an invitation. Dean, we have received an invitation from the Alliance of Advanced Soul Master Academies in the Heaven Dou capital circle, inviting us to a banquet. I understand, Gao Yi replied, carefully tucking away the invitation. The teacher then exited the room. What does the invitation signify? Yuan Shuanlu inquired, as he was unfamiliar with the customs of the academies in Heaven Dou City. It is merely the trend of aristocratic salons that has permeated the Soul Master Academies, Gao Yi remarked, clearly disinterested in such gatherings. However, this is our first invitation, nonetheless. First? Why is that? Yuan Shuanlu questioned. Gao Yi rolled her eyes with a hint of allure. We were previously deemed unworthy, being mere commoners with only one soul sage dean. Would the 5 elemental academies and the Royal Academy of Heaven Dou even glance at our 7-star academy? Yuan Shuanlu chuckled. It's likely they have heard of my battle against the sword Douluo that day. Indeed, Gao Yi nodded and then asked, are we going this time? Will His Highness the Crown Prince attend? Yuan Shuanlu did not answer directly, but countered. His Highness the Crown Prince? Gao Yi pondered for a moment before responding. Generally speaking, the Crown Prince attends such gatherings to consolidate the power of the Advanced Soul Master Academies. Yuan Shuanlu smirked. Then we must certainly go. I shall invite Dugu Bo as well. To bolster our academy's morale, Yuan Shuanlu had not voiced his full intent. Inviting Dugu Bo was also to honor his niece and fulfill his duty towards her nominal father. Chapter 66. The Goddess of Light Nightfall. In a resplendent palace near the outskirts of Heaven Dou city, the light shone brightly. This was the royal palace of Heaven Dou, the Phoenix Palace. It was a magnificent edifice constructed during the reign of the War Empress. Utilizing an immense amount of manpower and resources, the palace's architecture was grandiose, featuring a flat-top design that exuded dignity and strength. The outer walls were adorned with lifelike marble statues of generals, standing tall and proud. In front of the main palace lay a uniquely styled grand garden, where the arrangement of trees and flowers displayed remarkable ingenuity. Nearby, two ponds shimmered with clear waters, flanked by bronze sculptures of soldiers wielding weapons. It is said that this was the War Empress's favorite palace. Gao Yi, accompanied by Mu Higuang, Ajia, and Oscar, arrived by carriage at the entrance of this grand palace, while Yuan Ling'er and Yuan Shuanlu traveled in a separate carriage. Why? Oscar pondered, although he had heard numerous tales of the War Empress, all of which were recounted by storytellers. It was common knowledge that these narrators tended to embellish their tales. Thus, much of the information could only be regarded as entertainment rather than historical fact. Gao Yi explained, at the time of the defeat, the false emperor amassed wood and flammable materials within the Heaven Dou palace and subsequently set it ablaze. After emerging victorious, the War Empress could not inhabit the old royal palace and was compelled to establish her own palace in the outskirts, which gradually expanded into the present-day Phoenix Palace. The Mu Higuang, being locals of Heaven Dou, harbored a deep-seated hatred for the actions of the false emperor, exclaiming, "That false emperor is nothing short of a beast. He incinerated a millennium-old royal palace, along with countless historical artifacts and treasures collected by emperors throughout the ages." Ajia nodded in agreement. Historical records state, the false emperor's torch turned the land to ashes. Oscar, peering secretly through the carriage window at the Phoenix Palace, suddenly contemplated whether the War Empress had built the new palace in an attempt to forget her past sorrows with a single blaze. She had cleansed the place where her first 20 years of life had unfolded, burying the memories of her kind-hearted family and childhood friends, along with all the beauty of her youthful past. Henceforth, she and her companions would traverse for over a decade before finally returning to her former home, although the world proclaimed that the Empress had become the ruler of Heaven Dou. The girl felt utterly adrift. Thus, she constructed this palace, and each night as the moon ascended, she would stand at the highest point, gazing at the old city of Heaven Dou, reminiscing about the companions with whom she had endured the civil war. It is no wonder that within such a palace, there were numerous bronze soldiers brandishing weapons. Perhaps the War Empress preferred the clamor and chaos of the battlefield, not out of a love for war, but because during those times, she had a group of comrades to whom she could entrust her safety, allowing her to sleep soundly. Outside the palace, paparazzi from the Spirit Hall Daily and Spirit Hall Gossip were poised, akin to old hounds scenting a bone, eagerly waiting to catch wind of a sensational story, particularly one concerning the royalty. The journalists from Spirit Hall Gossip recalled the success of their previous article, Prince Xuebeng Kicks Down the Widow's Door, which had generated quite the buzz. Guests began to arrive. The first to enter were various aristocrats, both prominent and obscured. In the realm of commoners, nobility reigned supreme, yet within the world of soul masters, those lacking formidable strength are of little consequence. Following them were the members of the 7-Star Academy, who had arrived early. Oscar found himself dazzled, while Ajia felt overwhelmed. The young aristocrats, clad in elegant attire, escorted noble ladies in off-shoulder, low-cut gowns. Laughing lightly as they entered the Phoenix Palace, the two children, hailing from the world of commoners, felt not pride in their social ascent, but a profound sense of disarray, akin to two quails stumbling into a gathering of peacocks. Oscar and Ajia instinctively lowered their heads, reminiscent of their ancestors, those humble farmers who spent their lives toiling the yellow earth, daring not to cast a glance at the heavens above. Oscar felt a knot of anxiety, whispering, "I'm so nervous," as though a single word could disturb the ambience. "Calm down, do you remember what our master told us?" Ajia appeared outwardly composed but held his back unnaturally straight, as if someone had inserted a rolling pin into his spine. Oscar trembled as he declared, "We are the finest in the entire continent." Yet, after uttering those words, he couldn't help but ask, "But why haven't Linger and the teacher come yet?" Yaoi took one child by the hand, easing the tension within them, and smiled, saying, "Yuan Shuanlu mentioned that Linger needs to dress splendidly for the occasion. Following them, the carriages of the 5 elemental academies arrived in succession. First, the carriage of the Elephant Armor Academy came to a halt, and several burly men emerged, their formal attire straining against their muscular frames. They appeared less like attendees of a noble gathering and more like individuals ready for battle. Next, from the Chihor Academy, a strikingly tall and beautiful girl dashed out of the carriage, her dark red hair cascading over her shoulders as if ablaze, igniting the hearts of the male guests present. Following her was an ordinary-looking boy, yet with an imposing demeanor, seemingly her brother. Huowu, slow down, he called out with exasperation. You should hurry up, Huowu retorted to her brother, Huowu Shuang. Lastly, from the Thunder Academy emerged a haughty young man. Donned in a bespoke suit, his oiled hair gleaming under the moonlight, exuding an air of elegance and superiority, as if he were a scion of a prominent family. It was Yu Tianxin of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Oscar overheard a hushed conversation among discerning nobles. Alongside Yu Tianxin descended a boy from Shenkei's academy, clad in a cerulean suit, bearing a somewhat handsome visage, unlike the stern and upright demeanor of Huowu Shuang. This boy walked with the grace of the wind, as if he were dancing with every step he took. Shortly thereafter, the opulent carriage of Tianshui Academy halted before the entrance, from which emerged the academy's principal, Shui Xinro, followed by several senior students. Oscar, with keen eyes, was the first to spot Shui Binger at that moment. She was adorned in a flowing blue gown, exuding a dignified aura, contrasting with Huowu's fiery spirit, instead embodying a hint of mature composure. Following the 5 elemental academies, the carriage of Prince Xueqinghe and the 7 treasures glazed tile schools Ning Fengji arrived, trailed by the carriages of the Tindo Royal Academy. Ning Fengji, as the continent's most charming middle-aged man, possessed not only wealth, but also an exquisite demeanor, further enhanced by an affable aura that endeared him to many. Accompanying him was the Bon Douluo, one of the 2 titled Douluo of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, whose attire appeared to be entirely supported by a skeletal framework, and whose sunken eye sockets resembled a colossal skull. Finally, the gentle smile of Prince Xueqinghe graced the scene. Teacher, will that Dragon Emperor Douluo from the 7 Stars Academy attend today? Xueqinghe inquired. Ning Fengji replied with a warm smile, haha, knowing his temperament. He is likely to make an ostentatious entrance. Humph, it would be wise for His Highness the Prince to limit interactions with those from the Spirit Hall. A sardonic voice interjected as a lavishly adorned elder emerged from the opulent carriage of the Tindo Royal Academy. Clad in a grand yellow robe embroidered with intricate floral patterns, he had a commanding presence, albeit his small eyes gave him a somewhat shifty appearance. Following this ostentatious elder was a boy who exuded the air of a frivolous scion, namely Prince Xuexing and Prince Xuebing, representing the Tindo Royal Academy. This was a peculiar situation. Ordinarily, the prince would suffice to represent the Royal Academy, so why were there both a prince and a royal son? No one knew how Emperor Shui Yi had orchestrated this. No need to trouble yourself, uncle. Qinghe knows how to handle it. Xueqinghe maintained his serene smile. Suddenly, an exclamation pierced the air before the Phoenix Palace. Which royal noble is making an appearance? All eyes turned toward the entrance, where an extraordinarily lavish golden carriage had come to a halt. This is the Shiwai carriage of the Spirit Hall. Nobles with discerning eyes immediately recognized its origin. It was the exclusive carriage of the Shiwai Pope, who had favored it for her inspections of Spirit City, and wherever the carriage traversed, the populace would kneel in homage to the Empress. The Shiwai carriage measured 6 meters in length, weighed 3 tons, and required 6 formidable steeds for its propulsion. Its exterior was lavishly gilded, with a golden cherubic statue adorning the roof, meticulously crafted by artisans. The carriage was embedded with 100 rubies and 100 diamonds, symbolizing the dual attributes of the angelic deity, sanctity, and fire. The timber was sourced from a millennium-old Wangwali wood spirit beast, and the 4 external lanterns were fashioned from flawless natural crystal, with the oil within derived from the merfolk of the Northern Sea. The interior walls were adorned with exquisite silk, while the cushions were crafted from precious golden threads, earning it the title of the continent's most luxurious carriage. Centuries later, its value had multiplied significantly through the annals of history, rendering it a veritable artifact. With a sudden click, the carriage door swung open, and a man dressed in a simple white shirt stepped out. He adjusted his somewhat casual attire before turning to gently grasp the delicate white hand that extended from the carriage. A girl emerged, her shoulders draped in a white gown that glimmered pink under the candlelight. Her slender legs gracefully alighted on the ground. Her stunning visage bore no trace of haughty aloofness, only a hint of otherworldly sanctity and an air of nonchalance. All nobles and spirit masters instinctively lowered their usually lofty heads in reverence to the girl, who resembled a goddess of light. Chapter 67, A Grand Entrance. Daddy, I've never been like this before. I in the carriage, Yuan Ling'er tightly clasped her small hands in nervousness. Do not be anxious, my dear. A girl must always adorn herself well, Shuanlu reassured her, thoroughly pleased with her current appearance. The attire had been painstakingly fashioned by tailors who catered specifically to the royal family after he received the invitation. And the carriage was borrowed from the private collection of the angel family within the spirit hall. For this endeavor, Shuanlu had exerted himself immensely in recent days. But why aren't you dressed more elegantly? Yuan Ling'er queried, noting her father's simple white shirt, which appeared clean and refreshing but lacked the refinement befitting a noble. Even if I were clad in rags, they would still compose exquisite verses to extol my presence. Yuan Shuanlu replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. After all, I am a titled Douluo. Yuan Ling'er understood. Her father's prestige was upheld not by opulent garments but by his formidable strength. Conversely, those nobles who traversed in gold-embellished carriages and donned silks found themselves humbled in his presence. Do not envy me. Perhaps one day, all the people of the continent will bow before you, Yuan Shuanlu encouraged. Now, let us descend. Golden locks cascaded like undulating waves over her shoulders. The goddess of light, Yuan Ling'er, stepped alongside Yuan Shuanlu into the gates of the Phoenix Palace. Nobles mingled, each appearing as a gem sparkling under the spotlight. All that glitters is not gold, Yuan Shuanlu remarked coolly. With that, he released Yuan Ling'er to explore on her own. Having never attended such an event, Yuan Ling'er remained undaunted, seeking a quiet spot to rest. However, unfortunately for her, she became the focal point of the evening. Wherever she went, the spotlight followed. Dear lady, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, greeted a gentleman of remarkable grace and appearance. Clearly drawn to Yuan Ling'er's breathtaking beauty, it was evident that his interest was not solely in her physical allure, but also a veiled attempt to gauge the stature of Yuan Shuanlu behind her. Oh, Yuan Ling'er nodded in a purely formal manner, then turned her attention elsewhere. The nobleman, visibly frustrated yet unable to express his discontent in such a setting, retreated. Soon after, another elegantly dressed spirit master approached. Exuding charm and a hint of handsomeness, it was Feng Xiaotian. I would not resort to the pedestrian clichés of mountains, rivers, moons, and stars to describe your beauty, for I believe such comparisons fall short of your radiance. Feng Xiaotian declared with courtesy. Rather than external beauty, I value the kindness within you. What a cheesy line. One could not discern whether Feng Xiaotian was simply adept at wooing or had evolved from a sycophant into a valiant suitor. Nevertheless, Yuan Ling'er found his boldness rather shameless and replied coolly, You think I am kind? Of course. Feng Xiaotian, seemingly invigorated, began to dance around Yuan Ling'er like a peacock, even composing an impromptu ode to her kindness. Yuan Ling'er mused, has this sycophant transformed into a valiant suitor? Wait, his martial spirit is the twin-headed wolf of Gale. Oh, that changes everything. Though I have resided in Tindo City for quite some time, my heart belongs to my hometown, the grand city of Shihai on the western coast of the empire. Feng Xiaotian continued, sensing Yuan Ling'er's lack of aversion, eager to elaborate on his origins. Surrounded by majestic mountains, the sea sparkles under the radiant sun, while seagulls gather in graceful flight. Feng Xiaotian lavishes attention on Yuan Ling'er, the enchanting fire dancer. Wu wears a frown of displeasure. Who is that girl? Despite her seemingly casual attire today, her garments and jewelry are of exquisite quality, yet all the spotlight is stolen by an enigmatic goddess of light who appears out of nowhere. It seems she is a student from the Seven Stars Academy. Wu Shuang pays little mind to this, casually engaging for a moment before joining a few close companions to discuss their insights on soul cultivation. Firewu glares at her brother, a stubborn blockhead with nothing but training on his mind. She pouts, adjusts her elegant dress, and smiles as she strides towards Yuan Ling. Feng Xiaotian, what are you doing? Though her face bears a smile, her eyes blaze with fury. Has your girlfriend arrived? Yuan Ling'er glances at Feng Xiaotian, who is still enthusiastically explaining the joys of the seaside. No. Before he can finish, Wu pulls him away for a proper chat. After rejecting several advances from aristocratic soul masters, Yuan Ling'er finds herself feeling a tad bored. Most of the people here are unfamiliar to her, and she suffers from a slight touch of social anxiety. All she wishes for now is to find a familiar face to converse with, to create her own comfort zone. Unfortunately, engaging with Oscar and Ajia wouldn't be fitting for a young lady. She cannot very well join them as they indulge in roasted pig trotters and critique the beauty of various girls. Can she? Muhi and Guang clearly find themselves in a similar predicament. Yet their attire lacks the allure that attracts attention like Yuan Ling'er's, prompting them to seek out a secluded corner to focus on their training. Following Gao Es' advice, they intend to diligently cultivate their skills to absorb a higher quality soul ring. For Muhi and Guang, since soul techniques are uniform, the quality of the soul ring becomes paramount that a soul ring exceeding 100 years in age could dramatically enhance her third soul skill. Yuan Ling'er, not wishing to disturb Muhi and Guang's training, settles down with a glass of fruit wine. Miss Yuan, yet another dandy approaches. Yuan Ling'er can't help but feel exasperated. It's not that she wishes to provoke gender conflict with such remarks, but her disinterest and refusal to engage are palpably clear. Surely, one cannot overstep boundaries. Such beauty at such a young age. You shall undoubtedly grow into a stunning maiden, the dandy remarks with a flippant tone. Duh, Yuan Ling'er snaps back. However, she does find it rather odd. While these nobles may harbor their own vices, they at least maintain a facade of elegance. This sort of frivolous, teasing demeanor hardly befits a noble. Are you not even going to pretend? The dandy, unfazed by Yuan Ling'er's retort, extends his hand for a handshake. I am Schwepping, the fourth prince of the empire. Let us get acquainted. Is your next line an invitation to accompany you for drinks? Yuan Ling'er replies dryly. A prince, yet devoid of even the most basic noble decorum, resembling a scoundrel who flirts with pretty ladies at night markets. Previously, Shuanlu brought Yuan Ling'er to indulge in barbecue along Balak Spicy Street, where one would often encounter individuals adorned with gold chains, sporting potbellies, and foul breath, who would leer at passers-by, seeking to flirt with attractive girls for a drink. Shuanlu would invariably exert a hint of pressure befitting a soul master to deter such ruffians. Though Yuan Ling'er suspects that her brother relishes the lingering glances of the ladies afterward, he nonetheless performs a commendable act. Get lost. Yuan Ling'er has no intention of entertaining this individual any longer. Subsequently, Shuepeng inches closer, and unable to tolerate it any further, Yuan Ling'er channels her soul power to push him away. Only to her astonishment, he lets out a yelp and is sent sprawling. The gaze of the gathered nobles and soul masters turns to her, and Yuan Ling'er instantly becomes the center of attention. Yuan Ling'er, so delicate and easily toppled. Are you a lowly? The elder known as the Snow Star Prince approaches slowly, his expression dark upon seeing the fallen Shuepeng. Yuan Ling'er senses that she may have inadvertently stirred a considerable commotion, just as she considers invoking Yuan Shuanlu's name to leverage her familial ties. The Snow Star Prince unexpectedly turns and delivers a resounding slap to the just-risen Shuepeng. Chapter 68, Soul Bones and the Throne. Which is heavier? Yuan Ling'er is left dumbfounded. She had anticipated the Snow Star Prince would deliver a villainous speech before apprehending her. She envisioned Yuan Shuanlu making a grand entrance to intimidate the prince. Yet, she never imagined that the Snow Star Prince would deliver a slap to Shuepeng. A slap. One can only imagine the psychological damage inflicted upon a prince of merely a decade or so. Woe is me. Miss Yuan, please forgive my nephew. He is accustomed to being frivolous and unruly. Yuan Ling'er glances at Shuepeng, who is now attempting to rise, his left cheek already swollen. The Snow Star Prince adopts an unusually low posture, which feels quite out of place. Haha, Your Highness, you jest. The matter between the prince and me is merely a misunderstanding. Yuan Ling'er chuckles lightly. To offer unsolicited favors is either treachery or theft. Your reputation in Tindo City is one of arrogance and hubris. Yuan Ling'er cannot believe that she could compel the Snow Star Prince to such humility. As they say, one must spar to truly know another. This is Shuepeng's apology, and I hope Miss Yuan will show leniency. The Snow Star Prince produces a soul bone from his ostentatious ruby ring storage soul tool. It is a millennium-old soul bone from a bright lion, perfectly suited to Miss Yuan's martial spirit. Not only is Yuan Ling'er astonished, but the gathered nobles and soul masters are equally taken aback. A millennium soul bone, so casually given away, truly a grand gesture. Feng Shaotian silently gasps in admiration. Wu Wushuang remains silent, yet a flicker of greed ignites within him upon seeing the soul bone. Yu Tianxin's expression shifts unpredictably, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupy his mind. Wu Wu, ever irritable, exclaims, a sycophant. Though her words are neither too grand nor too trivial, they are overheard by several individuals. Shui Binger interjects coolly, If Yuan Ling'er were a man, do you believe your family could send you to her bed? What did you say? Why don't you warm her bed instead? Wu and Shui Bingo have never seen eye to eye. Perhaps it is due to their martial spirits or their contrasting personalities. Regardless, they form a peculiar pairing in Tindo City. Shui Bingo, with a cold smirk, retorts, "Fool, I am already warming it.my mother has a complicated relationship with the Dragon Emperor Douluo, and I maintain a decent rapport with Yuan Ling'er. Moreover, Oscar, who is a disciple of the Dragon Emperor Duel, is currently pursuing me. One could say that the Dragon Emperor Duel and our Water Academy are family, though Shui Bingo appears kind and benevolent. Her childhood experiences have compelled her to mature significantly. She is far from a Navi girl. When Shui Bingo was young, her father betrayed their marriage, leading to the birth of a half-sister, Shuer. Subsequently, her parents divorced, leaving an indelible mark on Shui Bingo. She learned early on that marriage is unreliable. One cannot simply naively seek a partner. One must thoroughly vet them. Reflecting on this, Shui Bingo glances at Oscar, who is grinning foolishly at her. Oscar, how do you find it? While he may seem a bit flippant, I've come to realize he is quite a responsible young man. Shui Bingo returns Oscar's silly grin with a sweet smile, prompting him to beam even more foolishly. The Blaze Academy. I believe the only esteemed soul Douluo from there has passed away, correct? Yu Tianxin remarks. Currently, the Blaze Academy is sustained solely by 2 soul saints. If a formidable ally, akin to a titled Douluo, could be summoned, then even if you were to become a mere plaything of the Yuan family, it would be bearable. Indeed, Sister Wu, do not be overly envious. Just as I attempted to become a loyal servant to someone, I found myself unable to fulfill that role. Feng Xiaotian, with an air of nonchalance, gazed at the exquisite profile of Yuan Ling'er and lamented. I wish to be Miss Linger's devoted companion. The crowd reacted. Upon hearing this, Wu's eyes turned red with indignation. Until now, Feng Xiaotian had been striving to be her devoted admirer, yet he had unexpectedly turned his affections elsewhere. Scoundrel! With a cry, Wu fled in distress, closely pursued by Wu Shuang. Alas, this is the consequence of failing to recognize one's true self among the 5 great elemental academies, with the exception of the Xiangjia sect. The relationships among the other 4 academies are akin to familial ties. When something transpires within the same generation, everyone is generally aware of it, and the affair between Wu and Feng Xiaotian is no secret to them. Shui Bingo has always believed that Feng Xiaotian devalues himself too much, feeling that a man should not descend to the role of a sycophant, but rather possess a sense of dignity. Although Shui Bingo is uncomfortable with Feng Xiaotian's obsequious demeanor, she finds Wu's treatment of him even more distasteful. Testing a man is one thing, as it is essential for a girl to be responsible for her own future. However, one cannot perpetually keep someone in suspense, utilizing a man's golden soul coins to indulge in clothing, jewelry, and lavish meals while acting as if it is a matter of course that he seeks a girlfriend, not a dependent. For instance, whenever Shui Bingo and Oscar go out, they each contribute equally to their expenses, and it is certainly not the case that Oscar is the only one showering gifts upon her. She reciprocates with gifts of equal value. Their interactions typically consist of casual conversations, rather than shopping excursions where Oscar is expected to foot the bill. What Shui Bingo values more is discerning the character of the young man through their dialogues. Meanwhile, Yuan Ling'er shook her head, firmly rejecting Prince Xuexing's offer. No reward without merit. I cannot accept that. It is quite evident that there must be a trap involved. Yuan Ling'er is no fool, and she would never willingly leap into such a snare. Since it is a gesture of apology from the royal uncle, Miss Yuan, you should graciously accept it. Xuexing approached leisurely, speaking gently. Miss Yuan, why not do me a favor and accept it? Yuan Ling'er remained silent. Previously, she thought that Xian Rinxue possessed only talent without any other strengths. But upon meeting her today, she realized she was indeed an astute individual. Yuan Ling'er was aware that the crown prince of the Tindo Empire before her was, in fact, the nephew of Yuan Shuanlu, making her, albeit without any blood relation, a distant cousin of Qian Rinxue. At this moment, Prince Xuexing's expression began to darken. Since it is the crown prince's decree, Linger, you should accept it. The long-absent Yuan Shuanlu emerged from a nearby alcove, a glass of red wine in hand. Upon hearing this, Prince Xuexing's face turned an unappealing shade of liver. Yet he had no choice but to swallow his pride and presented the soul bone to Yuan Ling'er, stating, Miss Yuan, please accept this. Subsequently, regardless of whether Yuan Ling'er accepted it or not, Prince Xuexing forcefully placed the soul bone into her hands, accompanied by Shuer Binge as they departed from the scene. My apologies. Miss Yuan, my uncle simply has a rather peculiar temperament.